Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, hey! You guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
You might. There's something different about him.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're nothing.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one.
Don't think anymore. I do the thinking around here.
Have you not? What?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
He saved us. He really did it.
Remember, the Force will be with you, always.
Greetings, program!
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. Star Wars Attack of the Clones. Not My Star Wars Deep Dive. Forbidden Love. I hope everyone's doing good. I'm very excited. It's my birthday, and we're going to be covering my favorite prequel movie, Attack of the Clones. Boba Fett's everywhere. I can't wait. So I'm glad to see some of you are here. Let's see what we got going on. There was a few earlier ones, but I'll mention them. Oops, too early. Yes, I saw you. Last night I rewatched The Phantom Menace. Why do so many people consider it too complicated? I understood what happened. You know, people are funny. I think that most people didn't say it was complicated. They just didn't like it. On the contrary, they said it's too kiddie. Anakin. Why have Anakin as a little kid? Why not just have teenage Anakin whipping ass? And me, like all of us, would have loved to seen a whole thing of Anakin whipping ass. But, you know, as I went over, as I've spoken many times, but also as I went over in the last week's stream, that's a key. It's very important to see baby Anakin, to see where he comes from, why he becomes Darth Vader. A lot of those key moments that we saw is why he is who he is. So, in any event, hello there, Master Kenobi. Let the tremors of the Sith commence. Yes. Hey, Not My Star Wars. Good to be back with you for Attack of the Clones. Yes, sir, indeed. I am very excited for Attack of the Clones. That cut. You were talking about the girl with the mic. Yeah. That was from some late night show where they had a bunch of the Rise of Skywalker cast. I don't know, Jimmy Kimmel or one of them. And they were doing, like, you know, the street interviews, and they found this. They were going around to people like, how do they react to Palpatine? And they found that little girl, and she was not happy. Now, to be fair, she probably just saw like this evil wizard, and that's why, you know, she reacted that way. I doubt she knows, you know, she's little to know much about Palpatine or the whole story. But it's kind of ironic, you know, she was like, no, I'm not having that. So, yeah. Rebels was hit or miss for me. I haven't seen all of it, to be honest. I've seen enough to where it's very kiddie, very childish. I don't like the animation. The artwork is, I hate it. And it's just more stupidity. Thrawn is a little bitch. That's not Admiral Thrawn. If you've read the books, you know that's not Admiral Thrawn. That's a joke. More Ahsoka retconning, you know, contradicting the novel, contradicting Clone Wars, contradicting Mandalorian. It's just dumb. And then, of course, World Between Worlds, which is a whole mess that's coming. So, you know, and not to go too much into it, but in one sense, Disney has no plan with their actual movies and episodes and what they're doing at the moment. But in another sense, know that Filoni had a big plan. The World Between Worlds is not a mistake. Ahsoka and Mandalorian is not a mistake. All these things he's doing, a lot of that is ego. That's him. He just loves Ahsoka. That's his little pet. But he also had a little bit of foresight. You know, understand something with the World Between Worlds. It wasn't about Star Wars. It was about, we don't know what we're doing, so we're going to give ourselves an escape valve. We're going to give ourselves a way that in the future, if things don't go well, we have a way to exit, how to, you know, get out of things. And the problem with that, and again, I don't want to get too much into it because we were going to focus on Attack of the Clones, but the problem with that is that, you know, we have all this talk about the sequel trilogy getting retconned or erased or decanonized or separate timelines. And, you know, Disney's just not going to let it go. They have too much ego. They've spent a lot of money, unless they go bankrupt or sell Lucasfilm. But outside of that, they're going to keep going. You know, and they're showing that with this High Republic stuff. They're showing that with how they're attacking fans online. You know, a lot of Favreau quotes and things. They are connecting it all. It's not any question. So the problem is here that a lot of people are like, well, but this will fix it. They'll make a separate timeline and then it's not real. But you guys have to remember that's opening the door for them like 2, 3, 5, 10 years from now to be like, you know, the OT, that wasn't really real. That was, you know, just another timeline. Here's what the real Star Wars is. So it's not a solution, guys. It's actually going to cause a bigger problem. The only solution is to just, you know, get it out of there. It all needs to go, and they need to start over. Doing this, you know, time travel, World Between Worlds, different timelines, it just opens the door for them to do the same with the original stories later, to say, you know, 15 years down the road, well, actual Star Wars was this. That was, you know, George Lucas's alternate timeline. There's only one way.
Wipe them out. All of them.
So, anyways, imagine the like button is KK's face. Hit it. Yes. Smash it. Punch it a few times. You know, and I don't want anything to happen to her personally. She's a human being. I'm sure on the surface she's a nice lady. You know, but just remember, guys, I'm also not like the super merciless person. She should have been fired a long time ago. If you worked at McDonald's and you were screwing up people's orders, you're going to get fired. If you worked at a, I don't know, law firm, realtor's office, something, and you cost just one sale, you lost thousands of dollars, you're getting fired unless like you've been a shining employee and you've been there for years. Your boss might give you another chance, but, you know, once, twice, you're out of there. Kathleen Kennedy has cost Disney billions of dollars. She should have been fired a long time ago. Anyways, do you remember me from last week? I was watching Phantom Menace with you from the Jedi negotiation scenes for about 15 plus hours until just before you ended your stream. Yes, I absolutely do. Thank you for being here, Adaptive. I know that you were one of the people that was looking forward to Attack of the Clones, so I'm very happy to see you. And I love you guys all very much. Truly, without you guys, this is nothing. So thank you so much, guys, for being here. And anyone that comes in and out, appreciate you guys. I've been looking forward to this. Me too. Can't believe BB-8's the mascot for Star Wars now. Yeah, well, R2 is. Always has been, always will be. Happy birthday. Thank you, James. Appreciate it. Happy birthday. Thank you, D. Appreciate it. Happy birthday. Thank you, Adaptive. Appreciate it, guys. Let's see where we're at. Hey there, Idana. I'm not sure how to say it right. Idana Dene, I think is correct, or Idana Dene. I'm not sure, but thank you again. Also, I wanted to mention, I didn't really say it last week. I was a little bit tired and overwhelmed, but your super chat last week was super generous. I thank you so much for it. And that's the biggest super chat I've gotten on my Not My Star Wars. So again, thank you so much, truly. And I don't care if you guys send me 99 cents or nothing at all. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for everything, for the support. I'm very close to 9,000 subscribers. Maybe tonight in this stream, I'll hit 9,000. So it's amazing. You know, some of you might be new. Like just middle of November, I got 1,000 subscribers, and this channel has just exploded. Now, granted, a lot of that is from one particular video. There's a few little videos that I've been bringing in a lot, but one particular video that's almost 3 million views has brought in like 6,000 something subscribers. So it has been a lot contributed to that, but it's been growing tremendously. And again, without you guys, this wouldn't happen. So thank you so much to everyone, past, present, and future. I like the Phantom Menace. Me too. I love all the Star Wars movies, all the real George Lucas canon Skywalker saga movies. I thought he whooped plants of ass in Attack of Clones and Revenge of the Sith. Plenty of ass, I think you meant. Are you talking about Art 2? Not sure what you mean there. He whooped plenty of ass in Attack of Clones and Revenge of the Sith, I think is what you meant. Thrawn would have beaten Ghost Crew easily. Thrawn was an amazing character. I mean, he still is if you read the books. He's arguably the Empire's greatest tactician and smartest person they ever had. Grand Moff Tarkin, of course, was a genius, but Thrawn was known just for his insane intelligence, his wisdom, his maturity, his culture, cunning. He was very cold and to the point, very precise. There's even stories of him and Vader kind of going at it. Obviously, Vader would just cut him down, you know, but strategically, mentally, Thrawn is a huge problem for everyone. And, you know, Rebels just made him this kiddie cartoon playing around with the Ghost Crew. And I like the Ghost Crew. Like Hera, I think she's awesome. Ezra, he's okay. I don't hate him. But like Hera in particular, I think she's an awesome character. It's just that, you know, she's in Rebels and a dumb story and all this silly Disney logic. And so it's not about like hating the Ghost Crew. I think the Ghost is one of the coolest ships in all of Star Wars. But you're talking about, you know, a guy that's here compared to like little children, you know, like not even, it's just silly. Happy birthday. Best way to spend it watching Attack of the Clones. Yes. And, you know, and Clones isn't my favorite Star Wars movie, but it's my favorite prequel movie. I love it very much. I love all of the 6 movies. You know, I'm always happy to see them, and especially with you guys, it's going to be a lot of fun. The only thing I liked was Maul vs. Obi-Wan. Thanks to Rebels, we won't see it in his show. Yeah. There's a lot of things you won't see there that's screwed up from Rebels. I haven't watched any of the cartoon Star Wars stuff yet. Not sure if I want to. I stand proud having never seen any Star Wars after I made the mistake of seeing The Force Awakens and almost walked out. Yeah, Rebels is, to me, is just trash. Resistance is as bad, if not worse. Clone Wars does have some nice art, and there are some arcs in there that are cool. But again, the problem is that it retcons the Star Wars saga. So to me, it's like it can be as pretty as it wants to be. It can be as cool as it wants to be. I loved Ahsoka up until season 7. I always liked her. The little snips that came along. There was Anakin's Padawan. It was kind of silly that he would have a Padawan. But that was Lucas. Lucas did that. So I always respect Lucas's decisions. He had a reason for doing that, and I had no problem. He created Ashla. Dave Filoni later went off and did this whole Ahsoka bullshit. point is, Clones is kind of cool. You know, there's some beautiful artwork. There's a lot of cool characters. There's some cool story arcs. But at the end of the day, anything that attacks, threatens, damages, breaks, belittles George Lucas, I can't support it. And it's like I've said time and again, everything from October 31st, 2012 on diminishes George Lucas, and I cannot support it. It's not my Star Wars. And that includes Mandalorian. So you're not really missing much, honestly. If you're a fanatic of the clones, if you want to see more about the Clone Wars, you know, they're fun. There's some cool stuff there. I will give them this. A lot of people have come to appreciate the prequels, and especially Attack of the Clones, more so because of the Clone Wars cartoon. So that's a very positive thing about it. People got all excited about, you know, the clones and their personalities and all the things going on with them. So, you know, pretty much everything Disney has made is trash. Just trash. There's three things that I'll say that are not trash, but still huge problems. The Clone Wars cartoons, Mandalorian, and Rogue One. Everything else is just dumpster fire. But those three things are okay. They're at least tolerable. But they all have problems. They all contradict each other. They all break George Lucas canon. So it's not my Star Wars. Anyways, you're not missing, honestly, much. But, and the other problem with Clone Wars is it's like long, and there's a ton of episodes, and the first like 3-4 seasons are really slow, and it takes a lot to warm up to. But if you're really into lore and you want to see extra stuff, it's cool. I mean, it's fun. It's not intolerable. It's not like watching The Last Jedi or something. So, now my Star Wars into chat. Hope you all are having a great day. I hope so too. You are too. Thanks again. Thanks for being here. That guy says, good to see you, bro. Welcome. Yes. Not hiring Kathy is like not firing Kathy is like not firing someone at McDonald's for food poisoning. Yeah. I mean, that's a good way to put it. Donna I. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Donna I. And I assume you say it fast like that. Donna I. Well, I wonder what the little story is behind that. Or is that your real name? It's a cool name. I'm assuming you're female. I don't remember if we've talked about this before, just by that name, although that could be totally wrong. And if you're a guy, I'm sorry, but that's actually a pretty name. I like it. Donna I. I think it's nice. And if you're a guy, well, sorry. It's a cool name, though. Yes, deep dive. Attack of the Clones. Happy birthday, and I can't wait to sit down through this with everyone. Yes, awesome to see you, Raven. Thank you for being here. Me too. Super happy to watch this with fellow fans who hate the new Star Wars. Yes. I only think the Clone Wars ending would have been better if only Rex lived and Ahsoka died, but again, Rebels had to exist. Yeah, well, Ahsoka's dead. Whatever, regardless of what Dave Filoni. Remember something, guys. Anything that does not fit with the 1 through 6 is automatically not canon. Doesn't matter how much Disney wants to make it canon or Dave Filoni wants to hold on. It's not canon. Ahsoka dies in Order 66, period. There's no way around that. So it's just dumb. Really, really enjoy and appreciate your content and live streams. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you do. And thank you for being here again. Donna I. Rex watching everyone he worked with dead and having to bury his general and brothers would have been the saddest thing ever. Yeah, I mean, they could have done some stuff there. Rex, it kind of makes sense. 1 or 2 clones, you know, get out of it. Remember, they age at twice the rate, so he would have been stupid old by Mandalorian or long dead, really, because not only are they aging at twice the rate, but as they're aging, they're degenerating at a faster and faster at an exponential rate. So not only would he be like at 40, he would be 80, but he would really be like 100 or maybe more because he's degenerating. The clones started breaking down. That's a big reason why Palpatine said, I need real troopers. So Hi, I'm new. What are you doing here? Love Star Wars, like the talk. Greetings from Mexico. Hello, very welcome that you're here. Very glad that you're here. Welcome. Nes Avalos. What are we doing here? Well, I'm going to be watching Attack of the Clones and give my detailed breakdown of the film. That's what we're going to be doing. And, of course, talking with you guys, hanging out. It's my birthday, so we're going to be hanging out, celebrating my birthday with my favorite prequels movie, Attack of the Clones. Bloody helicopter lightsabers, yeah. Yes, welcome. Thank you, dude. Thank you. You're very welcome. Lol, no one ever mentions Resistance. Yeah, because, I mean, it's just... what a big waste. But, you guys know me. I'm on top of all this shit. So, I know all the little things they're doing. Have I sat down to watch every little bit of it all or read all the High Republic or anything? No, I'm not going to waste my time. I already know. I look at it enough to get a true, fair understanding. I read, I watch, I see, I hear, So if I talk about it, it's because it's not like I don't like the cover. So, this is because I've researched it. But no, I haven't wasted my time watching all this stuff because it's nonsense. That guy says, oh yeah, it's the worst Disney Star Wars show. Watch 3 episodes and stop watching. I already knew it was going to suck. Yeah, it just we're husband and wife. So 2 names put together? Not sure what you mean there. Or are you talking about someone in the chat? Interesting. And if you're saying one, or maybe you're saying you're under one channel, but you're husband and wife watching together, because I had said if you're a female, maybe that's what you mean. So cool. I get 2 for 1 with you guys. Awesome. And again, I don't know, maybe that's just a made up name, but I think it's really cool. I would think it's like Native American or Samoan or something like that, but no, I'm totally guessing. Yeah, the Resistance YouTube trailer turned me off. I couldn't get past the low budget artwork. I watched 2, 3, maybe 5, but probably 2, 3 episodes, and I was just like, oh, man, what a waste. I have a theory. Ahsoka looking at the graves is actually her Force ghost, and the Ahsoka in Rebels and the Mandalorian is a clone that Rex made. Possible. See, now that, although it's still bullshit, at least that would have made some sense. If Filoni said, well, she's a clone. Somehow they cloned her and hit her or something, that would at least give you an explanation, but still it's the same problem. There's no Jedi in Star Wars. You can't get around Yoda, Luke, when gone I am, the last of the Jedi you will be. Obi-Wan, that boy is our last hope. The whole point of Luke Skywalker, the stakes is that he's the only one. There are no other Jedi. If Luke fails, we're all screwed. That's the importance of Luke Skywalker. And when you're bringing Ahsoka or saying there's other Jedi, you're diminishing Luke, because then you're saying, well, if Luke would have failed, then Ahsoka would have came along and saved everybody. No, there was no Ahsoka. The Separatists should have won the war easily. Arguable. Correct. 2 for 1, I think is what you meant. Or maybe what I said about the name being Native American, or I think 2 for 1 is what you're saying. Okay, so before I forget, 2 quick corrections from the last stream. I was talking about the Chancellor. I think it was Mike's Comics that brought it up that Valorum was the Chancellor and not Palpatine, and I had explained that yes, that was correct, that technically Valorum was the Chancellor. It's just that the person that was truly acting as a Chancellor at that point was Palpatine. The correction I want to make is because he had written Supreme Chancellor, and I had remembered it as only Chancellor. It is, in fact, Supreme Chancellor Valorum. I always kind of considered him just Chancellor, and then when Palpatine became Chancellor, he became Supreme Chancellor. But in fact, Valorum's title was Supreme Chancellor. And if you know me, I like to get shit right. So lots of stuff on my mind, doing a stream. I can't remember everything. Just know this. When I do a stream, you can count on 95, 98+% of it being correct. I'm human. I make mistakes. I got a lot of stuff on my mind. I'm thinking of what I'm going to talk about with running the stream, the chat, all the stuff. So I will make a little mistake here and there, but I will always correct it. Now, when you see my videos, you can count on them to be like 99.999999 correct. Why? Because I take the time to triple research everything before I say it online. And I'm not going to say any names, but someone the other day said that The Empire Strikes Back was filmed in the Netherlands, and I wanted to put my hand through the goddamn screen and choke him. Because if you don't know that The Empire Strikes Back was filmed in Norway, then you shouldn't have the audience that you do. Because that's not a trivial thing. That's like, come the fuck on. Anyways, we're watching together. Awesome. So I get a 2-for-1 with you guys. I saw, the other correction, let me make real quick. I'm not sure, but I think I said that Qui-Gon was a Grand Master. I need to correct that. He was a Master Jedi, not Grand Master. There's only one Grand Master, Yoda. Okay? Lucas has spoken on this, and that's what's in the movies. According to the High Republic, now there's several Grand Masters hanging out together. So, again, the High Republic doing stupidity. There's one Grand Master. So we're going to talk about that for just a second. Dooku was one of the greatest Jedis that existed. Okay? And in fact, I have some little behind the scenes and stuff that I'm going to show you guys. So I'm going to go ahead and show you this one. This is deleted scenes and stuff. This is from Attack of the Clones. This is a quick little thing.
Did you call for assistance?
Yes, I did.
He has a very powerful face, doesn't he? He was one of the most brilliant Jedi I've had the privilege of knowing.
I never understood why he quit.
Well, one might say he was always a bit out of step with the decisions of the Council. Much like your old master, Qui-Gon Jinn.
Really?
Oh, yes, they were very individual thinkers. Idealists. In the end, I think he left because he lost faith in the Republic. He disappeared for 9 of 10 years and turned up recently as head of the separatist movement.
It's very interesting. I'm not sure I completely understand.
Well, you didn't call me over here for a history lesson. Are you having a problem, Master Kenobi?
Okay. So this is going to tie together with Qui-Gon. Dooku was considered one of the greatest of all Jedi. Yoda had 2 main apprentices, Mace Windu and Dooku. Okay, so Dooku was no joke. He also came from a lot of wealth. That's why he's Count Dooku. So Dooku didn't grow up like a slave or not having, or he had like a lavish, wonderful life. Dooku got to such a level that in the Jedi, in the temple, they would use tapes of his sword fighting to show to younglings for study. He also was, I don't remember at what age, but he was offered a seat on the council and refused. He felt at that time that he didn't totally agree with everything, and he also he felt like on a street level, right, on a ground level, he could do more as opposed to sitting on the council. So he didn't join the council, although he was offered to be on the council. He was a master. Years later, I think it was 10, he gets offered again and does come onto the council. So there was a time where before Dooku left, he was on the Jedi Council with Yoda and the gang. He then got disillusioned with everything that was going on with the Jedi, but also a big part of that was Qui-Gon's death. So he then left the council. He became one of the Lost 20. The Lost 20 were 20 exceptional Jedi throughout history of the Jedi Order that had fallen, that had left. Not Ahsoka. Ahsoka was a child and like never became a knight, and that's totally different. We're talking about Master Jedi. So he was one of the Lost 20, one of the very most important and greatest of all the Jedi. Okay, so that ties into two things. Qui-Gon, as George Lucas does everything in like a reflection, right? And like a poetry, as he says. Qui-Gon was also a very independent thinker. Qui-Gon was also a master, not grandmaster. That's the correction I need to make. He was a master Jedi, but he was offered to be on the council and refused. He literally held the same esteem as Mace, Ki-Adi, Oppo, Rancis, all these guys, Yaddle, Yoda, etc. But he chose not to be on the council because, again, he was a free thinker. He wanted to be more on the ground level and do things a little bit in his own way. So it's important, one, for the correction, because only Yoda is the Grandmaster, but also to understand that Qui-Gon was one of the greatest of all Jedi, which goes back to stress that Darth Maul was no joke. For him to kill Qui-Gon was a big freaking deal. People sometimes misinterpret that like, oh, well, Qui-Gon wasn't that good. No, Maul was a badass. He had killed about 11 Jedi as his kill count, according to the books, and and then on the flip side of that, like I mentioned before, that also showed the importance of Obi-Wan. That not only when you kill a Sith, you instantly become a knight, but that Obi-Wan's important. That he's pretty badass himself because he ended up killing Maul, that killed a master Jedi that should have been on the council, Qui-Gon. Okay, and Qui-Gon, as most of you know, and we're going to hear it for the first time in this film, he learns how to commune from the other side. I don't know if you all had caught that, but we'll get to that point where he first talks from the other side to Anakin and Yoda. So, just to stress again, the importance of Qui-Gon, also the badassery of Maul, and then to flip that, Lucas always tension and tightening the screws and flipping the coin. You go from badass Qui-Gon taken down by Maul, then taken down by Obi-Wan, and it shows all three consecutively how important they were. So Qui-Gon was, although he officially didn't take the title, he was on the council. He was a master Jedi, one of the greatest ones. Dooku, he reflected Dooku in that he was very independent and didn't want to be on the council because, he wanted to do things a little bit on his own. But to show you the importance of both Qui-Gon and Dooku, okay? And by the way, Qui-Gon was the apprentice of Dooku. Okay, so you see the chain. Yoda, Mace, Dooku, Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan. Okay, so when you're going like 6 degrees of separation, that shows you Anakin, if you trace back, okay, while he has training, he was fortunate to have trained in the height of the Republic and the Council, and some of the greatest Jedi in history were at that time, etc. He had a lot of interaction. There was a lot of Jedi. He was in a thriving temple, but also the direct connections that Anakin had, not just being the chosen one, but the fortune that he had was the link of Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, Dooku, Mace kind of on the side, and Yoda. Okay? So, I saw Attack of the Clones opening night at the Cornet Theater in San Fran, full house, and incredible experience. Yeah, people were going nuts. A lot of people didn't love this film. I don't know why, but a lot of people bitch about this film, but I think it's fantastic. I love it. The Ahsoka clone would have as high of midichlorians than the real Ahsoka. I know it sounds stupid, but at least it can be an explanation for why she acted differently. Okay, here's the other problem. You can't clone Force users. You can clone people, but that doesn't mean they're going to inherit the Force. And the reason being is, if it were that way, Palpatine would have just cloned Maul and had 10,000 Mauls running around causing havoc. You can't clone Force users. So that furthers the stupidity of Disney, JJ, Ryan, especially The Rise of Skywalker, you can't clone Palpatine. You can't clone Snoke's because you can't clone Force users. The Force doesn't work that way. The Force isn't something tangible that you can take. That this is the problem with the Mandalorian. Oh, they're taking blood, so now we've got the Force here. We've got Force cells, and we're going to put it. That's not how the Force works. The Force selects people randomly. Furthermore, 2 Jedi having children does not mean shit. It doesn't mean anything. Maybe or maybe not will they have the Force, but that doesn't guarantee anything. Okay, now Anakin is the chosen one. Padme is an exceptionally badass chick. So they had the twins, and you know, that's the story. But that's the Skywalker line. There's something to that. The Skywalkers are special. But you could have other Jedi mating with other Jedi all over the place, and that's not going to create, that's part of the rule that you can't love. One is the most important, the attachment, because an attachment leads to fear, fear leads to the dark side. But the other thing is, if the Jedi knew that, well, if we all mate together, we're going to make tons of new Jedi, well, then obviously that's what they would do. Duh. But they know that that's not how it works. The Force selects different beings randomly, or maybe not so random to the Force. To the Wills, it's maybe not so random, but to us, it's random. So you can't clone and you can't breed Jedi. They happen. Like Anakin was Immaculate Conception. The Force created Anakin. It had not, she didn't even have, for all we know, Shmi Skywalker was a virgin. Until, of course, later she marries Klieg, right? Then we would assume they had sex. But you understand what I'm saying? Up until she marries Klieg, she was a slave all these years. For all we know, she was a virgin. She was in lore. She was sold to several different people. You know, unfortunately, I hate to think of it, but maybe she was raped. Maybe she was abused. But as far as we know, she was a virgin. So, again, breeding and cloning have nothing to do with the Force. It doesn't work that way. The whole premise that Grogu's blood is going to do something is just Filoni and Favreau being dumbasses, because that's not how the Force works. My theory is General Grievous is still alive, but just his brain. Possible. Although he did get all burnt up. And we didn't see anybody pick him up, but you know, it's not out of reason that someone, I mean, at this point, maybe Mace is alive, and you know, Palpatine did save Anakin, right? So you could argue that it's not impossible, although, you know, I think it's pretty clear that Lucas was like, okay, Grievous is done, you know. Obi-Wan took care of that. Finch Norway, yes, I won't say any names, but the biggest Star Wars YouTube channel doesn't know where Empire Strikes Back was filmed, and is getting gifts, boxes of Empire stuff, is always wearing the hat, is always has a fucking, I don't know, $1,000 jacket that says Norwegian crew on it, for Christ's sake. I don't hate on anybody. If people like to follow someone, fine. But just remember that because something sells a lot or somebody has a lot of subscribers, doesn't mean they know what the fuck they're talking about. Okay? Just remember this, guys. Doesn't mean that it's a good product or great album or whatever just because it's sold a lot or because it gets a lot of attention. It just gets a lot of attention. And when you stay neutral, you know, if my channel was just like a Star Wars fan and I didn't call out Mandalorian and Clone Wars and all this stuff, I would have thousands and thousands of subscribers. But I don't do that. I don't play this neutral game. I take a stance, I talk the truth, and I give you facts. And a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people don't like to hear facts, but that's what this is. This channel is about facts, not theories, rumors, none of that. And like I always say, if you guys want to talk about that stuff, ask me that stuff. If you want to have fun and speculate on things, by all means, I love Star Wars. We can have fun. But know that my videos are all researched. And when I tell you something, it's a fact. It's not me wishfully hoping, thinking. And where did I base all my facts from? George Lucas. Not some interview that Dave Filoni said this or that person said it. George Lucas is where I get my information. We'll get copyrighted if we watch a movie. Yes, I won't be. I'll be watching on Disney Plus. I can't share the sound or the video, but I will constantly tell you where I'm at, and I'll be talking about the movie. So, but no, I can't actually watch. You guys can't watch it. Now, if you have Disney Plus, and I'll do like I did last time, I can give you a link. Up to 6 of you can join me, and you'll be able to watch as I'm watching in the same place that I am. Just keep in mind that you can't pause or fast forward or anything, because then it messes me up. You can't mess with the controls, but you can watch it along with me. So I'll put the link up in a little bit here. My theory is Jar Jar Binks escaped the Star Wars galaxy and is secretly running Disney Lucasfilm. Search your failings, you know it to be true. Hey, well. Facebook user, sup bro. I don't know who you are because it doesn't show me, but what's up? I'm thinking it might be Torres Arroba. If you are unaware, Facebook user, if you go to the bottom of the Facebook stream, there are instructions for a way to like add you to this chat so that I can see your username. If you don't have to, but that way I can see who you are. If not, it just says Facebook user. Either way, thank you for being here. I remember facepalming when Cosmonaut Variety Hour said Dooku was the worst Star Wars character of all time and never became a threat. Really? It never became a threat? Dooku was a badass. Dooku would spank the shit out of Darth Maul, which, thank you for reminding me. Let's talk about Dooku for a moment. Dooku, like I said, grew up in lavish luxury. He didn't have needs or wants. And one of the key factors of you going to the dark side is you wanting something, and furthering that, wanting to hold on to it, being attached. That's the problem, is attached, not love. The problem is being attached. It's okay to love a woman, but the problem is when you become so attached that no one can look at her or speak to her, or she can't die. You're willing to make a deal with the devil so that she can't normally die in a normal, organic, universal way. Then you have now gone to the dark side because you're willing to do anything to prevent what is natural. Dooku doesn't have that. Dooku was brought up educated with money and class and all the benefits of the world, of the galaxy. He was also brought up young with some of the greatest Jedi Masters of all time. So he didn't have like that hate and anger and desire in him. The reason he leaves the council is not out of greed. He left because he just wasn't really agreeing with how things were going. He didn't politically align with what he was seeing, and he felt that the Jedi were flawed. So he turns to the dark side, but not like Maul and Anakin do, where they like give their souls to Palpatine or to the devil. He basically works with Palpatine. So that's why you know throughout pretty much all the episode 2 and 3 that he's Count Dooku. His Sith name is Darth Tyrannus, but he doesn't become a Sith like Anakin, like, yes, master, whatever you want, and he falls on his knees. And no, Dooku seeks out Palpatine. They start talking, they see that they align, and they kind of team up. It's not so much he is his master, he is his apprentice, he does become Darth Tyrannus, but he becomes a Sith because Palpatine names him and appoints him that, not because he truly gives himself to the dark side. He's just on board with Palpatine. This is why you don't see his eyes glowing yellow, because he's not a pure Sith. He does turn evil. He does a lot of grimy shit. He is bad. He is a Sith. I'm not saying he's not, but not on the same level of like a Maul or a Vader or other Sith, where they're just totally consumed and they have the yellow eyes, where their soul is just totally eaten up and consumed by the Sith. Dooku is not like that. Dooku, there are no great Jedi, but in a way, he's kind of a great Jedi because he's still got like his wits about him, but he's choosing to be evil. He's choosing to be working with Palpatine. Whereas like Maul is just consumed by hate and pain and fear and greed that he becomes a demon. Dooku's not a demon. Dooku's just a badass bad guy. Dooku shows in many ways the elegance of his sword fighting, the way he speaks and carries himself. Maul's an assassin. You send him out and he's gonna, like a pit bull. Dooku's elegant. He's like a Thrawn. He's a military mind. He also uses Force Lightning. Force Lightning is not that Rey nonsense. Force Lightning is something you must be a very highly skilled dark side user to use Force Lightning. That's why Maul doesn't use it, because Maul ain't there yet. Maul's a badass, but he's young and he's athletic. He's cunning. He's like, doesn't give a shit. But he's not wise and cultured like a Yoda or a Dooku or a Qui-Gon. Maul did not know how to use Force Lightning. Dooku did. That in itself shows you the difference of level. Dooku would have eaten Maul for breakfast. The only advantage that Maul would have is he's much younger, half his age, third of his age. So athleticism-wise, if they just straight up sword fight, he has a chance. But wisdom, force powers, you know, Dooku would chew up Maul and spit him out. Okay, so that's pretty much everything I wanted to say about Dooku. Fantastic character. Love Dooku. He gets way underrated. He was a total badass. And when you know his story, you understand he was no joke. Dooku also left the Order after leading Jedi to slaughter the Mandalorian. Yes, which is where he witnessed the brutality of Jango Fett. Yes. That's, you know, that's in EU, so it's kind of touching on other stuff. But yes, they go, they take out a bunch of Mandalorians, but also the Mandalorians take out a bunch of his crew. And in fact, Jango, if I remember, I was just looking at the other day, like 6 of them with his bare hands, he took out Jedi. Jango's no joke, guys. This is another thing. Like, you only see so much of Jango and he gets taken out. Jango's no fucking joke. He has several Jedi on his kill list. Never mind bounties and other people. Jango's no joke. Now, Boba Fett was always the best bounty hunter in the galaxy, long before Jango existed. But when Jango existed in his time, he was also known as the best bounty hunter in the galaxy, which, of course, Boba Fett inherits that title because Boba Fett is another one that you don't see, but if you understand, you don't mess with Boba Fett, period. Jango is a badass. Killed many Jedi and several with his bare hands. They end up capturing Jango. He becomes a prisoner. And then Dooku later goes back to him. He's like, dude, you are a badass. I'm impressed. You know, and they strike up a deal because Palpatine tasks Dooku to find someone to clone for the clone armies, a worthy sample. And he fought and saw what Jango was about and was like, this is our guy. Which, by the way, Jango and Boba Fett always have been and always will be, dumbass Dave Filoni, Mandalorians. Count Dooku is my Sith. Yeah, Count Dooku is awesome. Love Count Dooku. Hi, Tank Art 150. Glad you're here. He also said Obi-Wan should have known that Dooku made the clones because Jango Fett said so. Jango called him Tyrannus, yes. A name Obi-Wan never knew. Marcus needs to pay attention. Technically, Sifo-Dyas ordered the clones. Okay? Sifo-Dyas is a whole other story. But he was an important master. He was friends with he was one of the Lost 20. So Sifo-Dyas was very important, very powerful. He went off, and at some point, you know, he would have made a deal with Tyrannus. I don't know that he ever met Palpatine, but the idea is that Palpatine, through degrees of separation, he got Tyrannus to find Cypher Diaz, to find Jango. He then tasked Cypher Diaz to use Jango to build the army for the Republic, but all under the guise of it's really right for the Empire. But technically, Cypher Diaz is the one that had ordered the clones. CVH. I'm not sure who you mean by CVH. Darth Sidious was the strongest Sith Jedi, right? Arguable. Grandmaster Yoda, when he was younger, Lucas said he was the most powerful Jedi. And good always triumphs over evil. Also, Luke at one point asked Yoda, is the dark side stronger? Yoda says no. Easier, faster, more seductive. It's the easy path, but it's not stronger. Righteousness, good, is stronger. Luke Skywalker demonstrates that in Return of the Jedi. So, pound for pound, no, technically he's not. Part of why Yoda loses is Yoda's like 800 and some years old. Palpatine is get pretty old, 60 or whatever he is. But, you understand? And he's becoming stronger because the dark side is feeding him. Yoda's already really old at this point. Had he fought a 500-year-old Yoda, he would have got his ass chewed. So, technically, no. Maybe at that moment, you could say yes. What he mostly was wise and sneaky. So he was able to manipulate. That was his true power. Don't get me wrong, Palpatine's badass. Super strong in the Force. So not taking from him, but just saying technically. Furthermore, Mace Windu, at the time of the prequels, and this is from George Lucas, Yoda was the wisest, Mace Windu was the most powerful. So, and we see that Windu is all but ready to kill Palpatine. He would have killed him. Now, in fact, recently there's this argument that did Palpatine let him win so that he could lure in Anakin? I don't think so. From what I see and what I've heard and read, Mace whooped that ass. Mace was about to take him out. Anakin intervened. If it wasn't for Anakin, Palpatine was done. Now, when Anakin comes in and he's like, I can't hold it, that, then yes, Palpatine's acting. But the initial fight, and you see that Palpatine does well, he's very skilled, but it comes to the point where he's on his back and Mace is on top of him, and that is game over. And then Anakin comes running in, and that's when Palpatine starts to put on the act, like, Anakin, help me, please, I can't hold it. That's when he turns on the acting. But before that, Mace was on that ass. So that conversation it's kind of like, depending on what moment and under what context and circumstance, there's parts where, yes, I mean, technically he is. But is he the strongest ever? Would he have beaten a younger Yoda? If Anakin didn't come in, Mace would have finished him. So, there's different ways to look at that. He certainly is, let's say, at that moment, Mace, Yoda, Palpatine are the most powerful beings, we could say, in the galaxy. That I don't think you can argue. Anakin always had the potential of being the greatest. He never made it, right? Because he dumb like a dumbass gets turned to burnt bacon. He always had the potential, but he never really reached that potential. He is the chosen one, but it doesn't mean that he embraced that and became it. Mace or Yoda against Anakin would have struck him to Obi-Wan, would have whooped Anakin's ass. Well, he did, right? He did. It was a great fight. Anakin was getting there, But Obi-Wan whoops that ass. So, Mace, Yoda, Palpatine. Dooku was also very powerful. He just got outwitted by Anakin, and part of that was Anakin was so focused the second time, and and we'll talk about that later. But you see what happens to him in Clones, right? You see what happens to Anakin. Talking about getting your ass whooped. Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, and Dooku. These names sound like Star Wars names. Whereas Avar Chris, Ram Jamarin, and Leox Gayassi don't. Yes. Leo the 10th is gay. Yes. Yes. There's a new name that popped up today because I'm doing something on the High Republic. I've got a video coming up. I've got all kinds of stuff I found. Orla Jareni is a new Jedi that they're about to introduce. That's why my theory is stupid. Great. Ahsoka is still ruined. Why didn't Dave just not put her in Rebels? Because that's his pet. Because Dave is so proud and wants everyone to know, look what I did. Look at Ahsoka. This is the thing. Dave Filoni knows that he's not that great. So he had to grab onto whatever he could to make his little legacy. Darth Sidious was the strongest Jedi Sith in his time, right? Well, I just kind of talked about that. Yes, arguably. Sith, yes. Jedi, overall Force user, again, like I just said, arguable. Definitely up there. Enjoying the content, please, yes, please leave a like. How you done that? What's that? Read it, talk ahead of what's going on. I don't know. I guess the conversation just went that way. Hey there, Taurus. Yeah, good to see you, bro. How the fuck did Darth Sidious survive when Darth Vader? He didn't. He died. George Lucas literally, out of his mouth, go watch Skywalker Legacy. He died. And Ian McDermott also several times has said, I've talked to George Lucas, and he's like, is he ever going to come back or anything? No, he's dead. So both the maker and the guy that played Palpatine have several times confirmed that Palpatine died. Yet JJ and the Mickey Mouse Club think they're freaking smarter, and they just, oh, well, he came back and he did this. No, he didn't. He died. Go watch my Skywalker Legacy video. George Lucas explains it very clearly. Anakin brings balance because he kills the Emperor and he kills himself. He destroys the Sith. The end. George Lucas. Okay, that's it. What's up, D? Hi, friends. Hey, dude, Pool. Good to see you. It was me on Facebook. Yeah, I could. It was a presence I hadn't felt since. All the Christopher Lee. Yeah, and Christopher Lee, on a side note, one of the most tremendous actors in all time. I mean, he was in hundreds of movies. Probably the greatest, you can argue all day, greatest Dracula of all time. And I think that Lucas did play with that a little bit. Count Dracula, Count Dooku, because he has that regalness to him. So, he made him a Count. Count Chocula. The Count. I love the Count. The Count from Sesame Street has always been one of my favorites. Hey, by the way. New sub. You are talking sense, not theory. I like it. We're probably the same age, though, too. So there's that. Love the conversation. Lodo Film Unlimited. It's very welcome, and thank you for being here. And yes, I don't do nonsense here. I don't guess. I don't, I was in the theater May 25th, 1977. Star Wars has been a huge part of my life. I don't pretend to know everything. I don't pretend to be perfect, never make a mistake. But here you're going to hear Star Wars facts and truths and reality, not, rumors and ideas and all that stuff. Again, I'm open to talk to that stuff with you guys, but know that when I make my videos and when I come on here, it's because it's well researched and it's from George Lucas. Worst Star Wars character currently is the phallic-shaped alien mechanic with no hands, Claude. Yes, I believe is his name. Yeah, I think it's with a K. Yes, the dildo, the French tickler. Oh man, I shot the sub button with my blaster and said, "Awesome." That way we can keep Vader out. It'll close the door. Can Ahsoka be seen in Attack of the Clones? No, she doesn't exist until the Clone Wars cartoons. That's another thing. Like, the movies were done, and then she's later an afterthought. Which Ashla, who's who she really is, was made by Lucas so that his 13-year-old, his teenage daughters would have a Jedi that they specifically could relate to, because there was no teenage girl Jedi. So that's why he specifically created Ashla, was for his daughters. And then, it turned into, well, I'll make her Anakin's Padawan. That gives her a huge amount of importance, but also because it gives Anakin discipline. Anakin's a loose cannon, so it gives Anakin something to hold on to and to care about, to consider his actions, that now he's responsible for this, 13-ish-year-old Snips. So that's why Lucas created her, was, to give Anakin some responsibility. And remember that Anakin's always the exception to the rule. He's the chosen one. So, for him to have a Padawan, any other Jedi, it's kind of silly, but for Anakin, it makes sense. I seen an interesting debate in a post that the Separatists were extreme right or left. I don't think in Star Wars there is a right or left. It's not like arguing politics where we're very such ground level divided. It's a bigger thing. That Senate is the galaxy, representatives from planets and systems, not from, like New Hampshire, Maine, and California. So it's a much grander scale. I don't think that there's really a right or left type of mentality. There's a good or bad, right or wrong, fair or unfair, just or unjust. I don't think it's so microcosm, so micro as to left and right. Thank you. Hey, that guy hard things. All right. Well, you guys are chatting, so I'll talk to you. Dooku has my favorite lightsaber, so beautiful. Yeah, with the curved handle. And again, his fighting style is so elegant. I was talking about on last week's stream, that Star Wars had, what was the word that I said? How did I put it? That there was nobility, there was class, there was honor. Two men like samurais could fight like men or women, whatever, but you understand what I'm saying. Two men could fight. It wasn't about tricks or someone on the side is going to shoot you, or, now if you had force powers, yeah, you could use some lightning, or like Vader did, throw things at Luke. It's not to say that it wasn't, the dark side wouldn't do dirty tricks, but for the most part, it's like, if you're going to stand toe to toe with me and straight up sword fight me, then we're both going to be honorable about it and fight. We're not going to be doing too much extra. Whereas modern day, it's like everybody just does whatever to win. Whereas in Star Wars, it's about that nobility. It's about that code, that honor that you can see, look at someone face to face, eye to eye, mano a mano, and have an honorable fight. And Dooku, in an honorable fight, would shred a lot of people. Good, glad to hear that. I heard KOTOR 3 is getting canceled and High Republic will instead. I'm both relieved and sad at the same time. Yeah, well, we don't know if that KOTOR thing was even real. That was a rumor. Now they're saying that they're canceling it. Then they're saying that it's canceled, but it's going to become a High Republic game, which that'll be a bomb. Holy shit. If they do that, they're so... Look, I mean, I'm trying to think of them in the boardroom. Like, should we make a KOTOR 3, which everybody loves, or High Republic, which everybody hates? I mean, Disney is just plain stupid. I think Palpatine was an idiot for encouraging Anakin to kill him. Yes and no. If Anakin goes to strike Palpatine, it turns him further to the dark side, makes Anakin more powerful, thus an even better apprentice. Also, while Sith do not want to die, their whole thing is like to rule forever and all that, they also understand ultimately, as long as the Sith rule, then that's what they want. So while that's like the last option, if Anakin really becomes that much more powerful to take out Palpatine, then Palpatine dies knowing, well, if I was running this thing and I manipulated everyone and Anakin could take me out, then Anakin's going to be a badass Sith and therefore continue the reign. But that was more so just to get him more tuned into the dark side. Even easier to manipulate, even more powerful. Anyone seen Boba Fett versus Deadpool? Yes. Boba Fett would disintegrate Deadpool's dumbass. I'm not a big Deadpool fan. I think he's okay. He's cool. I don't hate him. But Boba Fett would wipe the floor with his dumbass. Mace didn't put his lightsaber blade to Dooku's throat. He put it to Jango Fett's, highlighting how great of a threat the man was. Yes. That was part of that. Also, you know, it was like a message, like, you know, if you move, I'll just take out your guy. It was a message to Dooku, more so than it was a message to Jango. But yeah, absolutely, he did recognize the threat of what Jango was. Plus, at that point, they had understood that Jango was the template for the clones. I don't know. Hate? No. Is he a dumbass? Yes. Dave, phony, Filoni, macaroni, baloney. Filoni? Yes. He's a dumbass. He is hugely responsible for all the mess that is Disney Star Wars. He was on the set of the sequel trilogy, in particular Last Jedi, with Rian Johnson, and allowed Jake Skywalker to happen. He's the one that kept Ahsoka alive when she dies in Order 66. He's the one that retcons and breaks his own lore all the time. Watch Rebels, watch Resistance, watch Mandalorian, watch the Clone Wars. All that is Dave Filoni, and he retcons himself all the freaking time. The Darksaber, you can have it. No, you got to kill somebody. No, Maul can have it. No, Ezra. No, Kanan. No, no, Bo can't have it because she has to kill Mandalorian. It's just freaking stupid. Jango's not a Mandalorian, even though he always was. Oh, Mandalorians can't take off their helmets, even though in your own Clone Wars cartoon, all the Mandalorians had their fucking helmets off. That's all Dave Filoni. He's a dumbass. Either he doesn't know the shit as well as people think, which I think he does know a lot, but what it is he just doesn't give a damn. All he cares about is advancing himself, getting his little Ahsoka show. That's all Dave Filoni cares about. You know, and he has the nerve to say, well, respecting George Lucas is Ahsoka dying in Order 66. Fuck Dave Filoni. How about that? Wasn't he Dooku's old apprentice from when he was still a Jedi, I mean? I'm not sure who you're talking about. Qui-Gon? Qui-Gon was Dooku's apprentice, if that's what you're asking. No, the reason why he lost was because of the fighting ground. Yoda was just about to win until he fell off. Yeah, me personally, I think Yoda gave up too easily. I think that Yoda should have kept fighting Sidious, and he had a chance. But we have to remember, Yoda's the wisest of all the Jedi. So he himself is going to be humble and wise enough to know, like, you know, I'm just too old for this. I can't continue this. That's why he goes off into exile, because he just, you know, if you listen, of all the Jedi, like Luke, Yoda would have done what's right. If Yoda could have kept going, if Yoda could have fought off or defeated Sidious, he would have done so. Yoda's not a coward. Ahsoka is. So for Yoda to go off is because he knew he was just outdone at that point. And again, because he's, 800 years old, to be fair. Because if he was 500, 600 years old, Sidious is fucked. He's done. But I do feel that, yeah, he maybe could have gone a little more. But again, we have to trust George Lucas, and we have to trust Grandmaster Yoda. And if they are saying that he had enough, that he can't keep going, well, then I can't argue that. I can't at all argue that. That's what I love about Star Wars. Every character is important. Every character is important. Even Cypher Diaz, who died years before Attack of the Clones, they all have purpose and don't feel out of place. Yes. Agreed. Mace is the shit. My headcanon says he survived. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I just kind of always took it like he died. If anyone could survive it, Mace probably could. But you have to consider a few things. He's missing his hand, so he's in shock. Then he's literally electrocuted. So he's like, all dazed, thrown out a window, several stories. And I mean, not like, like World Trade Center, but like 30 times or something, much higher. He's falling. There's all this traffic going by. He probably got boom, bing, banged all over the place, then smacks the ground. Now, if Mace was like not stunned and fell out of the window, then, maybe he would flip and grab something or whatever. But when you're missing a hand, you're in shock, plus you can't grab, you have your weak hand left, you're electrocuted, plus you're shocked, like, holy shit, did Anakin just do this? Palpatine is the Sith Lord, like all this stuff. I just don't see that Palpatine would have survived. Mace would have survived. I love Mace. I would want him to, but just being realistic, I don't think so. I'm not saying it's impossible. Just saying. Worst name for Star Wars character, Therm Scissor Punch. Yeah. Solid. Christ. Rose. What did Rose or Snoke or Phasma do? Absolutely nothing. They stood around and looked stupid. They disappointed. Not sure which part, but yeah. I still can't remember seeing that. Not sure which part. Ahsoka is a fan favorite. Yeah. And again, I like Ahsoka. It's not that I hate on her, but she died at Order 66. So everything past Order 66 is just plain stupid to me. Post Order 66, she's dead to me. I hate Ahsoka. Pre, I loved her. I thought she was great. She's a cool character. And Rosario Dawson did a great job as Ahsoka. Ahsoka looks fantastic in The Mandalorian. But that's all fan fiction, so it's just dumb. I have a Star Wars dictionary of all the characters, 1 through 6. I got a year before The Force Awakens came out. It doesn't feel dated at all. Yeah, it shouldn't be. That's awesome. He's in galactic space hell. That's what Ian said. Yeah, yeah. I mean, he's dead. He's dead. There's no arguing with that. There's Lucas and Ian himself both said Palpatine's dead. So fuck Disney and their stupidity. Palpatine died. The reason he was in trust was because he possessed a clone body. Yeah, well, according to J.J. Abrams, who doesn't even know Star Wars, and Rots. We hear Palpatine communicating with Anakin, tempting him to intervene at the Jedi Temple, not verbatim. Palpatine plays close to the chest. Vader intercepts Luke's blade in Return of the Jedi for a reason. Or okay, Rots. Okay, let me think about this. In Revenge of the Sith, we hear Palpatine communicating with Anakin, tempting him to intervene at the Jedi Temple. Palpatine plays close to the chest. Vader intercepts Luke's blade in Jedi for a reason. Well, yeah, obviously, I mean, to keep him from striking down Palpatine and to egg them into fight, yeah, of course. I don't hear any rage or tantrums here. I love that. Yeah, I do have my moments where I'll get a little fired up, but in general, no, I'm not here crying or complaining. Or just here to talk Star Wars facts and love. Ahsoka was never involved with the Jedi until the Clone Wars. Yep. She wasn't even invented until the Clone Wars. Your new video, What Star Wars Used to Be, is fantastic. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, well, that's what it was. I mean, and you know, one of my buddies commented, he was like, hey, in rural Pennsylvania, it wasn't so crowded like that. And I didn't want to insinuate that every theater in the world was like that. No, but pretty much every theater had, you know, lines, and people were going back to see it. And the big theaters, also keep in mind that scene, you see the thumbnail, and that opening at the Man's Chinese Theater, that was the opening weekend before anybody knew what Star Wars was, when it was only in like 32, 33 theaters. Before the world understood, like, holy shit, Star Wars, this is, you know. So that first weekend, you see the explosion. Never mind, then the world started to catch up, and it went into more theaters, and it became a much bigger thing. So, you know, by no means was it like that everywhere. But as we all know, anybody that's been a Star Wars fan for a long time, even the prequels, I show you stuff in the prequels, people were crazy, you know. I've said it many times. I went to see The Rise of Skywalker in Pittsburgh, okay? Not the biggest, not New York, but, you know, a major city, beautiful Cinemark theater, you know, not some little local stinky theater, a big, beautiful, with like 18 salons, 18 theaters, you know. They have the D-Box and the IMAX and all that. Opening day, Rise of Skywalker, 8 people. I'm one of those 8. Every other Star Wars movie, there's a line. You have to buy tickets in advance. The theater's crowded. We're all yelling and hooting and hollering. Even in Argentina, when I saw Phantom Menace, it was packed. And in 2019, the end of the Skywalker saga, there's 8 people in the movie theater. Just watched this movie today. There you go. Thank you for reaching out to me when I was low. It helped me more than I could have. No, my pleasure. I don't like anybody to feel bad or be down, or, you know, that's not what my channel's about. I'm not here to attack people, belittle people, whatever. Now, if you're going to be an airheaded Mickey Mouseketeer, try to tell me that you know what you're talking about when you clearly don't, I will strike you down. I have no problem in using the full power of the Force to strike your dumb ass down. But I'm not here. I'm not a hate channel. I'm not here to cry and complain and moan. I have a lot of love. This is the reason this channel exists, is for the love of Star Wars. Not out of hate. Disney chose this route. Remember that, not me. But yeah, I'm glad that I made you feel better. I know what you're talking about. I remember that post. In my best count voice, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lightsabers. Your real Star movies that there are. Real Star Wars movies there are. Yes. Love the count. How are they sending those messages? The Force Skype nonsense? It's called fan fiction by Disney. That's how. Because that's not how the Force works. If the Force worked that way, Yoda would have been talking to Qui-Gon, and Anakin would have been talking to Ki-Adi. I mean, it changes the entire saga. It's not how it works. That's what I'm assuming you're talking about. It's the Force Skype. Has to be what you mean. And it doesn't. It's bullshit. It's Disney fan fiction. Don't worry about us chatting down here. It seems you have a boatload on your hand. It's all good. Yeah, let me just try to get through these last ones. Sophisticated. I guess you're assuming you're talking about me, so thank you. If not, well, either way, cool. I typed out as you brought up Dooku sabers. Yeah, well, there you go. I can read your minds. The magical film, people don't like it because they don't understand what Star Wars is. They think it's all about lightsabers and spaceships. Correct. Which is something I was going to talk about in just a minute. We will talk about that. I really need to get KOTOR 1 and 2 on my Xbox. Real quick, I was never a PC gamer. And I hate the Xbox. I'm a PlayStation guy. So I never got to play KOTOR 1 and 2 because those were PC and Xbox games. Years later now, through Steam, I got them recently for $7, $3.50 each. So I have just been way too swamped. But on my other channel, Not My Star Wars Gaming, I am playing the Old Republic. I'm playing Call of Duty Mobile, and I will be getting to KOTOR 1 and 2. Not probably in the immediate future. What I'm going to probably do is Old Republic. I have a free thing until level 50. So, and I'm a completionist, so I'll do that. I don't like to like jump projects and do a bunch of things at once. So I'll play Old Republic till the max 50, and then if it doesn't let me play anymore, then I'll jump to KOTOR. Either way, I very much want to play KOTOR more than Old Republic, but I didn't have KOTOR yet. But I picked them up real cheap, and I'm very excited to play them on my laptop. So that's coming. I know quite a bit about them just over the years, hearing and reading and seeing, but I haven't officially played them, so I look forward to it. And I know that a lot of people, are like, "Oh my God, that's canon," and it's all. No, they're not. There's a tons of contradictions in there. This is the problem with the EU. This is the problem with the games and stuff. I love that stuff, but at the end of the day, it's not canon because it contradicts. Anything that contradicts 1 through 6 is not canon. Period. Canon is not flexible, breakable. It is what it is. Can it exist in that universe and in the timeline and being a supplement and a beautiful thing? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, KOTOR can't be canon because you've got great Jedi and all this other stuff going on. I was just reading a whole thing about in my Not My Star Wars group on Facebook about KOTOR 2, how it does this whole thing. I don't remember what it was now, but it contradicts the movies. And once you contradict the movie, you decanonize yourself, regardless of it being made by Lucasfilm. And that's why Lucas always said very carefully that there's canon in the movies, and then everything else is, I'm the father, and then that's my son. That's something else. Anyways, you know what else sucks about High Republic? It's a waste of what could have been the perfect stoner Star Wars title. Yeah, absolutely. They blew it on that one. It is the very High Republic, KK's High Republic. And Rod's Palpatine was telling Anakin to save him, not verbatim, from the Jedi, while Anakin was okay, right. Palpatine plays things close in everything he does, like Luke Saber. Gotcha. Dave Fairweather Filoni. Yeah. I don't personally hate the dude, but fuck you for all the shit you've done, dude. You're supposed he's the one that has the responsibility, not KK, not Pablo Hidalgo, none of those other knuckleheads. Andy Gutierrez, who doesn't know her fucking ass from an elbow, never mind Star Wars. None of these people. Dave Filoni is supposed to keep this stuff straight. He's supposed to say to KK, that ain't right. We can't do that to Luke Skywalker. And he sat right there and let it happen. And furthermore, he's the one that says, well, Luke didn't do anything. All he did was open the door and let Leia out, and she saved everybody. That's Dave Filoni. So Dave Filoni doesn't give a shit about George Lucas or Star Wars. Sorry to break it to you if you don't already know this. He's the one that has the most knowledge. He's the one that's the most responsible. He's the one that worked side by side with George Lucas and is supposed to be the keeper of the light and has chosen to just let this shit all go to hell. Contradiction with Clone Wars is Eth Koth and Sora Bulk both die on screen when their gunship gets destroyed, yet they appear in the show like everything's normal. Yep, exactly. There's several contradictions in the Clone Wars. And that's why, again, I can't take it seriously. Is it fun? Sure. But I can't take any of it seriously because it contradicts. The second you contradict, you've taken yourself out of the game. Cypher Diaz is what I meant by apprentice. Okay, got you. So what was it? Was Cypher Diaz the apprentice of Dooku? Is that, I think, what you were implying? I think so. I would have to look, but with like 95% certainty, yes, I want to say so. There is a connection either way. 22 in the chat. Awesome. Could Soren Dooku was the one who sent him on his downward spiral to getting the clone army raised? Yes. Again, Dooku tasked Cypher Diaz. Yes, they do have a connection. Thank you, D. At the High Republic is making Yoda a wimp. Yeah, well, the latest thing about a week ago is that the reason the Jedi fall is all Yoda's fault. Because Yoda supersedes everything. He's the one that instills all the rules and makes the rules and makes the Jedi act and behave and think a certain way. And it's all because of Yoda's fault that they become complacent and that the order falls. It's all Yoda's fault. Grand Master Yoda, the wisest of them all, it's his fault. That's the High Republic. And he used to be the only Grand Master. In High Republic, there's like 3 or 4 of them, however many, all at the same time. I know my headcanon is ridiculous. Still better than what we have now. Well, yeah. I kind of just been living in headcanon lately when it comes to my favorite IPs. My love for Mace is the only reason he survives. Well, that and he's Sam Jackson. Yeah, and again, if I had the choice, I'm all for Mace Windu. I love Mace Windu. Just saying, you know, what I see, what I know, I just doubt it, you know. And headcanon, you know, just be careful with that. We all can have our own headcanon. You can like what you like, believe what you believe, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But just remember that facts are facts. So regardless of, you know, you want Ahsoka to be alive, well, fuck your feelings and fuck your thoughts, because George Lucas said she's dead. So your headcanon is really irrelevant. In your own bubble, if you love Ahsoka and you want her to be alive, okay. But you can't, you know, talk to knowledgeable people about Star Wars about Ahsoka, because they're going to shred you. Because at that point, you have to talk true, factual canon. And, you know, that's all I'm saying. And you know that. I'm not attacking you particularly. I'm just saying a lot of people pull that headcanon thing, which is a new word, because that didn't usually really exist back in the day. But it's just like saying, well, history, like, I didn't like Hitler, so I'm going to pretend he didn't exist. But you can't do that. Facts are facts. History's history. So whether you like it or not, it is what it is. I know Star Wars very well. Yeah, you certainly seem to. You've said a lot of things. And I think you said you're 16, so that's pretty awesome. Where's your Coke or iced tea that you always drink? Iced tea. I don't drink sodas. Very rare. Like maybe once a year I'll have a soda. Very rare. Never heard that out loud before. It's perfect. Rots. Yeah. A lot of us say that. ROTS. I always say rots. And like Tross for The Rise of Skywalker. TLJ. NAH. ESB. ROTJ, you don't hear so much because it just doesn't roll too well. It doesn't roll too well. But rots, like I've heard a lot of people say rots. Yeah. Palpatine's back. Yeah. Great book. It states that Yoda knew he couldn't win against Sidious, for the Sith had evolved into something Jedi weren't prepared for. Then Qui-Gon evolves the Jedi, becoming Yoda's master. It says that Qui-Gon evolves, becoming Yoda's master. Well, okay. I mean, I guess in a way, master. I can't agree with that. Somewhat teacher, because he's teaching him about communing with the other side of the Force. He gains some wisdom that Yoda could learn, and we all can always learn, no matter how wise you get. But Qui-Gon becomes Yoda's master? I don't know about that. Are you sure that's what the book said? And what book are we talking about? The novelization of Rots? See, and that's another problem. The novels, again, are like EU, because you've got a third party writing the novel, and they're making interpretations. Because I can promise you that George Lucas didn't say that Qui-Gon becomes Yoda's master. I'm up in Mass. I was born in Boston. The way you describe what Star Wars used to be reminds me of how it was up here. That was my first Star Wars theater experience. Nice. Closest thing I've had spiritual experience I can honestly say I've had. Yeah, absolutely. I'm here for the love you show for Star Wars. Yes, that's what I do. Celebrate George Lucas and call out Disney. That's what I do. I want to be one of those 7 with you in Disney Plus. I'm one of the oldest ever Padawans. No problem. It's 6, but yeah, no problem. I think I only liked Han in The Force Awakens because of that quote. That's not how the Force works. Yeah, that's probably the only cool thing he does. Man, poor Han, what they did. Bit of lag, your end when it comes to chat. Bot was a type like. Well, the thing is, I think that I'm faster than you guys. Like when you type something, it comes right up. But the thing is, I have a long list. You're not seeing that. I have a long here. Maybe I can show you. Because I remember once this guy was arguing with me like, you do see the stuff. Well, but you're not understanding. I think you guys can. Okay, you see this? So you see, I have this long thing. So I'm always trying to catch up because you guys are typing faster than I can talk about stuff and elaborate on it. So for me, it's real time. Your chat, like when you hit enter, I'm pretty sure it's instant. It's the things that I'm behind because I'm talking about stuff and trying to catch up to you guys. Also, like me talking, there's a little bit of delay because I can see on my other laptop, it's like a few seconds behind. Sometimes it's several seconds behind. So it's just the stream. It's not so much me lagging. It's just there's that delay between. In your PS account, PlayStation, is that what you mean? I don't own a console right now, unfortunately. When I get a PlayStation, when I'm in the position to, I intend to get a PlayStation. I love PlayStation. I have a shit ton of trophies, and I've been on the PS for a long time. I was part of the gaming advisory panel, which most of you probably have never heard of, but it was a thing. I'm a long-time gamer, like over 40 years, but right now I don't have a PlayStation. So, but when I do, I will definitely let you guys know. Right now I play on my phone, Call of Duty Mobile, and I play on my laptop. Yeah, when I can, I will. Watching on PS4, chatting on mobile, thumbs are a bit on the chunky side. Yeah. Yeah, it's not my preferred way. It's just right now it is what it is. My situation is what it is. I do what I can. Meant fat thumbs, yeah. Got you. High as fuck. That is not my Republic. It's not herb that's ruining Star Wars. Maybe heroin or crack. Well, I can show you what that's all about. I actually have a clip of what's going on with the Republic.
Cocainum.
There you go. I hope Lego Star Wars Saga is good. Can't wait for them to get on PS4. Yeah, I mean, hard to say because now you got Rey Skywalker, who claims in this holiday special that she helped blow up the Death Star. So, Yoda, whatever. It's not easy being green. Yes. No, it's not. Poor little Yoda. Actually, Yoda would say it like green. It's not easy being, yes, correct. Being easy, it is not, maybe he would say. Today was also the day Dinosaurs was put on Disney Plus. Can't believe it's been 30 years since Jim Henson died. Yeah, that was a true legend. We lost there. Beautiful stuff. Fraggle Rock, and loved Fraggle Rock. Yeah. Perfect because it's rotten. There you go. Had no idea about Dinosaurs coming back, but that's good to hear. Yeah, I didn't know that it did either, but that is good to hear. Muppet Show is also coming next. month. Yeah, I did hear about. May surviving is one of the few logical choices when it comes to headcanon. Yeah, and again, it's not impossible. That is much more feasible than Ahsoka being alive, for example, because Mace being alive doesn't break Star Wars. It's not a problem. The only issue is he would have to die in Order 66, because all the Jedi die in Order 66, except for Obi-Wan and Yoda. And Anakin, you can say, well, he's on the edge there, right? But all the Jedi died. That's the point. But as far as from when he goes out the window, could he have survived and then something else happened by Order 66? Yeah, sure. Elton John, yeah. Jabba KK. Yeah, she is a scary sight. I mean, I hate that she exists, because she'll burn your eyes out. It's a horrible thing. Jabba. Very scary thing. That clip had me choking. Which one? The intro or? I don't like Sandy either, and for the exact same reason as Anakin. Well, we're going to talk about that, because that's actually one of the most important lines in all of Star Wars, and people don't even realize it. But again, it's like anything, and I've said this before. If you look at life or work or a woman, as a man, I'll use a woman in this case, but if you're a woman looking at a man, or if you're gay or whatever, but I'm going to use myself as an example. If you're a man and you look at a woman only on her surface, then you're only going to know so much. And maybe she has a great ass or a great chest or beautiful hair or whatever. But there's much more to people than that. There's much more to Star Wars than the surface. So if you're just going to look at the lines and be like, oh, well, that was stupid because he said that, and you're not even thinking of the consequence of that line or why George Lucas very wisely put that particular line right there in the movie, then you're missing out. But we're going to talk about that when it comes up, because it's actually one of the most important lines in all of Star Wars, and you may not even realize it. Needs a slap chop. Yeah, it needs a cleaning house of, Disney Lucasfilm. Lego time, fun time. What's up? I don't recognize the name, so glad you're here. Welcome. Fraggle Rock and the Dark Crystal were dope as well. Love the Dark Crystal. Love, love, love the movie and the show. If you have not seen the show, go see it. It's absolutely beautiful, fantastic, super cute, super clever, so well done. Mark Hamill is the voice of the scientist Skeksis. He's awesome. Just beautiful. I don't know nothing about Ahsoka. I've heard of her, but never watched the show. It was another thing I was going to check out. Yeah, I mean, she's a huge problem. That's the thing with Ahsoka. As cool as she was, she's a problem. Oh, the cocaine. Okay, right. Cocainium, he says, yeah. The High Republic. Birthday cake. I was going to get to that. I'm finishing up with the last chats. Trying to wash the taste of Disney out of my eyes. Yeah, it's tough. It burns. I don't like glitches. They're buggy, destructive, annoying, and they get everywhere. That's what I would say about Cyberpunk. Yeah, I heard that game was, they totally lied to everybody. The game was incomplete, and it's just a freaking mess. Okay. Somebody had said something earlier, and I was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to talk about that. And right now I'm forgetting what it was, but it was important. See if I can find it real quick, because it was an important part of something I wanted to talk about. Couldn't win. was it? Oh, okay. Most people literally don't get Star Wars. Star Wars has absolutely nothing to do with lightsabers, spaceships, planets, the Force. Hyperspace jumps, all the things. Banthas. Yes, of course, those are parts, but that's all paint. You could literally take every character in Star Wars, and let's say you had, like I have here, a pack of different colored paper clips. Or maybe a better example I thought of the other day is, let's say you had a big bag of rubber erasers, like pencil erasers, but every last eraser, like let's say, I don't know, 1,000 erasers, right? And each one of those erasers was a different size, shape, and color. So there's no two that are alike. And now you went through the entire Star Wars galaxy and you replaced each character with one of those erasers. And then you had, I don't know, a business card or a piece of paper that represented a ship. And then, I don't know, different USB drives or planets. The point is, Star Wars is not about how the things appear. The lightsaber battles and the planets, colors, and characteristics. All of that really doesn't matter. Star Wars is about the story. And if you had a bunch of different rubber erasers, like this is Maul, and this is Vader, and this is Obi-Wan, and this is Qui-Gon, and this is Luke, they could have like generic red round eraser versus square purple eraser, and they fight, but it turns out that the purple eraser is the red eraser's father, and they have this conflict, and they meet, and the red guy redeems the purple guy, and at the end of the day, Vader, Ahsoka, all these characters, planets, vehicles, names, lore mean nothing. Star Wars is the story. Friendships, love, righteousness, greed turning you to evil, redemption. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how many lightsabers or how cool it looks or well. We all love that stuff, by all means. I love the ship design. Slave One is so badass. You know, there's all these things. But at the end of the day, remember that Star Wars is the story. So it doesn't matter what Maul looks like or Leia looks like or how this person, it's how they act, the context of their story and being and character, their persona, their charisma. And so many people get caught up on the surface of this ship or that ship, this lightsaber color, this outfit. Why did this person, do this or the other? Or one of the biggest downfalls, not downfalls, but in people's eyes of the prequels is the dialogue. And if you just look at the dialogue on the surface, like, I hate sand, then you think that Anakin's just bitching, and you're not thinking of the consequence of what he's saying. People complain that in Clones, oh, that's this stupid stupid love story. It's so terrible. If you have never had a woman look at you that way or say crazy stuff like that to you, then man, I feel bad for you, because I've had a few women talk to me in that way. If you make a woman feel a certain type of way, she will say those types of things to you. Just like if you're a 19-year-old boy that's got this older, gorgeous, powerful, wise woman, you're going to say all kinds of dumb shit. So instead of trying to be so idealistic, like, well, Anakin and his dialogue, and what the hell would you say, Playboy? You're a slave. They grew up with nothing. Thrown all around the galaxy. You have literally the weight of the entire galaxy on your shoulders. Because you're the chosen one. And you presume that this slave boy knows what the hell to say to an older woman who's strikingly beautiful and is a queen and senator, known all throughout the galaxy, that people would kill themselves to get close to. Never mind, she's your wife and the mother of your children. The point is that Star Wars is not this surface level thing that so many people, and that's where the prequels get the hate, is because people are so pressed on what's on the surface instead of paying attention and listening to the dialogue and breaking it down and understanding the ramifications of what is said and done here as to what is going to happen. The prequels are beautiful, fantastic movies. Outside in the film world, are they the best movies that can compare to other movies? No, nobody's arguing that. But in the Star Wars saga, they are gorgeous. They have continuity, and they're very deep and intelligent. And just like I did in the Phantom Menace, we're going to do in the Clone Wars. And I'm going to show you the genius of George Lucas. Star Wars isn't about lightsabers and spaceships. It's just paint. That's what Disney, KK, JJ, Rian Johnson, Dave Filoni, all these people don't understand. Even Jon Favreau. Because he himself in the Disney gallery says, we're doing fan service and we're bringing stuff from the games, the comics, all the stuff that people recognize and love because fan service, eye candy. You don't understand Star Wars. You're worried about the paint and not the substance of the story. Later, when I'm done, I have some articles that we're going to talk about. I have some stuff on Jon Favreau and some stuff on the writing of The Force Awakens. I got some juicy stuff. But let's get through the Attack of the Clones. Attack of the Clones. But just understand that Disney, everything from October 31st, 2012 forward, is about paint. They don't understand the substance of what Star Wars is. And it's not about lightsabers, and it's not about spaceships. I just saw a couple new. Good thing I didn't pre-order. I never pre-order games. I wait a week to play them to see how they are. Yeah, I mean, there's been some games that I automatically know I'm going to want, you know. But, yeah, in general, I try to see what's going on. Recently subbed, so I'm new to all this. Well, very welcome. Again, you know, I'm here for the love of George Lucas and real Star Wars. I call out Disney all the time because they do it themselves. But yeah, I hope you have a good time. I heard Cyberpunk was only geared towards the PC crowd, not the console, but what do I know? I just watch YouTube. Lol. Yeah. I haven't played it. I heard about it. I don't even know if it is. I guess it must be on console, I would think. I don't really have any interest in it, but I've been hearing it's been a whole fiasco with that thing. How do so many people never understand the sand quote? I make fun of it too, but I still know what he means. It's no way of saying, very good. Now we're going to talk about that. And yeah, guys, I'm not saying it's like Academy Award winning script writing. A lot of the lines, if you just look, I don't know, face value, you're like, ugh. But are you thinking of what it means, how it connects, the importance of what he's saying? Because George Lucas doesn't waste time and just throw things in there like, I don't know what to say. What's Anakin going to say? I don't like sand. There's a reason he says he doesn't like sand. It's important. Obi-Wan Kenobi show. We'll talk about that later. Lightsabers are only 4 scenes in New Hope because they're not the focus of the story. Exactly, they're not. They're a beautiful part of it. They enhance it. Good story. I think it's more important than, oh, pretty colors. Yeah, it's always more important. If you have a good story, like I said, you could have a bunch of rubber erasers and you're still going to cry and laugh and cheer and hoot because the story. What do I know? 29 is a good number. Today's the 29th. It's my birthday. That's my lucky favorite number. Story, but Ray Sue, yes. Poor Ray. Since Disney has CGI, they can get you into liking a movie that's trash. Beauty and the Beast and Lion King are terrible remakes, yes, but they still made billions because, ooh, pretty. Exactly. I said stupider shit than Anakin at 19. Exactly. See, this is the thing. People look at it and they're like so righteous, like, oh, well, that's just lame. I would never say that. You're right. Padme Amidala, next to you. You're a little slave boy. Yeah, you're sure a playboy. Uh-huh. Yeah, I knew the shit he said when I did. LMAO, yeah. Still worked, yes. They don't even look good. In Lion King, everything looks emotionless. In Beauty and the Beast, everything looks creepy. Jungle Book was the only remake I liked. I haven't seen Lion King, but I've heard it's an absolute disaster. And it was kind of pointless. Like, why even do that? But whatever. It made money, but it's like I said in the beginning of the stream. Just because something is popular and makes money doesn't mean that it's good. You learn this with age, with wisdom. That the crowd, the sheep, follow. Doesn't mean it's any good. My neighbors must hate me laughing so much right now. I'm glad I'm making you laugh. Everyone in my theater was going wild when the Coliseum Jedi Separatist fight team played during AOTC. Total pandemonium. Yeah, hell yeah. GNS battle is fantastic. Cyberpunk is on consoles, but PC crowd are the only ones that can run it well from what I hear. Yeah, I've heard that too. PlayStation 4, you got to try Spider-Man. I've seen it. It looks really cool. I don't know if the story's any good, but I have seen it looks really amazing. I'd like to get a PS5, but we'll see. The last PlayStation I had was PS3. I'd be playing Spider-Man. Nice. Spider-Man is my favorite superhero, by the way. Always loved Spidey. You know, because he's awesome. And Spider-Man.
My spider sense is tingling. What's next?
That game is the shit. Yeah, I've seen and heard good stuff about it. Our ships are like the icing on the cake. Yes, very well said. Okay, so very quickly, I got a gift from D Pensac. Thank you very much, D. I haven't opened it. I figured I would open it on stream. So I just wanted to say thank you before I even get to it. I had pre-cut the tape, so I was able to pop it over real quick here. Here we go. Oh, wow. Awesome. Sweet. Is it a sealed bag? I heard something moving around. I guess they got loose in the cases. Just a second. Let me put them back. Yeah, these are burnt discs. And I'm wondering, hopefully they didn't get scratched because they got. I'm wondering if D sent me, which is okay if they're not, but I'm wondering if he sent me the despecialized ones that he said he has. In any event, New Hope, Empire, Jedi, awesome. Not that I get too much into my personal life, but years ago I lost everything, like literally everything I own. So my Blu-ray collection, my old DVDs, toys, collectibles, everything. Batman, awesome. This is my favorite Batman with Jack Nicholson and Michael Keaton. Love this movie. Thank you. Nice. Love this movie as well. Sweet. Oh, nice. There's special features. Sweetness. Spaceballs is one of my absolute favorites. Love it. Thank you. Love these. Thank you so much. Truly, like, you know, there's a few others like Predator. There's a few other little movies out there, but these, like, all of these are like in my top 10. So Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much, D. Appreciate it. Truly do. Okay, there's a little letter here. I'll read it a little bit later when I have on my own. But thank you, D, so much. I truly appreciate it. Beautiful gifts. Thank you so much. Spaceballs, how awesome. I'm mostly excited for Star Wars, of course, but Spaceballs just, always brings such a big smile to my face. It's hard for me to find like clips of it, which now if I had the DVD, I could probably get it from the disc on my laptop. But there's so many little scenes I want to take from that movie. I love that movie. And that Batman, yeah, that's my favorite Batman. Love that Batman. That Nicholson as a Joker. It's hard because what's his name? I'm going blank right now. You guys know who I'm talking about. Dark Knight. He did a fantastic Joker as well. But I just always felt like the Nicholson Joker was more true to the old comic. I don't know. It's hard because he what's his face did fantastic as well. A really beautiful job. But I really like the original Batman, everything about that movie. And I know it has some silly little things in it, whatever, but I think it's awesome. I really love it. So yeah, that's really cool. Love that Batman. Which is funny because like months ago I was trying to watch it on TV and like sometimes you have to catch stuff at the right time. Like 1 month you can watch, like I was trying to watch A View to a Kill the other night. I haven't seen it in a long time, and I love that movie. And it's just, I have to buy it. There's no network that has it free. But like, maybe in 3 months, Netflix or somebody will have it, So it's like, sometimes you have to catch these things at the right time. And I tried to watch Batman months and months ago, maybe a year ago, and couldn't watch it. But then a few months later, it popped up, and I did see it like, I don't know, a year and a half ago or something like that. And yeah, that's always been my favorite Batman, which Batman, by the way, is my second favorite. He's kind of tied with Spidey, but Spidey would be my original. But love Batman as well. Story in SM is interesting. The gameplay is sweet. So many suits too. Nice. Spider-Man and Batman were my childhood heroes. Head to bed, only a few hours of sleep. Okay, yeah, cool. The replay will be there, and I'm here every Friday. Next week we'll be doing Rots. Have a good night or day, depending where you're from. It's about 11 p.m. for me here. You too? I may be a Deadpool, but the reason DP wants to be here on comics is Spider-Man, just like me. Yep. You can judge a man by the friends and foes he has, and Spidey has some amazing friends and fought some great villains. Hail, Video Man. Yes, Video Man. Heath Ledger. Yes, thank you. You're very welcome, Ozanese. Yeah, absolutely. Awesome gifts. Thank you so very much. Batman 89 was the first movie I saw in theaters. To this day, that Joker is the only movie to have ever given me nightmares when I was 3 years old, pretending I was Chucky. Yeah. The Joker was always a kook, but he was also smart. And I really like the Jack Napier and how the glass shatters and cuts his face and he falls in the pit and in the vat, and all that, just everything. I love that movie. So yeah, absolutely. That's always been my favorite. Favreau for Iron Man, despite his wacky story. Yeah, no, in Marvel, he's done some great stuff. And don't get me wrong, Favreau's been probably the best thing to happen to Disney Star Wars. He has a ton of potential, but he himself will tell you, like, I love Star Wars, but I don't know it. That's why he has Filoni, because he doesn't know the lore. But then you got Filoni, who knows the lore, but doesn't know how to make shows like Favreau does, and he doesn't give a damn. So if you're not going to respect George Lucas, then what's all that knowledge worth? Rots is a really good name for Revenge of the Sith, especially when it's about Darth Vader rotted. Yes. It was his brains that give me the nightmares. Yeah. Yeah, Love that thing. I think I saw something, so I'll read this real quick because it's short. Okay. Yes, no, I don't have them anymore, so thank you so much. Awesome that the 2006 theatricals, and okay, yeah, that would be amazing to despecialize. Yeah, thanks again, D. Thank you so much. Awesome stuff. Blinding of the blind, yeah, it really is. And I feel like, well, I don't know, with Filoni, it's like, man, he knows better. But Favreau, you know, he has the good intentions. I think he really does. It's just he doesn't totally get it. He's thinking too much of lightsabers and spaceships. And he's not... we'll get into that later, because I have a whole thing about Favreau. It's just, you know, he's not the one, guys. People are like, he's going to save Star Wars, and he should take over. No. I like Joker, but the problem is that it's not the Joker. I recommend Taxi Driver. I think it's a better movie. Yeah. I haven't seen Joker, believe it or not. When it came out, I had a family member that worked at Cinemark, and I could have gone to see it for free, and I don't know. And I hear it's fantastic. I'm not doubting it at all, but I just didn't go see it in the theater. Now I regret it, and it's like, I don't catch it on TV, which one day I'll catch it and I'll watch it. But I'm kind of like, man, I didn't go see it in the theater like a dummy, and now I don't even want to see it because I missed out on like what is the grandiose of it. I've always heard it's amazing, but you do have a point that it's kind of not the Joker. It's like some other kind of version of Joker. And I really like the Jack Nicholson. To me, that felt like the most Joker. And Heath also was, I mean, just spectacular. But okay. So I have a few deleted scenes we're going to look at real quick, and then we can get into the movie. Let's get into it because I've already been here. Wow, 2 hours already. All right. So there's a few little deleted scenes. They're not long. They're just little things, but they're interesting. And we can talk about them real quick as they give context. So let's look at this one.
You're committing an act of war, Archduke. I hope you're prepared for the consequences.
Get on with it. Carry out the sentence. I want to see her suffer.
Okay, so that scene was totally unnecessary. That's fine that he took it out. It wasn't really necessary. They get to the point that they were on trial and they were found guilty, right? What I do like about that scene is in the very beginning where Padme says, you know, now I forgot exactly what she says, but basically you're committing a crime. And I like that she says, I hope you're prepared for the consequences. This little girl, when I say little, because she's very petite, and she's young. I don't know, how old is she there? 25 or something, you know. This tiny little thing. And she's saying, you know, I hope you're prepared for the consequences. Now, one is she has powerful friends and she knows it. Two, she's got the chosen one next to her. But outside of that, Padme's a badass. And she knows it. And if she was alone there, she would have said the same thing and stood her ground. So I really like that aspect of it, as her saying, you know, to all of them, like, fuck you. You better be prepared for the consequences of what you're doing here. So I like that. Okay. Here's something funny.
Okay. Cut.
And another one.
Stay here.
And one more. So apparently Anakin was having trouble keeping his feet throughout Hayden, throughout filming. You know, just silly mistakes. Just thought it was funny. Let's see. So here's another interesting scene, again showing the strength of Padme. Not necessarily a necessary scene, but cool scene.
You're holding a Jedi Knight, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm formally requesting you hand him over to me now.
We don't recognize the Republic here, Senator. But if Naboo were to join our alliance, I could easily hear your plea for clemency.
And if I don't join your rebellion?
The Republic cannot be fixed, my lady. It is time to start over.
I know of your treaties with the Trade Federation, the Commerce Guilds, and the others count. I will not forsake all I have honored and worked for and betray the Republic.
Without your cooperation, I've done all I can for you.
Oh.
Okay, so cool scene for several reasons. One, you got Django chilling there. You hear how Dooku mentions how the Republic can't be fixed, and this is part of why he turns, why he goes to work with Palpatine, because you know he's lost faith in the Republic. I also love the maturity of Padme. Again, she's like 25, you know, and she's just showing really the conviction and maturity of a wise and weathered politician, senator, queen. You know, you have to remember she's young. She's a child there, basically. And she's a tiny little thing. And, you know, she's very stoic and calm and matter-of-factly and holding her ground against Dooku. Not only would she be ready to fight physically, but just like verbally, mentally, she's, you know, very on par with Dooku there. And, you know, it's just a cool little conversation. And I just, again, like it because it shows the strength of Padme and where Leia gets it from. You know, you know that Leia's this way because of her mother. So I just think it's a really cool little scene. Not necessary because, again, they have the thing where Obi-Wan's in that field, right? And Dooku says, you know, if you should join me, and there's a, you know, a Sith is ruling the Republic or the Senate or whatever, and then he says, I'll never join you. And Dooku's like, well, I guess I can't secure your release. You know, same basic dialogue there. So it wasn't necessary. But it's nice to see that Lucas had that there, and it's, again, just showing the strength of Padme. All right. That's just for fun and a neat little thing. Tamura's a very talented guy. He's a fighter, a dancer, an actor. He's Django. He's Boba. He's 1.2 million clones. He's a lot of things. He's cool. But a neat thing about that is there was real rain. Well, not real rain. They had like sprinklers or whatever, but they were raining on the set. So it wasn't just all digital. They were literally getting wet. They were in the rain, or simulated rain, right? So I just thought that was a cool thing, that it's a real wet set. So, but, you know, as anything that's wet, there's always the risk of but that's what comes with realism. So it's a testament to George, you know, still was using practical effects. It wasn't that it was all digital, like people freak out. and also the seamlessness between the practical and the digital. You see the green screen, that's Kamino. He's on the platform there, right? The Obi-Wan battle. But yet there's real rain, and he's in a suit, and he's physically doing the actions. It's just the background. The backdrop is there digitally, and it's all seamless. It looks like they're there in Kamino. So, okay, here's a scene that is totally unnecessary, but it's interesting. And we'll talk about it here in a second.
It appears someone doesn't want us to know about this Camino system.
Which means there's something happening on that system that we should know about.
Master, do you think a Jedi could have erased those files?
I hope not. But this disturbance in the Force is making it hard to get a sense of things.
I'm concerned for my Padawan. He is not ready to be on his own.
If the prophecy is true, he is the one who will bring balance to the Force.
But he still has much to learn. His skills have made him, well, arrogant. I realize now what you and Master Yoda knew from the beginning. The boy was too old to start his training. Master, we should not have been given this assignment. I fear Anakin will not be able to protect the Senator.
Why?
He has an emotional connection with her. It's been there since he was a boy. Now he's confused, distracted.
Obi-Wan, you must have faith that he will choose the right path.
Yes, Master.
Okay, so a very cool scene, really beautiful, a lot of cool stuff there. Coruscant, like as far as outside of the planet, has always been my favorite. You see all the city and lights, all those huge rings for the sectors. I love Coruscant. As far as on a planet, probably Naboo. Naboo's just so gorgeous. But that scene, I'm glad it's not in it. It's better out. It's unnecessary. It eats up time, and it's a little bit too much information. The key takeaways here is that Obi-Wan is saying that he doesn't trust Anakin, that he's very arrogant. And then Mace, is like, well, you got to trust him, this and that. But it opens the door for later, in a way it's helpful because this is why Mace and the council doesn't totally trust him to be a master. But it also, it's a little bit too much information that he's arrogant and not to trust him, and that he has feelings for Padme. And, if they all know the problem of attachment, then they all would have done something about that. Whereas, apparently, if this conversation happens, they all would have known about Padme. So then it opens that can of worms. When I say they know about Padme, Anakin being with Padme, you know what I mean? Or at least the setup for that to happen. So while they did send him with her to protect her, they did it as a Jedi to a senator, not thinking that they're going to hook up, which I guess is a little bit short-sighted because obviously you get two good-looking kids alone on a beautiful planet with nothing to do. But I feel like there's too much information there that would derail things in the movie, and I'm glad that scene was not in there. But it's just interesting, and it's a really visually cool scene. They come out of the hangar, Obi-Wan gets in his ship, how it takes off, goes into the little hyperspace thingy. I can't remember what those little jumper things are, what they're called. But yeah, really neat scene, and coming out of Coruscant, it's really beautiful. But Obi-Wan's not perfect.
Oh,
Here's a scene that's really unnecessary. It's probably better that it was cut out, but visually, I think it's one of the coolest scenes in Star Wars. And again, it gives character and strength to Padme.
So you still live at home?
I move around so much. Never had a place of my own. Official residences have no warmth. I feel good here. I feel at home.
Never really had a home. Home was always where my mom was. Is this you?
That was when I went with a relief group. Their sun was imploding and the planet was dying. I was helping relocate all the children. See that little one I'm holding? His name was Nakitula, which means sweetheart. He was so full of life. They all were. They were never able to adapt, to live off their native planet. They all died. My first day as an apprentice legislator. Notice the difference?
Okay, so there's a lot going on in that little scene. We'll tackle the obvious. Padme is nice to look at there. It's cool to see her bedroom because we know her as a queen and a senator and all these different places, and now we really see her like down to earth in her room. You know, how life is on Naboo and what her upbringing is. She's, you know, remember that she didn't grow up in royalty. She got selected and brought into the queendom. So she was a pretty normal girl. There's another scene that I don't have because it was kind of unnecessary, but it's the extended of where Anakin and Padme are walking through Naboo when they first land. And she was talking about how she never dreamt she would be in the palace. And, you know, she's just a normal girl from Naboo. Being as a more civilized and advanced civilization, you know, everybody lives in pretty decent homes. There's not like slums there, or at least not that we've seen. But it's neat to see her room and her a little more grounded. It also shows she has a heart of gold and that she had been since very young, because remember, she was a young queen, you know, going out on all these different missions and, you know, doing things around the galaxy, helping other people. She wasn't just like a queen that was focused on Naboo. She used her influence and skill to help other beings and other planets. She did a lot of things behind the scenes that people don't know about. So she was, you know, a heart of gold. I also very much like those picture frames, the little hologram things. I think those are really awesome. I wish we would have seen those, if not there, somewhere else throughout Star Wars, because I just think they're super neat. I would love to have that. You know, they're like real-time moving video screen hologram things. So those are pretty neat. So just a neat little scene. Totally unnecessary. It makes sense that it was cut out, but really cool, and I think one of the neatest scenes in the Attack of the Clones. Here's a little mistake.
Let go of me.
Naturally, you know, he was stopping her and holding her arm, but they messed up there and he wasn't holding her, so, you know. Okay, so two more little scenes and we'll get to the film, I guess. So this next scene, part of the audio is cut out because while I usually can take the music out of the dialogue, this one is just not letting me. So to avoid the copyright, there's going to be a section here where there's no audio, but I'll get you up to speed on it. You'll get the overall theme of it. It's a small scene at her house when Anakin and her first come back to Naboo and they go to her home.
Is she?
Yes, I'm afraid she is.
I sometimes wish that I'd travel more, but I must say I'm very happy here.
Padme tells me you teach at the university.
Yeah. Before that, I was a builder. I also worked for a freedom relief movement, but I was very young.
Why haven't you told us about him?
What's there to talk about? He's just a boy.
A boy? Have you seen the way he looks at you?
Sola, stop it.
It's obvious he has feelings for you.
So tell me, son, how serious is this thing? How much danger is my daughter really in?
There have been 2 attempts on her life. Chances are there will be more. My master's tracking down the assassins. I'm sure he'll find out who they are. The situation won't last long.
I don't want anything to happen to her.
I don't either.
Anakin and I are friends. Our relationship is strictly professional.
Padme looks so beautiful in that scene. You know, youth, they think that adults don't see or understand, and so there's a lot of cool things about that scene. Basically, they come in, Padme says, "Hey, this is my sister." Anakin says, "Hello," and he kind of nods to her. Then he says, "You know, here's my mother," and you know, he kind of more so bows, you know, showing more respect. They sit down, they're small talking. Her mom's like, you know, I heard something. I forget what she says exactly. Like, there was an attack or something on you, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, oh, no, that's not true. It's over exaggerated. And then I think the father says, is that true? And then Anakin's like, well, no, I'm afraid actually she is in danger. The sister says, well, she's never brought a boyfriend to the house before, you know, blowing her up. And Padme's like, he's not my boyfriend. He's, we're friends and he's my Jedi protector. So then the parents are like, well, why do you need a protector if everything's okay, you know? So there's a lot of dynamic to that situation. And then, you know, the father and Anakin go off and talk in the garden, which I think is cool too. You know, that kind of coming of passage, like, okay, so you're around my daughter. What's going on with you? You know, the father checking them out and also like, you know, understanding the situation and exactly how much danger she's in. Like the father's not dumb. Neither is the mom or sister. They know that they like each other, obviously. And Padme's trying to play, you know, cool and coy. But, you know, the father on the same token is like, hey, you know, that's my baby and you're a Jedi here to protect her. So I want to know what's going on. And then the last part is really charming, you know, because, you know, her mom's looking at her like, you are totally into this boy. Her sister's saying it, but her mom's like, come on, I know you, Padme. And she's like, hey, he's just a friend, you know, and she's playing it all up. But, you know, obviously she's into Anakin at that point. They both, you know, they're not in love yet. They're not like, but they're totally, you know, two young people totally into each other. So it's just a neat scene. That scene, I think, should have stayed in because it also shows Anakin meeting the parents, which gives a little bit more connection. On the surface, Padme's bringing Anakin there because he's her Jedi protector, but also Padme's a queen. She's royal. She's a senator. She could tell Anakin, okay, you're going to stay in this hotel or this place or next door. She wouldn't have literally brought him into her home. I don't know, maybe Jedi protector. Maybe she would bring Obi-Wan or Yoda or somebody in, but there was a little more to that. That was her bringing a boy home. And whether Padme knew that consciously or subconsciously, that's what happened. So it is kind of important because they're two young people. Their love is starting to bud, and she brings him to meet her parents. So there is something to that. So I feel like that scene should have stayed in. It does give a little bit more depth to Padme, and we see her family, we see her home, her parents, where she gets it from. And also, again, Anakin meeting her family. That's important. So, Okay, one last little clip, and this is the theme of Attack of the Clones. There's different things, like the beginning of Anakin's main evolution, the Clone Wars, the famous Clone Wars, the Republic, the Senate falling, and then of course Forbidden Love.
The love story is a very classic love story of forbidden love. Two people who fall in love with each other when they really can't do that.
We could keep it a secret.
We'd be living a lie. I couldn't do that. Could you, Anakin?
If evil can love, then what is evil? If, love is what makes you human, and then is someone who is evil human still?
They fall in love, and the struggle is whether they should allow this to happen to their lives, even though they know it's going to be very destructive. In the end, they do decide to give in to their emotions, and ultimately they will suffer all the consequences of that.
From the maker. Star Wars in many ways is not a love story. But then again, you could say Star Wars in the 3-word sentence is a love story. On so many levels. Like the reason the Vader is who he is because of the love of Padme. As misguided and foolish and crazy and reckless that it is, this all is around Padme. Why he goes to the madness, why he goes to the devil and makes that deal and becomes this menace to the galaxy. The Jedi cannot marry. They can love, but they cannot be in love. There is a difference between loving something or someone and being in love with something or someone. And that can often be a very fine line, but there is a difference. And as Anakin says it later, we're encouraged to love. But on the same token, you can't be in love, because love leads to attachment. Attachment leads to greed. Greed leads to fear. Fear leads to the dark side. So Anakin can't go here because of that problem of attachment. Padme can't really go here. Well, she kind of can. I mean, they're two young people. They can make whatever decisions they want, but Padme really kind of can't because she has all these like worldly, galaxy-wide ambitions and responsibilities. She's the representative of her entire planet, Naboo. So for them to kind of put their duties aside in a way is selfish. And it leads to their destruction. On the same token, it's very romantic. And that's what this film really is. It's a very romantic film. It probably has the most action of any Star Wars movie. It's just this massive scale of stuff on the screen. And there's this amazing contrast of the ground level of these two young people, their forbidden love, but then the grandiose scale of the Clone Wars, the clones, Dooku, the Senate, all this other stuff going on. So Lucas, again, the genius, showing these two parallels that in one sense everything's like this, and then in another sense the whole issue, the whole problem, it's right here. Padme and Anakin. Their forbidden love. So, catch up a little bit here on the chat. If you have Disney Plus, 6 of you can join me and watch as I'm watching. As far as the live stream, I cannot share the video or the audio because it will take down the stream. But I will call out the time of where I'm at. I'll be elaborating on stuff so you'll know where I'm at. I wish I could watch it like physically with everybody, but it is what it is. Mark Hamill is the definitive Joker. Yeah, I mean, in a way, he's fantastic, amazing in the cartoon. But, you know, there was Cesar Romero and Jack Nicholson and Heath Ledger long before there was the Mark Hamill. Animation-wise, yeah, amazing. Mark Hamill is amazing as the Joker. Love that they actually made Gotham look like a place I would never want to visit, just like the Arkham games. Yes and no. I mean, I get what you're saying. It's pretty grimy in Dark City, but I'm a city boy, and I'd like to at least visit Gotham. I think it's pretty cool. 23 or 24, yeah. Knee slapper. Maybe Anakin getting new legs wasn't so bad. Yeah, good point. Dooku scene, I get why it was cut to the... Yeah, you know, sometimes things just don't fit, but it's nice to see them because they give you the context behind. And again, one thing is EU, like someone speculating. Another thing is like, Lucas made this, it just didn't fit, but it's true, it's canon. It's like, okay, we see. So... Padme's interrogation, I thought Mandalorians didn't show their faces. Oh, we scrapped that idea. Never mind. Yeah, well, again, Filoni does not respect George Lucas or the true canon. You know, we all, this is the thing, like Disney, Filoni, all of them think we're stupid. Like, well, we'll just say that Mandalorians can't take off their helmets and they'll just go along with it. Dude, I've been a Star Wars fan for 43 years, since the day this shit came out. You're not going to tell me that Jango's not a Mandalorian or that Mandalorians always wear helmets or, you know, all this nonsense. And that's why I don't have respect for Filoni, because he knows better. He just doesn't give a damn. But it's like I say, he's always looking like this. He's only thinking of Ahsoka. How do I keep Ahsoka alive? How do I continue the story of Ahsoka? I'll figure everything else later. I'll just explain it later. And Lucas used to do the exact opposite. Lucas would map it all out and understand the story and know that, well, if I do this, then that's going to affect this. So I have to be careful with this, and this has to maintain continuity with that. Not like, well, I just want Ahsoka, so I'm going to force her in there. And that's what Filoni does. And then later it causes problems, and you have to explain shit. Lucas didn't have to explain shit because he was logically making the story, you know, ahead of time. I wanted Mace as my teacher when I was a Padawan. Yeah, Mace would be an awesome. I'd take Mace any day. And of all the scenes I'd have liked the Obi-Wan and Mace Windu. The Jedi platform there, yeah. I feel like some of it is a little too much information, but it's a cool scene. Samuel L. Jackson doesn't have to scream or drop F-bombs every movie he's still in. Still an awesome actor. Yeah, no, I think he did fantastic as Mace Windu. Absolutely. That quiet, like, I'm a badass, you know. Fun fact, motherfucker actually helped Sam Jackson get over a stutter. Yes, I have heard that. By the way, I'm sure most of you know this, but one, Mace requested the purple lightsaber. There's in the behind the scenes where he's talking to Lucas and he says, hasn't there ever been a purple one? He says, what's up with the lightsabers? And Lucas says, well, you know, the good guys or the Jedi are blue and green, and the bad guys are red. And then Samuel's like, well, isn't there ever been a purple? There's no purple ones? And Lucas looks at him because, you know, Lucas is like tiny next to and he says, well, you might get one. So that's where the purple came from, not from EU or any other bullshit. It was Samuel L. Jackson specifically requesting a purple lightsaber. And because Mace was unique and special and different, he got his purple lightsaber. I'm sure that Lucas, the second he said that, was like, oh, good idea. You're Mace Windu. I can give you a distinction with a purple lightsaber. Sounds great. Now, the other little fun thing is on the hilt of that lightsaber, it says BMF. You all know what BMF is, right? Well, it actually, his lightsaber prop says BMF. Bad motherfucker. You'll know that it's Mace Windu's lightsaber because it's the only one that says badass. Well, there you go. How Obi-Wan learned the importance of the high ground. Yes, absolutely. Coruscant is 100% dope. A dope planet, hence I was bummed when they canceled. Yeah, 1313. Unfortunate. I love Coruscant. I think it's awesome. I wouldn't mind living there at all. Motion in that scene is so palpable. Yeah, absolutely. Hello there, midriff. Yeah. Natalie's certainly not hard on the eyes. She's not my favorite girl in the world, but man, little baby girl, yum yum. Apparently, denial is a river in a galaxy far, far away, too. Yes. I like the deleted scenes in this movie so much that I have an extended cut only for myself with all the scenes. Yeah. There's like another 2, 3, 4 scenes that I didn't bring in because they're just not that important. But yeah. I like the deleted scenes in this movie. Extended cut, right. Nice. I like the contrast of the scene between Anakin and Padme's father talking about dire circumstances while Padme says, right. That's another thing. It shows the dynamic of men and women, right? The girls are having their little talk. Come on, he's cute. You know, you're into him. And then the guys are like, you know, the father's thinking, I know you like my daughter, dude. But that's why he's having this conversation. 1, out of genuine concern. That's my baby girl. But 2, he's like, okay, well, let's see, Mr. Jedi Protector, the eyeballing my girl. He's got the hairy eyeball in her little midriff. What are you about? Again, George Lucas, very intelligently. Should have stayed in. I'm not sure which one, but I think you're agreeing with what I was saying to Padme. That's, of all the scenes, to me, that scene where Anakin goes to the house and meets the parents, absolutely, I should have stayed in. I think it's a sweet, charming, important scene, both for the dynamic of their little love, but also like the gravity of her parents' concern and the guy talk, the girl talk, that whole thing, plus the scenery. You see her home. Yeah, I think that absolutely should have stayed in. Luke loved Han and his sister, but unlike Anakin, he did not let his impulsive emotions to guide his fate. Luke represents what Anakin should have done. Yes, love is fine, but only without attachments. Correct. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with love. And Anakin, technically, had he kept his shit together, could have had Padme his cake and eat it too. But the problem is that Anakin became obsessed. And part of that is a story. You know, he was a slave and he had nothing and he loses his mother. So who else, what does he have, especially as a female figure? And I'm not saying that Anakin went to Padme for mommy, but she's older. She's a little more mature. So there was a little bit of that momminess, that her wisdom, her motherly guidance there, that Anakin would have been very receptive to. So he becomes obsessed. And some guys, outside of being a slave boy or any of that, some guys just get obsessed with women or certain things. But some guys are just that way. When they date, they get obsessed. I've had a few friends that way. Some of us keep our cool. Had he just kept his cool, he could have actually pulled it off. But he became obsessed. And, you know, to be fair, if you had a nightmare that you know is going to happen, that she's going to die in childbirth, no less, then, you know, you'd probably be freaking out too. And then, you know, you're the most powerful of all beings in the galaxy. Then you start to think, well, I got to not let this happen. So, you know, it's ego, it's arrogance, it's obsession. Had Anakin had the maturity, you know, a lot of people blame, well, but the Jedi didn't recognize him. They let him turn to the dark side. Well, you know, Anakin, at the end of the day, is responsible for his own actions. Did he listen when he hooked up with Padme? No. Did he keep his cool and instead of letting, you know, himself fall to the obsession of her? No, he didn't. So it's really Anakin's fault. If he would have accepted the fact, well, she's going to die, and instead of me trying to turn to the dark side and make a deal with the devil and go through all this mess and kill one of my mentors and try to kill my best friend, who's basically my brother, and all this mess, if he would have just humbled himself and said, I'm going to lose you, but we're going to make the most out of every moment that we have left, the conversation changes, the story changes. Maybe by changing his actions in the Force, she would have ended up surviving. Because what he was seeing, the nightmare of what he was seeing, was his actions lead to the consequence of Padme dying, right? The irony is that why does Padme actually die? Brokenhearted because of Anakin turning to the dark. Had Anakin, ironically, again, George Lucas, the brilliance, had Anakin kept his shit together and remained good, then theoretically Padme wouldn't have died. The reason why he sees her die is because in his dreams, in his nightmares, his actions are coming through. That was a premonition. He could have changed his ways. He could have stayed right instead of going the selfish and easy route of, well, I'll join the dark side and we can magically keep her alive, instead of him considering the fact that, hey, if I do the right thing here, she probably will stay alive. He didn't even think that far ahead, you see? So ironically, he's the one that kills her because of his obsession of saving her. Star Wars has nothing to do with lightsabers or spaceships at the end of the day. Like Yoda said, attachment leads to jealousy. Absolutely. Use the Force. But did he leave his training to save them? He learned that lesson the hard way. Luke, you mean? From Dagobah? I could get into a whole thing with that. When I do Empire, we'll talk about that. And Jedi. I think Luke made the absolute correct choice. And we'll talk about it. You gotta hand it to him. Yes. Purple lightsaber also helped. Also kind of helped him stand out more. Yes, absolutely. I heard Sam Jackson requested a lightsaber because he's a lifelong fan and wanted to be able to point himself out easily. Yeah, I mean, I don't know all the exact specific, but I think he likes the color purple, and also because it would distinguish him than all the other Jedi, you know. Absolutely. And I like George Lucas's humility there, because he could have been like, no, Jedi are just green and blue, that's it. You know, he actually recognized that, like, hey, yeah, you know what, Mace is very unique, and so is Samuel Jackson, and that's a cool idea. Like, right then, I could see the gears going off in George's head, like, oh, you might get a purple lightsaber. Like, that's a great idea. Ding! You can see the little light bulb, like, oh, okay. So, you know, again, props to George Lucas for, you know, he wasn't all so rigid and didn't listen to anybody like people claim. Anakin and Padme did a horrible job hiding their love. Even non-Force users could sense it. Yeah, absolutely. And that's why the one thing I don't really like about that Jedi platform scene with Mace and Obi-Wan is because now he's like, well, I see that they're in love, and you know, he's telling now the council that you know, so it opens a whole problem, a can of worms there. Whereas if they kind of, because Obi-Wan's very close to Anakin, so naturally he's gonna pick up on it. But the rest of the council, they don't necessarily know. Yoda, you know, maybe sense something, you know, because your feelings betray you, young Anakin, you know. But you know, it's more acceptable that the council wouldn't really know because he's not around them all the time. So by Obi-Wan saying that, now it just pulls in everybody, like, duh, we all know you're hooking up, dude. And then it's like, well, you know. Because if nothing else, Yoda would have had the wisdom, so would the others, but Yoda would have had the wisdom to say, hey, listen, we know. You got to be careful, dude. We get it. She's young, she's beautiful, she's powerful, she's amazing. We get it, but be careful. You know, people always want to say that the Jedi were so irresponsible and didn't help Anakin. Well, you know, give them some credit because they did care. They wouldn't have just like blatantly let Anakin fall to the dark side, not only because of the obvious, he becomes Darth Vader and fucks everything up, but also because they care. Jedi are good, not just because they're designated light side are good. It's good because they fight from the heart. You know, Jedi aren't about suppressing their feelings. They control them. The Sith are the exact opposite. They let their feelings just go. They're out of control. They're, you know, if anything, they're letting them be free so that they can take in as much as they can. Jedi aren't so cold as people paint them. Nora is so oblivious. No idea why this was recommended to you, but hello. Hello there, 100 Years Bore. Well, I don't know. I'm assuming you're a Star Wars fan. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Hello there. General Kenobi. Yes. Okay, so if you have Disney Plus, 6 of you can join me in my viewing of, you'll be in sync with what I'm seeing of Attack of the Clones. I will post the link here in a second. First 6 people. So I'm telling you now, so you can fire up your Disney Plus if this is something you want to do. Just remember that you can't play or pause or move around or do stuff, because then you mess me up. You just have to go along with what I'm watching. As far as the rest of you, I apologize. I wish I could show and or let you hear, but I can't. The stream will get taken down. But I will be detailed about what I'm seeing and describing and elaborating, and I will also call out times of where I'm at. With that said, I'm going to take a very quick 5-minute break. I'm going to run to the bathroom. My cup is empty, and I have a lot of talking about the film to do, so I need to get some liquid. So I'm going to take a very quick, 5-minute break, and we will start Attack of the Clones. So I see that my links have been working, I believe. Let's see, Force. Or are they? No, they're not. Okay, so let me fix that real quick. Hopefully that will fix it. All right. I'm staying on mobile to chat and listen, but I'm playing some Spider-Man. Cool. It'll be fine. I'll be watching the movie from the reflection in your glasses. Cool. There you go. Well, that's true. Good observation there. Absolutely. Okay, so I'm going to post the link here so you guys can fire up your stuff. If anybody wants to be on this, the watching with me, no worries. You can join through this link. Yeah, watching in my glasses. Good idea. They can't get us for that one, huh? So yeah, I'm going to take a very quick break, and I'm very excited because, again, this is my favorite prequel movie. So much awesomeness in this film. I think it'll go faster than the last one. Phantom Menace, we had to elaborate a lot on Anakin and Jar Jar, and there's a little bit of Jar Jar here, so we'll touch a little bit on Darth Jar Jar. And, of course, some dynamics of Padme and Anakin. But for the most part, this is a very action-packed, and it moves. This is the one Star Wars movie, and really, man, probably more than I can remember any other film, that I came out and was just like sensory overload. There's just so much going on that when I came out of the theater, I was just like, whoa, having to process in a good way. It was like, man, there was just literally a million things on the screen, and there literally is a million objects on the screen, not even an exaggeration. They talk about this in the making. So, yeah, lots of really cool stuff in this film, and we'll get to it in just a few minutes. So I'm going to grab a drink. I'll run to the bathroom, stretch my legs real quick. I recommend the same for you guys, and we'll get into it. This film is, I don't recall how long, but it's roughly 2 hours. 2 hours and 22 minutes. So, and again, I'll very much in an EFAP style, break it down. I'm here for the positive. There's plenty of videos out there, shredding these films and all that. I'm not saying that they're perfect. It does have its problems, but I'm here to focus on what makes this film beautiful. and the connections that it makes throughout the Skywalker saga, the importance of the dialogue, the actions, so many key and special moments in this film. So, classic Ben Reilly Scarlet Spider-Man costume, because the 90s. Nice. Speaking of,
Maker of Video Man Game. Location unknown.
careful, Disney.
I can wipe you out of existence. Like this.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary. 'Tis but a scratch.
A scratch? Well, what's that then?
I've heard worse.
You liar!
Come on, you pansy.
Victory is mine.
Just a flesh wound.
Oh no, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Okay. Let me let's see. Crap, I can't enter. You need to put your info. I can only watch on my TV. Republic Commando was a great spinoff. Yeah. Definite most play. Yeah, I've seen it and maybe played a couple minutes, but I didn't get to play it because it was Xbox, I believe, right? Classic 60 suit in your hunter. Thanks. You need to put in your info. No, my thing is set up. All I have to do is start the stream. Did you follow the link? Maybe until I hit start stream, it won't let you. So, but just be at that link if that's what you're talking about. You can only watch on your TV. You can watch on your laptop. The phone, yeah, I think the mobile has issues, but you can watch it on your laptop. Okay, let me find a little video for you guys. And I will take a quick 5-10 minute break. And we will watch Attack of the Clones. Or at least I'll ramble on about it. Let me find a vintage, not my Star Wars, as D. Pensac would say. When I get it, I'm gonna get around to it one of these days. I'm gonna make like a top 10 list for you guys of videos to see. But definitely watch the Skywalker Legacy. I'm so proud of that video. It's so well done. So much love went into that. That was months of editing. It's about 3 hours long, but you will love it. I promise you. Let's see what I can put on for you guys. Okay, well, as Obi-Wan Kenobi has been having some issues, we'll have some fun. Just a moment. Oh, come on, ads. You know it's funny when you got to deal with your ads on your own videos. Oh boy. Okay, so this video is 14 minutes. I'll be 5-10 minutes, but just so you guys have something while I'm gone, I'm gonna grab a drink and run to the bathroom, stretch my legs, and we will get into the clones. Let me know if there's any audio issues, but you guys should be able to hear it. And I will be back in just a few minutes. So enjoy. Ewan McGregor does not know what he's getting into with the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. So this was around February of 2020. February 1st it was uploaded. So it would have been like the end of January, right around this time last year. So, all right, I'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy. Ewan McGregor doesn't know what he's getting into with the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. Welcome to Not My Star Wars, where we talk about Disney, Disney Plus, and of course Star Wars. Today's February 1st, 2020, and earlier today, The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon released a video. Ewan McGregor watches The Mandalorian to prep for Obi-Wan Kenobi series. Now, I wanted to point out a few things in this video that I found interesting. You can see here, February 1st, 2020. Let's take a look.
I want to talk about Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah.
You are doing a series, right?
Yes, we're going to do another one. We've been talking about it for a long time. It's going to be a movie, and then decided that it would be a good idea to do it as a series. And we'll start shooting it next year.
So he mentions that it was first a movie, then they decided to make it a TV show. We all know this. While Disney and Ewan have never expressed an airing date of this show, and of course Disney won't because they don't have any clue when they're going to put this show out, Ewan says we're going to start filming next year. They keep pushing this show back and back and back, as I've mentioned in other videos. If the show was good and the scripts were done, why do you keep pushing back the show? Now, of course, they say because they want to rework the scripts, but that goes back to the question again. If the scripts were so good, why are you going to redo them? Main point is that he said they're going to start filming next year. Today is February 1st of 2020. So that means that a show that was talked about for 4 years was supposed to begin filming in 2019 is now going to start filming, not air, start filming in 2021. So let's think about this. The Mandalorian Season 2 comes out fall of 2020. Let's just say that it's well received like Season 1, so then they make a Season 3. Then we can presume that it will come out fall of 2021, Season 3 of The Mandalorian. Personally, I wouldn't put Obi-Wan out at the same time as Mandalorian because they're going to compete. Plus, Disney wants, of course, drag out subscriptions throughout the year. So the smart thing would be is to release the Obi-Wan series, if it ever happens, in the summertime, offset from The Mandalorian. So using a little bit of logic, a show that constantly is getting pushed back and now is going to start filming a year from now. Now that could be any time during 2021, but let's just say that Ewan knows and can't say that in the beginning of 2021 is when they're going to begin. So for them to film, edit, produce, get everything together from beginning of 2021 to put it out in the summer of 2021 is unlikely. That's not much time, unless of course they rush the project. So then that now puts it into later in the year, potentially into fall, which would compete with The Mandalorian. Even if they start to film it in 2021, and that's even assuming they start early in February, what if they don't start filming till summer? Then they're not going to double up in fall. So now you're looking at a show that's going to come out, if it comes out, in 2022. Let's keep looking.
Are you prepping?
I've been watching, I watched Mandalorian, and I'm just trying to keep abreast of all the new Star Wars films that come out.
He's not reading and memorizing scripts, obviously, because they're not done. They're redoing all the scripts. He's not physically training. He's in pretty good shape, but he probably needs to get in training for playing Obi-Wan. He's not doing lightsaber practice. He's not growing his beard. He's just watching The Mandalorian. If you know the show is coming, and granted you have a year, you should be prepping somehow, some way for this show. And he's sitting here saying that he's not prepping. What he's doing is watching The Mandalorian. The Mandalorian has nothing to do with Obi-Wan, unless of course they're going to intertwine them, which is going to be a huge mistake. They should be two different entities, two different shows that don't crisscross. So by watching The Mandalorian, he's now perceiving the Obi-Wan Kenobi show being like The Mandalorian. However, as far as we know, Favreau and Filoni aren't involved with the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. The only one we know that's directly connected is Kathleen Nightmare Kennedy and Deborah Chow. You're not really prepping yourself for anything if you're watching The Mandalorian, because that's a totally different show. And are they going to film it in the same technology with the 360-degree video screens, or are they going to actually go on set to a desert? It worries me if you're not doing any kind of prep, yet you're claiming the show is coming, and that you're basing off of The Mandalorian and the new films that you're keeping quote-unquote abreast on. I would think that you would be terrified right now, because if you've seen the new films, they've been nothing but a trash fire. So how could you possibly be comfortable or excited about Obi-Wan when you've seen all the retcons that Lucasfilm is doing to Star Wars. Wait until these new scripts come out. I mentioned it in my recent video, Obi-Wan Kenobi series canceled. When he sees these new scripts and he sees all the retcons that they make, not only to Obi-Wan himself, but to Star Wars, I'm willing to bet that Ewan McGregor is going to say, no way, this is crazy. This is not what I signed up for. We'll see what happens, but I think it's interesting that his quote-unquote prep is watching The Mandalorian, which is a totally different show, totally different directors and producers, and probably totally different technology and film style.
It's been a long time. I can't remember when the last one I did. 2003, I think, was the last one I did.
It concerns me when Ewan McGregor, that played Obi-Wan Kenobi in 3 Star Wars movies, doesn't remember the last time he did Obi-Wan Kenobi. I know he's done a lot of film since. I know that it's been many years, but a true Star Wars fan knows the last one he did was 2005, Revenge of the Sith. Come on, Ewan. So again, this puts up red flags for me when he's clueless about when he did Star Wars last time. He doesn't know what the new scripts are even going to be. He doesn't know when it's going to air. And furthermore, he claims that the show is going to come out on time from when they originally planned to air it. We don't know when that was. They won't make that information public. But if you keep pushing back a show, how can you possibly say it's going to air at the same time? If the scripts are being completely rewritten, how can you possibly claim that the show is going to come out at the same time? For all you know, these scripts get rewritten and reworked and not approved for the next 6 months or even into 2021. So what do you expect, Ewan, that in a month's time, the scripts will finally be approved, you'll start filming, they'll do all the production and editing, and then the show's going to come out at the same time? We don't know when the air date is scheduled for. Maybe they have it intended already for 2022, but it's just not logical if you use your brain to say that things are getting reworked, that the show is put on hold. I say canceled. The crew is all sent home. Everything's up in the air, and that it's going to come out at the same time. That's not even physically possible, unless, of course, you do a sloppy rush job. Now, I want you to pay attention to Ewan's reaction here.
And this series has Baby Kenobi. Oh, no, I made that up. I made that up. Sorry.
Did you notice Ewan's reaction to that statement? If you know the story and you know what's going on with the show, you wouldn't react that way. Remember that this is an instantaneous thing. Your mind is processing in a split second. So his mind for a moment got confused and thought, wait a minute, does Jimmy Fallon have an inside tip on what's going on with the show? There's a baby Obi-Wan? And you can see Ewan's reaction that he's kind of unsure, like, wait a minute, I'll play it for you again so you can see his reaction. But if you know what's going on with the show, if you know the scripts and the plan of what's supposed to happen in this show, that statement wouldn't faze you. You would just be like, that's ridiculous, or that's funny, or, oh yeah, of course, yeah, we're going to have a baby Obi-Wan and a baby Luke. He would have reacted and played that off in a totally different manner. But when you're caught off guard like that, it's showing me that he's clueless as to what's even happening with the show. Let's take a second look in slow motion at his reaction.
And this series has Baby Kenobi. Oh. No, I made that up. I made that up. Sorry.
So you could see for a moment there, Ewan's like processing, like, really? Is there something they didn't tell me? And then he reacts like, oh, you're joking. Now let's watch it one more time in normal speed.
And this series has Baby Kenobi. Oh, no, I made that up. I made that up. Sorry. And this series has Baby Kenobi.
Look at his face. Look at his reaction. He's processing and thinking about it. And then you see Jimmy Fallon. He's got kind of a straight face for a moment. So Ewan's literally thinking about this and processing it for a second. Oh, you're kidding. Oh, I thought you were being for real. If you know what's going on with your own show, that wouldn't faze you in that sense. You would have just been like, oh, come on, you're being silly. Or you would have played along with the joke, or you would have had many other reactions than to pause, have a blank stare on your face. And then as soon as Jimmy starts to smile, like, oh, I'm just kidding around, he's like, oh, body language and people's reactions speak volumes. It's clear to me that Ewan has no clue what this show is going to be. I'm not saying that he didn't read the previous scripts. I'm not saying that he lied about that. But what I am saying is that he has no clue what Lucasfilm Lucasfilm and Kathleen Kennedy are about to do to these scripts, and they could do anything at this point. Everything's up in the air with Star Wars. They can do pretty much everything because they don't care. They retcon everything and they create all kinds of nonsense. The Force is now some ridiculous Marvel superpower. I just wanted to point out that if you look at Ewan's reaction, he clearly does not know what's coming with the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. And I promise you guys, when he sees these new scripts and it's all about feminism and Obi-Wan has a secret hermit boyfriend at the cantina and it's just all this nonsense, he probably doesn't even have a lightsaber fight. It's just going to be a crazy story retconning Star Wars and Obi-Wan's character, and I'm putting my money on Ewan is going to be like, no way, this is not what I signed up for. We will see what happens if the show even happens. I still will maintain my position that it is canceled until further notice. We will see what they do, but we know this. We're not going to be hearing anything but rumors for the next year because we're in the beginning of 2020, and he has said it more than once, said it again this morning in this video, that they will begin shooting next year. They were planning on beginning shooting this year, probably in the next couple months.
We have all the scripts written. We are ready to start shooting next year. We could not be more excited. So can't wait to start production.
But now that they're going to redo all the scripts, they've pushed it back an entire year to rework the entire thing. They fired crew, they're rewriting the script. So now they need to find a writer, they need to find a new crew, a new location, think about how they're going to make it. Are they going to do it like The Mandalorian or in a traditional sense? And that's why they've pushed it back so far, because they're completely restructuring the whole thing. Who knows? It might even become a movie is the latest rumor. My point is that when the lead actor of a show, like I covered recently with Cassian Andor, has no clue of what's going on in their own show, that's a huge problem. Actors often play things off. They can't talk about their show or movie. I get that. We all get that. But there's a difference between you saying, I can't talk about it, or you being a little bit funny or whimsical about it. And there's another thing when you're just like, I don't know because I haven't started yet. I don't know because they're redoing the entire scripts. And you're not going to react to something like, there's a baby Obi-Wan, and you just have this stunned look on your face like, wait a minute, is that real? And then a second later, you realize it's a joke.
And this series has baby Kenobi. Oh. No, I made that up.
You saw his reaction afterwards, after he says, oh, and then the camera angle changes. He's like processing like, oh, that was just a joke. It's not me wanting to make things up. Look at Ewan's reaction. That says volumes. His face, his reaction says it all, that he doesn't know what the hell is going on with that show. We probably won't have any official news till next year when they start to actually truly talk about what's going on with the show. But of course, there's going to be all kinds of rumors and leaks throughout 2020, and I will continue to cover them. We'll see what happens with this big Obi-Wan Kenobi mess, but it's just really sad that Disney and Lucasfilm are so disorganized. They don't even have a plan. They show us time and again, they never have a plan. They're just winging everything they're doing. And it's really sad that they're treating the most important film franchise in the history of movies with no regard, no plans, just up in the air, wing it all, make it up as we go along. Everything, the comic books, the movies, the shows, everything, it's just all over the place. And it's really sad that they have so much potential to make beautiful stories and make tons of money, and they can't get their things straight. No Baby Yoda toys, comic books retconning things, their own stories retconning their own stories. It's just a mess. So what do you guys think? Isn't it obvious that Ewan was taken totally by surprise? Doesn't that show you that he doesn't know what he's getting into? He should be shaking in his boots right now with everything that they've done to Star Wars, and I can't wait to see how he reacts to the new scripts. I'll of course cover it when more news comes along. Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the Force be with you. Okay, came back just in time. All right, 3 quick notes, which right now one of them has slipped out of my mind, but the other 2. Rinzler's stream. So I was doing a little digging around in YouTube. No, the stream isn't over, if that's what you're asking, Seeker. We're about to start Attack of the Clones, actually, so it's just beginning. The fun is just about to begin. It's chilly downstairs. I had to put on a little sweater. The Rinzler stream, I was doing a little digging around in YouTube. What's it called? Like their info boards or whatever. They curate up to 12 hours. That stream was 20. So I don't know if that stream is ever going to come back. Now, the last stream I did, Phantom Menace, was 16 hours, and it curated like 11 hours and 50 some minutes. To me, it shouldn't matter how long the stream is, as long as they curate the 12 hours. So the Rinzler stream, maybe just because it's so long, it's just going to take a while for them to figure it out. It'll be there, hopefully. Maybe it'll take a month or something, but at least maybe the 12 hours will come through, which is the most important part, the first 12 hours of that stream. The other hours was like me being delirious for 20 hours. In any event, hopefully that stream comes back. I don't know if it will. Through StreamYard, I was able to get the first 4 hours. So worst case, I'll upload that. There's a section there with Clownfish TV. I'll probably make a little video out of. I haven't talked to Jonathan in a few days, but last we spoke, he agreed with me about doing some sort of raffle. I told him, hey, I have money for you. I'll send it right to you. And he agreed with me that what he really wants is his book to sell. So probably what I'm going to do is take the money that was donated per his request, buy a bunch of copies of the book, and then I'll do some sort of contest, raffle, trivia, something fun for us. And some of you can win copies of the book, and I'll ship it out to you. So we'll figure it out. It'll something I'll do soon. I'm also have to do the book review. So when I do the book review, I'll announce what I'm going to do there. But we'll do some sort of raffle or something. Again, I hope that stream comes back. That was a very awesome stream, and I hope that at least those 12 hours come out. With that said, I now know to try to keep streams to 12 hours. Believe it or not, I managed to go over 12 hours by myself often. So we'll see what happens. This stream shouldn't, I assume another 4 hours or so I'll be here, but right now we're at 3 hours and 15 minutes. But just for future reference, mostly for me, but for you guys, 12 hours is really what YouTube will curate. So I'll either have to do under 12-hour streams, or if it's really good jumping, then I'll start a new stream and we can continue on, which we'll see at the end of this where we're at. If I still have some of you around, we can do another stream, because I do have some interesting stuff, some Filoni stuff and stuff from The Force Awakens, some articles that I want to share with you guys. Been doing some digging and finding out stuff. So we'll see. Maybe I do a second part of here. In any event, we'll see what happens with the Rinzler stream. Worst case, I have the first 4 hours, which is probably the most important part anyways, and I'll upload that if anything. Hopefully it comes back. I think that YouTube is just trying to figure it out because it was so long, 20 hours. And hopefully eventually it'll get the first 11 and some hours curated. All right. There was another little thing, and it's totally slipped my mind. But anyways, the other important thing is, and I had said this a few minutes ago, but just to kind of really reiterate the importance here. Star Wars, and in particular Clone Wars, is the biggest of the 6 Skywalker saga. The scale of it, the mass of vehicles and planets and everything that we see, it's the biggest scale. And when you think of the Star Wars universe, it's massive. You know, think of, you've got the galaxy map, there's the outer rim, the mid rim, and the inner ring, inner core. Tons of planets. Each of those planets has different species, thousands, millions, maybe even billions of those particular species. Droids, you know, millions of them all over the place. You've got the EU, you've got the games, you've got novels and art books and all this stuff. The Star Wars universe is just this massive, massive thing. But at the end of the day, it all of it revolves around two people. One person in particular, but obviously two people is the equation here. Anakin and Padme. This is why the Phantom Menace was important of him as a child. And this is why Clones is so important of their forbidden love. Because all of this massive thing, it all revolves around Anakin and Padme. On the surface, the story is about the rise and fall of Anakin. But at the core of that, why does he fall? The love of Padme, his obsession for Padme. So while Star Wars is, yes, it is lightsabers and spaceships and all these things, and it's a huge story, and the Force and Anakin and all these things, at the core, you could reduce Star Wars to a three-word, a love story. Because that's what it is. At its true core, it's all about Anakin's obsession with Padme. I can't totally blame him. And that's why this film, as much as people bitch about it, like it's corny and rah, 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 and this love story, and that's the point, guys. It's super important that you see him as a child, and that we go now through this phase of him with his love for Padme. Because that's the whole point of why he turns, why he falls, why the empire comes to be. All of this is interconnected. The genius of George Lucas. And it all, again, at the end of the day, revolves around Anakin and Padme. Revan, Nihilus, KOTOR, heir to the Empire, bounty hunter, the game, the Clone Wars cartoons, Mandalorian, all of this revolves around Anakin and Padme. Disney has lost sight of that. But at the end of the day, that's where it all stems from, is what it all comes. It's all about them. They are the linchpin in all of it. And that's why this is a love story, in particular this episode. So, the third little thing wasn't that important. I can't remember what the hell it was. Some little note. But anyways, let me catch up real quick with the chat, and we will get into Attack of the Clones. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Yeah, Republic Commando, I've always heard really good things about it. A lot of people rave about it. You learn a lot about the clones, and there's some cool stuff in there. I just never got an opportunity to really play it. That's another one that maybe later on PC or something I'll be able to play. But it wasn't on PlayStation. And I really don't like the Xbox, so. This movie is so underrated. I agree. I think it's fucking spectacular. No, we're just getting started. Is this one we'll see? Will baby Obi-Wan? That's not even a funny joke, but modern Star Wars is a hilarious joke. Well, you have the combination of, well, it could be at this point, as ridiculous as Disney is. But the point of that video, and I hope you guys got the point, was that when he says that, unless Ewan is like so sharp and like such a great actor, you could see he was like, wait, like the gears, he was processing and thinking like, wait a minute, did they really leak something like baby Obi-Wan? Like he had to, for a split second, think about it. You can see it. And then he's like, okay, and he plays it off. But that just shows, one, how ridiculous Disney is, because who's to say they wouldn't go there? And second, that you see how involved he is, how much he really knows. He doesn't. And that's another concern for me, is that he's all excited to play Obi-Wan, and they think they're going to do him right and all that. I think when it comes down to actually filming, and he has the script in his hand, because I don't think they're giving him the script ahead of time. I think he's going to get it when he actually goes there to the UK and they start filming. He's going to get the script in his hand and be like, what the fuck is this? Or maybe he just doesn't care. Maybe he's like, well, I don't care. I'm getting paid. I'm in Star Wars. But if he truly loves Star Wars, like he showed in the behind the scenes of the prequels, and he truly respects George Lucas, I'm pretty sure he's going to see these new scripts and be like, what the hell is this? So we'll see. I think there's going to be more fallout coming for the Obi-Wan show, but we'll see. I started the attack on Electro. Yes, but was not being pushed to the dark because of the Jedi's code. Yes, but was he not being pushed to the dark because of the Jedi code? Anakin, you're talking about. No, I don't think he was being pushed. He allowed himself. How was he being pushed? He wasn't being pushed. Again, if he would have just kept his cool. Listen, Yoda, these guys, they're all reasonable. And let me tell you something. First of all, you see Obi-Wan had he had an affair with Kryze in the Clone Wars, in the cartoons. They're all human. Now, yes, Yoda's not human, but the idea is they're all human. It's not like they don't see the opposite sex and they're like, It's not like a Jedi doesn't ever, they're monks, but they're not like, nuns where they're like, oh no, I can't think about the other sex. No, it's not like that. It's just that they have the wisdom and the conviction that we have to maintain that distance but there's nothing saying that there was Jedi, not in the council perhaps, but Jedi, they were going, especially on Coruscant, they were going to the lower levels and hooking up. There's plenty of trouble to get into, but they're smart, so they wouldn't have been doing drugs, and they wouldn't have been getting caught up in women, because then you risk the attachment. But to say that a Jedi never, hooked up with a female is unrealistic. So what I'm getting at is if they understood the situation, plus Anakin comes and he's like, look, I'm confused. I'm super in love with Padme. I had a dream she's going to die. I bet if he would have just gone to Yoda and said, hey, this is what's going on. And this again shows the immaturity of youth, that you think that we don't understand, that us older people just don't get it. No, we get it because we were you 20, 30 years ago. We do get it. And had Anakin had shown the humility and gone to Yoda, or even his brother, Obi-Wan, and said, like, look, dude, I'm lost right now. I am totally crazy about Padme. And I know I shouldn't be doing this. And what should I do? I had this nightmare. Then Obi-Wan in his wisdom, or Yoda, would have said, look, maybe your fear is what's going to lead to her death. Maybe you keeping your shit together and not getting overly attached. Fine, we get it. You're in love with her. You got her now at this point. She's pregnant. Okay, dude, but just don't get crazy. Don't get overly attached. If she dies, you have to accept that. But on the same token, in Yoda's wisdom, he would have said, yes, what you saw is the future is hard to see. It's cloudy, but it's not predetermined. So you could have, or Yoda could have said to Anakin, listen, maybe why you see her die is because of your current line of actions. Maybe if you stop being so arrogant and such a loose cannon, and you get your shit together and become a proper Jedi Knight, then that won't happen. So they didn't push him. He wasn't being mature enough to come to them. Often youth thinks they know better and they go off and do shit, when you could have just gone to your older brother or your parents or a mentor and said, hey, I need some guidance. I need some help. Because I'm sure Yoda would have been very reasonable and been like, okay, well, this is a sticky situation, but keep your cool. Keep your head, dude. You're the chosen one. You have all the world in front of you. Padme is a great woman. She's strong. You two got to keep it a little quiet, but just, keep it cool. And maybe everything would have been different. Because it's like I said a little while ago, the reason Padme dies at the end of the day is because Anakin turns dark. So he, in reality, kills her. His dream was about the path that he's on. Had he recognized that that's the wrong path, he could have changed his ways. And right now, he'd be chilling with Padme and his kids. So no, I don't believe he was pushed at all. He was immature. He was arrogant. Attack on Electro ended before the Attack of the Clones started. Without the prequels, we wouldn't have so many spin-offs like Bounty Hunter, Clone Wars, KOTOR. Yep. You know, just the other day, I put up the what Star Wars used to be, and I shared this in a lot of places, my videos. And Facebook, man, geez, the comments you get on some of the Facebook, like some people are so damn dumb. Like, hate George Lucas, and it's like, wow. Anyways, somebody said, what was it that he said? Star Wars was dead, so thanks to Disney, we've got Star Wars and Clone Wars and Mandalorian and all this stuff, because Star Wars was dead. No, it was not. Star Wars was never dead. Did we have a ton of stuff all the time? No. But it was never dead. There was always a book. There was always a game. You could always watch the movies. There's always interviews, behind the scenes, deleted scenes. Star Wars was far from dead. And if you're a fan, you can find other fans and talk for hours on end about Star Wars. It was never dead. It's you being greedy. It's you thinking that good means having a ton of shit all the time. And if you understand anything about business and life, and it's about quality, not quantity. I'd rather have movies every 10, 20 years that are great than a new Star Wars movie every year and they're all trash. What's the point? But you think because you got Star Wars every day, they're making 11 announcements for shows that half of them won't even come out. The other half of those will be shit. That we've got Star Wars and Star Wars is saved because of Disney. Oh, Lord, what is wrong with you? Star Wars never died. That's why 43 years later, we're here at whatever, 12 o'clock at night on a Friday talking about Star Wars. Real Star Wars, not Disney Star Wars. I hope Bounty Hunter gets remade. That would be cool. That was an awesome game. Love that one. At the very least, on the Obi-Wan show, they are rewriting the script like 50 times. The show will not be so messy like The Force Awakens or The Last Jedi. Well, we don't know that. You saw what they did to Luke. That's, to me, that's what they're going to do to Obi-Wan. And everybody's like, that's going to be great. Okay. They're going to shit all over Obi-Wan. You'll see. My grandpa passed recently. He loves Star Wars. He showed me the theatrical version of the OT. Awesome. You're very lucky. Sorry to hear that. I just rewatched Attack of the Clones. It's going to be real. It isn't that good. Well, it's a matter of opinion. I think it's great. It's my favorite prequel movie. My condolences. It's okay. I know that most people don't like it. But then again, maybe you're not seeing it through my eyes. Maybe you're just not getting it. And that's not to insult you. I'm just saying maybe you just aren't really getting it. AOTC was about the love between Anakin and Padme, while Solo was about the love between Lando and L337. Yes, Solo lost money. Lots of money. My phone is broken. Yeah, lol. Well, there's restrictions of the teachings I'm talking about. Well, what restrictions? You're talking about that they can't have attachments? That's a good thing. I've recently put up a video, George Lucas' wisdom on Star Wars and life. Okay, and George Lucas very clearly explains why you can't attachments. Why you can't have attachments. It's not to say you can't love. It's not to say you can't care about things. You just can't get attached. You have to learn to let things go. Unfortunately, it is what it is. That's life. Cosmonaut Variety Hour said he would show Solo to anyone who doesn't have much knowledge of Star Wars. Why not just show him the older movies? Well, what can you do? If you don't know Star Wars, you're going to be totally confused with Solo. It's a mess. I'm normally asleep by now. I'm a night person, so. Clone Wars is amazing. I think it's okay. I'm not a big fan. On the surface level, yeah, it looks cool. It's got cool art. a lot of stuff, but the story is broken and it breaks the OT and the PT, and it's got problems. 2005, 2012 was the golden age of the expanded universe. The fans got so much great content. When episode 7 was announced, I thought we don't need a movie, but the Lucas haters were very happy. Yeah. I'm always happy to have a new Star Wars movie. You know, it's not that I'm not, but take your time and do it right. One of my favorite movies of all time. Thank you. No, my pleasure. It's my favorite prequel. It's not my favorite Star Wars movie, but my favorite prequel movie. I love Attack of the Clones. Favorite part is Obi-Wan tells Anakin to relax, but because he's sweating right. Futurama covered robot sexuality a lot better than Solo. Yes, they sure did. Futurama's great. Hadn't seen it in so long. But yeah, there was a lot of good. I prefer The Simpsons, but I did like Futurama. You already covered my question. Okay, well, I heard they're making a Star Wars anime. We already have a Star Wars anime. Cowboy Bebop, yeah. If you like anime, like Oddball, there's this show called Desert Punk. Love that show. It's a little bit obscure and it's really cool. He's a desert punk, but just really neat. Check that out if you're into that type of thing. Attack of the Clones is amazing. Yes, I agree. And again, it's like, as a consensus, most people say it's the worst one. A lot of people hate this film. Well, guess what? It made a shit ton of money. It was a key part of the saga. There's a ton of Boba Fetts everywhere. I mean, not technically not Boba Fetts, but for intents and purposes. And it's just a lot of great stuff in Attack of the Clones. So, without further ado, I'll take this off as we're getting a little warm, and we're going to start up Attack of the Clones. I'll share the link again. Up to 6 of you, if you have Disney Plus, you can join me and watch in sync with me. Just keep in mind you can't pause and fast forward and that stuff because it messes me up. I have to control the stream. Control the player in Disney Plus. But if you follow that link and you have Disney Plus, you can watch as I'm watching. As far as the main stream, I can't share the sound or the video because it will take down my stream. But I'll count out the timestamps where I'm at, and you'll be hearing me talk about it, so you know where I'm at. And hopefully I can entertain you guys. It's 2 hours and 20 minutes. So probably for the next 4 hours or so, I'll be talking about and watching Attack of the Clones. All right. Star Wars Shadows of the Empire was a phenomenal success. One book, multiple comic book tie-ins, musical soundtrack, and video game. All profit. The High Republic will not reach any of these heights. That's one of my absolute favorites, Shadow of the Empire. Maybe my favorite. Funny thing. Earlier, I happened to watch, there's this series, it was years ago. It's like Dinner for Five or something like that. And they had different people. And the one, there, I saw a couple of them, but the one that I really was paying attention to and that I caught was Kevin Smith, Mark Hamill, Stan Lee, Jason Lee, who was the professional skateboarder that became actor, which I used to be a skateboarder. I knew that dude when he was a skateboarder. And I remember the funny story, like way back in the skateboarding magazines, he's like, I'm doing this because I want to become an actor. And then a few years later, sure enough, he got his break from professional skateboarding. He got seen and he got into the acting scene. And a lot of you probably know Jason Lee at this point. He's done some movies and shows. Anyways, long story short, they're having this dinner. They're talking about a different bunch of stuff. And Stan Lee doesn't talk a lot, but they, ask him a few questions. And like one of the things is like, how did people react to you and all this? And he's like, ironically, like it's not cool to be a comic book writer. So I would go to these parties and stuff, and it would avoid the question. Like, people would ask me, like, what do you do? And he'd be like, oh, I write books, or, I do drawings, or like he would avoid. But then people would keep asking and following him around the party, and inevitably it would come up that he's a comic book writer, because back then it wasn't cool. It wasn't a cool thing. Like, people didn't take you as a real journalist or writer or artist if you were doing comics, which is sad, but it is what it is. So that was one cool thing. But here's the other interesting thing. And I don't know how long ago this is, but, Stan's been gone for a while now. I'm guessing this is 90s, early 2000s. And someone had asked him, like, what was a successful comic? Like, what would ship or sell? And he's like, what, back then we really didn't have any tracking. We just put out comics, and like, we didn't really know concrete numbers or distribution and stuff like that. We were just trying to sell comics and make stories and put smiles on people's faces. But it was funny because he said, I know that a really successful comic would ship, it would be about 700,000 copies. High Republic, like 2 weeks ago, was going on about it. Oh, it's a great success, #1 bestseller. It's amazing. They shipped 200,000 copies. So remember that, one, because you ship 200,000 copies doesn't mean that 200,000 kids have it in their hand. No, that means that they shipped it and sold it to retailers. That's not how many actual people are buying it and reading it. But also, we're in 2021 with all technology, internet, all this stuff. This big hype about the High Republic, and all they've managed to get out there is 200,000 copies. Meanwhile, Stan Lee, without the benefits of marketing and the internet and all this, was talking about they were shipping 700,000 comics. So it's like I talk about Disney stuff. Disney hasn't made a single dime off of Star Wars. They're still in the hole from their 4.05 investment. The movies didn't make money. Galaxy's Edge has been a disaster. Disney Plus does not have the subscribers. And the Little High Republic ain't doing shit. Cosmonaut Variety Hour review of all Star Wars movies. You'll understand why Marcus ain't that smart. Okay, it rings a bell, but I have to see it. I have a feeling I have seen. Yes, it's time for Attack of the Clones. Controversial opinion, but I think Clone was should be treated as part of the Clone Wars. It is important as the 6 films. After all, he was really involved in the story and the arcs. Okay, yes and no. First of all, up until Attack of the Clones cartoon, there was only one canon: the movies. It is what it is. Lucas has said it time and again. EU, novels, games, none of that stuff was canon. Now, was it, if it doesn't conflict, you can consider it canon? Sure. It's in the same timeline. It's meant to fit in with the stories, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, the only concrete true canon is the films. And that's for several reasons. One, George Lucas said so. Two, the films cannot be bent, altered, changed. Whereas EU, you'll read a story and then the movie contradicts that. Or he'll take something from the EU and totally change that story. So something that can be altered is not canon, because canon cannot be broken. So up until the Clone Wars cartoon, the only true official canon was the movies. There's no argument. There's no way around that. It is what it is. When the Clone Wars cartoons were coming out, not the Gendies, although those were fantastic, but the Clone Wars, George Lucas did say that the films and the Clone Wars cartoons are official canon. So in the beginning, yes, things were being kept in continuity. They were intended to be the continuation of the Clone Wars and be official canon. Lucas was heavily involved, but then he sold to Disney. And Dave Filoni started just going ham. Started breaking shit and changing shit and altering shit and making this path for Ahsoka. It all became about Ahsoka. So the second that George Lucas sold it and Dave Filoni started doing his own thing, it then becomes non-canon. Now you can argue, and I am totally okay with, it's like the first 3 seasons of the Clone Wars are canon because George Lucas was there approving and involved with that. But from there forward, Disney took it and Filoni started doing his own little fan fiction. It's not canon. So if you want to say the first 3 seasons or so, okay, that's fine. I'm all with that and fine with that. But once it got sold, it became the Filoni fan fiction Filoniverse. And it's no longer canon. Now, if you like it, that's cool, you know. They're fun. Not telling anybody not to watch them or enjoy them. Just saying, as far as official canon, once George Lucas wasn't involved, and because Disney chose not to respect what Lucas put in place, because they could have just respected George Lucas, used his treatments, kept everything in line and continuity, not messed with the EU, and just been canon. But as I've said many times in the past, Disney decanonized themselves because they thought they were smarter, and they started saying, well, fuck George Lucas, we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, and we're going to do it our own way. And the second you do that, you've decanonized yourself, because canon is not an option. History is reality. It's this. It cannot be broken or bent. It is what it is. And the second you start to deviate for whatever other reason, story, character, you've now decanonized yourself, because it must align with the original canon, the established rules. Clone Wars was the first thing to start violating the rules. And then Rebels, and then the books, and then the games, and everything else has just been breaking the rules. So therefore, it cannot be canon. Not because I don't want it to be, it's because it can't be. The second you deviate from what is canon, you are not canon. They have decanonized themselves. You cannot conflict with 1 through 6, period. It is what it is. Now, Disney owns it and can do whatever they want, but that doesn't mean if you know Star Wars and love it and respect it and understand it, that everything else can be canon, because that's not how stories work. That's not how sagas and Star Wars work. It's not like, well, we can just make whatever and it's all canon. Furthermore, Disney is constantly, they're all saying it. Filoni, Pablo, Dave, they're all saying it like, well, nothing's canon anymore. It's all just making stories. Star Wars are the most intelligent and rabid of all fans on Earth. And one canon you cannot break. I mean, you can't break Star Trek or Doctor Who or any of these other canons either. But one canon you cannot fuck with is Star Wars. And the second you start messing with it, you've taken yourself out of the game. This is why Disney's not making money. This is why everybody's pissed off, because they want to play around, and you cannot alter canon. So, I half agree with your statement, but just understand that once they sold it and Filoni started doing his baloney, all that shit's not canon. Jango was always a Mandalorian. So was Boba Fett. Darksaber, literally, Filoni and Favreau invented that thing. And they invented it, they used it, had stories around it, and they can't keep their own story straight between Rebels, Clone Wars, and Mandalorian. So either they're totally fucking airheads, or they just don't give a damn. Because if you gave a damn, you would respect your own canon. Never mind Star Wars canon, never mind George Lucas canon. But if you can't respect your own creation, the Darksaber, you expect me to? It's not my Star Wars. My Star Wars respects itself and understands itself and maintains continuity at all costs. George Lucas' first priority was the story and that it all had continuity. George Lucas doesn't have mistakes in Star Wars. Now, people could argue as films, you know, they have these problems and blah, 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 and there's always production mistakes in any project. That's fine. But as far as the story, there are no mistakes. There are no holes. Everything has a very logical explanation and fits in perfectly. Disney is all over the goddamn place. Pretend that 1 through 6 don't exist. It's just been Disney created all this. They can't keep their own shit straight. Never mind, respect what was established. And when you don't respect what was established, you decanonize yourself. So from October 31st, 2012, they chose the nonsense. They made EU legends, and they took themselves out of the game. Disney did it to themselves. Thus, Not My Star Wars exists. They chose this, not me. Because I wish I could be here with all of you and saying, yeah, Star Wars, did you see this new ship? Did you see this new game? Did you see? They chose this. Anyways. And I'm not saying there's not any elements throughout the rest of the Clone Wars of George's, but just know that once he sold it and he lost control of it, then it becomes non-canon because they chose not to continue to maintain the continuity. They chose that. By the way, Rinzler, I did an interview with him last year now, and he confirmed it, and I've seen it in many other places as well. What George Lucas would do is he would come into a writer's room. This is during the Clone Wars cartoons. He'd come into a writer's room. He'd have a few little notes and be like, this, and this. Right. And he would hand it off, and a room of writers would write the Clone Wars. So it's not like George was writing them and all that involved. He was there. He'd give them the main points, and he would give the final approval. But it's not like the movies where Lucas was making the Clone Wars. One of the best ways I like to put it is George Lucas created the Clone Wars cartoons. Dave Filoni made them. It's a key distinction. One person coming up with the concept, the other person that's executing them and making the mess. So just remember that sure, I'll give you the first few seasons are Lucas. But afterwards, that's all Filoni fan fiction. Could the lightsabers be effective against new designs, or were they far weaker? Lightsabers haven't changed. They've been around for thousands, over 25,000 years. So they've been tested, tried, it's old tech at this point. So there's no reason for them to be more effective. What's effective is your skill. Same thing with swords. I mean, yeah, over time, what's it called? Like blacksmiths, right, would develop stronger metals and stuff like that and designs, but that's like the first few hundred years. When you're talking about thousands, just generations, well, that's been tried and tested and done. So then it becomes a matter of your skill. Now there's adaptations like, right, Maul's double blade. So if he becomes proficient at that, he in ways has an advantage. But as far as the lightsabers themselves, they're the same. And you had the High Republic, which I don't know if you guys know, but this girl jumps from a spire, she's falling from a spire, puts her lightsaber into like this rock thing and starts going down. And then eventually she stops. Well, that wouldn't happen. The lightsaber would just keep burning through and she would go down the rock spire. It's just ridiculous. And then Kevin Scott had the nerve to say, well, but in the EU, they had where they could turn up and down the intensity of the lightsaber. And maybe that's what she did. Oh, really? On the fly while she's dragging down this rock, she changed the intensity, or she pre-hand. It's just ridiculous. It's a hot blade. It's going to cut. Plus, it has weight, the weight of the girl on it. It's ridiculous. It's not a solid like blade that's going through a solid object, and then eventually the resistance, right, is going to, the amount of force of your weight and inertia is going to run out because of the resistance of the rock. No, that's not how a lightsaber works. A lightsaber cuts through fucking anything, so it's not going to slow down. It's going to just cut. But no, lightsabers have not changed. What changed is the hilts, designs, and stuff like that. And, in the Clone Wars cartoon, there's that whole episode of Ahsoka takes the kids, the younglings, to make lightsabers, and there's the wooden one and all that. I don't know that George Lucas had anything to do with that or that he would have really approved of that. I can't say for sure if he was involved with that, but a wooden handled lightsaber maintaining a laser sword blade in it. I don't know. Sounds suspect to me. Sounds like Filoni to me. But any event, no, lightsabers have not changed. The design of the hilt is a personal custom thing. Some are longer or wider because your hands are different, you know, your strength, whatever. But in general, they're the same. And furthermore, a misconception some people think is like there's these light things because we're used to playing with like the plastic toys. They're not. George Lucas very specifically told Mark Hamill, you got to chill with how you're swinging it because it would be heavy like Excalibur. Lightsabers are heavy. They're not like this light thing that you can all over the place. So you would have to have great skill and strength to be twirling them around and doing, you know, lightsabers are heavy. They're not something that, in general, you would be using one hand. They were more designed, so intended to be like a two-handed type thing. Now, you know, Luke, Vader, Mace, these guys, they have a tremendous amount of power. So, but just know that Lucas said, you know, they're heavy. They're like an Excalibur, more so intended for two hands. Yeah, the blade is the blade. I mean, old lightsaber, new lightsaber, they would be the same. Now, I wonder if you're asking me that because of the Darksaber. Because the Darksaber, you've got lightsabers against the Beskar spear, pike, whatever you want to call it, staff, and they're not doing anything. Then you've got the Darksaber that was making it glow. So it implies that the Darksaber's hotter and more powerful. And again, that's Favreau and Filoni fan fiction. Because they invented the Darksaber, not George Lucas. And no, they shouldn't be any different. Remember that a lightsaber, the hilt is what you're designing, but the energy blade, it is what it is. So those blades hitting each other, there's not going to be any difference. It's not like a sword where like this is an ancient design with cheap metal and this is a new design with refined metal, so then they hit and one breaks. No, it's not. The blade itself is the same technology. It's a crystal, right? It's the Jedi crystal. The hilt is just holding that and amplifying the crystal. But the blade itself would be the same. So it doesn't matter. It could be an ancient Sith blade against a modern blade, and it's going to do the same thing. It then comes down to your skill. But you see where Favreau and Filoni think they're clever and they're slick and they're being ingenuitive and cool and, oh, we'll make the Darksaber so hot that it's making it glow. But they're not thinking of how that's going to affect the past, the present, or the future. But also, what about all the old lightsabers? Now you're diminishing all the lightsabers and causing a problem because now the Darksaber is supposedly hotter and stronger than all the other lightsabers. So now you're going to have some Mandalorian, you know, fighting Jedi or Sith and taking them out because he has the Darksaber, now he's got an advantage. No. At the end of the day, a Jedi should be able to take out a Mandalorian. Unless you're a really badass Mandalorian. Yeah, Mandalorians are badasses, and they have killed Jedi. But in general, a one-on-one, a Jedi against a Mandalorian, Jedi should win, or a Sith should win all day. But now you're going to have a Mandalorian running around with the Darksaber, and now everybody's going to fear him because he's got the freaking Darksaber. So now you see how you've changed the balance of the story, the universe, the Force. People that have been training for centuries with these blades just because you have the Darksaber. I'm really just going to be watching the Clone Wars for Obi-Wan and Anakin. Yeah, I mean, there's some cool stuff there. Don't get me wrong. I'm not telling you not to watch it. Just know that at the end of the day, it breaks shit and it's not, you know, mall rats. Yes. Well, like I said, I knew Jason Lee like way when he was younger because he became a professional skateboarder. And in fact, it always sticks out to me because his video part was the Mario Brothers music. And we always wondered, like, how did he get the license to do this shit? But sure enough, his video had the Mario music in it, and it always stands out. He was pretty good, pretty damn good pro skater, at least for his time. and he had the Mario music, so it always stands out to me. I'm sure you could find it if you looked. And like I said, I read it in a magazine. He was saying, really, I'm just doing this because I want to become an actor. And then, sure enough, a few years later, there he is. He's become an actor. It's funny. And in the interview that I was telling you with Mark Hamill and Stan Lee, he mentions it also again that he really started skating so that he could become an actor. Only the first 6 seasons of the Clone Wars, the one Filoni made, breaks Lucas' ideas. Well, no. Jango was always a Mandalorian. Filoni said he wasn't. The Darksaber supposedly is only a Mandalorian thing, but yet Darth Maul gets it and rules Mandalore. So they're breaking their own canon. There's a lot of problems in Clone Wars. Lots. Way before season 6. My name is Earl, yes. No variant covers for any of those Shadows of the Empire comics. I hate when comic shops and companies do these kind of tactics to alter the figures. Yeah, no, I agree. Now, I'm not opposed to like maybe a little variant here and there, a story that's really great, Speaking just real quick, Joker comics. I was never a big comic book guy, although when I was younger, I read all the old G.I. Joes and Star Wars. I had the first TMNT. I don't know if some of you know the story, but by chance, I was out with my dad. He used to do deliveries in his car. We went by this comic book shop in Bethesda, Maryland. I think it was called Planet Comics. And Eastman and Laird, the creators of TMNT, happened to be there that day. So I got issue 1, print 1, TMNT, signed by Eastman and Laird. Years later, I sold it, but just a neat thing. Anyway, so I was, I had my little comics, but I'm not like a huge comic guy by any means. I don't know a lot about comics, but just thinking Joker comics, The Killing Joke or The Killing Game, I think it was The Killing Joke. To this day, I don't remember all the specifics. It's been forever, 20 years or something, but I remember that graphic novel was like that guy said in one of my other streams, a chef kiss. That was a badass book. The Killing Joke. But yeah, I don't mind, if it's really something special. There's, maybe one other cover or something, but High Republic has like 6 variants and they're doing all this mess. Anakin, Luke, Leia, Han, Obi-Wan, George. Ahsoka. Yeah, there, exactly. Well, the word canon came from the Bible. Yes, canon is centuries old. That's not a new word. One of my streams, some of you may remember, somebody wanted to argue with me about canon. But guys, listen to me. Don't argue with someone that's older than you and has lived longer than you and knows more than you, because you end up looking foolish. Canon is something that's been around centuries from the Bible. Canon was first used in entertainment in 1966 for Star Trek, 11 years before Star Wars came out. And this kid was arguing with me that canon wasn't used and the EU wasn't used until 93 or some shit. No. When I was a kid, the words canon and EU came out of my mouth long before it was on StarWars.com or any of that. We created the EU, technically. Before there was an actual EU, we were talking about the extended universe, expanded universe of Star Wars, beginning with Splinter the Mind's Eye. Now, whether you're younger and you know this is irrelevant, because out of my mouth, those words were coming out before they were officially established. Star Wars canon was from May 25th, 1977. Not years later. Because the second you walk out of the movie, we're talking about the canon. We're talking about the continuity of the story. And then, of course, Empire, right? You had Splinter, which then we considered canon because that's what was the next thing. But then you see Empire and you're like, oh, okay, so that's not canon because here's the actual story. And then how Empire meshes with A New Hope and then Jedi to the first 2. And we all knew about canon long before anybody was talking about it on StarWars.com. And the expanded universe. Because we would be talking to each other. So the expanded universe was long ago. Anyways, canon, yes, it's centuries old for the Bible. Officially in movies and entertainment, it was 1966, Star Trek. That's where entertainment canon comes from, because Trekkies, like Star Wars nuts, are very much about their canon, or at least used to be. So, again, when you're younger and you think you know shit, but you don't because you weren't there, you end up looking foolish. Because I know, for a fact, as a kid, I was talking canon out of my mouth. Why? Because 11 years before, even before I was born, Star Trek was talking about canon. But you don't know this if you're not old enough, or you didn't take the time to research it. Different writers in time, so it's okay. Snotchy Bucci. I remember when I was 9 and I watched Phantom Menace in 3D in the theater. Wish they released all of them in the theater. Yeah. I would love, like, if I owned a movie theater, I'd have, like, Star Wars marathons. I'd have Star Trek marathons. I would do, Predator marathons. I don't know why they don't do this. Pay $50 and you get to come all week and watch, like every day we'll do a film or something. I don't know, something like that. I've always dreamt of owning a big theater that would, one, you could like eat and drink, maybe smoke, maybe some theaters would have smoking or not, because smoking is a touchy thing. Some people really don't like it, so I understand. But eat and drink, right? And of course a limit, because you don't want a bunch of drunks acting crazy, but eat and drink. But that it would be not only like cool films and different stuff, but like you could watch the Super Bowl, you could rent it out and do like a business presentation, you could do all kinds of interesting things. So not just a movie theater that Hollywood's controlling, but rather a entertainment theater. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. One day I hit the lottery, maybe I'll do it. I always just thought it would be a cool idea. People will pay $20 to go see the Super Bowl on a huge screen with a bunch of fellow fans, $20, $50. Watch a Mike Tyson fight. You see what I'm saying? Like, hello. I remember when I was 9. You're right, in 3D. Yeah. I wish they would to never experience A New Hope in the theater. Well, you don't know, but probably not. No. No, we're about to. I'm rambling on. Okay, no more comments. Yeah, the thing is, you guys keep talking to me and asking me stuff. I used to have the Kiss comic with her blood. My mom sold it on me. I had the Splinter of the Mind's Eye book as a kid. Loved that, but it confused me until I understood canon. We still love our canon in track 2. One of the many IPs the Disney model is running. Yep. Smoke, wink, wink. Yes. Quick comment on this. Stan Lee, in that interview, that dinner, talks about this. How they were doing the Kiss comic and they wanted to do something clever for marketing. So the Kiss guys came and they're like, hey, we're going to drip our bloods into the printer ink so that all the people that buy this comic have a piece of us. And sure enough, Stan Lee was like, I forget where he said, but he was like in some town somewhere in America, riding around with Kiss, promoting this comic, and there's all these police and security, and it was this whole thing about them putting their blood in the comics. So that's so funny that you mentioned that, because Stan Lee was just talking about this in this interview. Too funny. Yes. Okay, let's get started. I'll put up the link one more time. And I will begin. I think my other links are working. Let me just double check real quick. Okay, I see the tip. I don't see the merch. I made some changes today, so I want to make sure that my stuff, if I screwed it up or what I did. Just a second. I'm seeing the subscribe one over and over, but I'm not seeing my merch or membership. Okay, I'll have to figure out what's going on with that. Interesting. Let's see. Here's it. And there it goes. All right. I see I got one here, Brendan. So let's start Attack of the Clones. Man, 4 hours later. Lord. Okay, so I will tell you timestamps where I'm at. I'm going to, I'll read the opening crawl, and we will get into it. Here we go. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. There is unrest in the Galactic Senate. Several thousand solar systems have declared their intentions to leave the Republic. This separatist movement, under the leadership of the mysterious Count Dooku, has made it difficult for the limited number of Jedi Knights to maintain peace and order in the galaxy. Senator Amidala, the former Queen of Naboo, is returning to the Galactic Senate to vote on the critical issue of creating an army of the Republic to assist the overwhelmed Jedi. So several thousand systems are in the balance. Not 50 states, but several thousand systems. And we know that Count Dooku is causing major problems. Who's Count Dooku? Well, we'll find out. Padme's beautiful silver ship. I love that ship. Which this is a different one from Phantom Menace, but it's another beautiful Naboo ship coming into Coruscant. Coruscant looks gorgeous, of course. What a beautiful shot. The clouds, the spires coming through. What a gorgeous shot. Such beautiful films. Of course, all the little sounds of the engines are fantastic. Ben Burt on point as always. They're landing on the platform. The engines are winding down. The pilot, who's actually Padme, comes out with R2, which should have given it away to everyone because it's just R2. But and then, of course, the fake queen or senator is coming out. Corday, I believe that was. Wilhelm Scream. And man, her ship gets trashed. That whole thing gets wrecked. The other R2 gets crushed. Panaka's R2. Yeah, Corday. And she apologized. She says, I'm sorry that I failed you. But Padme's like, no way. What are you crazy? Which a lot of people probably didn't pick up on this, but Padme is in a Naboo starfighter with R2. So one, it gives it away that it's Padme before you actually see her. But if you didn't think about it, she's a fighter pilot as well. Padme's such a badass. Not to say she's the best pilot, you know, but she's proficient. This is a proficient girl. So as you see her, she comes in a starfighter. Now, to be fair, it might have been on autopilot and someone guided. I'm not trying to say that she's like some miraculous pilot. Not to say that she wouldn't be skilled. Just saying, I'm not trying to like make her out to be some, you know, amazing pilot, but she's proficient enough that she's came in on a Naboo starfighter and not the main ship. And good thing that she did. I shouldn't have come back, she says, and then Panaka's like, hey, this is very important that we're here. This vote is important. Put on subtitles here. R2 is looking around at all the carnage. Okay, so you got Palpatine with all the, well, not all, but most of the Jedi Council's here in his chambers and saying, I don't know how long I can hold off the vote, which is true, but not true, I suppose. More and more star systems are joining the Separatists. You know, and we know all of this later, but it's just so ironic to see the council here and Palpatine, you know, is the Emperor sitting across from them. It's just very surreal to see it when you know what's going to happen. So he says, I will not let this republic that has stood for 1,000 years split into two. Yet he's the one that's splitting it. My negotiations will not fail, he says. Okay, so very important. Mace says, if they do, you must realize there's not enough Jedi in the Republic, or there's not enough Jedi to protect the Republic. Something else that some of you may not have picked up on. Well, you pick up on it later, but right here from the beginning in his Senate chamber, in his Palpatine's chambers, you can see in the background 2 Emperor's Royal Guards. They're there. So that's again, Luke is showing you the poetry of things that right in front of them, without them realizing, these Emperor's Royal Guards are right back here. We don't know what they're till later, till Jedi, but knowing now what they are, they're right there with their force pikes. In Phantom Menace, they're the ones that are in the blue suits. That they're very hand-selected and skilled soldiers. And here they are. There's 2 of them right there, one on either side of the doorway. They're keepers of the peace, not soldiers. And we see for the first time Digital Yoda. Do you think it'll really come to war? Now, I'm not arguing that Puppet Yoda is better than Digital Yoda, but I think a lot of people made a big deal like, Yoda looks terrible. I think he looks fine. I think he looks pretty damn good. I am at 5:03, and I want to point out a very important thing. Look at Yoda's head. He's got freaking hair all over his head. Look at the High Republic, which is 200 years before this. He's bald. They are so freaking clueless over there at the High Republic. The dark side clouds everything. Impossible to see the future is. Okay, again, Luke is setting up dialogue. If Master Yoda cannot clearly see and determine the future, even though he has visions, he also later says this with Luke, that the future is cloudy, then why would you presume that Anakin would be smart enough to know, by having the nightmare of Padme, of what was going to happen and how to handle it, to sell his soul to the devil because he thinks he knows what's going on. So again, Anakin not having humility and going to Yoda and saying, look, I had this nightmare. All of this would have changed. All of this would have ended because Yoda would have said, it's cloudy. That's just one path of what could happen. If you choose the correct path, then perhaps your wife will be saved. Okay? Lucas knew what he was doing. He's giving you the hints. He's telling you the dialogue. You just have to pay attention. The Loyalist Committee has arrived, Your Honor. And then we get a hologram of Rodian. Padme, and guess who shows up? Darth Jar Jar. Yoda says seeing knowing about the explosion was terrible, and seeing you brings warm feelings to my heart. So again, dialogue. Lucas is establishing that Yoda and Padme have a friendship. They have a lot of interaction, and that he even says, for the people that say the Jedi are cold and don't have feelings, he just said, seeing you safe warms my heart. So the Jedi do have love. The Jedi do have feelings. Just like when I did Phantom Menace. Qui-Gon over and over again said feelings, feelings, feelings. So this is establishing that Padme and Yoda have a certain closeness. Are they hanging out all the time? Are they talking to each other on the cell phone? No. But anytime she's around, they console each other. They have a relationship. So once again, had Anakin had the humility to say, hey, look, me and Padme hooked up, and I don't want to fuck this up, Yoda would have said, hey, I love you both very much. Let's figure this out. Do you have any idea who was behind this attack? Padme says. Our intelligence points as disgruntled spice miners on the moons of Naboo. And she says that she thinks Count Dooku is behind it. Kiadi says he's a political idealist, not a murderer. Now, we don't know who Dooku is yet, but as I explained earlier who Dooku is, this is a huge thing, that she's thinking it's Dooku, and the Kiadi's defending him, because now that we know the backstory of Dooku, this is like a serious accusation. This is a big deal, that one of the lost 20, one of the fallen 20 is potentially behind trying to kill Padme. Mace then says, you do realize he was once a Jedi. He couldn't assassinate anybody. It's not in his character. But is he still a Jedi? That's the problem. And Yoda says, but for certain, in grave danger you are. I noticed something. R2 red shirt. The world needs more Wilhelm screams. Yes. You don't remember how horrible Yoda in episode 1 was in theaters? No, I don't. I thought he was great. By the way, Yoda was a puppet. Episode 2 is where it becomes fully digital. So, are you sure he looked terrible? Because I don't remember him looking terrible in episode 1. I'm just surprised Yoda in the High Republic doesn't have hair on one side of his head and shaved on the other side. Yeah. Oh, that's next. They'll punk him out. They're already punking him anyways. Master Jedi, may I suggest? Of course, Palpatine jumps in the conversation. So the may I suggest that the senator be placed under your protection. So you see right here, Palpatine's already beginning to scheme, connecting her to a Jedi. What Jedi are they going to logically use? One that's free, one that's young. Okay, so Palpatine's already up to it. 6 minutes, 15 seconds. Darth Jar Jar's right there, looking around, all involved in the conversation. Is that Isla? I didn't remember. There's a green and a blue Twi'lek here in the background, looking mighty sexy. I don't remember them right now. I don't think that's Isla, because Isla was a different shade of blue, I believe. And her face is different. It's not Isla. Do you really think that's a wise decision, says Bail Organa? Well, of course. And again, he's interjecting this. He's suggesting this so that Anakin gets involved. That's really cool. Chancellor, if I may, I don't believe that, and then Palpatine finishes her sentence. The situation is that serious. The background, the window, everything going on. No, but I do, Senator. Again, if you really pay attention to this dialogue, it's really well written. I don't know why people think that it's not, but I realize all too well the additional security might be disruptive. And then he says, but perhaps someone you're familiar with. So, going back to Darth Jar Jar, who on Naboo leads Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan to Padme, that ultimately leads them to Tatooine, to Anakin. If Darth Jar Jar knew about Anakin, connected the dots, he's manipulating Palpatine. Now he's getting Palpatine to revisit and be like, well, you know, there is a Jedi that you're familiar with, the Chosen One. An old friend like Master Kenobi. Now he's deflecting, like, because he knows they're not going to put Kenobi with Padme. So then what's the next logical choice? That's possible. He's just returned from border dispute. Do it for me. The thought of losing you is unbearable. You little shit. I will have Obi-Wan report to you immediately. Now, he played that off well because he knows ultimately if Obi-Wan comes into the picture, Anakin's going to be there. He reunites Anakin with Padme. He's going to start that spark. And here's where all the downfall, all the spiraling downward starts to come. Dark Ray lightsaber. Yeah. By the way, that new character that I mentioned, Orla Jareni, it's Rey. It's literally Rey. Looks exactly like her, same outfit, and she has the double-bladed hinge lightsaber. Like, how unoriginal. It's literally freaking Rey. No. George Lucas changed episode 1 Yoda in 2011. I don't remember that. Checking at Disney Plus. I'll have to look. I don't recall that. I know that for a fact, though, the original Yoda was a puppet. And, you know, so much stuff has gone on. Maybe I just forgot that, but I'll have to double check that. Google Yoda episode 1. Twi'lek, Illa or Hula from Jabba's palace. I don't know, maybe. But I know that there's 2 little babes in the background that I hadn't remembered. Which, I'm going to go back here for a second just to see if I get a better look at them. Because they're not there in the beginning. Okay, they come in with Padme and Jar Jar. Okay. So they're with Padme's group. Hey, there's a green and a blue one. They're both pretty sexy. I don't remember them. Okay, so now we're at a wide shot of Coruscant. We see the elevator, Anakin and Obi-Wan. You seem a little on edge. I haven't felt you this tense since you fell into that nest of gimbals. You fell in, I rescued you. Obi-Wan. Looking a little bit older with the mullet. You're sweating. Relax. Take a deep breath. I haven't seen her, he says, whatever it is. Yeah, I haven't seen her in 10 years. So Anakin's 20. And guess who's the first person to greet them? Darth Jar Jar. The elevator opens, and there they are. And there's Jar Jar. Misa Palo's here. Lukey. Coruscant's so beautiful. If you maybe hadn't noticed, if you look at 802, Padme and Panaka are on a balcony, and they turn because Jar Jar says, looky. If you pay close attention, there's a glass that comes down over the balcony, and it's like a window that closes it in. It's really cool. So then she sees Anakin. Annie. Okay, so she says, wow, you've grown. And he says, so have you. More beautiful, I mean, for a senator. Totally normal. He hasn't seen this babe in 10 years. He's 20 years old. She's like 23. I mean, it's totally what he would say, or any guy would say. He doesn't know what to say. And it's not so unrealistic or terrible dialogue that he says, wow, you're more beautiful. Well, I mean, for a senator, trying to play it off. And then I have an old friend years ago that always would say, like, this line right here, he always liked it because she just, like, crushes Anakin. And she's like, you'll always be, Annie, you'll always be that little boy I do on Tatooine. It's just like, ah. I can remember from, like, 20 years ago, my buddy's face, he would always say, like, that scene where, like, she crushes him. Our presence here will be invisible. By the way, I said Panaka. It's not Panaka. It's Typho. That's my fault. Yeah, Typho. Hit her security detail here. Queen Jamila has been informed of your assignment. I want to know who's trying to kill me. I don't need security. I need answers. Obi-Wan says, we're here. Okay, now here, again, the dialogue. Obi-Wan says, we're here to protect you, not an investigation. Then Anakin right away jumps in. We will find out who's trying to kill you. And Obi-Wan looks at him like, dude, what are you saying? I just got done saying that we're not here for that. But yet, Anakin in his arrogance. Anakin thinking he knows better. I promise you, he says. And then Obi-Wan says, we will not exceed our mandate. My young Padawan. And he literally says, we will not go through this exercise again. You will pay attention to my lead. So this is, again, showing you through the dialogue that they go through this often or have gone through this several times because Anakin's arrogant. He's a loose cannon. He's always jumping out there instead of thinking. By the way, across from the couch from Obi-Wan and Anakin is Padme and Darth Jar Jar. So Anakin says, why? And Obi-Wan's like, what? Why is what we're sent here if not to find the killer? Protection is a job for local security, not Jedi. It's overkill. And it's implied. And Obi-Wan says, we'll do as the council is instructed. And you'll learn your place. Padme says, I will retire. Darth Jar Jar. Misa busting with happiness to see you again. Charlie recognized me. Okay, and first of all, of course she recognizes you. It's just been a long time, dude. Plus, you were a little boy. But dialogue, Anakin says, I've thought about her every day. Okay, so this is showing you from the beginning. He had an attachment to her before he even really had anything with her, since he was a little boy. And in fact, I just watched a thing with George Lucas talking about how he's been in love with Padme since they first met. Like, he met this girl and was totally enamored by her. She's happy. She's happier than I've seen in a long time. And then Obi-Wan says, you're focusing on the negative. Be mindful of your thoughts. She was pleased to see us. So again, dialogue. George Lucas is telling you, Anakin's impatient, irrational, arrogant, but also thinks negatively. He's not looking at the bright side that she was smiling and happy. She was a little standoffish, but what do you expect? She hasn't seen you in 10 years, dude. Now, granted, he's out and about with Obi-Wan, so he's probably not interacting much with females. He has no clue how females work. So it's a little bit to him, maybe she was being standoffish. But instead of him thinking of the positive, like, I'm in Coruscant, I'm with Padme, you know, I'm here to protect her and I'll be around her, he's thinking of the negative. Like, she didn't jump up and down because she saw me. This is youth. This is foolishness. And we meet Zam Wesell and Django. I like Zam. I think she's really cool. I always liked her. She doesn't do or say much, but I just think she's neat. I really like her, and I love her outfit. I hate the ship, but they used a decoy. We'll have to try something more subtle this time. My client's getting impatient. Okay. I know that this whole section, Mueller and the crew have like a big problem with, because I've watched this. So here's going to be the explanation. First of all, why wouldn't Django himself just go take out Padme? Okay, because there needs to be degrees of separation. The point is that, and we'll throw in Darth Jar Jar. Darth Jar Jar is quietly manipulating Palpatine so that nobody knows his movements. Palpatine is manipulating the Senate and Maul and Dooku and Valorum and Padme and everyone else, and having other people do his actions so that these people are not the wiser. He doesn't just go out and do stuff. He has other people do it. So then he sends Dooku to get Cypher Diaz to get the clones, and also Dooku to recruit Django. So there's not a connection to Palpatine. He has Dooku do it. And then so there's not a connection to Dooku. He has Cypher Diaz do it. And so that there's not a connection to Django, who then is a connection back to Dooku and Palpatine. Django is now hiring another bounty hunter to do his bidding. Also, in comic lore, Django and Zam have a thing. They're lovers. But not bringing in the EU, there's a reason of all these degrees of separation, because it's so that it doesn't get traced back to who's really doing what's going on. Yes, it would have been very simple for Django to just go after Padme. But the point is that there's no connection to Django, because then it goes to Cypher Diaz, and it goes to Dooku, and it goes to Palpatine, and then the whole thing falls apart. So he hands her these centipedes, we'll call them. I can't remember their official name right now. So that she finishes the job. And he says there can't be mistakes. But we know that he now had hired her to do this for him. Why? Because Django can't get involved. He has to stay a bit in the shadows. They're very poisonous. There can be no mistakes this time. Hold on a second. Did her face change there? I know. she was an actual model. I forget where she's from, but she was an actual. I forget, fashion model or whatever, but she was a model. Okay, so she takes the centipedes and goes off. Typho has more than enough men downstairs. Obi-Wan says to Anakin, they're back in Padme's quarters. No assassin would try that way. Quiet as a tomb. I don't like waiting. Anakin impatient as always. Okay, so Obi-Wan says, how is she? And then Anakin says, well, she covered the cameras. I don't think she liked me watching her. Well, naturally, she doesn't want to be spied on. But again, the dialogue is not on accident. It's showing that Anakin's so pressed on Padme. And then, of course, Obi-Wan, you know, the level-headed one is like, what is she thinking? We need to keep an eye on it. So then he says, Anakin says she programmed R2, because remember, R2 is actually Padme's droid, that she programmed him to keep a watch. There's many other ways to kill Senator, Obi-Wan says. Yes, there are. We want to catch this assassin, don't we? Okay. Key line right there. There's many ways to kill a senator. And Anakin says, I know, but we want to catch this assassin. So he's using the logic of, well, if we play it just a little loose, maybe the assassin will make themselves visible. Then we can capture them. So then this ties into directly why Zam goes about what she does. You're using her as bait. It's her idea. No harm will come to her. I can sense everything going on in that room, he says. Trust me, he said. So then, here we go with the banter. He says, I can sense everything in the room, trust me. And then Obi-Wan's like, your senses aren't that attuned. And Anakin says, but yours are. And Anakin, again, is arrogance. And Obi-Wan says, possibly. Okay, so we got Zam. She's putting the centipedes in the droid, sucks it up, and the little droid ship transport thing flies off. Obi-Wan says, you look tired. Anakin says, I don't sleep well because of your mother. And he nods, yes. I don't know why I keep dreaming about her, because something's going to happen, as we find out. Which I always, to be fair, I always thought it was kind of odd that 10 years go by and he doesn't go check on her once on Tatooine. But I don't know. I guess, you know, Jedi life is, 1, he's very busy. 2, he's training. And 3, again, getting rid of attachments. Maybe that's by design. They're keeping him away. I'd much rather dream about Padme. Okay. This is important too, because he's outright saying to Obi-Wan that he's into Padme when he's not supposed to be messing around with girls. And yet he's straight out saying to Obi-Wan. So it's obvious that later Obi-Wan knows, because the whole time he's going on about Padme. Just being around her again is intoxicating. Okay. If you haven't been around the other sex and had the intoxicating feeling, well, then I feel sorry for you, because it's not a problem in dialogue. It's you've missed out on life. Because the right person can be very intoxicating. The things that Anakin says are not so outlandish. Put yourself in his shoes. You've been a slave boy away from the rest of the world. And you've got this gorgeous little queen, senator. Be mindful of your thoughts, Anakin. They betray you. Again, he says this. By the way, this scene, 12:32, they're out on the balcony. He says that about Padme, and they walk in. If you really pay attention to the audio, There's an absolute sound. Ben Bird, again, his brilliance. There's a difference in the sound of where they're outside and they're walking. The sound pressure, you can hear the difference in the acoustics of how Obi-Wan is talking. It's really well done. You've made a commitment to the Jedi Order. A commitment not easily broken. Don't forget she's a politician and not to be trusted. I love that scene because it's so true. She's not like others in the Senate, Master. It's my experience as senators focus only on pleasing those who fund their campaigns. And they're no means scared of forgetting the niceties of democracy. In order to get those funds, right, not another lecture. Okay, so R2 has like this laser grid that's watching. Well, I guess it's not R2. I guess it's something in the room. There's like this laser grid that's kind of watching for movement, and of course R2 is chilling. Not the economics. They're talking in the background, right? Okay, so now the EFAP gang is all bent out of shape over this scene. Like, why not just have someone come and with a blaster just kill her? Or why not just drop a bomb? Or all these things. Okay, stealth. The whole point here is stealth. Why? Because they don't want to be traced back. The whole point here was this. They were going to drop the worms. The ship was going to fly off. Maybe it would stay for a few seconds to confirm, get visual confirmation. But it was going to fly off, and nobody was going to hear or see anything. And then by the time they come later, it's too late. Padme's dead. Because they could have dumped the bomb. They could have blasted her and guaranteed the kill. But the point wasn't just guaranteeing the kill. It was doing it in a stealthy manner. Why? Because then, without stealth, Obi-Wan's going to jump on the damn thing, trace it back to Zam, which then traces it to Django, which then traces it back to Kamino, and this is the whole unfolding of the movie. This was the point, EFAP crew, that it was supposed to be stealth. Had this plan worked, we would have never found out about Kamino and the clones. So this isn't lazy. This isn't George Lucas not knowing what he's doing. It's quite purposely that the plan fucks up. Why? Because Anakin and Obi-Wan, two very powerful Jedi, sense that something's wrong. Therefore, they come in the room. Therefore, it triggers these events. Because the idea was stealth. This thing comes in, drops the centipedes, it's out, and nobody knows where this came from or what happened. Because by the time they find out, this droid is long gone, and that's that. Coming in with a blaster, making a bunch of noise, now you're going to have alarms going off. The people across the way see, loud, a big flash of light, all kinds of things that are going to give away the person that assassinated her, which then leads back to Palpatine or Darth Jar Jar. So that is the whole point here. They did this, George Lucas did this quite purposely because of stealth. Not because he wasn't thinking or doesn't get it or was being lazy, but because the point was to keep it stealth. Anyways. Now, key point in the saga. Padme's at risk of getting assassinated. Who's there? R2-D2, the hero and storyteller of Star Wars. The centipedes plop. They're crawling on the carpet. R2 flicks on. Now, these little centipedes are kind of smart because when they hear R2, they stop and hide. R2 scans the room, doesn't see anything, and then at least pretends to shut off. So then the centipedes start creeping and crawling again. Anakin and Obi-Wan are talking. Chancellor doesn't appear to be corrupt. Palpatine's a politician, Obi-Wan says. I think he's a good man, Anakin says. And then they both sense it, go running in the room, and Anakin just in time, very precisely kills the centipedes, which is really awesome because he could have just chopped Padme in half. And then, again, the point of all this, Obi-Wan looks out the window, sees the droid, and now jumps on it. So the whole plan just got fucked up. Why? Because the Jedi sensed it. Otherwise, the centipede would have bit Padme. The droid would have gotten visual confirmation, floated off, and then, like, tomorrow, everybody would have been like, oh my god, the senator's dead. That's the whole point. Stealth. So that it cannot be traced back. Now, because of the failure, because the Jedi sensed it, we're going to go through this whole chain of events that leads to the clones. Anakin runs out of the room, but this time he doesn't trip. Obi-Wan's hanging from the droid. Beautiful scene shots of Coruscant. Anakin finds a speeder and goes after them. Now, again, I'm not here to focus on the negative, but one would think that Senator Amidala would have, like, transports, plus they're staying in, like, a nice condo. I don't know. I mean, I guess he got to a transport pretty easily, but it's like you had to figure out which one to take and all that. Like, why wouldn't you have a designated... It's not that big of a deal, just saying. (1511) What a shot of Coruscant. Obi-Wan's hanging from this little droid, and it's like, if you look down, this is why I was saying earlier, like Mace, I just can't imagine him surviving, because when you look down, it's just such a height that they're at. Coruscant, you know, some people forget or don't know that Coruscant is over 5,000 levels deep. So if you were to fall from these, you know, a condo or these spires, these towers, you have a long ways. I mean, you're going to be dead just from, like, the fall, like not hitting anything, but just like oxygen loss and pressure. I mean, it's such a high fall. You know, I'm trying to think, like, you know, like the world's tallest building in what's it called? Not Bali, but shoot. You guys know what I'm talking about. The world's tallest building. It's over there in the Arabic country. Right now, it's slipped in my mind. But imagine that by like 10. You know? You're talking about it. Such an insane fall that no way that Mace Windu shocked going out of that window. I can't imagine he would survive. Let's see what you guys have got here. Yeah, I have to look at that Yoda thing because I don't remember that happening, but maybe, yeah. Normal comment by Anakin makes sense. Yeah. Anakin chasing Adam on foot reminds me of Blade Runner. Again, I want to stress, even if you like grew up in modern times and you had interaction with girls and all that, a 20-year-old boy does not know what the hell he's saying to a girl. Let's be real. Now you compound that by you've been a slave boy out in the desert. You have this like very disruptive and crazy life. Then you've got the weight of the galaxy on your shoulders. You're the chosen one. So you've got this mix of arrogance, but yet you don't know shit about the world or the universe or the galaxy. Then you're presented with a girl that you've been in love with since you're 10 years old, who's really freaking cute and really awesome, really badass. Like, she's all the things that a guy would pretty much love to have in a woman. Not one of you would know what to say to Padme Amidala at 20 years old. So the dialogue that Anakin uses, sometimes it's like people get all wound up, and it's like, are you being real? Because what the hell would you say to Padme Amidala? You're not being real. Ula. Yeah, I don't know that it's them from Jabba's. It's not impossible. They would be much older, though, so I don't think so. And she doesn't look the same. Anakin chasing Adam on foot reminds me of Blade Runner. Another movie I love. Blade Runner's awesome. Purple Twi'lek from the Outliner Club scene was played by Katie Lucas. Yes. All its kids are in these films, by the way. And so is George Lucas. I'm sure you guys know that. Zam, I meant Zam. Damn autocorrection. I really like Zam. I think she's cool. Kreia deserves to appear in some Old Republic series or books. Yeah, that'd be cool. Cool avatar Sherlock Murdoch. I can't see it too well. It's small, but it looks pretty cool from what I see. I'm totally digging listening to you describe this while I play as Spider-Man. Cool. You know, and a lot of you have seen these movies 1,000 times. I'm not saying that it's like you're gonna get a whole new view, but I'm sure there's some stuff I'm going to point out that's going to make you guys think. And that's the point here, is for us to think and to talk and to understand these films. There's things that I don't even remember. I'm watching them again, you know, frame by frame, and you start to see things and remember things. Though it's got me thinking, if there was a what if comic where Spidey became a Jedi, he would be my favorite OP character of all time. Yeah, that would be interesting. Comfy seats these are. Why can't Yoda just walk? I mean, he can, but he's pretty old, guy, dude. Give the man a break. He's earned it. I liked Zam. She was a cool, interesting character that just so happened to be female, and not cool and interesting because she was a female. Yeah. Honestly, I don't really think of Zam like because she's a female. I just think the first allure to me about Zam is she's a bounty hunter. So I'm like, oh, okay. I like my bounty hunters. Then she's unique. She's got a cool suit, totally different. She puts the thing on her face. Like, why is she doing that? Well, we find out. Then it doesn't hurt. She's got a nice face. She's a model face. Her body frame is not my type. I like curvier, thicker women. So it's not even like a female thing. I think she's attractive, but I just think she's an awesome character. And I didn't really ever think about because she's a woman or because of her connection to Django. It's just, I saw her and it's like, oh, bounty hunter. And then, you know, you see her with the sniper rifle and you see her flying her little ship, and then she's a changeling. And it's like, wow, this is a cool little character. I don't like waiting. So I guess he doesn't like the sands of time. I'll eat a blaster barrel now. LMAO, yes. How is 50s Diner the one thing people complain about? Because people are dumbasses. That's why. Glad you liked it. I see Sebulba in the background. George Lucas's son. Jet. That kid is not Ahsoka. You want to buy some death sticks? Yes. Where did you go? It's jumping around here. By the way, I forget if there is a reference specifically to it, but to me, death sticks were always cigarettes because spice is a drug. Now, I have seen or heard somewhere that death sticks are made with spice, but I don't know. I mean, watching the movie, to me, death sticks were cigarettes. I could be mistaken. I'd have to look into it again. It's been a while. But spice specifically is drugs. To me, death sticks were cigarettes, because even we say that here on Earth, right? But anyways, and the diner, which we'll get to, you got to remember, George Lucas is from an era of the hot rods and diners, and that's where that's coming from. And who doesn't like a good diner? Theed looks more beautiful than I remember. Yeah. Sleaze Pagano, yeah. One of the best names, yep. Dropped my keyboard. So much for fixing my thumb issue. Membor Kaz, June Lang, Fej Banto. If they sound dumb, sorry. I'm not good at making names. Sears Tower, yeah. That's but Sears Tower is not. There's Dubai. That's what I was thinking of. Dubai. There's this massive tower in Dubai that people do like base jumps off of. So imagine that by like several of them stacked on top of each other. Sears Tower is tremendous, but by the way, welcome Michelle Proano Crescent. Nice to have you here. Mumbai, Dubai. Although there's, I think in Malaysia, another very, very tall tower. On May surviving involves him falling in an open car. Yeah, I mean, he would have to like catch a balcony or car, but even then, you're falling. These things are flying by fast. I mean, if you look at 1511, you're going to see there's like nothing to grab, or it's just like you're going to be falling for several minutes. There's nothing there. Mace Windu, right? Something really nice. Quentin Tarantino hires him. Yeah. What's the age difference between Annie and Padme? Roughly 5 years. Yeah, because he's 10 and she's like 15-ish. He's like 9, 10. She's like 15-ish. So roughly in there. I'd have to check to tell you exactly, but it's roughly 5 years, which, as we know, first of all, women mature more so than boys, so that already 5 years. Plus, at that young of an age, 5 years is right a big leap. Now, episode 2, they're a little bit closer, but still, 20 and she's 25. Like, that's a young woman, and she's in prime time right there. To me, like a woman at 27 is that's prime time. So she's like 25-ish. Him at 20, he's still a boy. No offense to anybody, but just saying. I mean, 20-year-old boy doesn't know much. And you'll if you're 20 right now hearing this, when you're 30, 40, you're going to be like, yeah, he was right. About 5 years, Michelle. Tall building, Taipei 101. Yeah, that's another one. 4 to 5 years. Yeah, somewhere in there. I know what I'd say to Padme at 20, or even now 33. Babble. Yeah. When episode 1 came in theater, Yoda was a puppet, but George didn't like it and he changed. Yeah, could be. CGI. There's actually a what if video on Obi-Wan and death sticks. Apparently it's like super acid or something. Okay. Yeah, I've heard people say that that's spice. I don't know. I always took it as cigarettes. It's an older video. It checks out, in my opinion. Or LMAO. Why are we going on about Mace falling? That's in episode 3. Well, because Dudepool had way earlier, said a theory that about Mace surviving, and that's why I'm just saying we're in Coruscant, and you can see that like there's nowhere for him to go to, so he would have died. That's why. Makes sense. The puppet always looked weird to me. 33-year-old boy. My papa was 80, telling me not to grow up. Yeah. Okay, so 1511, Obi-Wan's like way over nothing, flying, hanging on to this droid. Jedi Voodoo. You know, and I'm sure a lot of you have caught this, but if you really listen to the sound effects, it's all hot rod sounds and like old plane sounds. So again, Lucas being, you know, from the 50s, 60s, growing up around hot rods and stuff like that, that's where the pod races come from. All that is from him. His adolescence. Okay, so beautiful shot here. 1527. It cuts to Zam up on that like walkway, and there's the purple billboards that are like glowing, and she's wearing her purple suit, so she like really blends in the shadows, but yet it's all lit up. The propaganda. She's looking through her little binoculars and sees her droid's coming back, and there's somebody hanging on it, which obviously she has no idea that's Obi-Wan or a Jedi. Well, I don't know, maybe she does, but most likely she doesn't know. But she sees someone's hanging on it, so right then and there, you know, she's like, oh shit, that didn't work. And even if she did get her target, someone's tracing back to her. So I will say one more time to Mahler and the EFAP crew, love you guys, but the whole point was stealth. The whole point was to avoid this right here. The droid was supposed to drop the centipedes, get confirmation, fly off. Nobody knows. Instead, now we've opened this can of worms of Obi-Wan tracing to Zam, that traces to Jango, that traces to Kamino, that traces to Cypher Diaz, that traces to Dooku, that traces back to Palpatine, that traces to Darth Jar Jar. That's the point. Sam goes to her little speeder, pulls the sniper rifle, which I always thought was cool. Plus, when she looks through the scope, love it when she looks through her scope. Now, Mahler and them do point out, why shoot the droid instead of just shooting Obi-Wan? Okay, well, you know, it's not bad logic that she obviously you shoot the droid and he's going to fall. But yeah, I mean, I agree. She could have just shot him through the heart or something and got retrieved her droid. But, you know, you're in the moment. It's fast and you're just thinking, you know, plus by destroying the droid, you now destroyed the trace back to you. So, and she just figured, you know, anybody falling from that height is screwed. Which, by the way, again, back to the Mace Windu thing, at 1548, you look down and there's nothing to grab, or you're just going to be falling and falling and falling, and you're dead. There's nowhere to. Sorry, Mace. She puts the rifle back on her ship, which it gets like sucked up into her ship. I always thought was neat. And she takes off. And the sound of her little speeder is really cool. Obi-Wan's falling, and Anakin's through the Force, traces him, gets underneath him, saves Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan climbs into the seat. What took you so long? Couldn't find a speeder that I liked. By the way, Obi-Wan says there he is as they're following. So they have no clue that it's a female yet. Obviously, they say something about that later too, but okay, important dialogue. If you let me get it right. I couldn't find a speeder that I liked with the open cockpit, speed capabilities. If you spend as much time practicing your saber techniques as you did your wit, you would rival Master Yoda as a swordsman, as a swordsman. Okay, so you might think that's a little throwaway line, but it's not. Because Obi-Wan is literally saying, hey, you're the chosen one, dude. You're my little brother. I know what you're capable of. And if you stop being such an arrogant little prick all the time, you could really be something special. And instead of Anakin being humbled and being like, wow, or you're right, he says, well, I thought I already did. So it just goes to show you that this little punk. Just one moment. Just one moment.
Arrogant punk. If I didn't have more important things to do, I'd let Video Man put you in your place.
Okay? It's important dialogue. It's not on accident. He's reminding you that if Anakin wasn't such a shithead the whole time, Star Wars Theories fan fiction was pretty cool. His fan film, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say it wasn't good because it was decent, but there's things I just don't like. Palpatine's voice, cringe. The story, the thing with Mace, and I don't know. I have problems with it. It's a fan fiction, so it's okay. But I just think if you're that big of a channel, you have access to all these people, you claim to love Star Wars so much, you could have written the story, plus you spent $100,000. Dude, get the canon correct. Anyways, just like On the Surface as a fan film, I mean, it's cool. There's much better ones people have done for $5,000 that are much better. Just saying. I'm not trying to trash it. It is decent, but it's not in my top 10, which that's a video I'm going to do eventually. Is my top 10 fan fiction or Star Wars fan films, because there's some out there that are really freaking great, and they didn't cost much money at all. I admit it's totally ridiculous, but I'm not saying that his was bad because it's good, it's decent. It just has some things, and there's like something that always sticks out to me. Vader is like standing there, and I forget if stormtroopers I think come and they shoot his lightsaber and it goes out of his hand, but like it literally hits the lightsaber. So the lightsaber should be destroyed, but like 3 seconds later he's picking it up and using it again. I don't know, just stuff like that. Anyways, that was the channel. I'd be cool with May surviving. Yeah. You know, and I'm not against May surviving. Just saying, when you look at Coruscant and the situation, it's like, I don't know. If A New Hope took place in 77, Attack of the Clones would be set in 55. Yes, or even earlier, 30s or 40s. George Lucas says this. This is like a old serial type film. I like Django more than Boba. Oh, now that's blasphemy. Don't make me force choke you through the screen. The kid who played Boba in Attack of Daniel Logan also played him in the Clone Wars. Yes. Assassin is Stunning and Brave. Oh, wait, it's not Disney Crop. Just a moment. Just a moment. Video Man hype. Yes, Video Man. Well, here you're newer to the channel, so I love that. Oh, Video Man. That's my homie. That's my mascot. Being set at 55 of our timeline, and diners became popular in the 50s. Yeah, well, again, Lucas, there's an interview where he's talking about it, and it's based on like the 30s and 40s, that type of serial shows from those times. Much more romantic film than what people realize. If Disney made Sam, she would have fucked up Obi-Wan and Anakin. Yeah, of course. Because bounty hunting is female. Anyways, you would rival Master Yoda as a swordsman. So you got on one end Obi-Wan saying like, dude, you're amazing. You have all this potential and you're being a fuck up. Then you got Anakin on the other end being arrogant, like, well, I thought I already did, Master. I mean, the nerve of this boy, who's not even a knight, he's a Padawan, to say and believe that he could even pretend to hang with Yoda. Only in your mind, young apprentice. Which also implies that if he could rival Master Yoda, then he could easily beat Obi-Wan. But yet Anakin, years later, much more powerful, gets his ass served by Obi-Wan. So at the end of the day, understand that Anakin's downfall, yes, he went through a really shitty life. A lot of things happened. His mom, the dreams, the manipulation. But at the end of the day, Anakin's downfall is his own freaking fault. His arrogance and his greed. He was given all the gifts in the world, all the opportunities. Yes, his young life sucks shit. But then he gets recruited by the Jedi, lives in Coruscant in the temple, and is traveling around the galaxy. Doesn't have to worry about food or money or nothing. He's got Padme Amidala as his girl, mother of his children, and he still manages to fuck it up because of arrogance and greed. So Anakin doing crazy piloting, which he's chasing Zam, who's a pretty good pilot, to be flying through all this mess on Coruscant. You know, I don't like it when you do that. I forgot you don't like flying. Man, Coruscant is so gorgeous. I don't mind flying, but what you're doing is suicide. There's a shot here. If you look at 1726, wow, what a shot of Coruscant. Just all the buildings and like the amount of detail. Remember that someone is digitally hand painting all this shit. And it's just like, wow. Makes New York City look like a little flea. What a gorgeous shot. So then they come into this weird section with the flames. Which those are like kind of like exhaust chimneys. Zam shoots the coupling, charges the coupling across. Obi-Wan's like, how many times have I told you not to? And Anakin flies right through it. Yeah, Zam's a pretty good pilot. She's zipping and zagging through all kinds of stuff here. The hologram lights in the city, some really cool stuff. It's it very much reminds me of Tron and Blade Runner. So Anakin, again, doing things unconventionally, but, you know, to his credit, he is the chosen one, and he does pull some stuff out sometimes. Obi-Wan's like, you went that way, and Anakin goes the opposite way, and he's like, you know, if we keep this up, he's going to end up deep fried. So he's going to cut him off, find out who he is and who he's working for. This is a shortcut, I think. So then Zam's flying through this tunnel, which, by the way, there was the pod racing game. I always thought that this would be a cool, like this section of Coruscant, like from where she shoots the coupling, those fire chimneys and the shoot the coupling, like that section on. I always thought, like, why isn't there a game of this flying around through Coruscant through these tunnels and stuff? Because there's this scene right here, 1839. Zam's flying through this tunnel, and she's like zigzagging in through vehicles. They could add Coruscant races or something like that. Chase the bounty hunter game. I don't know, something. So then Zam removes her little mask, which, you know, it's for no other purpose than to show her face. Again, she was a model, so I know Lucas, I sure took advantage of that. It's kind of funny. 1852, if you look behind Zam, I think she's got a flux capacitor going on there. It's not exactly, but it kind of looks like a flux capacitor. So yeah, Zam's chilling. She thinks she lost them. Anakin stops. Obi-Wan's like, you lost them. And then Anakin being a shit, I'm sorry. And then, you know, he went the other way. And then we know that Anakin's going to jump out like a freaking lunatic. I hate it when he does that. So again, dialogue implying that Anakin is a loose cannon and does this kind of shit all the time. 1917, if you're looking down, you see there's nowhere to go. Like, you have to be on point and grab a ship or grab something because you're going to get squished. Not to mention, these ships are zipping by super fast. So I'll remind you, Mace, in shock, no hand, electrocuted, thrown out a window, physically and mentally shocked. I don't know. I don't think it's going to make it, guys. Anakin coming down like he's parachuting, grabs Zam's ship, which is insane. She tries to shake him off. Then she tries to shoot him off. He's hanging on and climbing. And here we see her for the first time at around 2005. She is a changeling. I remember in the theater, I saw that the first time. Like, I caught it when it first happened. I was like, oh, what the hell? Yeah, 2004, 2005. Which, you know, to be fair, we hadn't seen a changeling like that. We had seen all kinds of aliens, but not one that changed like that in real time right before us, a chameleon. So that was definitely an interesting moment. Anakin does a weird thing there. He pulls out his lightsaber and then, like, just puts it down through the window. Like, I don't know what he was trying to accomplish there. Not really thinking. Like, why not slice the engine or part of the hull? You know, like, she has those, like, two front sections of her ship. It's just kind of dumb. Like, you put it just through the window. You didn't try to even attack her. You just, like, it was kind of a silly thing. And then she shoots and goes flying. And Obi-Wan grabs it, which is, I guess, is just more for a visual coolness. But yeah, I just always thought, like, what are you doing there, Anakin? Again, not thinking. He grabs her, makes her shoot her own damn dashboard. So then they come crashing down. Anakin lands on his knees, which that had to hurt. She crashes, which I always thought that looked so cool, how her ship slides and crinkles up. And they're, of course, in the lower levels of Coruscant. She jumps out of her ship. Anakin starts running after her. Man, it's a shame that Underworld didn't get made because it would have been so cool to see all this stuff. And 1313. I love all the little neon signs everywhere. Zam runs into the bar, club, whatever. She went into the club, Master. And then Obi-Wan, patience. Use the Force. Think. Went in there to hide, not to run. Chill out, Anakin. This weapon is your life. Why do I get the feeling you're going to be the death of me? Yeah, it's so true. Don't say that, Master. You're the closest thing I have to a father. And then he says, well, then why don't you listen to me? I'm trying, he says. No, you're not trying, Anakin. We see some babes for the guys. 22:15, babe alert, babe alert. All over the place. Alien babes. I always thought it was interesting. There's like sports on the screen. Droid sports and pod races. I think he is a she. She's a changeling. Let's be extra careful. To get a drink. By the way, can we just address that Obi-Wan's an alcoholic? No one ever seems to bring this up. It's like every time Obi-Wan gets a chance, he gets a drink. Can we just address that elephant in the room? No, he's not an alcoholic. But if you notice, he's always wants to get a drink. He's a sophisticated man. Um, 22:51. Katie Lucas in purple. Ahmed Best right next to her. Also, Anthony Daniels is in here as a patron. Not in this particular shot, but he is in here. So there you go, Darth Jar Jar again. Up to no good. You want to buy some death sticks? He does the flip and makes some palms a cigarette or death stick. You want to go home and rethink your life. Those are cool drinks, by the way. The neon, like glowing blue one and pink one. Some babes checking Anakin out when he's walking by. And Zam is creeping around, thinking she's sneaky. And she comes up behind Obi-Wan. And she loses her hand. And, by the way, at it's really cool how Obi-Wan turns around and spins his saber and gets her. At 23:47, there's Anthony Daniels. He turns and he's like, oh, what happened? That's Anthony with some babes. There's a lot of babes in this bar. I need the address of this place. Then they show again Katie and Ahmed Best. Ahmed Best. Jedi business. Go back to your drinks. Okay. Do you know who it was you're trying to kill? And she says it's the senator from Naboo. Which was a mistake that she says that, because now she's giving away information that she shouldn't. But, you know, George Lucas again giving you cues. And who hired you? It was just a job. Tell us now. It was a bounty hunter called Slimo. Okay, so let's go back a little bit. The whole point of the damn centipedes EFAP crew was stealth. Because if it wasn't, if it were to worked out how it was supposed to, Obi-Wan wouldn't have jumped on the droid, which then led to Zam, to them going through this whole chase, to then capturing Zam, to then she's about to give away Jango. Jango's got no choice but to kill her and fly off. So now he's exposed himself that a freaking Mandalorian is watching what's going on. Later, Obi-Wan starts digging around. He's going to connect the dots because he sees a Mandalorian. And that's where this whole shit unravels. That was the point of the centipedes. It was very important. Not a mistake, not lazy. It was a very important scene in the movie because that scene right there is what unfolds everything with, again, all the connections of everyone. We shot at Slimo. Poor Sam. And she looked cool as she changed there. Obi-Wan grabs the dart. Toxic dot. Okay, so now we're in the Jedi Council chamber. Track down this bounty hunter. You must. I'm just thinking to myself, like, we're at 25 minutes in. Why do people hate this movie so much? It's such a cool movie. It's so beautiful. Okay, so you must find out who the bounty hunter is. We're going to send you off to do that. What about Padme? She still needs protecting. Handle that, your Padawan will. Let's go back. How are we in this situation? Because Darth Jar Jar manipulating Palpatine suggested that a Jedi escort and protect the senator, someone she's familiar with, Obi-Wan, but really, Obi-Wan, we already know is going to get tied up in some other shit. So then, what does that leave? Anakin and Padme. Palpy, knowing with the foresight of connecting Padme, because that's going to help turn Anakin. Escort the senator back to her home planet. Don't use residential transfer. Travel as refugees. So, as leader of the opposition, it'll be hard to convince her to leave. Yoda says, well, she has to respect our judgment until we figure out what the hell's going on. Anakin go to the Senate. Ask Palpatine to speak with her about this matter, which is a huge mistake, but okay. It does help convince her to go, but in hindsight, honestly, it's a bad thing that he's going to Palpatine and saying, well, we need her to go. That's playing literally right into what Palpatine was planning in the first place. Like, oh, great. Now all I have to do is tell her to go with Anakin, and they're going to go off and be alone, and this is where the seed is planted. I'll talk with her. She won't refuse an executive order. I know her well enough to assure you of that. They finally given you an assignment. Okay, so he says, you got your first assignment. Good job. Anakin's like, well, it's actually more your guidance. Palpatine says, You don't need guidance. Trust your feelings. So we're already beginning the dialogue of, then he says, then you will be invincible, of Palpatine putting in Anakin's head that he's so freaking special. Now, again, Anakin, being young, naive, arrogant, greedy, is not picking up on like, well, how come you know all this stuff? How come you're telling me all this stuff? Because this is another thing, like Red Letter Media really stressed on this. Like, how come he doesn't see any of this? And get this, we're on the outside looking objectively. Of course we're going to see that. That's part of the narrative of the stories, that we see what the manipulation is. Put yourself in Anakin's shoes. Think of his upbringing. That's why Phantom Menace is important, to see him as a child, so that you get here and you understand why he's so gullible. And you understand that he's confused, clouded by puberty, Jedi, Padme, the senator, or the chancellor, or senator. He's chancellor. You know, everything that's going on. That's why. You can't think as like a clear-headed, logical person from the outside. You have to think as Anakin. You're the most gifted Jedi I have ever met. So you see, I see you becoming the greatest Jedi of all. I see you becoming the greatest of all the Jedi, Anakin. So again, from us on the outside, we're like, well, obviously he's manipulating him. But from the inside, he's playing Anakin's ego. And Anakin's got all this other stuff on his mind. And while he's listening to Palpatine and thinking of all this stuff, right now he's like, I'm going to go be with Padme on Naboo all alone. That's what let's be real. Okay? That's what he's thinking about right now. All the other stuff is like, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to be with Padme on Naboo all alone. That's what he's thinking about. I know, because I was his age. So when you're looking at it objectively from the outside, you're like, but how come? And he's being manipulated and all that. But when you're looking at it as him, with his arrogance and his Palpatine stroking his ego, and he's all he can think about is Padme, Padme, Padme. Even more powerful than Master Yoda. So now again, he's playing on his ego. So now we're in the temple. Yoda's floating around on his little thing. Again, Yoda's like, what is he here? 700 years old? Give the man a break. Let him have his little floaty platform. He's walking with Mace and Yoda. He says, I don't trust Anakin. He's not ready. Council is confident and sufficient. The boy has exceptional skills, but he still has much to learn. His abilities have made him arrogant. Yes, yes. A flaw more and more common among Jedi. Okay, so just touching back real quick. The scene that I showed you of the Jedi platform, that's why that doesn't need to be here. Because they cover the same stuff, that Anakin's arrogant and that he's not ready and all that. There was no reason to have that separate scene, although it was cooler looking than them being in the temple. This way he's got Yoda and Mace, and they're establishing the same thing. And I think that that scene shouldn't be in the movie, that this is the better way. Even the older, more experienced ones. If the prophecy is true, your apprentice is the only one that can bring the Force back into balance. Okay, in case you hadn't caught it, 2716, if you look up, there's a droid with a giant panel of glass fixing the window. Possibly, mostly people would have noticed it from the inside because he's like sealing the window, but I don't know that most people catch from the outside. This little droid is putting the panel of glass up to the where it was broken. I'm taking extended leave of absence. It will be your responsibility to take my place in the Senate. Representative Binks. Misa honored. Okay. What is the point of all of this? Padme lands. Her ship blows up. One, the obvious, to try to kill her and get her out of the way, but to scare her. So they go through this whole thing. Palpatine sets up that Anakin is going to be around her and protect her. The assassination attempt with the centipedes. All of this is revolving around getting Padme to be scared, or if not scared, give her a reason why she should leave Coruscant. That's the whole point of all of this, is to get her away from the Senate so that she cannot muck up what Palpatine is doing in the Senate, because she's one of the smartest, strongest minded, strongest willed, and also knows Palpatine well because they're both from Naboo. So the whole point of all of this is to get Padme off of Coruscant and to take Anakin with her. He wins twice. He gets Padme out of his hair and gets Anakin all wrapped around Padme. Let's take this a step further. Darth Jar Jar. If Darth Jar Jar is manipulating Palpatine, now Darth Jar Jar has very cleanly and neatly, nice little knot, gotten Anakin out of the way, gotten Padme out of the way, and now he can hang out with his apprentice and continue to manipulate and scheme. They're not in the way. And this opens the door for Darth Jar Jar to then grant powers to his apprentice Palpatine, and we know what happens there. Darth Jar Jar or not, just Palpatine. The whole point of all of this is to get Padme away from the Senate, whether it means killing her or scaring her or creating a situation where the Jedi push her away from Coruscant. That's the point of all of this. And when you think about it, Darth Jar Jar is right here, and he's saying, Padme's saying, well, you're going to have to stay and be my representative, because who else is there? Because Darth Jar Jar has put himself in this position. I haven't worked for a year to not be here when this the fate of this act is being decided, Padme says. She's all steam coming out of her ears because she doesn't like the idea of not being here. But that's, again, the point, to get her off of Coruscant. So this is so ironic. Anakin says, sometimes we must let go of our pride to do what's requested of us. Which is, such a... that's him trying to look mature for Pat. That was like a total bullshit line, and he knows it. He just made that shit up to look, cool in front of Padme, because, and then she even turns and says, Anakin, you've grown up. And it's like, no, he hasn't. What a bullshit line. Master Obi-Wan manages not to see it. Yeah, well. Okay, and here you see at 28:19, you can see the droids that are sealing the window that was broken, right, the night before. He's a great mentor, but he's holding me back. As wise as Yoda, powerful as Windu. Okay, so again, Lucas, knowing what he's saying in the dialogue, Anakin, the chosen one, says that Obi-Wan is as wise as Yoda and as powerful as Windu. Now, I don't know that that's meant to be taken completely literally, but remember what I said earlier, that the importance of Obi-Wan. There's a reason why Maul takes out Qui-Gon, but yet Obi-Wan takes out Maul. That's not just like stupid luck and a coincidence or convenience. It's to show you the importance of Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan becomes one of the most powerful, most important of the Jedi. if you had not seen the OT, he's showing you here. Later, we know he's important because, you know, right? He's watching Luke and all that, but it's establishing the value and importance and power of Obi-Wan. In some ways, a lot of ways, I'm better than him, or I'm really ahead of him. No, you're not. I'm ready for the trials. No, you're not. He feels that I'm too unpredictable. He's overly critical. He never listens. He doesn't understand. It's not fair. All mentors have a way of seeing our faults, more of our faults than we would like. Okay, so now I want you to pay attention here. The dialogue. 1 second ago, he's like, well, you know, responsibility makes us, you know, do things that we don't want to, but we should because of. And then he totally breaks into like the 9-year-old kid, like, it's not fair. Obi-Wan won't let me do this and that. And Padme's like, what's going on with you, dude? She's an older woman. She's totally picking up on like, you're going from here to here, like instantly. To anyone younger listening to this, let this be a lesson to you. Sometimes adults, your parents, your mentor, your boss, your teacher will sometimes appear to be limiting you. But sometimes you have to understand is that they know you better than you realize or better than you even know yourself. And it's not a matter of them holding you back. It's a matter of them knowing that you're not ready. And this is something that Anakin could not accept, is he thought because he's the chosen one and he has these natural abilities that he's just ready, that he's just whatever will come. If Obi-Wan knew that Anakin was ready for the trials, he would have sent him to the trials. It's very simple. Obi-Wan's not going to keep Anakin from that. That doesn't benefit him or anybody. So Anakin was, you know, again, his arrogance not allowing him to understand that, hey, maybe I'm not really ready. It's the only way we grow, Padme says. And again, Padme's mature and gets it, which, you know, she was a queen at, I think it was like 12 years old or something when she gets appointed queen. So, and she, of course, had parents and a family upbringing and, you know, totally different lives. You're talking about, remember this little slave boy that knows sand. Then you've got this worldly girl who's been a queen, a senator, probably speaks several languages, is a badass, is absolutely gorgeous, which, remember, does play a role. Her looks is going to affect how people relate to her, talk to her, respect her. It's not right. I know it sucks, but it's a reality that her being very attractive has an effect on all the men around her and the respect that she gets and all these types of things. So she has this like worldly knowledge and experience, comes from not necessarily like riches, but, you know, a stable, some sort of wealth. And then you got this kid who's like completely a different world. And then she says, don't try to grow up too fast. And he says, but I am grown up. You said it yourself. Please don't look at me like that. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Yeah, he's, again, he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. So he's like going. He thinks he's so smart. He's so sophisticated. He's so mature. And she knows that he's not. And so they're going to transport, getting ready to go back to Naboo. So then her main concern, like, what if they realize that you've left the capital, which That I never really totally understood the problem there. Like, I guess the other senators or politicians trying to manipulate things will know that she's gone, so they'll move in. I guess that's the point of that. But I mean, she's got all her body doubles, so I don't know why that was like such a big concern. But I guess Lucas was trying to stress that, that Padme. Here's the thing: is you can't just look at Padme as another senator or politician. She's like really important as far as like all the systems go. Naboo is very has a lot of influence, and Padme is known to be one of the stronger-willed and more righteous of the politicians. So the impact of Padme is really recognized throughout the entire Senate. So I guess it does make sense that, if they know she's gone. But I just never thought of it so deeply because, she's got handmaidens, so they could just easily play it off. But, I guess he's stressing that. But if someone finds out, it's a problem, which it is. So then Obi-Wan's like, Anakin, don't do anything without first consulting myself with the council. And Anakin says, yes, master, which, yeah, right. I'll get to the bottom of this plot. I'll be most grateful for your speed, Master Jedi. Which, by the way, if you didn't pick up on that, Obi-Wan goes from man, I don't know. I'd have to look that up because I'm not sure. But as I said, the second that Obi-Wan kills Maul, he's immediately elevated. He passes the trials. So he's at least minimum of a knight instantly. But I'm wondering if that made him master. Because again, to kill a Sith is like... I would have to look into that a little bit more. But regardless if it was instant or not, 10 years have passed. And they're showing you that Obi-Wan in the past 10 years has gone from Qui-Gon's Padawan to he's now a Master Jedi. So important. Oh, and by the way, 3058, we see Anakin with Padme. Anakin's got his braid. Anakin is a Padawan, as we know. He's not a knight yet. Not only do they mention it, but he's got his braid. High Republic just came out with two 15-year-old girls that are knights at 15. So Anakin, the chosen one, at 20 years old, is not a knight. But these two girls in High Republic, and it doesn't matter that they're girls, just saying, these two girls in the High Republic at 15 are knights. So once again, Disney Star Wars trying to diminish real Star Wars because, sorry, if Anakin at 20 is not a knight, then your little ridiculous SJW bullshit High Republic Jedis are not knights at 15. Bullshit. And while Anakin is found a little bit later, he's only 10. He's still pretty little. It's not like Luke that starts at 19, 20 years old. Then that's a different conversation. You could say Luke's way behind. But to be, first of all, the only human that can do pod races, so since you're a child, you're already using, the Force is already affecting your life. You're created by the Force. You are the chosen one, and you're found at 10 years old. Bullshit that those girls in High Republic are knights at 15. Bullshit. I do hope he doesn't try anything foolish. And then he says, I'd be more concerned about her doing something than him. Which, we get the point. Padme is a little firecracker herself, but she's also very mature and There's like Anakin and Padme are such opposites, you know. She's very level-headed, and he's freaking a loose cannon. Which opposites attract, you know. It's fine. Hey, look, it's a 1950s diner. Obi-Wan, hey Dex. Okay, I gotta bring this up because several months ago, about a year ago, I had a whole argument with somebody that just wasn't getting it. There was a conversation about, I think it was Project Luminous, actually, ironically, about a female droid. So then it turned into this whole conversation about female droids. And I said, there's no such thing as a female droid. So then I got people arguing with me. Oh, but there's this droid and the other. And like this girl here in the diner, she's a female droid. You don't know Star Wars. You don't know what you're talking about. No, you dumb fucks. It's a goddamn metal fucking droid. It doesn't have sex. It has a voice modulator because some people are more comfortable with female voices and characteristics and some with males. Typically in a diner, you would have a waitress. That's why they give her the voice so that she makes people feel at home like a waitress. She's not fucking male. She doesn't have a period. She doesn't bear children, and she doesn't have a hole between her legs. Sorry to be crude. I'm just saying there are no male or female droids, for the love of God. C-3PO is not a male droid. He is a droid, a cold piece of machinery that has a male voice because some people are comfortable with like the guy butler thing. But if you want to argue with me that there's male and female droids, well, then what the fuck is your problem? Because no, they're not sex. They are droids. Use your goddamn brain. I'm sorry, I retract that. Solo, Pando, Lando, I stand corrected. That is a female droid. Pando's sticking it in her tailpipe, and I'm wrong. Dexter. Okay. I think he's a cool character. He's a little goofy, you know, he's got his belly. Mel's Diner. He's, you know, the old chef, the old cook at the diner. He's sloppy and dirty because he works in the kitchen all day and he's running his diner. And some people get caught up on, oh, he looks sloppy and he's pulling up his pants. And stop thinking on the surface. Why? Of all, and there's actually one of the deleted scenes is Obi-Wan takes the dart to get analyzed in the temple. They can't figure out who it is. And he says, oh, I know who will know this. Okay. But you don't need that scene because why, of all the places in the galaxy, would Obi-Wan Kenobi come to see this guy? Because he's just some schlub that runs a diner? Obviously, Dexter has connections. He has knowledge. He knows the streets. And sometimes the best information, intel, is your ear to the streets. Obi-Wan didn't come here because he's got nowhere else to go or no one to talk to, or because he doesn't have technology. He can get in a freaking spaceship and go to anywhere else and find someone to talk to and ask about the star. He comes to Dexter for a reason, not because Dexter's just some schlub, because he knows. Because Dexter is a much more important character, and people seem to fail to want to acknowledge that. Well, there's a reason that Obi-Wan goes to see Dexter of all people, because Dexter obviously is not so much of a schlub. He knows what a freaking Camino saber dart is. That's my petition for Dexter for president 2024. You can tell me what this is. Well, I haven't seen one of these since I was prospecting beyond the Outer Rim. Okay, if you know the galaxy map, guess what's in the exact center of the galaxy? Coruscant and Alderaan. So if he was out in the Outer Rim prospecting, obviously Dexter's been around. Obviously he knows a thing or two. Again, why would Obi-Wan of all places come here? And then you got this droid who, yeah, she's got a little skirt and she talks like a girl, but she's not a freaking female. She's a droid. And what does Dexter say? Or Obi-Wan's like, well, do you know what this is? And he says, it belongs to those cloners. It's a Camino saber dart. Obviously, Dexter gets around. Obviously, Dexter knows some shit. Obviously, Master Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi comes here for a reason. I wonder why it didn't show up in analysis archives, which is the scene they show you that got cut out. And what a great dialogue here. He says that the analysis droids don't recognize it. How come? And Dexter says, well, because those droids only focus on symbols. I would think that you Jedi would respect the difference between knowledge and wisdom. If they could think, then none of us would be here. Is it in the Camino of the Republic? No, it's in the Outer Rim. I'd say about 12 parsecs outside the Rishi Maze. Should be easy to find. Okay, there's a Doug. I don't believe that's Sebulba. It's just a Doug. Yeah, that's not Sebulba. They're cloners, that damn good ones. Are they friendly? And he says, it depends on how good your manners are and your pocketbook. How big your, what does it say? Your pocketbook is, yeah. Okay, let me check the chat real quick. So yeah, that droid thing, I went into this whole Twitter thing with somebody that was trying to argue with me, but they are female droids. You don't know Star Wars. And it's like, do you hear how fucking stupid you are right now? Some people want to die on a hill and just argue shit just to argue. Instead of, using your brain for 2 seconds, it's a goddamn droid, dude. It's not a female. Just because it sounds like a female doesn't mean it's female. Zam is more powerful than Anakin. Why? Because that's why. What? What's that you say?
Why? Because fuck them, that's why.
$225. I'm gonna conk out. Night all. Have a great show. You have a good night. If you're still around, thanks for being here. What the hell, man? I don't know which part you're talking about. You're messed up. Peace. Okay. A good moral lesson to be gleaned from Anakin's story is that we, as the viewers, should practice better, proper personal accountability. Absolutely. I'm messed up. I'm so curious what I said there. Okay. George and Steven were good friends. Absolutely. Still are. Adam's apple. Naboo scenes. Over reliance on CGI, my ass. Yeah, no, they're beautiful. I used to think R4 P17 was R2D2's girlfriend when I was little. George Lucas cameo in Beverly Hills Cop 3 with Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy was in Coming to America with James Earl Jones. James Earl Jones was in Field of Dreams with Kevin Costner. Yep. Yet Disney has no clue when his birthday is. Kevin Costner was in JFK with Kevin Bacon. Anakin turns into burnt bacon. I don't remember hearing Shmi screaming and Anakin's sleep. Yes, indeed. Obi-Wan's an alcoholic. He's Scottish. Yeah. I heard the Slave One is the only ship in existence. Django destroyed the others. Where did you hear that? Because I knew about Slave 1, 2, 3, and 4 before Django existed. That's old EU. Django's jetpacks got destroyed. How did he get a new one? Does he get destroyed? No. When it gets stepped on, crunched, I think it gets like damaged, but not necessarily destroyed. I mean, Boba ends up salvaging his suit and helmet, so he, could get the backpack. Plus, Boba's resourceful. It's not the only Mandalorian jetpack in all the galaxy. He may have repaired it or whatever. Anakin parking in Mos Eisley instead of Mos Espa. Wow, you are way ahead. Zama's Australian. Yeah. Farscape. Yeah. Yeah, she was a model. Slave One sound effects. Me too. I love Slave One. Beverly Hills Cop, Eddie Murphy, Mike Myers, Shrek, Mike Myers, Austin Powers, Steve Spielberg, James Brown, and Blues Brothers. James Brown, Kevin Bacon, Animal House. All roads lead to bacon. Yeah, sure does, especially for Anakin. I heard teenage Anakin was inspired, but yes, he was. Was so young when he died. Yeah. In fact, I was just watching the Love featurette for Attack of the Clones, and Lucas says exactly that he's like a young James Dean. That's part of why he chose him to play Anakin. It's weird how neither Owen or Beru remember our 3PO. Again, there's so many of those droids, you can't pretend that there's thousands, if not millions, of R2s and 3POs around the galaxy. So it's totally normal that they wouldn't recognize them. Plus, remember that he's naked, he doesn't have his parts, and then he has like dusty armor. There's different evolutions there, so they wouldn't necessarily recognize him. It's nothing that unusual. Red milk. Yes. Not sure which part, but okay. Those sand crawlers look so massive. Where are we at again? I will tell you in just a moment. Coruscant. I'm really far in the movie. Yeah, you're way ahead. Halfway through. 2819. Christopher Lee is an amazing actor. Halfway through. Scene where Anakin's going to save Shmi. Don't want to know what they did to Shmi. Yeah. I love the color selection of that scene. What if they are that experienced? I'm not sure who you're talking about there. 2 girls were trained from birth. Anakin was 10. They said being ranked a knight at age 19. Oh, you're talking about the High Republic girls. They can't be that. You can't be more experienced than the Chosen One, who's at the height of the Republic with Yoda, Mace, Obi-Wan, and tons of other Ki-Adi-Mundi training you. Bullshit. Nope. They said being ranked at 19 was really young. Doesn't mean so young anymore. That's the High Republic, exactly. Keith trying to scaling a large spile to receive a pendant. Yep, and then hanging on to that spire with her lightsaber. So stupid. Female-looking droids in Clone Wars. Are those sex bots? Bring on the sex robots, yes. Then, where are the ones that look like males? Dex probably has great food. Yeah, I would like to eat there. Lando 100% loves ramming his downloads into L33. Oh, man. I hate everything. Thinks Dexter was made to sell toys. Dude, he actually affects the plot. Yeah, big time. And in Star Wars, everyone has a toy, and not just the men, but the women and the children too. Yes, very good. If Dexter was a normal human being, no one would complain about him. Exactly. And it's not like they made 18 variants of Dex. It's one freaking toy. Get over it. Dexter's character's name was great. I mean, a four-armed alien, that was just awesome. Night, melatonin is kicking in. Night, Michelle, thanks for being here. Hope to see you soon. Every Friday I'll be here doing the movie, so next week we'll do Ruts. Jetpack exploded him really far in the movie. I'm trying to remember. I remember that he gets trampled and like it's been a while, but from what I remember, he gets trampled. Doesn't mean it couldn't be fixed or that he couldn't get a new one. Okay, so this is I'm at 3352, which is a parallel of the deleted scene I showed you, the Fallen 20. Jocasta Nu with Obi-Wan. They're in the I don't know if it's the library, the archives. I think it's just a hallway, but you can see the Fallen 20 are statues. Lost 20. Yeah, I guess it is the archives. So he's looking for Camino. It should appear in this quadrant, but it's not. It looks like it doesn't exist. Impossible. The archives are incomplete. Okay, so Jocasta says if an item does not appear in our records, it does not exist. Again, not a throwaway line. That's showing that the Jedi have become a bit arrogant themselves, that for the librarian of the Jedi archives to just say, well, but if it's not here, then it's not real. That should have sparked her, of all people, to be concerned and say, well, wait a minute, why isn't this here? So Luke is showing you that the Jedi are a little bit out of touch to believe that, well, if it's not there. So then we cut to the transport that's taking okay, what an irony. Taking Padme back to Naboo. Archie's getting food for the young couple, and the droid server behind the counter is like, hey, no droids, get out of here. It's a droid telling another droid. Again, Luke is showing you you know, the ignorance and arrogance of Christina Ariel saying, fuck off, white people, you're being racist. And yet she's being racist. Same thing. Droid on droid crime. Droid on droid hate. You know, when you're so freaking blockheaded to be calling someone on something, yet you're the one that's doing that very act. He's flipping pancakes. R2 brings him soup. Must be difficult being a Jedi, not being able to visit the places you like. And then Anakin, again, young fool, slow down, buddy. Or be with the people that I love. He jumps right into into that. Are you allowed to love? Padme says. I thought that was forbidden. Attachment is forbidden. Possession is forbidden. Compassion, which I would define as unconditional love, is central to Jedi's life. We are encouraged to love. You even changed a bit. You're exactly how I remember you in my dreams. And she looks at him. She's like totally creeping out. Poor Anakin. He's trying. Yoda with the younglings. You know, I gotta say, these kids are better than Luke was doing with the remote. It's kind of embarrassing, which is perfectly fine when you train something from like 2 years old. It's just funny. Like poor Luke was getting shocked all over the place, and these younglings are just like. Master Obi-Wan. This is a cool little scene too. It appears Master Kenobi has lost a planet. How embarrassing. I like that little quip by Yoda. It shows, you know, he still has a good sense of humor and a good heart, and he's not just some old grump. So then Obi-Wan puts that little crystal in the thing. So that's interesting too, because Obi-Wan's like, well, first of all, I have intel that it's there, and you can see the gravity's pulling all the stars to that spot, and then Yoda says gravity silhouette remains, but yet Jocasta knew. It was like, no, it's not here, it doesn't exist. It's silly. How can this be that the stars and planets have disappeared? Because someone erased it from the archive memory. So there's a lot of stuff going on here. You've got Jocasta, who's the librarian, who should be one of the wisest people in all of the temple, being ignorant. Then you've got the other dynamic of a youngling, which young children are this way. They're very literal. They're not thinking of like all the adult problems. They're just thinking of the literal, like, why wouldn't this thing be here? Well, because obviously someone erased it. So then Yoda's like, yes, of course, truly wonderful the mind of a child is. And it's so true. Sometimes people do get older and they get very stuck in their ways. And, you know, unfortunately, Jocasta knew with that huge responsibility. Oh, well. The Padawan is right. Go to the center of gravity's pull. And as they're walking out, Obi-Wan uses the Force and gets his little crystal back. It's a cool little thing there. Who could empty information from the archives? Dangerous and disturbing. Only a Jedi could have erased those files. I like how Yoda says that. Only a Jedi could have erased those files. Meditate he will. And we're back on beautiful Naboo. They start these girls early because she said, I'm not the youngest queen that was ever elected. And she was elected early. I can't remember, but like, I think 12, 14 years old. So if she wasn't the youngest, Lord. I heard they tried to amend the Constitution. So she served her 2 terms. The Queen asked her to be senator. She couldn't refuse. I'm glad that you chose to serve. The Republic needs you. Oh, stop it, Annie. There's been a full-scale war since the formation of the Republic. Okay, now, that's important. There hasn't been a full-scale war since the formation of the Republic. Do you see any way through negotiations to bring the separatists back into the Republic? Nope. Four trials and Newt is still. We must keep our faith in the Republic. Man, that's an interesting piece of information. There hasn't been a full-scale war since the formation of the Republic. The problem is that we don't know. I mean, yeah, on Wikipedia or EU, but officially we don't know when the Republic was formed from the film. So that's interesting. What is your suggestion, Master Jedi? Oh, Anakin's not a Jedi. He's still a Padawan. Crushing moment number 2. Hold on a moment. I was thinking I'd stay in the lake country. Excuse me, I'm in charge of security. And again, I mean, Padme literally is going to say it, but it's like, dude, this is her freaking planet. Shut the hell up. Trying to look cool and makes himself look stupid in front of everybody, and most importantly, Padme. This is my home. I know it very well. That's why we're here. Hello. Be wise to take advantage of my knowledge. Sorry, milady, which is also a mistake because he always is stepping out there and putting his foot in his mouth, and then he's apologizing. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not wrong to apologize, but you don't get babes by constantly apologizing for your actions. Women will respect you more. Don't take it wrong. I'm not saying to be arrogant and just do whatever, but women will tend to respect you more if you stand by your convictions and your decisions. For you to do something and then right the next thing is to say, well, I'm sorry. It's not how it works, dude. You should have, I mean, you didn't have to say, I'm sorry. You could say, well, you're correct or whatever. But him doing that, there's a whole psychology there between the two of them, and he's screwing it up big time. He thinks, like most boys that age, that he's doing the right thing. Well, I'll apologize. But he's not gaining respect with her by doing that. she would respect him more if he said, okay, you were right, or the reason I said this was because of that. Instead of saying, no, I'm sorry, I just made myself look like a dumbass. Hope that makes sense. So Obi-Wan comes out of hyperspace right outside of Kamino. There's a cool shot there because he's in his hyperspace ring, and he like detaches, and rather than flying to the side or over it, he like flies through it, which is neat. There it is, all four. Our missing planet, Kamino. Now, I know the Jedi are spread thin, and they don't have clone troopers yet. But man, you're just sending one Jedi all the way out here to check this out? I guess they just don't have the resources. The rain effects are really cool in Kamino. And some of it, again, is practical with a real sprinkler, but then again, some of it obviously is digital. Kamino's pretty cool. Not my preferred location, but it's cool. Master Jedi. The Prime Minister is expecting me. I always like the eyes on the Kaminoans. Yeah, their eyes are pretty neat. Which, something behind the scenes for those that may have not seen it. It was very similar to Jar Jar. This was actually a woman that had an extended neck on top, like a helmet with a extended neck, and she was walking around so that they would have like the correct height and markings. To track digitally to be able to later make Lama Su. So this was actually a woman walking around with like a neck on her head. May I present Lama Su? Obi-Wan Kenobi. By the way, Lama Su is the Prime Minister. That wasn't the girl. The girl is the girl, which right now I'm forgetting her name, that escorts Obi-Wan in. We are on schedule. 200,000 units. Oops. Please tell your Master Cypher Diaz that his order will be on time. Loose lips sink ships. And again, I'll remind you, how do we get here? That Camino Dart. Why do we have the Camino Dart? Because the centipedes failed in their stealth. Why was the whole point of that? To be stealthy. That's the importance, Mahler and crew. Cypher Diaz is still leading a member of the Jedi Council. Is he not? Nope. Was killed 10 years ago. Okay. He was literally killed right when the order was placed. Why? The clones grow at twice the rate. The clones are deployed at 20 years old. That's when they're considered battle ready. The clones grow at twice the rate. So when they're 10 years old to us, they are, or when they're 10 years old to themselves, they are to us a 20-year-old young man. So if Cypher Diaz died 10 years ago, it was right when he placed the order because the clones are just now mature and ready to go. They are 10 years old, or to us, 20 years old. So just that little caveat there that Cypher Diaz was tasked to create the army and then died right shortly after. A clone army. What is the finest we've ever created? Tell me, Prime Minister. You say who was for? Of course he did. The Republic. So at this point, we don't have totally all the information, but as we know, where would Cypher Diaz get that kind of money? Because obviously it would be expensive to recruit Django and create all these clones. You know, they obviously aren't going to make them for free. So then it goes back to the problem of tracing things back. Dooku. Or Tyrannus. We cut to a shot, 4403 of Naboo. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, Italy. I mean, Naboo. The gondola. Which that was a whole other conversation, contention of, what was it? Oh, Mandalorian. People were like, oh my God, the first time we see a boat in Star Wars. A boat in Star Wars is a ship on the water. Oh, Lord. Gondolas in Naboo, episode 1, episode 2. Then you got in The Last Jedi, there's that it's like a yacht and it's coming up to the waterfall, and when it's rather than like flying off or going down the waterfall, it like just keeps going like fly straight off the waterfall. I don't know. I hope sometimes I don't come off wrong. Like, I don't expect people to know every detail. But here's my thing. We all make mistakes. We all don't know everything about everything. But if you're going to go out there publicly and make statements, then you're asking to get chewed. All I'm saying is you should check before you make statements. That's all I'm saying. So if you're going to get like on Twitter and go on about the Mandalorian is great because it's the first time we see a boat in Star Wars, well, you just look like a jackass. So then your credibility as far as Mandalorian being good is just shot because you don't even know that there's a fucking boat on Naboo yet. Goddamn. Anyways. Padme looking smoking. I don't like it. In episode 1, she had some cool outfits, like from a clothing standpoint, amazing outfits. And of course, you know, in this one, they made her a lot sexy because of the situation. I was, again, just watching the Love featurette, and they talk about how they wanted her to be softer and sexier and all that. But it's like such a big difference between episode 1 and 2. And I love this dress, this yellow top that goes down into purple. She loves the water with the open back. You all know what I'm talking about. We used to lie out in the sand and let the sun dry us. Which, you know, it's funny that they mentioned the sand. Because nowhere on Naboo do I remember seeing sand. I always thought it was interesting. Like, can we see a beach or a coastline or something? All we see is like mountains to water. But okay. When we used to lie in the sand and let the sun dry us and try to guess the names of the birds singing. Okay. Well, here. I don't like sand. Here we go. It's coarse and rough and irritating. And it gets everywhere. Okay. Have you ever been to the beach? What does sand do? Well, let's see. It's coarse, it's rough, and it's irritating, and it gets every fucking where. So number 1, stop your goddamn bitching, because that's exactly what sand does. Number 2, you are a 20-year-old boy. Your hormones are all over the place. All you have known is death, destruction, slavery. You blink, you're with hot ass Padme with her skin all hanging out and her hair all done up on beautiful Naboo, looking over the water, and you don't know what the hell to say or what you're doing. So get over the fucking sand line because it's perfectly normal and fine. Now, George Lucas doesn't do shit by mistake. Why does Anakin say this? He's stressing he doesn't like sand. Why? Because he never wants to go back to Tatooine. Why is this important? Because I just felt a presence that I just sensed a presence that I haven't felt since Anakin, Darth Vader, never goes back to Tatooine. Period. He hates that freaking place. And Lucas, knowing his own movies, knowing his own continuity and his own timeline, is telling you this, that Anakin, at all costs, is going to avoid going back to Tatooine because he was a slave, his mother dies in his arms, and he freaking hates sand. So here we are in 2021, where they're going to make an Obi-Wan show and claim that Anakin Skywalker's in it, and they're going to have a battle of the century and blah, 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 blah. Disney doesn't know a goddamn thing about Star Wars because Darth Vader stays the hell away from Tatooine. You all saw A New Hope. Why, if the plans are on the planet, would Vader not go himself down to Tatooine to make sure? He sends a troop of stormtroopers. Well, one, because it's kind of beneath his station. But two, he's avoiding Tatooine at all fucking costs. He hates that place, and he hates sand. So, before knowing about the Obi-Wan show, or not even knowing, he's establishing that Vader will never go back, and that's why Luke is safe, because Anakin is not going to go back to Tatooine. Obi-Wan and Yoda know this. Yoda doesn't just say, well, take the boy to his family just because that's a place. If it was unsafe or illogical to take Luke to Tatooine, Yoda would have told Obi-Wan to do so. They know he's from Tatooine. They know that he was a slave there, that he lost his mother there, and that he's not going to go back there. So, in this context, it's important. Lucas is right here showing you that Vader will not be going back there. That's why it ties into they don't cross paths. That this is showing you how important or relevant the amount of time that passes between crispy bacon Anakin and high ground and meeting on the Death Star. But now you extend this into the dumbass Disney era where they're talking about, well, Vader, and they're going to have flashbacks in the battle. No. Vader does not return to Tatooine ever. Nor would you. Being a slave and your mother dying in your arms and all the bullshit that you've been through. Lucas didn't write poor dialogue. Lucas is telling you what's going to happen, why this is happening. And instead of, again, on the surface being like, but I don't like that dialogue because it's not good enough. Okay, yeah, Playboy, at 20 years old with Padme standing right there with you, you know what you're going to say. Yeah, fucking right. But Lucas knows, and he is telling you what's happening. Anakin is never, ever going to go back to Tatooine. Yeah, in this movie he does, but you understand what I'm saying. Crispy bacon Anakin does not go back to Tatooine. In fact, he spends some time in Mustafar where his castle is, but that's a different story. Not like here. Everything is soft and smooth, which is a totally reasonable thing. I mean, it's got Padme right there. I gotta give it to him. He makes this move. And she, of course, looks at him like, what are you doing? But then she doesn't stop him. And by the way, for anyone that's younger, Women know what they're doing. She's not in that dress with her hair all done and put. Okay. Please don't take this as the wrong way. So I'm going to try to say this very carefully. Just because you are in a situation doesn't mean that that gives someone else a right to just do whatever they want. So I don't want this to come across the wrong way. But women know what they're doing. And she could have very easily avoided putting herself in this situation. On the contrary, she's in her half-naked dress, looking all cute, makeup, hair, hanging out in just an absolutely gorgeous scenery, putting herself in the position that if Anakin can say the right thing without screwing it up too bad and make his move, well, there you go, Anakin. I'm totally giving you myself on a silver platter. Now she's going to back off, and they're going to go through their little thing, but she knows what she's doing. She totally opened the door, and as Ryan Kennel says sometimes, it's all her fault because she's seducing this poor boy, and I wouldn't go that far, but she is the older one, and she's all dolled up and put herself in this situation because if she truly didn't want Anakin to make a move or have a shot, they would not be in this situation. That's all I'm saying. And it's funny because they're kissing for a minute, and then all of a sudden she's like, "No, I shouldn't have done that." Come on, Padme. And again, I'm sorry. Oh Lord, don't do that. You're apologizing for kissing her. She put herself in that situation, opened the door. You wanted to kiss her. Why the hell are you apologizing? I get it. You're confused. You're a boy. But do you see from the outside how, like, damn, dude? Now, that's not bad writing by Lucas, and that's not Anakin being a dumbass. Again, Anakin doesn't know. Most 20-year-old boys right now would not know what to do or say in this situation. So it's not anything against that. It's just saying, you know, looking from the outside, like, don't do that is what I'm saying. Don't apologize because she wanted him to kiss him. He wanted to kiss her, and now he's apologizing for it. No. Don't be pushy. Give her space. That's fine. But why are you apologizing? Now you're making the kiss that she let you have into a negative thing. Like, you're apologizing for it. How dumb. What I'm getting at is, why doesn't everybody get mad at him apologizing, but yet you all get hung up on, I don't like sand. Well, who the fuck likes sand? Jawas? Well, I do know someone that does like sand. I actually have to take that back. To be fair, I'm at 119. How did it get so far? I don't know. You went off. Forgot to pause. A droid being racist to a droid. The movie predicted the future. Yes. Well, George Lucas, again, people don't want to credit him. People like to talk shit. Just know, when you talk that nonsense about George Lucas, it's just showing you as being the asshole. I don't pretend the guy's God or perfect or any of that. But if you could really sit here and say that George Lucas was an idiot, he didn't know how to make movies, he was this or that, you're a dumbass. Sorry, you just are. These don't have to be your favorite movies. I'm not saying they're perfect, but seriously, it's because you're not paying attention. You don't have the intelligence then to understand these movies because there's nothing dumb about them. Do you think there were any Jedi who foresaw the fall of the Jedi? No, because they would have done something about it. And some would say, but the Jedi are arrogant. Master Yoda, Grandmaster Yoda, if he truly felt that there was something there, he would have spoken up or done something about it. Him of all the Jedi. And yet in the High Republic, they're blaming him for all this. They're saying, well, it's all him because of his attitude and what he wanted to do and how he wanted to run the Order, and that's why the Jedi fall. That fucking High Republic. You could argue that Palpatine did, and maybe Darth Jar Jar, but the Jedi themselves, no. Your audio sounds weird. My audio as in me talking? And does it still sound weird? I love the Yoda youngling scene. It really shows how Yoda's not detached from the newer generation of Jedi and played an active role in their learning. Grand Master Yoda, that has been teaching for hundreds of years, doesn't even, he could be like, I don't have time for that. I don't want to be involved in that. He could have any other the Jedi, but the wisdom and humility of Yoda understands that, hey, I'm the wisest here. It is important for me to be with the younglings. That's what a true teacher is. Okay, good. 8 people watching, but only 3 commenting. Thoughts, everyone? We should get a cool discussion. Some people just like to listen. Some people are just hating and probably talking shit. Some people just like to listen. Whatever. Can the Jedi take Force-sensitive children without the parents' consent? No. Could they physically? Sure. But this is a misconception. People say, oh, well, the Jedi, they're cold and arrogant and they just take children. No, they don't. No Jedi has ever taken a child from anyone. It was an honor to go to the Jedi Temple. And in fact, like most of us who have pretty just boring, normal lives, you could only wish to aspire to go to such greatness. The Jedi have never kidnapped a child, forced anything. They go out and they do look for Force-sensitive children because it's important to get them under control. Not only so that they can have a better life, but also so that they don't fall to the dark side. An untrained Jedi is dangerous. But at no point did Jedi go kidnapping, stealing, forcing children. 1, it's a massive honor. And 2, they go to the parents and have the discussion. Jedi do not kidnap children. It's one thing I don't understand. Did Palpatine want the Jedi to discover the clones? No. Technically, no. It would have been in better... Well, I mean, eventually, yes, because of the Army of the Republic. Okay, yes or no? Eventually, yes, because of the Army of the Republic, and therefore he can force the war between the droids and the clones. Because at the end of the day, Palpatine doesn't give a goddamn about the Separatists or the Republic or any of that. He just wants the conflict so that he can unstabilize the Senate and therefore take it over. That's the true goal. But he wouldn't have wanted it to unfold the way that it did. Now, it ended up working in his favor. But he would have wanted to play that card later, ideally. Oh, he's not a Jedi, he's still a Padawan. Ouch. Padme not only knows her diplomacy, but is quite adept at busting Anakin's balls. Yeah, she a few times crushes him. But on the same token, she's not being mean, she's talking real shit. Tanwei, yes, thank you very much. I couldn't remember. Tanwei is the one I was talking about, was played by a girl. She had kind of like a construction hat on and a long neck for Tanwei. And that was important, one, for the digital markers to be able to later paint her in, but also so it was accurate in scale so that when Obi-Wan, when Ewan and Daniel Logan and everybody else that was in those scenes had a true representation of how tall she is, where to look, how to relate. Tanwei, yes. I would think yes, but maybe he was caught off guard, so he had to push his plans into exactly. It's not that he didn't eventually. Obviously, that's the end goal, but it worked out. But technically, he would have held on to that card a little bit later. It just had happened to work out for him, because that's a whole delicate situation. One misstep, and then they find out, right, that he's behind this, or Darth Jar Jar's behind this, and the whole thing falls apart. Which it almost did, because Mace is about to take him out, and then, right? Anakin intervenes. Droid factory scene. I don't know why, but it looks like Spy Kids. Not my favorite scene. Happy late birthday. Thank you so much, Dead Girls. Good to see you. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's always good to see your ghostly face. Ghostly, ghastly, zombie, crow face. You know what I mean. I consider Jabba a space barge boat, though it floats above sand and not water. Yeah, I mean, it's a barge. Although I guess you could have barges in space, but yeah, it always kind of felt that way. Like it couldn't literally, right, swim through the sand, so yeah. I don't like sand. That's a lovely poem written terribly. What makes them think that someone who has been making movies for 30 years at that point doesn't know what he's doing? Well, there's people out here that say George Lucas is an idiot and he fucked up. There's people that say he destroyed Star Wars. Disney didn't. I just don't know what to tell you on that one. What do you think happened to Watto? Well, we see Watto. You're talking about later. I'm trying to remember. He finds me and then they leave. So then what happens to Watto? He just retires on Tatooine. Maybe he goes back to what's his planet? Nemoidia? I think he just retires and dies on Tatooine. I think that he made one too many bets, probably lost his shop. That's why we see him just like at that little stand. And he's kind of learning his lesson for holding slaves. And because remember, he has to sell off Shmi and all that stuff. I think he just, what you see is what you get there. That's his life. I'm trying to remember. He does say, here, let me look at my records. So does he still have his shop? Maybe he does. It's been a while. Darth Vader hates Tatooine and Obi-Wan is isolated there. Why, Disney? Why? Because they're idiots. And because they don't know Star Wars. No one should know that Obi-Wan changed his name to Ben and lives on Tatooine. Now, thanks to the new show, everyone will know when Darth Vader does. Exactly. Late comment. At the Dexter Diner scene, I heard you explaining about the waitress droid Lloyd. Lol, that was awesome. Yeah, well, and again, it's because I got into this whole thing, and these people were trying to argue with me, but you're stupid. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. There's female droids all over Star Wars. I mean, really? There's a difference between fembots that are actual, you know what I mean? Blade Runner. Okay, that's a female. I can sleep with her. Star Wars ain't got none of that. There's no, you know, no. Now, Solo, Disney Star Wars, yes. You know, the family company has made it to where you can sleep with droids. I mean, you know, I'm stretching a little bit. They don't literally say that, but, you know, Pando freaking Lando is pretty in love with his freaking droid, so. But in Star Wars, no, there is no feminine or female or male droids. There's feminine traits because this owner may like a female voice that wakes him up every morning and that makes his eggs. Or you may prefer like a butler, but you know, that was just because it went through this whole thing with these people, and it's like, man, you guys are freaking. Yes. You'll have people online defending something as absurd as a female being a droid. or a droid being a female, but yet you will shit all over your fellow human being. Nothing against pet owners, but sometimes pet owners lose sight of this too. Like, I've seen people that will like buy their dog like toys and houses and clothes and all this stuff, and yet wouldn't give a homeless person about $1. I think dogs and pets are wonderful. I think that we should protect and love animals. But when you're putting a dog or any animal before a fellow human, I don't know, maybe you need to think a little bit. And when you're on Twitter arguing that a freaking droid is a sex because you're just trying to die on a freaking hill, and then you're calling names and you're just saying insulting stuff and you're an idiot and all this stuff. This is like the typical thing. Like, I'll make a point about Star Wars, a fact, and then I'll get attacked by like this and that, and you're an idiot and all this. First of all, I was talking about a film. Now you're talking about me. Where's the disconnect? What's what you're not understanding? But it just goes to show the mentality of people. Sometimes they just are so caught up in their bullshit. I gotta be right. I gotta prove a point, even though you know goddamn well that there's not female droids. I mean, seriously. I had to leave the room, but that was the last thing I heard, and I was laughing. Yeah, you know. In today's PC climate, Anakin would need consent forms to present to Padme for a kiss, as to not get into some kind of Me Too situation. Yeah, actually, yes. And I feel sorry for the younger generation, because, man, you guys are going to go through hell. Like, fortunately, I was part of the last, like, normal generation where you could actually hit on a girl and you weren't going to get, like, you know, crucified for it. You know, of course, you had to be respectful and you could only do so much and go so far. But, you know, it's okay to go up to a girl and say, hi, I think you're cute. You know, now it's like it might turn into like, oh, my God, you're trying to rape me or violate my space or this or the other. I mean, it could turn into a million things for me just going up to saying, hi, I think you're cute. I feel sorry for the younger generation, honestly. All is fair in love and war. Yep, that is what they say. Of course, countries in modern warfare claim to abide by the laws of the Geneva Convention. Yeah, well, claim. Unlike the Allies did in World War II. Yes, indeed. Hostages are used in warfare bargaining. Yes. You can exchange POWs if you must. Jedi are retarded with their retarded pagan religion, and pop culture is generally retarded too. Read and watch history instead if you want real power. After Attack of the Clones. So what Palpatine wanted is the Separatists to invade the whole galaxy for some time, and then the clones to intervene and save them all. No, he didn't want them to save them all. He wanted to cause a war. By causing the conflict, it shows poor leadership. So then they need someone strong to come along and stop the war. This is something that the U.S. government and many governments do, is create a conflict. It's often referred to as a false flag. Create a conflict so that we are the only solution. That's exactly what Palpatine was doing. He forced the Clone Wars to happen. He didn't give a shit about the trade routes or the Trade Federation. He was using them. He used them to create a conflict so that he could be the one to be like, well, look, I got this. I got a clone army. They'll fight for us. See, I'm the great guy. I saved us. So now they approved because they need some sort of defense, right? They got to fight this nasty droid army. So they're going to obviously give him the power to do so. That's why he gets the emergency powers, so that he looks good. But in reality, he's the one that causes the conflict. The conflict is really not about the war itself. It's about the destabilizing of the Senate so that he can take control of it. So it's basically a false flag. It's creating a problem so that he is the solution. By him being the solution, they grant him power. They grant him power. Now he can take over the Republic. Right underneath their noses, he now controls the Republic and declares it's an empire. Just like that, he takes control over everything. But the point here is that he tricks them into they themselves handing him the Republic. You know, people say, oh, the Jedi are so ignorant and this and that. And that. Well, what about the Senate? What about the Republic that all just hand this shit to Palpatine? There's only so many Jedi. They're only there to help and defend. They're not there to fight your war. They say this many times, and yet everybody wants to blame the Jedi, and it's not really their fault. It's like in real life, people projecting and blaming someone else instead of taking fucking responsibility for your own actions. You're the ones that give Palpatine the power. So therefore, shut the fuck up, because now it's an empire and you got to deal with it. You did this, not the Jedi. So it's not truly about the war. The war is the event that causes Palpatine to get power. That's what it's all about. Is Palpatine getting the leverage to then take the position of power and then claiming that the Republic is now the Empire. That was the point. Because at the end of the day, the droids, the clones, it doesn't matter. They're all going to die and he doesn't give a shit. Wipe them out, all of them. It doesn't matter. Whoever wins that battle, it doesn't matter because they're both under his manipulation. What matters is he's in power now. Furthermore, he knows the droids are useless. They're bullshit little droids. They're paper mache. Then on the other end, you know, he's got the clones that are just going to degenerate. They're only going to be good for so long. So they're all disposable. They're all non-existent and not important. They're just pawns in his game. It's all that it's about. And the separatists weren't necessarily invading the whole galaxy. They were more specifically causing problems in trade routes. They were disrupting the movement of the galaxy. Because the Clone Wars cartoon does give you that impression, right? That the droid army is so vast and they're just attacking and taking over worlds. And it's not really quite that. In the movies, it's not really that. It's that they're causing problems, disrupting activity throughout the galaxy. What to Darth Vader stall him. What Toy Darian? Yes, thank you. I know that, but right now I'm so much shit in my head. Toy Darian, yes. Nemoidians are the new gun ray. Always felt the robots in Star Wars were more anhydrous. They remind me more of a companion or helper. It is a weird desexualization of them all of a sudden. And thanks. Yeah, and that's the point. Again, if I was a wealthy guy in Coruscant and I had a droid, you know, not even like on a sexual level, just saying I had a droid assistant, well, yeah, I'm gonna have her have a nice little, you know, female voice. Like, you know, Siri, her voice is more pleasant, let's say, to most people. So I would probably have a female sounding droid. Does she have to have like a skirt or like a chest bump or no? Because it's a droid, for Christ's sake. But would her voice be female? Yeah, personally, I probably would have a female voice droid. But to actually argue, you know, oh, there's female droids. No, dude, there's not. Stop being stupid. Droids cannot have sex except R2. He's a Chad. Yeah, well, R2 could have sex with anybody because he's the man. He's the pimp. I will be jail for saying hi to a woman. Why did I have to be born in 2004? Yeah, I know. It's I don't know. It's a scary thought. Like dating now or 10 years from now. Like, yikes! I don't know what you guys are gonna do. How are you guys gonna do? You're gonna have to do everything on the computer and like sign a consent form. Like, you know, I can legally meet you and. You know, clause 3, maybe I'll try to kiss you. I don't know. It's just like the humanity is so. I don't know. I do feel for you guys. Sheev is a master of manipulation. Yes. About the clones of Palpatine, his endgame with them was the Jedi taking command of them in order to enact Order 66. Yes, that too. I'm looking right now at clones, but then, you know, you're going further into an even bigger part of this, the plan. Yes. Now, is his main goal to take out the Jedi? Well, no, it's to rule the galaxy. But what's the main thing that's going to stand in his way? The Jedi. Because outside of the Senate political bullshit, the Jedi are the ones that can actually fight him and then are going to fall for all that shit. Yes, he's shrouded and they don't realize what's happening. But what I'm saying is once the Jedi know, once Mace knows, right, it's game over. Mace is going there to first arrest him, and then it was pretty obvious he was going to take him out. Well, and he even says it, the dialogue, you know. You can't, Anakin's like, you can't kill him. And he's like, well, you know, we have to end the Sith. So, yes. Thank you for subscribing, Paulo Ribeiro. Sounds Brazilian, Portuguese, maybe. Let's see. And I'm noticing that okay, there's my channel members. I'm just checking my links because, again, I made some changes and I want to make sure it's showing the subs, it shows the membership. I don't recall seeing my merch link popping up. What's going on with that? Why isn't that working? $2.37. Well, popped up like 2 hours ago. I don't know what's going on with that. Okay. Anyways. Endgame. Yeah. Androgynous. All right. Yeah, you know, it's just. And again, if we were like in Blade Runner, okay, I get it. Not that I'm into droids, but I get it. I'm with you. Okay. But this is Star Wars, which first of all has nothing to do with, you know, that. And second, you know, they're clearly metal droids. They're not like there's no option or thought there of any kind of sexual thing or that they are feminine. Whereas Westworld, Blade Runner, you know, they're designed to like they could be, you know, a wife, a girlfriend, a sex toy, whatever you know, however you want to go with it. But they're designed to literally be female. Well, not literally. I want to be fair to women, but you get what I'm saying. Dana. What if the waitress droid had Watto's voice? Would these weirdos still complain of being a female? Probably. Reminds me of Spaceballs. You fools! You captured their stunt doubles. And there was the one that was playing Princess Vespa, and he's got the beard and the cigar. God, I love Spaceballs. Maybe we'll have to do a Spaceballs watch party. I love that movie. You're like the father I never had growing up. Well, you know, if I can pass any knowledge and experience, you know, I've had a girlfriend or two in my day, you know. Anyways, I was curious about the first step Insidious about the clones. It's interesting your point of view about what he was trying to do. The world leaders have done it before. Yeah, well, and that's what George Lucas is showing you. The corruption and fall of government and society. It's literally what George Lucas is showing you. First step Insidious about the clones. Well, I mean, really, this all goes back to Phantom Menace. And it depends. Is it Darth Jar Jar or is it Palpatine that's really in control? Because if it's Darth Jar Jar, man, this goes way back. Because then Jar Jar would have been the one to have trained Palpatine. You have to think about that. Now, we'll put aside the Darth Jar Jar to be more on the realistic side. Still, Palpatine was manipulating way back, you know, as a senator. Before Jar Jar meets the Jedi, which Anakin's already born, the presumption is that Palpatine would have known about Anakin. If Palpatine's so wise and so powerful, he would have known about the prophecy, and he would have probably felt some sort of disturbance in the Force. Now, maybe not. The Jedi didn't know about him, so you could argue that Palpatine didn't, but maybe he did. As far as we see, Palpatine knows every step. He knows what's going on, and he's scheming and conniving from the beginning, so we have to kind of assume he probably did know about Anakin. That he saw that door of, oh, well, now is the best. This is the thing. Palpatine's older. Padme is just a little, you know, pretty young. So Palpatine's been at this for years. He had to find the right time to strike. He had to gain the right type of situation to be able to make his moves. So part of that is getting a hold of Padme early, building a relationship with her so that he builds the trust for her to trust in him later. But he also needs like the right pivot point. So if he did find out about Anakin early, well, then he's like, now's the time where I can really put my plan into play. Or maybe he didn't know about Anakin and he was counting solely on Maul. We don't know. We can only go by what the movies show us, and it doesn't really tell us. So it's hard to say. But we do know from very early he's manipulating. I mean, literally from the beginning of Phantom Menace, he's already, right, shows up as a hologram and is manipulating Rune and Newt. So we know Anakin's 10 years at that moment. He's already established that he's got control of the Trade Federation and that he's got power in the Senate, which would have taken years to get to that point. So 10, 20 years before even Phantom Menace, he would have been dabbling around, at least, if not longer, 30, 40 years, but 10 years easy. So Anakin wouldn't even have been born. So therefore, again, he may have known about Anakin's creation. So again, we don't know exactly because, you know, we can only go by what's in the movies officially. But certainly his first steps would have been way seated back in Naboo, way back in the day. The stunt double, yeah. You fools, you've captured their stunt doubles. Do Spaceballs. Okay, yeah, I will. I love Spaceballs. That'll be fun. You know, I always have coffee with when I'm looking at the radar. I love that movie. There's so many like silly gags. They're escaping, and Screw, you know, is trying to get in the escape pod, and he's like trying to buckle, and it's the bear's claws. Like you could hear, and he's like, it's the bear. I mean, it's just like a random out of nowhere, this bear right from the circus on the ship. But you know, it's so silly. I love that movie. It's better than Star Wars remake than Spaceballs is more canon and more fun and more real Star Wars than the entire Disney freaking sequel trilogy. How sad is that? I think the current, a purposely parody, and it's more respectful and on point to the canon, respectful to the story, than the actual official 7, 8, and 9. I mean, how freaking pitiful. I think the concept of Darth Jar Jar would have evolved if he being a fool and greedy politician. Yeah, and again, the Jar Jar is just a fun thing, and I don't know Jar Jar's age, but I would think he lives a lot longer than humans, so he could theoretically be considerably older than Sheev. So if we're going the Jar Jar route, well, shit, maybe 50 years before Anakin. Maybe he's been doing stuff, and to pull off such a grand scheme, you would have to really plant a lot of seeds over a long time. It's not like just Palpatine just showed up one day and all of a sudden this stuff is happening. This is a long-term goal that he's pulling off here, So that also shows his conviction, his patience, his understanding. That's why he's the Emperor and Anakin's burnt bacon. Because as powerful and as much potential as Anakin has, he just doesn't have the patience or understanding. He could have, should have, and would have been the greatest of all the Jedi. And instead, he turns up burnt bacon. I call him burnt bacon because I always imagine, like, if you were to take off his suit, like the smell and what you would see is just burnt bacon. Anyways, yeah. Spaceballs was funny for all the right reasons. Sequel trilogy was funny for all the wrong reasons. Yeah, great. Good point. R2-D2 flying is the worst thing to have happened in the world since the birth of my son. These people need to grow up. Yeah. There are, it's like, well, why doesn't he do it later and all this stuff? And, there are some little arguments there. But I mean, really, of all things, you're, the hero of Star Wars, you're going to be mad because he's got little jets. And it's not like he's, okay, here's where it gets stupid, is because in the Clone Wars cartoon, now he's like flying all around the fucking place. Remember them, and this, he just like from one platform hovers over. It's not that big of a deal. Where it gets stupid again is the Clone Wars cartoons, because now he does. I remember there's an episode where he's like flying up and down platforms and doing all this extra, and it's like, oh Lord, Filoni, here we go again. Has someone asked George a real reason of why Anakin was born? Yes, I have talked about this. Hold on, I'll get back to that. They've gone plaid, yes. God, I'm gonna have to do the Spaceballs watch, I guess. They probably got disabled. Well, that's one thing, over time they're disabled or broken or they don't have the parts. I mean, there's so many, it's really not a big deal. Also, you could argue there wasn't really a definitive situation where he needed or should have used them. He does other awesome shit. He makes a smoke screen and hacks the computers and does all kinds of shit. Yet nobody questions the fact that supposedly this is JJ, that when he hacked the computer to find Princess Leia, he also downloaded all the plans of the Death Star and all the information about Acto and all this. Like, that's why R2 has the map for Acto. Because supposedly when he in the original trilogy was hacking into the computers, he downloaded all that stuff and got all the information. It's just dumb. R2's a badass. Yeah, I love him. He's my favorite droid of all time. One of my favorite Star Wars characters. Yes, I have talked about this, and just so you know, this is an absolute fact because it's from a George Lucas interview, and I have it. It's a book page. Just right this second. I don't feel like digging around to find it. But it is, George Lucas says it very clearly, that the Wills create Anakin. It has nothing to do with Plagueis or Palpatine or anybody manipulating the Force. Anakin is literally born Immaculate Conception. Example, Jesus Christ. born by the Force. The Force created him to create balance, to make him the chosen one. Literally, the Force, he is created by the Wills. 100% confirmed by George Lucas. Because Disney came out with a comic where they show Palpatine behind Padme, and he's like using the Force to impregnate her, and then like a week later they walk it back and they're like, well, you know, that's not technically canon. That's not necessarily what really did happen. Although we just made a whole comic book to sell you on and to say that that is what happened. Anyways, George Lucas himself says that Anakin is born by the Wills, or of the Wills. Okay, I need to grab some liquid and a very quick snack, so I'm going to take a little 5-10 minute break, and we will continue. Let's see what else we got. We're about to see the clones, and then the Anakin frolicking around with Padme. Lucky bastard. Ooh, the asteroid scene. Looking forward to that. That's in 15 minutes. Awesome. Back to Tatooine. Yeah, some of this later stuff will move faster because there's just not much to elaborate on. Right now, you know, the clones, we have some stuff to talk about, but a lot of this will get through pretty quickly. The droid factory, I don't dislike it, but it's just not one of my favorite things about all of Star Wars. But on the contrast, I love the arena, the trial, the Mace showing up, you know, there's clones coming in. That's awesome. Be gone, the Clone Wars has. Yes, and then it pretty much wraps up Dooku. So the rest of this will go pretty quickly. We will have a section here, you know, talking about the clones, but yeah. So yeah, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back in 5-10 minutes. Just because I'm a stickler and I love you guys. Where are you? Just a moment. Where did I put that? I just showed it like on the stream or two ago, so I know that it's okay, I have a better version, but at least this I can show you on the fly. Whoa. So very quickly, I'll show this, and then I'll take a quick break. Okay, this is a page from Star Wars Archives, 99 to 2005. This book just came out a few months ago. This article, this interview is from roughly November of 2019. I'll enlarge it and zoom it because it's going to be hard for you to see. Here he's talking about Darth Maul and Darth Talon, ideas for the sequel trilogy. And I do have a better version of this, but this is what I know where it was offhand. Hope and faith. George Lucas. The midichlorians started the birth process in Anakin's mother. The Wills communicated the command to the midichlorians, which activated the DNA that germinated the egg. That's why Anakin doesn't have a father. He was, in a bizarre and metaphorical way, touched by God. But in this case, they happen to be one-celled animals. Okay? So, right there, and there's a little bit more about it. The other page is a little bit better, but anyways, you see right there, there's just that section, and there's a little bit more to it, but where he goes on talking about the Wills and midichlorians. But right there, just that section tells you. And I'll read it to you one more time. The midichlorians started the birth process in Anakin's mother. The Wills communicated the command to the midichlorians, which activated the DNA that germinated the egg. That's why Anakin doesn't have a father. He was, in a bizarre metaphorical way, touched by God. But in this case, that happened to be one-celled animals. So the Wills are the Force. Midichlorians are like mitochondria. They are what move throughout the Force. That is what transports your cells or the Force through objects. So the Force flows through everything. Rocks, trees, people, feminine droids. And the midichlorians are what transport the Force around and through these objects. If you have little to no midichlorians, then you don't have much of a connection to the Wills or the Force. If you're like Anakin and you have a higher count than Yoda, then you're the chosen one because you have such a strong connection to the Force. So there is a definite correlation between your midichlorian count and your ability. But to be fair, Lucas has also said that anyone can use the Force. It's not limited. It's like martial arts. So this is literally the metaphor he uses. It's like martial arts. If you study all your life to become a martial artist, then you can do it. You can become proficient in it because you've dedicated your life to that discipline. But also understand the caveat that if I'll just use, A and B. A has like 3 midichlorians and B has 50,000 midichlorians, just random numbers. They both, from birth, train the same master in the same dojo, the same amount of hours, the same techniques, the same teaching. Well, then at some point, it doesn't become just about dedication. It becomes, I've got much more midichlorians, so I'm going to be much more powerful in the Force. Can this guy still become proficient in the Force? Yes, but he's never going to be as powerful because 3 midichlorians compared to 50,000. Do you understand? So the midichlorians are kind of a scale, a number of how powerful you can potentially be. But that's not to say that someone that is disabled, handicapped, less intelligent, not as naturally gifted, can't work their ass off and become a proficient in martial arts or basketball or fighting with a lightsaber. I hope that makes sense. So I have another page with more stuff there, but that's basically, that's the point of what you need to see, is that, in fact, Anakin was born from the Force. The Wills created Anakin. Has nothing to do with the dark side or Palpatine or any of that. Disney, of course, mixing it all up and doing their stupid shit. But there's only one word that counts, and that is the maker, George Lucas. I'm all for faith, but still, I like to think there was a secret father that was like Kyle Reese in Terminator. He died the day Anakin was conceived. Yeah, well, but that's not what it is. The maker himself says it's the Force. Very fascinating. Yes. The most meme that Ray's M count is above a bazillion, lol. I've talked about this before, but briefly. There's the game Star Wars Galaxies. It's a mobile game. Some of you are probably familiar with it. In any event, it's turn-based, kind of like a Final Fantasy thing, and each character has a power level. Force level, I think it's called. Long story short, you've got, I don't remember the exact numbers, don't quote me, although I have that picture somewhere as well. Just, basically to give you an idea, you have like Yoda is like 18,000, and then Rey is like 26,000. Like, no shame, Disney. Anakin's like, 20,000, but Rey and Kylo are both like, 23, 26,000. Like, they insist that their characters are just better than the Chosen One, than Grandmaster Yoda. I mean, it's just like, it gets to a point, Disney, where you're just accept that the Chosen One's a Chosen One. He has the highest midichlorians, 20,000, over 20,000. But let's just say 20,000. Okay, that's the cutoff. So then Rey has to be half of that or a third of that. Or, she can't, first of all, she can't be more than Anakin just by virtue of reality. But second, even if she's less than Anakin, doesn't mean she can't be more than others or still be great. But when you're going to the extent of, Anakin's 20,000 and Rey's 23 or 26,000. It's just like, come on, dude. She's stronger than Vader, Yoda, Anakin, Luke. It's like, yes, the maker decides. You're very welcome. If Rey got blown up by the Death Star, she wouldn't even get a scar. If she threw her lightsaber at it, it explodes. Absolutely. While Luke is naturally powerful from the Force, I can't help but think Starkiller is more powerful due to having 2 Jedi parents compared to Luke's one. Well, like I mentioned earlier, your parentage doesn't have anything to do with it. Furthermore, most Jedi come from just normal parents. It has nothing to do with... Anakin was the exception. He's a Chosen One, and he had a badass wife, so there is chance of the gene pool there is increased. But, and there's a specific thing throughout lore with the Skywalker name. But in general, you can't clone Jedi and you can't breed them. Because if you could, you would have all the Jedi mating with each other to make Jedi babies. And it's not how it works. Just because you have 2 Jedi or 2 powerful Force users, they're not going to make Jedi children. It's not how it works. The Force, the will, selects randomly certain beings, partly to keep balance, but also just it selects. That's just Mother Nature, you know what I mean? Like, you go to a field and there's thousands of flowers. Well, they're all going to be random. Some are more developed, some are prettier, some are have a broken petal, some are bent stem. It's just natural selection. So it doesn't matter. Your parents could be the most powerful people in the world and they could just have a regular child. If not, Jedi would just stay to themselves and breed and have. It's not how it works. They have to go throughout the galaxy to find these younglings because that's how the wills work randomly. A fair assessment. I'm always fair. I have my opinions and views and stuff like that, but on here I don't come on here with my feelings and opinions. I come here with George Lucas back in my ass. So if I tell you something, it's because I can do what I just did, pull the shit up. The Force was always metaphysical to me, like how we have light workers on this world. Yeah, true. People who are here to help and do good. That's one reason I liked how they described the Force. Yeah, and I have a little bit more on that, which I can dig up, later or another time. But that's the essential. I showed you the key point, because that has always been a question, even for myself. For years, I always assumed Anakin's immaculate conception, but we never had that like firm, concrete proof. And then finally last year, Lucas said, "Hey, it is what it is. The wills did create Anakin." So it was nice to hear, to know. Yep. If Jedi can't be cloned, how come Starkiller and Palpatine were cloned in the Force and Dark Empire? Because that's fan fiction. That's not canon. Palpatine died, and that's the end of that. That's not canon. Only the movies are canon. It's a fun idea. It's fun to play with, but that's, again, the point of the games and the EU and all that. Technically, it's not canon. Because if you could clone Jedi, Palpatine would have cloned Maul. He would have had 10,000 Mauls running around the galaxy and wreaking havoc. Why would he need a clone army? He would have just made a bunch of Mauls or Dooku's or himself. Why didn't he do that? Because you can't. You can't clone nor breed Force users. The wills are in control of that. No more than we can, create super soldiers. I know, there's always that idea of the Nazis making super soldiers. At the end of the day, Mother Nature's not going to allow that. Clones are never going to be perfect because at the end of the day, there's God or nature's touch to things. So while we can maybe improve some gene pools and you can be selective of who you mate with, at the end of the day, you could get 2 of the world's best athletes, and it doesn't mean that they're going to create Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan had 2 short parents that weren't involved in sports at all. The universe does what it does. It selects people randomly. And this is the same thing with the Force. You can't control that. You can't better your odds. Because if that was the case, again, they would have that studied and they would have people corralled and they would have Jedi crossbreeding and Palpatine would be cloning things. And it doesn't work that way. It's not how it works. It's not how the Force works. I think it's time for me to go. See you next week for Ruts, and may the Force be with you. You too, buddy. Thanks for coming by. I'll be here for a while anyway, so maybe I'll see you later. The Force Unleashed 2 isn't canon. Yeah. Never was. Now, anything outside of the movies is non-canon. That's the thing. The only thing that is true canon is 1 through 6 movies. And then you could say some of the Clone Wars cartoons, but outside of that, it's not canon. And this is where the confusion comes. People say, but the EU, but this and that. No, it was never canon. Never was. Why? Because at any moment, Lucas can alter it. Whereas Lucas cannot go back to say, well, I'm going to change episode 2 of the Attack of the Clones. No, it's done. You can't change canon. Canon is concrete. It's infinite. It's unbreakable. It's unbendable. Whereas the EU, at any moment, he could say, oh, well, fuck that book. I'm going to do this. And it destroys that book. You understand? So therefore, that's not canon because that can be altered. And it's the same thing with the games. Games, comics, all that stuff was never canon. Now, as long as it doesn't conflict, as long as it doesn't conflict and it makes sense, then it's okay to say that it's canon because it fits in the same timeline, and you could say, okay, well, this works, it's okay, but it's not official canon because at any moment Lucas could just come and alter it. And you have to remember that things would contradict themselves. One game would contradict the other. The EU, as much as I love it and it's fantastic, there were some stories that conflicted. There's like 3 versions of how Boba Fett escapes the Sarlacc pit. And there's stories that conflict with each other. A certain planet, a certain name, a certain character. So the second you start having conflicts, it's not canon. Because canon literally means continuity. History. History does not contradict itself. Humans making up stories contradict history. There's the difference. So therefore, games, comics, EU, all of that, technically has never been canon and never will be canon. As long as it doesn't get in the way, like Heir to the Empire, well then, you see, Heir to the Empire was originally, you could say, was canon. Like, that's what happens after Jedi, because there was nothing conflicting with that or getting in the way of that. So then we could say, okay, well, that's fine. It's not technically canon, but we could consider it that way because there was nothing contradicting that. But as we now know what, at least pieces of what the sequel trilogy was going to be, about the Wills and potentially Darth Maul and Talon and Luke training 2-year-old Jedi, reestablishing the Order, or what we did get, which is the Disney, their canon, both destroy Heir to the Empire. So therefore, Heir to the Empire cannot be canon because there's 2 contradictions right there. And the most important one is from the maker. So you understand what I'm saying? As long as it's not getting in the way, The EU has always been the same thing. It's a placeholder. It's something to give us stories when there wasn't movies or other stuff going on. But that doesn't mean it's canon. It never was canon. Because what you think is cool in the story, tomorrow George Lucas would have came along and totally changed. So therefore, it can be canon. Because canon cannot be changed. I hope that makes sense. And please understand, I love the EU. It's not me not wanting it to be canon or not. I want Mara Jade. I love Mara Jade, but she's never going to happen. Well, maybe in Disney, but she couldn't. She would have never happened under Lucas because Jedi don't marry. Jedi don't get attachments. So he couldn't have Luke hooking up with Mara and then making babies and doing all that because then it becomes a problem. She's very powerful too, the Emperor's hand. So now you got all this conflict of, you know, who's going to become jealous and who's going to have more power. And it's the whole can of worms, and it contradicts everything that Lucas made Star Wars and the Force and the Code. So as fantastic as Mara sounds on paper, she can't exist. If it was Shaq T wouldn't be there. You're talking about Force Unleashed? And I love the Force Unleashed. Man, that shit was awesome. But just because we love something or think it's cool doesn't mean that it's fact or canon. That's all I'm saying. Adaptation of TFU. Even if Lucas worked on TFU, it still wouldn't be canon. No, because it doesn't fit into the official story. And Lucas has said it many times. The films are the true canon. Now, like I said, if it's not getting in the way and contradicting, then until some other established story comes along, then you could say, okay, well, that's, you know, you can consider it canon. It's true enough, and it's not a problem. And, you know, Lucas signed off on it. But that doesn't mean that that's the absolute true history. That just means that it fits and it's not in the way. Because Lucas also, not only did Lucas say he liked Force Unleashed and he worked on it, he also said, you know, it's a little too far because Star Killer pulling Star Destroyers out of the sky just, it's too much. So, like all video games, it started taking liberties. And he was okay with it because at the end of the day, this is why Lucas allowed a lot of the stuff in the EU and in the games. Because at the end of the day, they weren't canon. So they're not going to contradict or cause an issue because the only thing that was canon was the movies anyways. So that's why he was okay with, you know, certain force powers and things doing whatever, because one, there was someone else's interpretation, and two, they're not official canon, so therefore they can't hurt the canon. Where Disney screwed up is they made something that they're calling canon official canon, and they're totally breaking all the original canon. So therefore now they're really screwed up. Just because Lucas was involved doesn't mean it's canon. Only the movies are canon. And that's from his mouth. Steve Canody, novels of TFU. No, they're not. They never were. Sorry, Steve, you're incorrect. And I know Steve and, you know, have all respect for him, but no, they're not. And this is the one problem with the EU people, is they get so wound up in loving those stories. Like it's like I said a few minutes ago, just because you love something and want it to fit doesn't mean that it officially does. They were not canon, never. Why? Because at the end of the day, at any moment, Lucas could or would change them. And you cannot change things that are canon. Canon is concrete. I want Mara Jade, Star Killer, Revenant, Bastilla. Yeah, all those things would be cool. Understand, the EU is amazing. I love the EU. I'm not trying to degrade it or dismiss it. You could say it's a level 2 or a 1.5 close to official canon, especially if it doesn't contradict or interfere with the official canon. But at the end of the day, this is reality. This is the timeline. This is history. Canon. This cannot be changed because it is what it is. At 3 p.m. yesterday, you took a poop. That's a fact. That's canon. At 10 o'clock tonight, you ate dinner. That's a fact. That's canon. That cannot be changed. It's what happened. Do you understand? Now, in my fan fiction, I could say, well, you actually didn't have dinner at 10. You had it at 7, and you didn't have spaghetti at home. You actually went out for fried chicken. And maybe my story doesn't contradict or cause a problem for the real story. So you could say, well, to expand on it and have fun and elaborate on your life story, I had you do this. But that doesn't change the fact of what is fact. You understand? This cannot change. Me saying what you did extra can change because that's me, a third party, just speculating and making a story. So therefore, Zahn and Luceno and all these guys that I love, Timothy Zahn, he's wrong because he's not Lucas. At the end of the day, he's making his interpretation of Star Wars. I hope that makes sense. So therefore, nothing that anybody did that was not Lucas is by default not canon. That's someone else from the outside giving their interpretation. No, a guy like Zahn is super respectful and super careful to write a beautiful story and great dialogue and continuity, and that it fits in and that it doesn't hurt or break anything and all that with great meticulous care. But that doesn't mean it's canon. It means that he cared and did a great job. If something can be altered, it's not canon. It's just that simple. If something has 2, 3, 5 versions to it, it's not canon. And again, super love to Stieg and a lot of these EU people, and I love the EU. But at the end of the day, that's just them. They love the EU so much they want to insist it's canon, but it's not. And they know deep in their heart that it's not. It is what it is. Lucas has said this time and time again, that there's my universe and then everybody else is doing all the extra stuff. And as long as it doesn't inflict on my universe, okay, we'll have fun. Doesn't mean it's canon. Disney can ruin all the characters you just mentioned, yeah, and they will. Clones can exhibit Force abilities. Rey is the daughter of a failed clone of Palpatine. Rey somehow has Force abilities in spite of, I guess you mean. Or ipso facto, Rey is an abomination and must be destroyed. Yes, she must be burned at the stake. Which she's Palpatine's daughter, but granddaughter. And, okay, there's this whole thing about Boba Fett has to look like Jango because he's a clone, right? But yet, Palpatine's son looks nothing like Palpatine. So again, Disney's, stupid-ass logic. I understand now. I was always more into what I could see on film first and foremost. That's why I didn't read much EU. Sure, I played games, but they never ruined my reverence for the films. Yeah, and please, again, I have to stress, because sometimes people take it the wrong way. I love the EU. I have read 80 to 90% of all the EU. Mara Jade is my favorite EU character and one of my favorite Star Wars characters, period. I also very much like Thrawn. And a ton of those stories. It's not me not wanting it to be or disliking it, or it's just fact is fact. I'm not here to argue George Lucas. George Lucas is the only one that says anything. So because you love the EU doesn't mean a goddamn thing. What matters is what George Lucas said, and he said it very clearly. The only canon are my films. The ones in power write how the history is portrayed, but is it the truth? Exactly. And that's the same thing. Let's talk about that real quick. History is history. Hitler killed millions of Jews. I don't know why I always use him as the example, but it's just such a big thing, right? It's such a big world event that everybody knows. Hitler killed a bunch of Jews and started a world war, and he wanted to take over the world. We all know that's a fact. That's history. Now, you come along in 2001, some young punk author thinks you're all hot shit, and you're like, well, I'm going to write the history of Hitler. I wasn't there. I have no idea. I've never been in the military. I don't know my dick from my ass or from my elbow, but I think I'm a hot shot, and I'm going to write a book about Hitler and the history. And if you do your due diligence and search out sources and talk to 1,000 vets and do all this, doesn't mean you couldn't write an intelligent story, but realistically, you're not going to be able to tell history correctly 100 years, 50 years later. So you come along, you're Mr. Hotshot, you write your little history book, but at the end of the day, you're putting your opinion, the times that you grew up in, the way that you were taught, the sources that you might have access to. How far was your diligence? Did you really go to 50 different libraries and double, triple check all your stuff? Or did you just get on Wikipedia and check a few articles? Or you went to 2 libraries, whereas another historian might have spent, 30 years going to libraries all around the country. Do you understand? So there's the fact, history, Hitler did this. You could come along 30 years later and say, well, but, on this day he did this, and, really it wasn't 57 million Jews, it was 56.9, or, just little things you could start to skew. Justina Ireland, that likes to rewrite history in her own words. So now you've got someone that wasn't even of that time, that has no understanding of conflict or war or what the world was at that time, comes along, starts writing stories and making their interpretation of what really happened. And while that interpretation might not have conflict, not get in the way, it doesn't matter. Facts are facts. Fuck your feelings, fuck your opinion. None of that matters. Facts, history, canon are facts. That cannot be changed. Yes, you can write a new book and try to change history so that 50 years from now, a child reads your book instead of the real history book, and then now you got a whole generation believing your nonsense as opposed to fact. But at the end of the day, the universe, God, history, historians know that really this is what happened, not what you wrote 30 years later. And that's what I'm telling you, is that the only fact is the movies, 1 through 6. Timothy Zahn and Luciano and all these people made very respectful and beautiful pieces of art. It's not that they had the intention of disrupting the canon, but at the end of the day, the only person that knows what happens in Star Wars is George Lucas. So therefore, Luciano coming in as the third party, making a story that fits and is respectful and loving and awesome, at the end of the day, doesn't mean it's correct. Doesn't mean it's canon, because George Lucas is the one that knows deep in his heart and his mind that, okay, well, your little bounty hunter story fits, but in reality, that's not what would have happened with the Mandalorians. Just like Filoni is saying that Django was never a Mandalorian, so that Boba Fett wasn't, yet I can pull up right now proof that from StarWars.com, from the beginning of StarWars.com, it said Boba Fett is a Mandalorian, a warrior race, the best in the galaxy, blah, 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 and on and on and on. Because that's the reality. What later Disney, Filoni, others want to do is irrelevant when you know the true history. This is the scary part, is that if it's not for guys like me, then your kids are going to grow up believing that Rey is the bestest ever. And that's why it's important to maintain canon, just like it's important to maintain history, because once you start deviating from history, now we're going to, well, Hitler wasn't such a bad guy. Maybe he actually had a good reason for slaughtering millions of people. And I'm not Jewish or don't have any defense or care about Jewish people. I don't have anything against them either. I'm just saying that was wrong, right? To kill millions of people, regardless of your motive or interest or whatever. It was a terrible thing. And now you're going to skew that and say, well, Hitler maybe wasn't so bad. He had a good reason for doing that, and he did it for this, this, and this. And that's you altering history. That's you skewing the fact. And what happens? Now you skew the fact, so now he's seen in a different light, and history repeats itself. Now you got Joe Blow that comes and kills, 16 million Asian people, whatever. Because now you're playing with history, and history repeats itself. And the only way you learn from history and keep things correct is by respecting and knowing true history. So the second you start making these other stories, alternate stories, timelines, extensions, all this stuff, expanded universe, then you are potentially changing what is true history, true canon. EU was never canon. Sorry to break some people's hearts. It was never canon, and it never will be. Is it a very close, respectful, beautiful, wonderful, and it should be a part of the universe that grows it and expands it and makes it flourish? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, it's not official. Hopefully that helps. I'll subscribe to that. What if Lucas approved of fans expanding his story so long as it plays by the rules and doesn't contradict? Well, here's the problem. Is that at the end of the day, how do you know you're not contradicting? Only Lucas knows that. And is Lucas going to take the time to read your entire novel and approve of every page? And, fans, there's millions of fans. So now he's going to get submissions from like 300,000 people, and he's got to go through and say, yes, no, yes, this. That's why he never opened that can of worms. What I make, I'm God, I'm the maker, that's canon, period. What you all do, have fun, it's cool, But I don't have issues with official canon because I'm telling you from the beginning, the only canon is my canon, right? As I'm George Lucas. Therefore, he avoids any of that. Well, but this book said that, and this author said that, and I have to revise and read and approve and all this stuff. No, he's not going to put himself in that position because there's only one truth and one reality. What George Lucas says, it's very simple. Everything else is its own alternate universe, but I'm okay with that. Yeah, and again, it's it's a beautiful enrichment of it. It's not to say that it's like so alternate or so off. It's right there. But to say it's official canon, you're lying. You're just lying. You're lying to yourself and you're lying to everyone else. Dave Filoni has already done that in the first season. Yeah, well, it's all broken. That's why I tell you that none of that shit is canon, that I just laugh at Disney. It's all decanonized because it's just, it contradicts. The second you contradict George Lucas, you're out of the games. Fact is fact, and facts don't care about your feelings. And that's it. This channel is not about feelings. It's not about opinion. It's not about any of that. And I'll say it 1,000 times. If you guys want to talk speculation and theories and ask my opinion on something, by all means, I'm here to have fun and discuss with you. And some people like to pick my brain. But know when I speak, I'm not here because I love something, so I have to insist that it's great. Or I dislike something, so I have to. If I tell you The Mandalorian shit, it's not because I dislike The Mandalorian. It's because I understand and respect lore. And holy shit, is that a mess. Dude, it's a movie. None of it's real. Well, I'm not saying that, but within its own universe, there's rules and there's it is what it is. See, the guy that doesn't know his ass from his elbow is thick. I feel sure. Yeah, me too. I hope I make you guys laugh. It's a movie and it's complete fiction. None of it really happened. Really? Holy shit, I thought it was real. That doesn't matter, dude. That's like you telling a story and then I come along 3 days later and say, no, your story is fuck your story. This is the story. I don't have any right to tell you what your story is, whether it's fiction or non-fiction. It is what it is. Canon is canon. That's why there's the word canon and there's the word history. They mean the same thing, essentially, but one is real life and one is fantasy. But within fantasy, we care. We want it to be official and correct and continuity. Maybe you don't care about that, but a lot of us do. If you like stories that just go all over the place, well, then that's on you, dude. I'm not telling you you can't, but I don't like my life that way. I like my life in order. I like to know that when I see or hear or read something, it's truth. Just like when I speak to you guys, it's truth. Not what I want it to be or what I thought it was. No, it's fact. We appreciate you stating the obvious. Yes, thanks. If someone wants to make a Star Wars story, has to understand and know Luke is canon. That is why it's important. Yes. How do I ask him? Who, me a question? Just ask a question. Say what you got to ask. If that's what you're asking, just ask a question. Assuming you're saying me? No, not respecting canon makes messy stuff like episode 7, 8, and 9. Exactly. Listen, when you start breaking canon, now all the stories get convoluted. Now, someone that died and the universe is saved or the galaxy saved, all of a sudden it's just brought back. So now the fact that he died means nothing. And it means that the people that killed him were nobodies. So now you've diminished and destroyed the entire point of the whole freaking story, because the person that saved the galaxy is nobody because he didn't actually save the galaxy. It was all point. Like, why do we even have all the original Star Wars if we're just going to be here anyways? You might as well just delete all of that stuff and just have 7, 8, and 9, because at this point, that's all that matters. Palpatine's here, so everything that happened before is irrelevant. Well, first of all, that stuff came first. That's what's relevant. All this other stuff must respect what came first. Rule number 1. Rule number 2 is just Disney, as always, trying to make their shit better. Trying to think their shit is better. And trying to give you the impression that they made the shit. And me and you, we know better. But our great-grandkids are going to see the Disney stuff and be like, well, wait a minute, Disney did this. That's where the problem occurs. It's not today. As long as I'm breathing, Disney ain't going to be getting away with this. But the problem is 100, 200 years from now, and yes, people will be seeing, and we're talking about Star Wars, that's where it becomes a problem, because now you've got a convoluted story and mess and history, and nobody knows what canon's anymore because everybody's just doing whatever they want to do and making shit up, changing their original canon. You just type. It just takes a little bit because he goes through the comments one by one. Yeah. I try to be fair and get to everybody, so just ask. He's checking the chat and get your question. Absolutely. Ask me anything. What's your opinion on resistance bombers in The Last Jedi? There's no gravity in space, and that whole fucking movie's stupid. That's my opinion. Furthermore, if you could just fly a goddamn ship into a ship, then why do you have bombers? Why didn't you just have the... Does that answer your question? Why are we doing bombers and doing that whole thing when all you had to do was do the Holdo maneuver? You see how Ryan contradicts his freaking stupid self? There's seismic charges, there's long-range missiles, and yet we have to fly with old-school bombers as if we're on Earth. Like, that's another thing that Disney does. Is like they want to equate everything to us on Earth, and that's not Star Wars. Hello? It's freaking dumb. And here's how stupid Disney is. Why did they do the bombers? So that they have Rose's sister. Why do they have Rose's sister? So that they can show you how dramatic and brave she was and how important, and her little necklace. So that later it gives validation to Rose. As if Rose is someone special. And they make this big hoopla, do all this stupid nonsense logic, and a dumbass bomber scene in space to validate Rose, but then later Rose just gets shit on and doesn't do anything anyways. Rose goes to Canto Bight to waste our time for 20 minutes and then makes a big tiff about freeing some fucking animals and yet leaves children slaves. Oh, well, I let the horses out, so peace, we're out. And doesn't think 2 seconds about the children slaves. So that's how Disney Star Wars works. The bomber thing was really just a whole setup to validate Rose. But then at the end of the day, Rose's work is nobody and doesn't have a payoff anyway. So you just did all this, spent all this time and money and nonsensical logic for what? Rose to be an asshole that shocks Finn and that cares about animals more than slave children and is just a dumbass that not only that violates Finn by kissing him because he didn't ask for that shit. That's my opinion on the bombers. Off to bed. Have a good night. Thanks for the great converse. Yes, absolutely, anytime. Every Friday I've been trying to do it, so same bad time, same bad station. Thanks for being here. Who is the most sus character in Star Wars? I think Kylo Ren because he has a red lightsaber and red is sus. Rey, it's not even close. Rey is far and away the most dumbest creation in all of Star Wars. Far and away. Because Kylo, as emo and just pitiful as he is, he at least has training from Snoke and from Luke Skywalker, and he's, you know, there is no Ben Solo, it's Ben Skywalker, but okay, you know, he's the son of Han and Leia. So, you know, he actually has some foundation there, some reasoning, some skills and training. Rey is just like out of nowhere, I'm the bestest. Cardboard cutout, awful acting, terrible dialogue, no story arc, nothing. Rey is just a terrible trash piece of nonsense. Rey is far and away, not even close, the most suspect character in all of Star Wars. Design of Kylo would have worked well in KOTOR, or Tor, since it seems to fit that era. His weapon is clothing. Having him in sequels is like having King Arthur in Avengers. Yeah, there's some good points there. I can't stand Kylo. I don't like his character. I don't like his acting. I don't like his helmet. I hate that damn helmet with those silver lines. I don't know. Some people like it. I think it's just stupid. His obsession with Vader, you know, just all of it is just so stupid. Oh, it's so fucking dumb. To me, he's totally out of place with Star Wars, period. The son of Han Solo and Princess Leia is a little emo bitch. Come on, man. Fiction always has truth to it without fiction. We could not cope with real life without escapism. And stories like Star Wars teach real life lessons. Yes, but here's the thing. No matter how fantastical it is, how ridiculous it is, it doesn't have to relate to us or anything. It just could be like about wads of bubblegum. But the bubblegum story is the bubblegum story. So therefore, that's the canon and rules of the bubblegum story. And if you come along a year later, 15 years later, and you start to, you know, go from the bubblegum story was pink bubblegum balls that stuck to everything. And now you're making it, well, there are actually, some of them were blue balls. And I didn't mean anything by that. Some of them were blue balls. And, you know, some of them fly. Just because, you know. It doesn't matter how simple or fantastic or basic or whatever the story is. The point is to maintain the truth, maintain the continuity, no matter how complex or simple the story is. Rules are rules. Facts are facts. Fuck your feelings. Rose's sister is not in episode 2. Never said she was. She's in TLJ. Isn't that... Am I misunderstanding? Right? Because somebody asked about the bombers. What's your opinion about the Resistance bombers? There you go. Rose's sister. I mean, it's been a while since I watched the Disney stuff, but I'm pretty sure, right? That's how TLJ opens, is with the bombers. Yeah. Rose's sister, she gets blown up. Episode 8. King Arthur. No, she married Anakin in the end, remember? What do you think of JJ and Ryan defending Rey and Rose by saying the male Star Wars audience is afraid of strong women? They're idiots. Neither one of them knows a goddamn thing about Star Wars. And we all love Princess Leia, Isla Sakura, Shakti, Mon Mothma. I don't want to hear that bullshit. That's my answer. I'm not saying it to you. I'm saying it to them. They're dumbasses. And most of that comes from Kathleen Kennedy, actually. Mara Jade. I mean, from the games to the comics to the EU to the movies themselves, like there's tons of women and we love them all. The little slave girls in Jabba's palace. You know, we just saw all the hottie chickies in Coruscant underworld. I mean, come on. And I'm not just sexualizing women. Yes, there are sexy creatures in Star Wars, but there's also the Princess Leia's, the badasses, Padme. If you've been paying attention to my live streams, you know that I have Padme in like the highest of esteem. From EU and Disney movies, the less canon rules from Lucas they break, it's going to feel a little closer to Lucas Star Wars. Of course, to be 100% canon is an impossible task, but the writers have to try. Well, no, actually, it's not impossible. I could keep all that. If they had me working at Lucasfilm, none of this shit would exist. It would be all fucking 100% on point. There would be no mistakes or continuity or anything. Why? Because number one, I would call George if I have any question. Number two, I'd have access to the goddamn Lucasfilm vault. No goddamn excuse. The holocron and all that shit. Number three, I'd be getting paid millions of dollars to do just that. Number four, I would not only revise my own work as I do as a researcher and reporter and historian and all the things that I do, but I would also have like 5, 6, 10 other people around me that I would have checking back my work. And then number 5 or 6 or wherever I was, I would have used Lucas's shit, his story treatments, his original stuff. There would be no questions of canon or continuity. It would be 100%. What would happen is each film would take 3 years to make, and Disney doesn't want that. Disney wants to just print money. They think that's how they can handle Star Wars. No, my projects would be like, you got to wait 3 years or 5 years, and that's what it is. The shit's going to be the best shit you ever seen, and it's going to be 100% on point. But you're going to have to wait because it's going to take some work to make sure the shit is correct. But there's no excuse for there not to be 100% canon. On the contrary, you hire me, you put me in that position, it will be 110% canon. What happens is Dave Filoni's lazy and only cares about Ahsoka, and that's where it all starts to fall apart. Slow-moving bombers with massive payloads that blow up in grand fashion, killing any other ships in its vicinity. Yeah. Why not, instead of all that drama, just fly the damn bomber into the ship? Put it on autopilot. You don't have to do the whole hyperspace. Just arm the damn bombs, and with remote control, fly the goddamn bomber into the ship. Well, but we need to make a dramatic thing with Rose's sister, because later we're going to validate Rose. You see how stupid fucking Disney is? Ryan Johnson. Why do you think Kylo Ren's head is so large? It's really big, and I don't understand. Yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you on that one. I don't care for Adam Driver or any of them. I don't think they're... Now, I don't have anything personal against them. And another, like, I haven't seen it, but there's the movie with Scarlett Johansson and Adam Driver that got very high praise. That was supposedly very good. And maybe in that type of thing, he's great. But as a Star Wars villain, it's a goddamn joke. And Rey's even worse. And, yes, he's got a big nose, too. You know, looks don't have to be everything, but just saying. And this is what the result of Disney Star Wars. This is what that gives you is blue balls. Thought we were doing episode. Yeah, we are. I just got a little sidetracked here for a little bit. I try to answer people's questions. What do you think about Jar Jar? I think Jar Jar is awesome, and he's the Dark Lord of the Sith. He's not my favorite character. He's a goofball, but I don't have that hatred of Jar Jar. I love Jar Jar. He's my favorite character. Well, then there you go. Darth Jar Jar. He's so wacky. Yeah, he is crazy. But the point is, you know, just to remind everybody, Jar Jar was on purpose made to look like the fool, made clumsy and all that. Why? Because either he really is the Dark Lord of the Sith and George is playing you, or more realistic, it's like the Ewoks, guys. George is showing you that whoever you might think is irrelevant and small and incapable will surprise you, may totally change your entire world, your universe, your life. Maybe the person that introduces you to your wife or gets you your next job, or that grants powers to the Chancellor that changes the entire outcome of the galaxy. Don't ever judge a book by its cover. Do not ever diminish someone and think that they're so irrelevant because you're the fool, not them. That's the point of Jar Jar. That you thought you were so fucking hot, Empire, that you were going to go on to Endor and just push around teddy bears. Next thing you know, you're getting your asses clunked by these teddy bears because they had bigger hearts than you, because they had righteousness, because they had the will to win, because they worked together, because they cared about their home. Never underestimate the little guy. That's what Jar Jar is about. Original edition or special edition, and which Boba Fett voice? If I had a perfect world, it would be original edition, except cleaned up in the special edition way. Always original Boba Fett voice. I'm okay with it, number one, because it is the maker's decision, and number two, if we're going to keep continuity, well, Jango Fett sounded like this, so Boba Fett would more than likely sound like him, although there is the argument. If Boba Fett grew up in such a different life and time and galaxy than Jango, then it's totally reasonable that his life would be different. If you're born in Scotland, you're going to speak a certain way. You, that same person, I grab you when you're being born and I put you in Boston, you're going to speak a different way. And if I pick you up and I put you in Wyoming, you're going to speak a different way. Your voice is going to be different. Your inflection, your tone, your accent, all of that. So for Boba to have to literally sound exactly like Jango, yeah, but not really. Now, if Boba grew up with all the other clones and was always around Jango until he was older, okay. But things in our lives, the way we are educated and brought up and all that, then Boba doesn't necessarily have to sound like Jango. At the end of the day, it's the maker's decision. He wanted to maintain continuity, so I don't have a huge problem with it. It makes sense. Just like Anakin's Force Ghost, it actually makes more sense. But original Boba's voice, you know, obviously. Ahsoka's dead, Order 66. Absolutely. No argument from me. George Lucas said so, and that's the end of that conversation. She's dead. That's why Mandalorian, Rebels, Clone Wars, all that shit is bullshit to me, because she died at Order 66. And anything that contradicts that is fan fiction. Fuck you, Dave Filoni. No, I don't know which part. Rose is meaningless by episode 9. A few lines glorified extra. Yeah, the whole point of Rose was just nothing. Stupid. Just to have it to chat the Asian girl. That's literally the whole point of Rose. Just to have an Asian girl. My mouth dropped when I found out Ryan did no rewrites of his script for TLJ. That film is the highest example for why you must reread and rewrite until all the kinks are removed. Yeah, well, it's not even kinks. Like, this doesn't make any sense. It's just like literally like, and he thought he was so clever. And man, it's just, that dude knows nothing about Star Wars. Nothing at all. Can make an arrangement for Jar Jar doing Drunken Master like Jackie Chan. Absolutely. And that's why I mentioned Darth Jar Jar from time to time, is because he could be the one that's actually playing and manipulating all of this. What do you think about the correlation between the original trilogy and World War II? I think Vader is like Hitler and Luke Skywalker is like Winston Churchill, but not British. I hate British people. Well, first of all, you don't have to hate British people. There is a lot of that there. Also Vietnam. Not that I want to get too much into it, but Vader's helmet, if you look at it, especially the mouthpiece, it's Nazi. There's Nazi symbolism there. The stormtroopers, the design of the stormtroopers, do you understand what a stormtrooper is? It's a skeleton. There's a lot of things in Star Wars, but it's not that George is being devious and like trying to put up satanic messages. And no, what he's doing is he's showing you the evil. He's trying to metaphorically show you those bad things, not because he's trying to push them on you. He's trying to make you aware of them. But yes, George Lucas referenced a lot of fables and mythology and wars and all kinds of things. Rogue One is the closest we got to Star Wars. I liked it. I'm not like in love with it. I don't care for Vader at the end. Yes, it's cool. Isolated, seeing Vader kicking ass in the hallway is awesome. But I don't like it because Vader just doesn't. Darth Vader does not waste his time on little rebel troops. That's way beneath him. Darth Vader fights Jedi. Darth Vader is a badass. That's why he has stormtroopers, to fight rebels. He wouldn't be pressed to go in that little hall, and it's just dumb. That's not Darth Vader. So the whole like doing that to be cool is pointless because he wouldn't be doing that anyways. It felt like the most Star Wars. It's got some cool stuff, especially the last half hour of it. I very much like Jyn Erso. But a lot of that is also like me as a guy. I like Felicity. I like Jyn Erso, so it's a little bit biased. I really like. She's probably my favorite Star Wars girl. Not because she was the best or most developed. Padme probably, I guess, would probably be my, pound for pound like character that I like. But I really like Felicity Jones, Jyn Erso. So my favorite outside of Mara Jade EU is Jyn Erso. But it doesn't really change or grow or expand the universe. It's just like, okay, well, this is how they got the plans. It's fun, but at least it's not overly damaging or disrespectful. We'll say that. I like Dave Filoni until I realized he only likes to write about Ahsoka. I still like him, but he has to try to do something else. I'm tired of Ahsoka. I've given up on Dave Filoni a long time ago because he's purposely breaking shit. He doesn't give a shit about Star Wars or George Lucas. So I can't have respect for him. Do you think Among Us stole from Star Wars because they both have spacemen? Well, no, there's plenty of spacemen before and after Star Wars. It's silly. The debate of the new Star Wars women being stronger and how men can't take strong women, it's silly. In fact, if young women who are influenced by them grew up realizing they're not perfect like Rey. Yeah, that whole thing. It's a smokescreen. It's instead of having you don't have a legitimate argument, so what do? You're like, well, it's just because you're a racist. You're just a sexist. So that's like your defense mechanism to avoid having to have the conversation. It concludes with, yeah, I'm a dumbass. Rey sucks. You see? It's much easier to say, no, you're wrong. You're anti-women. I fucking love women, so I don't want to hear that bullshit. Yeah, they will, unfortunately. But, I'm a pretty strong-minded person. A strong, intelligent woman doesn't intimidate me. Whereas other people are very much intimidated, and that's where part of that comes from. Grievous versus Pong Krell. Well, Pong isn't canon, so by default, Grievous would win. If Pong were canon, I actually like Pong Krell a lot. From Force Collection, it was really pretty cool. So, I don't know. I suppose he's organic. He's Jedi. Probably Pong Krell, I would have to say. But, again, he's not canon, so. And if we're talking Genndy Clone Wars Grievous, oh shit, absolutely not. That dude was a beast. But going by, you know, canon in the movies, yeah, Grievous. I would probably say Pong Krell. That's funny that you mentioned him, because I was thinking about him the other day and I really like him. I guess maybe because of Dex, you maybe thought of him. I mean, argument, damn auto prediction. I'm not sure which part it was from earlier. Blue balls, that's way too far. Roll, rose. Shoot, I'm not sure which part you meant, Wes. Can make an argument for Jar Jar doing Drunken Master. Okay, I guess that's what you meant to say. Yeah, absolutely. Again, the Jar Jar stuff is just me having fun and playing along with the theory. I'm not saying that that's what really happened, but I do mention that, you know, it should fit, and maybe it could be Darth Jar Jar. I couldn't have said it more perfect. Yeah. Well, that's funny. I couldn't have said it more perfect, but yet, well, I could have said it more perfect. There are 3 men outside my window. What? That's a little strange. I hope you're joking or making some reference. What? Yes. Beginning of episode 4, Vader was in the hallway. Yes, but he wasn't striking down rebels. That's what the stormtroopers are for. Vader comes on board after the stormtroopers clear and secure the ship, as what would properly happen. Understand? Who among us thinks Jar Jar is a Sith Lord in the original draft? I do. I think it's very possible. And I'm not saying that absolutely guaranteed, but I think that it's very much possible. Go to these coordinates. Remember the code. I think at the end of the day, I find it better to have something produced by a small team with a small budget, because there's always soul, rather than a mega corp who only cares about money. Yeah. You know, part of George's success is he was the voice, he was the maker. So too many chefs in the kitchen makes a mess. Whereas him controlling it, you wouldn't have conflicts, you wouldn't have continuity issues, because he's controlling it. The sad thing is that Disney, no, they sure don't. And they think they know better, but they obviously have proven to us time and again that they don't. Do you think Star Wars is like Among Us because like Palpatine is like the imposter and Anakin voted the younglings out? Well, yeah, you could say that. I don't play Among Us, but I know enough about it. You could say that. That's funny. It was a funny metaphor, yes. They know it'll make them money. Yeah, well, to some extent. Not as much as it can or should. They were sus. Yeah. So the put it out. Darth Jar Jar just makes sense. Yeah, it does. Okay, wait. Why do you say the Clone Wars is not canon? I thought George. Well, I did talk about that earlier, but executive producer of Clone Wars. Sorry, I missed something. I am new here. Okay. I'm about to take a quick break, but I'll talk about that again real quick. George Lucas was heavily involved in like the first 3 seasons. Okay. So while he was there and in control of Star Wars, well, of course, it was canon. He even said, I have the intention of the 6 movies and the Clone Wars cartoons, the TV shows, to be canon. Okay? I have that quote. That is a fact. But that was before he sold it. Once he sold it and Filoni started doing his little Ahsoka wet dream and all this, Django's not a Mandalorian and all this extra shit, then that automatically decanonized the Clone Wars, because now the Clone Wars cartoon is contradicting George's words, his movies. Okay, so number 1, George Lucas, while he was there, it was canon. As soon as he sold it, it's not canon anymore, because Disney, Filoni, chose not to respect and continue the continuity. They could have done it correctly, but they chose to do their own shit, so now they have to suffer the consequences. Number 2, Lucas was not that involved. I have several points of proof, including Jonathan Rinzler on my live stream, where Lucas would walk in with a bullet points, hand it to a room of writers, and they would write the stories. He was just signing off on shit. He wasn't like writing all the stories and all that. So that's another key contention. But once he sold it and Filoni started doing other shit, then that's not canon anymore. As far as Lucas is named there, well, he was smart. When he sold it, he said, hey, all the Clone Wars, it's going to say executive produced by me. Why? 1, so that he gets the credit for his original creation. And 2, guess what? He gets money. George Lucas is many things stupid he is not. He gets 25% of everything that Disney makes that uses his characters. This is why I understand why first Disney tried to make all this stuff go away, like the EU. That way they can not have to pay George. Then they start bringing shit back. But did you notice Boba Fett's a little bit different, and they're repainting his suit, and they're deciding is he a Mandalorian or is he not? Because when they follow the continuity, when they maintain canon, they got to pay daddy. So they at all costs are trying to not pay daddy and create new shit, because the Mandalorian is actually the Boba Fett movie, which was going to be the Boba Fett show. So they thought they were slick. Well, rather than making Boba Fett and have to pay daddy, we'll create a new Mandalorian and make our own story, and then that way we can get around that. But then over time they realized, well, shit, nobody cares about this damn show. So now we have to bring in a Baby Yoda. We have to bring in Ahsoka and Bo and Boba and Luke. They didn't want to bring Luke Skywalker. They brought in Luke Skywalker just to keep you guys complacent and happy. Because Luke Skywalker wasn't about you. Luke Skywalker was about they were desperate and they needed to do something to get some subscribers. Because they don't give a goddamn. We saw The Last Jedi. Disney does not care about Luke Skywalker. If you don't understand this, well, I don't know what you did to bump your head on, because, hello? Luke was not for you. They did that for themselves. So, understand that Lucas gets a cut when they're using his direct properties. That's why they avoid using his direct properties. But then it comes to a point where, as much as they try to avoid the shit, they got no way around it because nobody wants the new bullshit. So then they have to start dipping back. So as much as they tried to go around Boba Fett and make them Mandalorian, here we are back at Boba Fett and the Book of Boba Fett show. Understand? So that's why George's name is there, because George is not stupid. But that doesn't a lot of people say that. Well, George is involved because his name is. No. It's just his name. He's the one that created the property, and he had it there. You think that George Lucas, that they threw his shit out, don't have him at all involved in the canon movies, but yet he's sitting there hanging out and doing stuff on the Mandalorian or the Clone Wars cartoons? I mean, use your brain. So it's just there. A lot of people get credits and stuff because, you know, that's what he originally created. But not because he's involved with it. So anyways, back to shorten that answer. Roughly after season 3, whenever it was sold, then George Lucas didn't have anything else to do with it. And I could show you interview after interview after interview where he's like, they trashed my shit and I'm not involved. Watch one of my most recent videos, George Lucas, Wisdom on Life and on Star Wars and Life. You'll see right there. He says, I'm not involved in any of that Disney stuff. Political state of Palestine and Israel. Oh, geez, I don't know much about it, nor do I really get into politics or any of that. I don't know enough about it to really comment on it, to be fair. Nor do I really want to know about that. Video man hype, yes. And it's not that I don't care about world events, it's just there's so much other shit, you know. I have no control or voice or reach for that. So is that why Clone Wars immediately got better after season 3? Well, I don't know. That's arguable. If you like it, then enjoy it. George sold to Disney while season 6 was halfway done. I'd have to check that. I don't know that that's correct. From what I remember and have seen, he was involved until season 3. And again, regardless of when it was sold, it's like I told you, I have absolute proof of this. He would walk into a room with bullet points and hand it off to writers. So he wasn't all that involved in the first place. And no, that's absolutely not correct. Season 6, 2012, that's not correct. You need to check that. So at the very least, I would say 1 through 6 are canon, but I could get behind 7 potentially not being part of George canon. Well, it can't be George. It's not canon because Ahsoka dies at Order 66. So it's absolutely not canon. And, well, yeah. Favorite video game? Galaga. Always has been. Another check for daddy. Yeah, well, that's what it is. You keep mentioning the EU and like, dude, what's your issue with the European Union? There's nothing wrong with the European Union. It's just a federation of European states. Yeah. Oh, boy. In case you're not kidding, expanded universe, not European Union. Which I think you are kidding, but I feel like people forgot how bad The Mandalorian was when it started. Well, it only got worse. The way I see it for now, Clone Wars 1 to 3 are canon, 4 through 6 are not canon, but have a lot of Lucas advices and ideas. Season 7, not canon, break a lot of stuff. Yeah, don't get me wrong. All of the Clone Wars have George's influence. He did have an outline for all of it. But just because I come to you and I say, hey, this is what's supposed to happen, and then I hand it to you, and then you start going ham and doing like, you know, this person and that, and I invented this and changed that, then you've automatically made it non-canon. Because you cannot break the established rules by the maker. I don't care if you own the property. That still does. I bought a book printing company yesterday. I started printing books that Hitler was the nicest guy on earth. That's not how it works. Facts are facts. History is history. So just because I have the power to do something doesn't mean that I should or could or that's not how that works. What do you think about Neon Genesis Evangelion? Personally, I think Shinji is the like Luke Skywalker, and the Evangelions are like the Force, and Gendo is Darth Vader, or Hitler, and Shinji is Winston Churchill. I don't know about Genesis Evangelion, so I can't comment. How do you feel when people say stormtroopers are inaccurate? If you look at them, OT stormtroopers efficiently slaughter anyone without plot armor. Actually, George Lucas himself said they're just militia. That's why they missed. They're not trained soldiers. They're just loosey-gooseys. They're not supposed to be that great. I know it's crazy and ironic, but out of George Lucas's lips, that's what he says. So we kind of assumed that they were this highly trained thing. They're not. They're just loose militia. Now Filoni's taking it to a whole other level where they're 2 feet away from a can, and scout troopers can't hit that. That's just being a whole other level of stupid. But as far as them being like good shots or anything, they're not. They're just loose militia. And by the way, if you're standing next to a massive treads of a sandcrawler in front of you and you can't like take out the treads, then you're pretty worthless. It's not like they were so precise and so amazing. I mean, precise compared to what, relatively, Clone Wars got worse after season 3. Yeah, I can't argue that. And there's, neat stuff throughout. But Galaga. Yeah, Galaga's my all time, and I'm a beast at that game. Love that game. What do you think of this design for Luke Skywalker's original lightsaber? It's really interesting, and I think you'd like it. Well, I love Luke's original design, but I'm not sure how would I see it? What you're talking about? You said as if you have an image or something? George sold October 30th, 2012 is the exact date. So the first 5 seasons were without Disney influence, and however far they got into season 6 before it was canceled. I'm not arguing that because I don't remember exactly, but I would have to actually verify that. But regardless, listen to what I'm telling you. George was not that involved. George had the outline and the concepts. He had bullet points, and he would go into the room, and this is per Jonathan Rinzler, and other people have confirmed this. He would walk into the room and hand that shit off to writers. He was not as involved as people want to make it out to be. So regardless of when he sold it or what episodes or what season, it doesn't really matter because he wasn't sitting there all day like, okay, this is what happens in episode 3. This, and this. No, he just gave you bullet points and the writers would write the stories. Jonathan Rinzler, in fact, wrote 2 episodes. The Jar Jar arc with Jonathan Rinzler. So it's really, I would have to double verify those dates and see when it is, because to my memory it was much earlier. But regardless, he wasn't that involved. The point of the Clone Wars was he wanted to set up something that he made the basis of it, but then handed it off to. That's why he brought in Filoni and taught him so much, so that he could take care of it and run that shit. George didn't want to spend time making cartoons. He liked them, and he wanted them to be official and continue the story, but that's not to say that he was sitting there all day long playing around with the Clone Wars. Not at all. He was doing a lot of other things. Because I don't think it's been confirmed in George canon. Do you think Boba survived the Sarlacc or not? It never was confirmed because obviously we don't see Boba come out. And in fact, if you go by what George said, he said, man, if I would have known everybody liked Boba Fett so much, I would have given him a much more glorious death. So we have to assume that he's dead. Furthermore, the reason that Attack of the Clones is Jango is that's out of honor for Boba Fett. He's like, oh shit, I fucked up. I didn't know that people were going to like him that much. So now I got to make up for it. So now what I'll do is I'll make all these clones, these badasses, they're Boba Fett's. That's where that comes from, is because they're Boba Fett's. The reason Django exists, the reason you have Mandalorians, the reason you have the Clone Wars, and all that is Boba Fett. So that was his way of making up for that. I sent a link for the YouTube video, but just add this. Okay. Is it not letting you send the link, or? I think the trilogy of episodes of the Clone War where Lucas was really involved in the Altar of Mortis arc, those 3 episodes are fascinating. You have the embodiment, the dark side, and the light side as persons. Yeah. That stuff is interesting. If you replace the characters after, you'll see 30-second video on Luke's original lightsaber design. Okay. Marvel or DC? Marvel. All day, all day. And that I love Batman. He's like my second dude. I hate Superman. Marvel all day. There are some things I did like, like the Legion of Doom, but Marvel. And not because of Disney or their movies. I don't like any of that stuff. I'm talking about old school, the old comics, the original stories, Marvel. We see his helmet get burped out in Lego Star Wars, and we all know Lego Star Wars is the real canon. Well, there you got a point there. Yeah, no, I know what you meant, Boba and the Sarlacc. Yeah. See, and that's the thing. You got one story that he crawled out, another story that he jetpacked out, another story that he his armor basically falls off. It gets found by Jawas, and they're running around with it. That's where they get it from the Mandalorian with Covenant. Another story is that he's on the sand, pretty much dying. A stranger comes, takes him in, gets his armor off of him, heals him, helps him recuperate, brings him back to strength, saves his ass, and ends up being Dengar. So, again, when you have more than one story, now you're starting to have conflict. So what happens? All of that shit becomes non-canon because you cannot have contradicting stories. There's only one reality. But as far as movie canon, official canon, Boba Fett's dead. And me, I'm Boba Fett. That's my guy. That's my favorite character of all time. I'm all about Boba Fett. But I can't contradict the maker, and unfortunately he dies in the Sarlacc unless we would have seen otherwise. Mandalorian's not canon, so that's irrelevant. But as we had the EU, and that was canon enough, then you could say, well, it's not absolute canon, but canon enough to where, okay, yeah, Boba Fett escaped. Plus, knowing Boba Fett, he would have found a way out. But can I say 100% unequivocally that Boba Fett survived? No, I honestly can't, because what we see is he gets swallowed by the Sarlacc pit, unfortunately. And again, I want to stress, that's why 200,000 clones are Boba Fett, because that's George Lucas's way of saying, oops, I'm sorry guys, I fucked up, but here, I'll make up for it in this way. What you do when you catch up with the chat feed? Well, I'm just about to do that. Well, I was going to go back to the Attack of the Clones. I think I figured it out. If you open live chat, I think the link will load. Okay. Sarlacc found me to be somewhat undigestible. Yes. Well, first I'm going to take a very quick 5-10 minute break. I need to get a drink and a snack. But I will be right back. And then when I come back, assuming there's not 80,000 questions again, let's continue with the movie. Which we're under an hour in, so halfway. But the second half should move a little bit faster because that's where the action starts. Right now we're more into commentary and establishing Padme and all that stuff. Their forbidden love and all that good stuff. A big part of me doing the movie deep dives is because I enjoy the movies, and a lot of you said, hey, that would be fun, let's do it, I'd like to watch the movie with you, and I'm all for that. But it's also because I am, and again, I don't say this to insult anybody or that you're less than me, but I tend to understand these damn things better than most people, because most people are like, and I'm like, well, you're not understanding, you're not getting it. When you really break it down and you look frame by frame at the dialogue and the actions of what's happening, you start to see a different movie than what everybody hates about the Attack of the Clones. They are super beautiful and super important films. So I do part of this is to help people see and to remind them of how beautiful these films are. Anyways, what do you think of Rey having yellow lightsaber? It's bullshit. It's not canon. Everything about Rey is bullshit, and it doesn't matter, because at that point, I'm Rey Skywalker. I'm the bestest. I can do Force lightning. I'm Palpatine's clone. All of it's absolute nonsense. So a yellow lightsaber is like the last thing that I'm even concerned with. You take his name, you take all this stuff, but yet you bury the lightsabers. Rey is not about honor or respect. Rey is about everything she does is better than everyone else. Why? Because the Force is female. Because Kathleen Kennedy vicariously is living through Rey, and she wants to make her statement through Rey that I'm better, that I know better, that a female is better at everything. Because if Rey was respectful, one, she wouldn't have taken the name. But if you're going to take everything else, including the name, well, then why wouldn't you take Luke and or Anakin lightsaber? You see the contradiction? Instead, she has a yellow one. Why? So that she's, again, one up step again better than everyone else, different than everybody else. It's stupid. Where would she even get that crystal? How would she even know about the crystals? The whole thing is just stupid. What do you think of the robot in Revenge of the Sith who says, Ooba, Ooba? I don't know, it's just a nurse droid. What an obscure question. The Uba droid. Too funny. I mean, it safely handles the twins, so I guess, it's important. Too funny. Then I'm gonna have some sacks of water. Yes, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a very quick break. What did you think of Robot Chicken parodies? I love them. I'll accept that they're canon any day over any of this Disney nonsense. I'm 100% with you. Select 3 non-George canon things to add to George canon. What would they be? Let me think about that. I'll think about that. Let me see. The Uba droid. Man, that's funny. There we go. Something fun for you guys to watch for the next few minutes. Have a little fun with the who shot first? Well, let's see. Yeah, that was funny. Or being slave to the chat, yeah. Which, I'm super happy and more than willing to talk with you guys. I think it's awesome that so many of you that have questions and want to talk. I'm all for that. But I do need to take a very quick little break, so I'll run to the bathroom, get a drink and a snack, and I will be back. A snack, and I'll be back. I'll leave you with a little video with the age-old question. Han vs. Greedo, every version ever. Welcome to Not My Star Wars, where we talk about Disney, Disney Plus, and of course Star Wars. So I came across this video this morning that I thought was pretty funny, and I haven't seen anyone talking about it. So I thought I'd share it with you guys and give you my reaction to it. Came out on February 7th, 2020. Pretty fun little video. Let's take a look.
From the mind of George Lucas, over my dead body. You've seen Han shoot first. Yeah, I bet you have. Greedo shoot first. Both shoot simultaneously. And whatever this is, McClunky. McClunky?
Any old school Star Wars fan is aware of those 4 endings. For someone that may not know that's younger, over the years, George Lucas kept changing that scene in Tatooine between Greedo and Han Solo. Regardless of the reasoning, it was changed at least 4 times now. And pretty much all of us old school Star Wars fans thought it was kind of silly, like why even bother with it. With that said, what you just saw is pretty much a parody of what we had seen in the different versions of the films. Now is where it starts to get pretty funny.
Now, an insider look at every version of this classic scene prepared for future re-releases. Over my dead body.
Re-releases.
Don't like Han shooting Greedo so directly? I bet you have. McClunky. McClunky.
McClunky, by the way, translates to "this'll be the end of you."
McClunky. Blasters too violent? McClunky.
I love that one. He bitch slaps Greedo. That's a good one.
McClunky. McClunky.
The piano. Pie in the face isn't bad either.
McClunky. Avada Kedavra. Wizard Annie. McClunky.
If you haven't seen the prequels, there's a part where Anakin's friend says, "Wizard Annie." So.
What? Huh? Huh? McClunky not doing it for you? Rosebud.
Rosebud.
Okay, Boomer.
See what you get for calling people Boomer?
McCulkin. Martha. Why'd you say that name? Martha. That's my mother's name.
See, kids, you shouldn't talk about people's mothers.
Greedo not strong enough? Not ugly enough?
Hey!
Not stupid enough?
You gods! What's a Misa doing here?
Poor Jar Jar. He always gets so much hate. Anyways, as you can see, this is pretty over the top, but it's funny. I like it.
Scene just too heavy. Let's see who you really are. Old Man Withers.
And I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids.
For the younger crowd, that's a Scooby-Doo reference. He was pretty famous, Mr. Withers. He was well known from the cartoon. Pretty much every episode, they would capture the villain and he would say, "I would have got away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids." I want to mention something. As an old school Star Wars fan to a younger crowd, sometimes I think people get confused with this. We don't have a problem with changing things about Star Wars or making fun of Star Wars. Not in the main movies, of course. 7, 8, 9 shouldn't be a parody of Star Wars, although that's exactly what they ended up being, is a really poorly made parody. I feel like sometimes younger generations feel like those of us that grew up with the originals are so sensitive and that we can't have fun with Star Wars, or we're so touchy, and we're not. There's tons of Star Wars parodies. Robot Chicken, Family Guy. I mean, there's just been so many things over the years. Hundreds of parodies of Star Wars. And we love that stuff. Even George Lucas loved that stuff. So we've never had a problem with people poking fun. We ourselves poke fun at Star Wars. That's part of the beauty of it. But even this silly parody is respecting the canon of Star Wars. They're having fun with it, but they're not just inventing like, oh, well, Han Solo can fly. And that's the problem with the Disney trilogy, is that they just went off on the whole other tangent and like tried to recreate Star Wars, and they never understood Star Wars. It's very apparent with what they did with the movies that they are clueless as to what Star Wars is.
At H&R Block, get your maximum refund guaranteed. Get every credit and deduction you deserve. Or get your money back. File with a tax pro or on your own. Then, relax. With a max refund guaranteed, Block has your back.
Petco and Blue Buffalo are committed to fueling your pets first with the right food right from the start. New Baby Blue is uniquely formulated for the growing needs of puppies and kittens. Only available at Petco.
I just wanted to jump in real quick and mention that old school fans aren't sensitive to change or having fun with Star Wars or the next generation or being relevant in this new era. That's a mistake that some people seem to make and don't get. That's not the case. The case is that you can adapt and evolve and be relevant, but still respect the past. Disney had the choice of not putting Luke in the movies. They didn't have to make it about Luke Skywalker. They could have just left him out and done their own thing. Everyone would have been fine. Or if you're going to use Luke, what a lost opportunity. You had Luke, Leia, Lando, Han. That's literally the biggest lost opportunity in the history of film. Disney blew it. Can you imagine Disney, of all companies, blowing that opportunity, the biggest opportunity in all of cinematic history? They had the option. They could have left Luke out. Or if you're going to bring Luke in, respect him. That's all we asked. If you're going to bring a character that was so powerful and so pivotal and so beloved and important, then you need to respect that character. And instead, what Disney chose to do was just stomp all over the past. And that's where we have a problem. Old school Star Wars fans are not sensitive to change or having fun with Star Wars. On the contrary, every film wanted something new. We've wanted more. So it's quite the contrary. It's just a matter of respect. And Disney chose to totally disrespect Star Wars. Some of you may watch this and be like, but this is totally making fun of Star Wars. Well, yes, because this is a parody. It's a funny skit about Star Wars. And we all love this type of thing. But when you're making the actual movies, you have to show respect. Without respect, we reject. Let's get back to it.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, we both, oh yes, we both, oh yes, we both reach for our guns, our guns, our guns, our guns, oh yes, we both reach for our guns, for our guns.
I like that one. This one's really cool. The Mortal Kombat, this is really awesome.
Ready, fight.
I'll stay.
Finish it. Solo wins.
And finally, the Oscar bait variation George always intended.
I really like the Mortal Kombat. I'll come back to that in a second. It was really good.
Yeah, I bet you have. Evoca. I know. Oh.
This is, of course, very cheesy, but I like how they're playing with the starfighters. Han and his tramp.
No! Why?
What moves you? When people change the world, they call it a movement. Movement is power. It's opportunity. It's pushing forward, determined to create a better future. It's imagining the impossible, then making it real. It's what drives us. We are emotional. and we're making driverless vehicles a reality. The future of transportation starts now. We're focused on you, your choice, your safety, your community. We believe getting places reliably and confidently is your right. That's why Motional is changing how the world moves. Everyone's journey is different. And no matter where your journey takes you, we'll get you there. Motional. You move the world, we move you.
Of course, they had to throw in Baby Yoda. So yeah, it's just a little 3.5-minute fun skit. You guys should check it out. Let's take a look back at the 3PO. I think that's the best part of Mortal Kombat. I like the whole little skit. It's pretty cool. I think they did really good how they're kind of like waving around in the fatality mode and how C-3PO jumps out with the toasty. So let's take another quick look at it. I thought that was the highlight of the video.
Ready, fight!
I'll stay.
Finish it. Solo wins.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. So anyways, just wanted to share. I thought it was a fun little video. Check it out. The channel is And You Films, Han vs. Greedo, every version ever, Star Wars parody. It just came out on the 7th, and like I said, I haven't heard anybody mention it, so I wanted to share it. I thought it was funny. Hope you guys enjoy it. All right, I'll see you soon. I got some videos in the works, so hang in there. What do you guys think about this silly parody of Han vs. Greedo? And do you remember growing up and seeing these different versions? Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the Force be with you. Okay. Ooba. 3 non-canon things. Mara Jade, Thrawn, Boba Fett escaping the pit. There's chili downstairs. Those are off the top of my head, 3 non-canon things I would make canon. Let's see. Wouldn't Rey being a scavenger be construed as bad? I mean, a woman who takes stuff that's not hers. That sounds pretty sexist to me. Yeah, she's a little thief. You know, and I get it. She's on a desert planet. What is she going to do? I was just reading something today about Disney trying to justify their story and how it's actually in the article I was going to show you guys later, that it was so cool that they would run to a ship, but then that ship would get blown up, so then they would go to the Falcon. Why wouldn't she go to the Falcon in the first place? If she knows how to fix it and fly it and it's the Falcon. You see, because in the movie, she has no clue it's the Falcon. But in the books, they say, oh, but Rey actually had training because she had gotten a computer from a Y-Wing and she knew all about ships and therefore would know about the Falcon. That's her justification. That's how she could fix the Falcon, because she would know about it and all about ships. But yet in the movie, she doesn't know what the Falcon is, nor does she run to it first. You see how Disney contradicts themselves? So stupid. They think they're smart and they're fucking stupid. But it's not just that they think they're smart, because they think we're stupid. That's the thing, is they think that we're the stupid ones and we're not going to see it or understand it or realize it. And it's just, female characters, especially in Star Wars, aren't meant to be representative of current females who live on Earth. That's true. Nor do they have to be better at everything, or, you know, it's okay if the guys lead or are doing other things. It's okay if some of the women lead. That's fine too. Who's the leader of the rebellion? Mon freaking Mothma. Who's the one that gives all the orders to the rebels? Princess Leia. Did you watch the original movies, Disney? Apparently not. 20 years ago, and you didn't pay attention. So no. Dave Chappelle's Star Wars parody. Yes. I loved it. Dave Chappelle, him and Robin Williams are my two favorite comedians of all time. H&R Block and Petco really getting free ad space. Yeah, I wasn't here, but I guess there were ads there. Damn emotional as well. Emotional, I get it. And Williams. Okay, it's saying I have new comments, but okay. For some reason, it wasn't letting me go down. Just wondering about your opinions on this video. The problem is that it doesn't let me, let me see. The problem is that it doesn't let me, the internal chat is not allowing me to copy that. Okay, maybe here it'll let me. Wow, that sounds really bassy in my earphones. I'll have to watch it later where I can focus on it, because right now it's not really my type of music anyways. Not that I have anything against it, but I'm just saying I do like his kicks though. Just so everybody can see it. His modified Jordans are pretty cool. Let me see if I can find your other link real quick. The Luke lightsaber thing. Actually, I'm looking in the wrong place. I should look over here. And I'm not trying to disregard your song. It's just right now for me to go off onto that tangent. It's like a whole other thing right now. And not to mention in my earphones, it's just like totally bass heavy. All right, it's not letting me go back in the chat. I'll have to look after this is done and I can see the entire chat. Then I can look at your Luke Skywalker thing. It's just that here in StreamYard, the chat is a little bit different from the actual chat on YouTube. The YouTube chat lets me see the links, whereas here it does not. And thank you for the £5, but you could have just said, hey, do you mind checking this out? And I would have done. I both do and don't want him to go back to AOTC. Are you getting through the deep dive? Yes, in order, yes. I did Phantom Menace last week. And I very much love chatting with you guys, but I do want to get through Clones. And now is when the movie starts to move more because it's more the action. So let's try to get through it, and then at the end, I'll continue to chat with you guys. And if you guys want to go longer, I can only go 12 hours. So if it's all that, I'll start another stream and we can chat. I have no problem. It's my birthday, and hey. But I have to be considerate of other people that will come to watch this for the clones. And I don't want to drop off. I want to finish off the movie. So let's continue with Attack of the Clones. In my opinion, Finn's character got it the worst. He's a stormtrooper janitor who was built up to be a main character, redesigned, and being second fiddle to Rey without having his character arc set. Yeah, Finn was awesome. He had all the potential in the world. He was going to be a Jedi. They could have done Rey and Finn being Jedi. They could have just done a black guy being a Jedi. Disney, all their mistakes they do upon themselves. They put them on that poster. They hyped them up as the Jedi. It's their own fault. Now, they think they're being clever. We were just throwing you. We wanted mystery. We wanted to, make it look like he was going to be a Jedi, but it wasn't. You just assumed that. Well, we have to go by what you show us, Disney. And when we see Darth Vader being menacing with a red lightsaber on a poster, with Luke Skywalker having the blue or green lightsaber on the poster, it is what it is. Lucas didn't do some other shit to totally throw you off. Lucas didn't have to do those stupid cheap tricks because he actually wrote good stories. Disney does have to do that because they're clueless. And they don't understand Star Wars. They never have, and I guess they never will. And it's amazing because JJ's around my age. I don't know how old he is. I'm assuming he's just I'm curious. I've never checked that. Let me see that. Wow, he's 9 years older than me. So he should totally have seen it and got it. And he's freaking clueless. What about Rianne? How old is that idiot? Claims nobody liked Empire Strikes Back. It was poorly received. All right, one of the greatest films of all time. Fucking idiot. 73, so he's older than me too. Yeah, Finn was a big old waste. What a shame. He could have been so much. Luke would have gladly taken Rey and Finn and had 2 new Jedi, and whether they were a couple or not, Thanks, I appreciate it, Chili. Thank you, Bad Channel. Sequel trilogy was going to be amazeballs. Boy, were my expectations subverted. Yeah, well, everybody's. I never thought they were going to be amazeballs, but I figured, okay, well, Disney of all people, they can do it. They can pull it off. It's never going to be George Lucas Star Wars, but they could do it. They could respect it and do it. They went the complete opposite. Like, oh, fuck it. Trash it. Okay. What is it? Forget the past. Kill it if you have to. It's all right, guys. I'm finally here. Well, now we can start the stream. Thank goodness Steve is here. I don't recognize you, Dave. So thanks for being here. And cool. Now we can. You're here, so I hope you enjoy yourself. I hate to compliment Ryan, but he does not look 73. He's not 73. 73 is when he was born. He's well, let me double check that. I think that's what it was. Said. Excuse me. Yeah, he was born in 73, so he's just a little bit older than me. He's not 50. He's about 48. You're welcome. Welcome for being here. Thank you for being here, and you are welcome. Oh, my bad. No worries. Maybe the way I said it. Itching to get into AOTC. Yeah, let's get back to it so I can finish that up. And then again, like if we run out of time, then I'll start another stream. We can keep talking. It's not a problem. But I want to try to, within this stream, finish the clones so that, you know, anybody that comes in the future can see the clones. I don't really want to do a like part 2 of Attack of the Clones, which I will if I have to, but let's see if we can finish it up. So I am at 45:52. We're just seeing the clones and all the it's when it pans out and we start to first see the clones and all the tubes, right? The test tubes. Very impressive. I hope you'd be pleased. It's pretty crazy. There's clones all over the damn place. Immensely superior to droids. Yes, of course. Take pride in our combat and education training. They were created 5 years ago. This group was created 5 years ago. Okay, so they Obi-Wan says, you mentioned growth acceleration. He says, yes, we'd have to, or they take a lifetime to grow. Now we can do it in half the time. So like I said earlier, clones grow at twice the rate. 10-year-olds to us are the clones that get deployed because they're like a 20 or better said, a 10-year-old clone to them is a 20-year-old young man to us. And that's when the clones get deployed at 20 years old. All these little Boba Fetts. They're obedient, take every order without question. They're less independent than the original hosts. Who's the original host? The bounty hunter called Jango Fett. Where is he? We keep him here. Apart from his pay, which is considerable, he demanded one thing: an unaltered clone. Curious, isn't it? George's big fat, I'm so sorry. Here's Boba Fett. No tampering with the structure, pure clone, no growth acceleration. He would like to meet Jango, and Conway says, I would be very happy to arrange it. And then the music starts. Dun, 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 dun. And we see all the badass Boba Fetts. I mean, clones. Yes, they are magnificent. All right, and we cut to Naboo. What a gorgeous scene. They're out in this field with just these massive waterfalls. What a beautiful scene. And again, you're put out here in this environment with all by yourselves. Of course, something's going to happen. I don't know. You just don't want to tell you. Are you going to use one of your Jedi mind tricks on me? They only work on the weak-minded, which is true. Padme's not weak. She's talking about Palor, her first crush. Dreamy eyes. He became an artist. I went into politics. You don't. Maybe he was the smart one. And she's like, you really don't like politicians. And then he says maybe one, two or three, but there's one that I'm not really sure about one of them. Okay, now here's very important dialogue. I don't think the system works. Again, like Dooku, disillusioned with the system. How would you have it work? Okay, we need a system where the politicians sit down and discuss the problem and agree what's best for all the people and then do it. Now, Padme's like, well, that's exactly what we do. That's what she said. That's exactly what we do. The trouble is that people don't always agree. And then he says, well, someone should make them. And she's like, by who? Who's going to make them? And she says, you. And he's like, I don't know, someone. But you see where, Anakin's beginning to have this mentality of, at the end of the day, one person needs to just decide because there's too much flim-flam in politics. Which, in, dictatorships, kings, it's not a good thing. But in ways, things get done, don't they? Someone wise. That sounds like a dictatorship to me. Well, if it works. You're making fun of me. I'd be much too frightened to tease a senator. Man, she's so super cute in this. And again, all that dialogue, if you want to be all picky, like, oh, it's not the smoothest thing. Again, these are 20-year-olds that have not had interaction. Okay. And again, I will remind you, he was a slave. He's been in another world. He's been running around with the Jedi. He hasn't had a chance to sit down and talk to a girl ever. Then you got Padme, who's the same thing. She's been all about her career and all that. She doesn't really technically know how to handle being alone with a boy. She's much more prepared. She's much more mature and wise and older, but she doesn't know what she's doing either. Their dialogue is perfectly normal and fine. I can't remember the name of these things, but Anakin's going to ride the Loompa Loompa thing. Trying to show off, of course. And then he gets his ass tossed. Now I'll give him this. He plays the I'm injured, fell out. He plays this one well. Man, what a cute outfit she has on. And he totally got her to come over. And now they're rolling around in the grass, and it's game over at this point. As long as he doesn't screw it up, it's game over at this point. Very cool scene. It cuts to Camino, and there's the I don't know what to call it. I actually never knew the name of this actual animal, but it's like that water bird. It's like underwater, almost like a ray, and then it comes out, breaks out through the surface. Really cool scene. Now Obi-Wan meets Boba. Is your father here? I like how Boba looks at Obi-Wan, like looks him up and down. Don Wee's here. And I'm sure you all have noticed that you see Jango's armor there in the little closet. That little ass room, you know, you would think he'd have like first class accommodations. He's a pretty, he's a simple man, I guess. Where's your trip directive? This is Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's come to check on our progress. Just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe. Ever been to Coruscant once or twice recently? Possibly. Now, we can assume that Obi-Wan saw the suit in the closet, although it's not totally clear that he did. But, you know, Obi-Wan's pretty wise, and he's putting things together, and he's figuring it out. But to the credit of Jango, and both Tamora Morrison and Jango, he really well plays it how when Obi-Wan asks him, you know, have you been in Coruscant? And he stops and thinks for a minute, and he's like fixing his sleeve, being all nonchalant. And then he walks over towards Boba. And that was naturally to divert Obi-Wan's attention. Obi-Wan is still looking towards the closet, so I don't know how well that worked, but it's very clever for Jango how he walks over like that to try to divert Obi-Wan. And he, of course, tells Boba to go close the closet. Master who? Sifo Dyas. Is he not the Jedi who hired you? Never heard of him. And this is, of course, very important. Really? I was recruited by a man named Tyrannus on Bogdan. So very important because we don't find out about Tyrannus till considerably later. And it's also explaining, you know, the process here that we find out earlier that Sifo Dyas is the one that ordered the clones, but the template for the clones was not recruited by Sifo Dyas. So then that's, you know, as a good detective would do, would be starting to connect dots and saying, that's interesting. And who's this Tyrannus guy? And Obi-Wan, being a Jedi, is going to know that, Tyrannus, that kind of sounds like a Darth Sith name. Do you like your troops? I look forward to seeing them in action. They'll do their job well, I'll guarantee that. And that absolutely is the truth. Thank you for your time, Jango. Always a pleasure to meet a Jedi. Which is ballsy for him to say that, you know, because he was like partly trying to play it off, but also like, you know, that was really ballsy of him to say that. Boba. What is it, Dad? Man, it's funny. I actually remember a lot of this dialogue. Pack your things, we're leaving. You guys don't say it, but like some of the stuff I'm saying right before they say it, I don't remember all of it. When I get to the aggressive negotiations, yes. What's that? Negotiating the lightsaber. Again, Anakin trying to show off with his little floaty fruit. Anakin's still very much a rookie here. He still has no clue what the hell he's doing, but at least he's kind of chilled out a little bit. He's got a little more comfortable. He's not being so damn pushy and knuckleheaded. He's actually making really good ground with Padme right now. He's still showing off a little bit, but at least he's a little bit chilled out. Obi-Wan would be grumpy, he says. I just noticed a little mistake there. When he's cutting the pear, he cuts it like it's laying lengthwise, and he cuts it like in the middle. So the nub, where he like the knife's in his right hand, and he's holding right the like round bulb end of the pear is not necessarily a pear, but just saying the pear shaped thing, right? The round part, and then it like cones down, right? So you've got the fatter end that he's holding with the fork, and he's cutting with the knife. He cuts it like right in the middle, so the round nub end is like this. It's thick. When they go to the other angle of the shot, it's much thinner, which most of you will remember. When he floats it over, it's much thinner. It's like this. But what he was cutting was like that. Anyways, really beautiful little, I don't know what cottage or whatever they're in. Okay, and Padme is always looking cute, and then it directly cuts to the fireplace scene, and she's looking insane in this little black thing with the thing around her neck, and again, women know what they're doing. It wasn't like she's putting a sign on her saying, you know, do whatever you want to me, but she's put herself in this position with that little bit of clothing at the fireplace. She has totally opened the door to, if you don't screw this up, Anakin, here I am. So while she's somewhat resistant, at the same token, she's like, you know, and women love to do this, send mixed signals and confuse you and all that. But at the end of the day, she knows what she's doing, and she's clearly saying, you know, here I am. Poor Anakin. I can't blame him. And here, from the moment I met you, from all those years ago, there's not a moment that's gone by that I haven't thought of you. Okay, it's perfectly normal. I can't blame him. Now that I'm with you again, I'm in agony. Okay. Remember that this movie is like 1940s style, serial style. It's a romantic film. Just keep that in mind when you think of the dialogue here. It's compounded by who Anakin is and Padme is. The closer I get to you, the worse it gets. So you've got a combination of him being clueless as to the world. He's young, but he's also overwhelmed by this woman. So, you know, we can't expect him to say like the most pimp lines, but you know, he's doing pretty well, I think. The thought of not being with you, I can't breathe. You know, and some of us you might take that for granted, like, well, but who would actually say that? Well, let me tell you something. If you're really in love, and again, Padme's, you know, not to diminish any other woman, but Padme's not your average girl. I mean, she's badass, she's gorgeous, she's got wealth and fame and power, and so it's not like so outrageous that Anakin would be speaking this way. I'm haunted by the kiss you should never have given me. It's just true. My heart is beating, hoping that this kiss will not become a scar. I mean, it's all perfectly normal. You are my soul, tormenting me. Now, the sentiment is very sweet and very romantic. Realistically, he doesn't know her that well. They haven't been in love. They haven't spent time together. So for him to make these proclamations is pretty... I'm not going to say far-fetched, but he's like making some really stiff proclamations here. But again, that's youth. If you're suffering as much as I am, please tell me. I can't. Oh, but you can. We can't. It's not possible. Oh, but it is. Anything is possible, Padme. And then she's like, no, you listen. By the way, this black outfit is very sexy and all, but if you actually see like production photos of that, it's like much sexier than what you realize. You only kind of see the top. Like the whole thing is really gorgeous. You almost like the way that they show it here, it almost like you would imagine like the Catwoman suit, like leather pants or something, you know, but it's actually more elaborate than that. It's like this really cute dress. And she's basically like, you know, we can't, because if we look at the conclusion of this is a place we can't go. Now, she's right and she's wrong. Like, technically, yes, it does mess up both of their careers. But being a romantic film and Anakin trying to be romantic, he's also saying that, you know, against all odds, if we really want to be together, then none of that should really matter, which is true. Regardless of the way, see, there she slipped up. Regardless of the way we feel about each other, she slipped up there. And he's like, ah, so you do feel something. I got you now. And then I would not let you give up your future for me. Here at 55:45, you do get a little bit of a better look at her outfit. It's really, really pretty. I mean, I guess you would consider it a dress. It's almost like a corset with a skirt. It's kind of hard to describe, but anyways, you all know what I'm talking about. You've seen it. You're asking me to be rational. That is something I know I cannot do. And that's, I mean, very realistic. When you're in love, there is no rationality sometimes. I wish I could just wish away my feelings, but I can't. Padme, I will not give in to this. In my half-naked suit, cat suit. You know, it's a little, sometimes she's being resistant, but it's not because she's being so literal. Of course she wants to give into that. It's just she's trying to protect herself and both of their futures. It wouldn't have to be that way. We could keep it a secret. Yep, sure enough, we could keep it a secret. We'd be living a lie. One of the what? We couldn't keep it if we wanted to. So she's, you know, of course, being very rational. She's trying to reason here, like, you know, can we really do this? Could you do that? Could you live like that, Anakin? No, you're right. It would destroy us. So let's hook up anyways. All the more reason that they're going to hook up. One second, I glimpsed at the chat and I missed that. Back to Camino. I'll tell you, your accounts of the first battalions are ready. If they need more troops, it will take time to grow them. All four. Okay. Let me look at something real quick here. Just a moment. I believe I have it here. then it's got to be here. I have so many folders of stuff. Where would you be? I believe here. Okay. Here, I'll let you guys look with me since I'm doing this. Okay. Quick look here at the galaxy map. I'm trying to remember where Camino is. I believe it's down here. Where is Camino? Camino. Which reminder, look at all these damn planets. It's quite the galaxy. Where is Camino? Basement House, all right. Camino. Where are you? Mandalore, Korriban. Mon Calamari. Where are you hiding, Camino? Toydaria. Speaking of Watto. Camino. Come on, I can't remember where Camino is. Rhodia, Tatooine. Camino. Okay. Camino's here. You guys should be able to see that. Here's Tatooine and Geonosis. Here's Naboo. And then, okay, Camino, Tatooine, Naboo. And then all the way up here, right at the top here, is Coruscant. You see the distance. This is like across the freaking galaxy. Why do I mention this? Because this is coming up in a video that I'm working on right now, but I'll go ahead and make the point. In the High Republic, they say Justina Ireland, who thinks she's fucking smart and is a goddamn idiot, well, you know, because in space, the way that things work is you have to have signal boosters because, you know, we can't communicate across the galaxy. Oh, really? Obi-Wan is right now in Camino, and he's sending a message to Coruscant from his little Jedi starfighter. R4 is sending from Camino to Coruscant. Phantom Menace. Naboo, C.O. Bibble's like, please, you must send help, blah, blah, blah. And Obi-Wan's like, don't answer, it's a trap. Right? Obi-Wan, later on Geonosis, Coruscant, you've got Palpatine communicating with the people on Naboo, saying, you know, wipe them out, all of them, and saying, when he's talking to Padme and them, okay, from Naboo to Coruscant, you see the distance. Then you have, in Geonosis, later, Obi-Wan is trying to reach Coruscant, he can't, so then what does he do? He calls Tatooine. Remember that Anakin and Padme go to Tatooine? So then from Geonosis to Tatooine, he Padme boosts the signal to Coruscant. So from Tatooine to Coruscant. So where's all these beacons? Why do they have to have all these long range or Why do they have to have beacons in the High Republic when Obi-Wan, no problem, from his ship mentions his long-range transmission to Coruscant? Anyways, it would just, I wanted to double check Kamino, the location, because of the distance, and it's the same fucking problem with High Republic. They're not thinking, because right now from Kamino, I lost Kamino now, but it's right around here, is he's sending a message to Coruscant. So no, you don't need all kinds of extra beacons and whatever blah 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 crap that they're saying in the High Republic. New Star Wars is not my Star Wars. I agree. I'm going to call it, but I will definitely finish the video tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of everyone's day or night, wherever you all are. Another great stream. Keep up the awesome work. Thanks, that guy says. Always appreciate you coming by. Have a good night. Child soldiers, good idea. Republic, probably. Birthday cake, thank you. I sure wouldn't mind you continuing in the next live stream so we can spend more time with you. I mean, we could do that. I think I'll be back, but just in case I'm not, I'll ask a question now. What do you think of the TIE Defender, and which is your favorite TIE? I love the TIE Defender. It's awesome. I really like the TIE Bomber and Vader's TIE Advance because of the bent wings. I very much like those. I like most of the TIEs. Even Kylo's TIE is okay. But yeah, I definitely like the TIE Defender. Hey, what's up? Hey, Shinx. You just waking up? What's going on? You're in here late. Obi-Wan is meeting Jango and Boba for the first time in Kamino. Yes. Love that scene. Which one? The fireplace? I like Padme's black dress. The dialogue in the scene never bothered me. I like old-fashioned films, so that whole part of the movie was not a huge deal. Yeah, and it's not. And again, if you're watching it in context, it's meant to be an old-school romantic scene. People that are very much in love would talk that way to each other. People that are young and naive would talk that way to each other. And people in the 40s would talk to each other that way. So it's, you know. All right. Let's keep looking here. R4 sending the message. Hologram to the temple. I've made contact with the Prime Minister Casino. They're using a bounty hunter, Jango Fett, to make a clone army. I have a strong feeling this bounty hunter is the assassin we're looking for. Do you think these cloners are involved in the plot to assassinate Padme? No. There appears to be no motive. Do not assume anything, Yoda says. Clear your mind must be. If you're to discover the real villains. Yes, Master. They say that Mace Cypher Diaz placed an order 10 years ago for the clones. I was under the impression he was killed before that. Did the council ever authorize the creation of the clone army? No. They did not have the authorization of the council. Here, question him we will. Yeah, well, it's not going to be so easy. Blind we are of creation of this clone army we could not see. Now, to be fair, Kamino's far away, and this line always troubled me. I think it's time we inform the Senate that our ability to use the Force has diminished. Why would you do that, Mace? Why would you go to the Senate and be like, oh, well, we can't use the Force anymore? I just think, I mean, I get it to be honest and noble, but I just think that would be like the dumbest thing you could ever do. Sometimes the illusion of power is just as powerful as actually having power. Only the Dark Lord of the Sith knows of our weakness. Inform the Senate is. Multiplier adversaries will. Yes, absolutely, Mace. What are you thinking, dude? Okay, so somebody, I think James had said this earlier, that Anakin's having his nightmare and he's hearing Shmi screaming. So of course he's having the premonition of something happening to Shmi. So connecting some dots, this is part of what makes Anakin so crazy about Padme, because it's not only that he has the premonition of something happened to Padme, but that's confirmed because he first has the premonition of his mother. And what happens to his mother? She dies in his arms. So now he's extra crazy because now he's like, well, shit, I know that's going to happen. I definitely can't let that happen to Padme. So you have to also take that into context. It's not like he just like directly went mad because of Padme. It's because, again, his whole upbringing, his lifestyle, what he's been through, and then he has, he sees something and it happens. His mother dies in his arms. So then, of course, it's going to make him extra crazy that, oh, shit, no way can I let that happen to Padme. In other words, what I'm saying is he didn't just lose himself on assumption. He, like, now has actual weight. Well, he will soon enough when he goes to see Shmi, that what he's saying is true, at least on the path that he's on. That's where his mistake is that he's not understanding that he can change his future. Okay, so the next morning, Anakin's out on the balcony. Padme in her tiny little nightgown is out here, which she starts to leave, and he says, "Don't go." Hold on a moment. Let me see something. I need to check something. Let's see if there's evidence in this crime scene. Okay, he is by himself in the bed. Yeah, unless you're really paying attention, because her coming out in her nightgown is very much insinuating like the morning after. But no, I guess they were in separate rooms. And of course, she just woke up and looks spectacular. Her hair, her everything, she looks gorgeous. So don't go. I don't want to disturb you. Your presence is soothing. It's nice. You had another nightmare. Jedi don't have nightmares. Liar. I heard you. Which one of the deleted scenes is when they're on the ship with the racist robot? He takes a nap and he has a nightmare. So it's kind of funny that, he's denying it. But anyways, I saw my mother. She's suffering. By the way, I love Padme for so many reasons, but right here is one of the biggest reasons. I see her as clearly as I see you now. She's in pain. I know I'm disobeying to protect you, but I have to go. I have to help her, which, it's good. And then Padme says, I'll go with you. Because she could have been this princess and said, no, you can't go. You're supposed to stay here, or I'm going to stay. No. Padme says, I'll go with you. Bless her. She's so awesome. So we cut back to the Camino platform, and Slave One. In my opinion, the best ship in all of Star Wars. Dad, look, Boba, get him on. They fly now? Well, actually, in 1980, Boba Fett flew, and in 2002, Jango Fett flew, but they fly now. Fucking Disney. Boba Fett fires up Slave One, which I think is so awesome that Daddy is teaching his boy the correct way, and he can fly freaking Slave One at 10 years old. Remember that Boba is the same age, technically, as the clones. They're all 10 years old, but the clone troopers, as they're accelerated to us, are 20 years old. But truly, right at the core, they're all 10 years old. Boba Fett is 10 years old here. Jango shoots his missile, which Obi-Wan's pretty lucky to survive that. And the cannons. Obi-Wan's pretty damn lucky, actually, because he should have gotten wrecked by the missile and Slave One, but we'll give it to him. He's Obi-Wan. And they have their little scuffle on the platform, which is pretty awesome. Obi-Wan gets a Mandalorian helmet to the face. And there's a cool part there. Obi-Wan's reaching for his lightsaber. Jango takes off while he's in flight. His rangefinder goes down and wraps him up in his cord around his arms or his wrists. Drags Obi-Wan around. He grabs on around a post. Makes Jango crash. Okay, his jetpack goes flying off and blows up. Yes, correct. James had mentioned that earlier. How does Boba Fett have his jetpack? I had forgotten that there it gets blown up. Although, man, I could have sworn that later in the arena, he's got his jetpack. We'll see, but it's been a while, but I'm pretty sure he must have some reserves. So they go sliding on the edge. And Jango releases the cable. Obi-Wan then does his little force wrap the cable and hold himself up, which, man, good thing you got Jedi powers, because for you to hold on to that little thin cable falling, that would have ripped anyone's hand, a normal person's hands all up. Which, okay, you know, I'm fine with it. It's Obi-Wan. So Jango comes back up, gets to Slave One. Boba's looking over the window. Which, if you pay attention to Slave One, from here to Empire, we have a few glimpses, and then to the Mandalorian, like, it's totally different in the Mandalorian. They tried to make it look all cool and extra, but it's like totally inaccurate. Another thing that they screwed up is, like, in the Mandalorian, in the beginning, there's the main seat where Mando sits, and then there's that seat on the right where the fish face, Star Trek fish face dude sits, and Baby Yoda usually sits. Well, then much later, there's another seat added in the back on the left side of Mando. They're just not keeping things consistent. Obi-Wan throws the tracker on Slave One, and Slave One goes zipping off. And we see Padme and Anakin reaching Tatooine. Man, Padme's got all these pimped out silver armored ships. That's the third one now. There's a little song here when they're landing, which it always stood out to me because I always liked it. And then I looked up years ago, back when this came out, you know, in the music, and it's called Django's Escape. It's just this little section of music, which sounds very like medieval times almost. And it's right when Padme and Anakin land on Tatooine, right around 4 minutes, or an hour and 4 minutes. What What do you want? Wait, you're a Jedi. Which I wanted to double check that. How does he know that? Does he see his lightsaber? I'm looking for Shmi Skywalker. And he looks at him like, wait a minute, Anakin? With his beard. Water with his beard. How does he know he's a Jedi? You don't really see his lightsaber. Maybe cut a glimpse. And Watto does know people. There's a lot of people that come through. I don't know, a young guy with a robe and a braid, maybe. But how does he really technically know he's a Jedi? He sold Shmi. I love the outfits. I get why they're wearing them, but I always thought, man, on Tatooine, it's hot as hell. Not only like the movie, but like in Tunisia, it's like 110 degrees. And I just always thought, like, man, these people filming with all these robes and stuff, Padme's all covered up, like her head and face. They must be baking. I sold it to a musher farmer, Lars. He freed her and married her. Do you know where they are? Somewhere on the other side of Mos Eisley? I'd like to know. Yeah, sure, absolutely. I'll check my charts. All right, let's go look at my records. R2, of course, is there. Okay, let me see what you guys are talking about here. Love that scene. Again, I think you meant the fireplace. Padme's dress, right. Just woke up, 2 p.m. Glad to see I didn't miss the stream. Yeah, well, it's 10 hours now. Have you read the Darth Plagueis book? It definitely adds to the prequels, even though Disney made it non-canon. I have not read it. I have skimmed it. I have seen quite parts of it, but no, I have not had an opportunity to read it. I hear a lot of people have a lot of very high praise for it. I will tell you this, and this is funny because about a year ago when I had Jonathan Rinzler on, we were talking about this because about a week before I had Jonathan on, Disney said that that novel's not canon. And Jonathan couldn't believe it. And I'm like, oh, this is what Disney's doing. Plagueis is in the film. Have you heard the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise? And Disney has the nerve to decanonize. I mean, unbelievable. Sometimes I just don't even know what to say with Disney. The balls that they have. Good morning. Yes, good morning. Dana. I think it was you. Oh, I sure wouldn't mind you continuing ATC in the next live stream so we can spend more time with you. Well, I mean, you guys tell me. There's 8 of you here. Roughly 8 of you here. Do you want me to continue with the movie, or do you want to just chat? I mean, I could always do... I can't do it next week because then it's going to throw off my whole scheduling. Next week has to be rocked. But what I could do is some sort of part 2 later tonight, Saturday night. I can certainly do that. I guess I will leave it to you guys. Do you guys want to chit chat, or do you want me to keep going through Attack of the Clones? It's not a bad spot for me to stop right now because this is actually maybe my favorite part of the entire film is the asteroid chase of Slave One, which is paused on 10628. If any of you ever see this, it's this beautiful red planet with the rings. But anyways, I could continue this in a part 2 later today. I have the energy. The only thing that concerns me is I have 2 hours before I have to cut this stream. And I would have to start another one anyway. So I could just leave it here as part 1. It was cool, the Baroque approach they used music-wise, but the music-wise for the prequel trilogy, I think even people who don't like those films can't deny the musical genius behind it. A little off topic. No, not at all. The music in the prequels is gorgeous. The music in the sequels is like soulless. It's lost. And that's, it's amazing to say that because John Williams is so amazing. It's not that it's bad music. It doesn't have the same character or charisma like these do. But I at one time owned the soundtrack of both the OT and the PT, and the PT music is really nice. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Chili, are you still here? Because you were one of the people that was like, I want to get into AOTC. I like this. New Star Wars is not my Star Wars. Yeah. I am a little bit sleepy, although I could, keep going through the movie. But I'm also thinking there's an hour left, so I could just chitter chat with you guys. Let me check my links if they're working. Where are my links working now? I just had to screw with that. Not threw everything out of whack. Anyways, I'll have to play with that later. I had an idea for the sequel. Since the Force was brought to balance by Anakin, why didn't Disney think of some external danger that threatened the Force in its entirety? Something out of the galaxy. I mean, yeah, could have been. Honestly, and it's not to diminish your idea, but honestly, anything would have been better than what they did. That's how bad it was. They could have done pretty much anything, and it would have been better than that nonsense. Something outside of the galaxy. Yeah. They didn't think of something else because that would require work. Ugh. That would require work and talent and care and love. And Disney isn't. Don't got none of that these days. Disney's big mistake was they just thought Star Wars, the property, has the name. So no matter what they do, even if they made mistakes, it wouldn't matter because people are so crazy for Star Wars that it just will sell. And they're learning the harsh lesson that, one, the fans do care. We do know the story and the canon, that it is important to respect the story. Now they've dug themselves so deep into this mess. And sadly, it's not even like a few little mistakes or problems. It's like such a mess that, and I've said this on other streams, that if you gave me the keys and I had full power to fix all this, it would take me 3 to 5 years because of all the damage they have done. It would take some time to, bring this shit back. And if nothing else, if like today I can make an announcement and make everything Disney unofficial and we're starting fresh today, still it would take 3 years, 5 years to develop, right, beg Lucas to help me and get the first new film made. It would be done correctly. So you're looking at least 3 years. Because TV shows and cartoons, I don't want to know nothing about that. We need an official, canon, proper movie to bring back Star Wars. So that means everything else gets put up on the back burner, quieted, shuffled, deleted, whatever needs to be done. But as far as like if I'm starting ground zero today, still it would be at least 3 years. At least. And probably closer to 5 years for me to get everything perfect, back in line, really online with George's stuff, and to be able to come out properly as they should have from the beginning. But we also have to think about all the damage control because, like I've said before, I'm wiping it all out. All of it's going away. Bye. So now I got to do damage control because people are going to be crying, but Ray, but why are you taking it away? You're sexist, blah, 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 blah. I would hear, all kinds of bitching for the next 3 years. When the movie came out and you saw, oh, wow, I forgot. This is real Star Wars. Okay. Then everybody would calm their tits, as they say. But, it would be a good few years of damage control and cleaning up. But, and no matter what I would do, it's going to be people are going to bitch and not be happy about it. But, the very first thing I would do is first make a public announcement. There's a new order. I'm going to clean this shit up. And everything that Disney did just got decanonized. It's all fan fiction. And I may or may not be deleting it all. First and foremost, I would apologize for Bob Iger and Kathleen Kennedy and all their stupidity. I would admit that Disney fucked up, but that now there's a new guard, and we're gonna fix it. That'd be the very first thing I did, is apologize to the fans. Even though it's not my fault, I would publicly apologize to the fans and say, you know, this is screwed up, and we're gonna fix it. And then I start firing people and deleting shit without hesitation. But anyways, that'll never happen. Yeah, it is a hot mess. I mean, it's such a mess that even someone like me, even if I had a group of guys like me, it's not something you can just fix overnight because it's just such a mess. And that's why I say you just have to delete it all, because if you try to fix it, you're going to spend the next 10, 15 years just trying to fix it all, to untangle it all. And you're better off just saying it's all gone, poof, starting over as you were supposed to. Episode 7 correctly, you know, continue it as it was supposed to be. You eliminate all these problems. Honestly, the craziest thing to me is that they didn't accept the help George Lucas initially offered. Yeah. Not only did he give them the treatments, but he was there. He's like, hey, I'm here. I'll help you, whatever. But as he said, they very quickly were like, no, we don't want you involved. We're going to do our own thing. So then he said, I'll step back because I'm just going to get in the way, as he said. Because he cares. He was going to want to be involved in it. See, this is the ironic thing. He sold it because he didn't want to have to deal with it every day. He didn't want to have to deal with all the every day dealing with it. And he even says in his quote about selling it that some people were like, well, just have somebody run it for you, or, you know, have the movies made. But then he's like, but I can't do that because I would still want to be involved all the time. And even if someone else owns it or controls it or whatever, me being involved all the time, that's not retiring. Retiring is I'm away from it and not dealing with it. So he has a point. But yet on the flip side, he handed the thing to Disney and was willing to be there for them. So ironically, if Disney was humble and smart enough, he would have been there all the time anyways. Then he maybe would have really regretted it because he sold it and he's doing this shit anyways. But he was willing to help them. They didn't want that. Oh well, here we are. How you can have the creator of something hand you the blueprints, plus be willing to be like, hey, I'm right here. If you need anything, I'm right here. And you don't want none of that. You're just like, no, we're just going to do what we're going to do. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm trying to see your avatar closer there, Dead Girls, and I can't see it. I wish there was a way to blow them up so I could spy on you guys. See what your avatars really look like. Red-haired Shanks. Do you look like Seamus? Do you know who Seamus is? Yeah, why you wouldn't you know, if you want to own it and do your own thing, and still, you know, George is willing to help you. It's crazy. What can you do? Well, I gotta say, I'm getting a little bit sleepy. So we gotta make a decision here. Do I continue on with clones? Do we chat a little bit more? Let's see what we got. We got the asteroid field. There are some slow parts here. I'm just afraid I'm going to start getting sleepy, and we do have some slow. There's some dialogue and shmee, and I might be better off doing a later stream and finishing this off. Because now that I think about it, until you really get to the arena, it doesn't really pick up a whole lot. And then it's kind of like the Clone Wars begins, but then the movie ends. And there is some stuff there, but we're still 45 minutes from that. I don't know. What say you guys? Yes, I am. Very much. Actually, that's exactly what it's happening. We're seeing it right before our eyes. Boba Fett, Ahsoka, Rangers, all these shows, all these spin-offs. That's exactly what's happening. And I don't dislike the MCU, and I think that the model's good, but that's not Star Wars. Just because it would work for MCU doesn't mean it's going to work for Star Wars. But the core problem is Ahsoka is such a freaking problem, man. She causes so many freaking problems in this equation. That's the thing. No matter how you slice and dice this, you do world between worlds, you do an MCU thing. I mean, there's like all these things you could do, and Ahsoka is just a constant freaking problem. But yeah, turning Star Wars into the MCU, I don't think it's a good idea. But that's where it's basically leading. Because now you're going to have all these little sideshows. They're going to develop their own little pieces so that they can all come back, you know, at the end. Endgame, MCU, all over again. And that's just not Star Wars. Now, if Disney had done everything correct up to this point, everything was good, they had respected canon, we're all on the correct and same page, and then they were wise enough under Favreau to branch out and do a bunch of like different stories that interconnect, okay, that could maybe be interesting. But when you've been screwing it up since day one, she's going to make it even bigger and compound the mess even more now, because now you're going to have stupidity crossing with other stupidity. And it's just going to become, and you see, as they don't respect their own canon, never mind the Star Wars franchise, you're going to have like Ahsoka doing this in this show, but then she's doing this in this show. And the rules that apply to the Force here apply differently in this show. So now you're going to have all these different shows that they're going to try to connect, but yet the Force works this way here, and the Force works differently here, and Ahsoka's doing this here, and Ezra's doing this here. So now it's going to turn into a whole, even more compounded mess on top of a mess that they're trying to interconnect. And they're going to be like, screw it, it's not about canon, we're just telling stories, and we'll just make them connect, because nobody cares. But meanwhile, the most of us do freaking care. It's, you know, it's like I've said in other streams, 10, 15, 20 years ago, you come to me and you say, hey, what do you think? We're probably going to do a Thrawn show. I'd be like, holy shit, yes. Today, you tell me, we're going to do a Thrawn show or an Obi-Wan show, and I'm like, oh, no, don't do it. We saw what you did to Luke. So it's, you know, it's a shame, because not so long ago, myself and I know most of you would have been like, oh, yeah, hell yeah. And now it's like, oh, Lord, what are they going to break now? And it's sad that, you know, that's how it is. I don't want it to be this way. I didn't choose this. Disney chose this bullshit. And here we are. I say do a little chat and get some rest. I am getting a bit sleepy, so
Starting fresh on your favorite scene would be a great way to start the next live stream. Yeah, I suppose you're right. The only thing is I would probably have to do it tonight or maybe it's Sunday. But I want to try to keep the consistency of Friday being the next episode. Because it would be, I think, frustrating to all of us to wait till next Friday to do the second half of Clones, although I could do whatever, right? But I think the smarter thing to do is either tonight or tomorrow, Sunday, I could do the second part of Clones. And then next Friday, that way we stay online. I'll do Rots. Asteroid Chase, yeah, I love that's one of my absolute favorite scenes for so many reasons in all of Star Wars. The sound, the music, the lack of sound and music. Boba Fett, Baby Boba with Papa chasing down Obi-Wan, which is an important tie-in to later in Empire. The seismic charges. Oof, I love that scene. Disney Star Wars is like the MCU, yeah. Deviates from George Lucas' source material. MCU deviates from Marvel's comic source material to cater to modern audience. Yeah. Yeah, I don't hate the new Marvel stuff, but I gotta be honest, I haven't seen much of it. I saw Infinity Wars and was like, what the fuck is this? I've never seen Endgame because after I saw Infinity, I was like, what the shit is this? In particular, Spider-Man, that's not Spider-Man. It's not how Spider-Man behaves. Absolutely. Which really pissed me off. Because Spidey's my guy. So that was just like, outside of all the other nonsense they did, that Spider-Man crowd was like, oh no. And again, I don't remember a lot of stuff from the comics. I don't at all pretend to be a comics guy or be an expert. And, I only remember so much of it, but I read a lot of the comics when I was a kid. And I know that what I'm seeing in the MCU is not that. This is what I really liked, why I really appreciated that first Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire. He's not my favorite choice for Peter Parker, and I'm not saying that film's perfect by any means, but it was very much as how I remember Spidey, in the lab, he gets bit by the spider, and, how he's very shy around Mary Jane. And just the way that he acts, to me, he played it very, very well. That's the Spidey that I know and remember. We got this new kid who I like the kid. I think he's okay. The actor, I don't have a problem with him. It's that the writers are writing him like an asshole. Who's this guy? That's Philip Asshole. I knew it. I was surrounded by assholes. Yeah, we're gonna have to do Spaceballs. Man, I love that movie. That's not Spidey. The constant crying, complaining, he's all scared and freaked out. That's not Spider-Man. Peter Parker's a nerd. Peter Parker's a little bit, he's shy, but like total pussy? No, not really. And when he puts on when she pulls down that mask, at heart, at core, he's still Peter, but, he's Spidey. And he ain't playing games. He's not like, I couldn't believe that crap. And I don't remember the exact dialogue, but, literally like, save me, help me, I'm scared. That's not Spider-Man, for Christ's sake. What the hell is that? Yeah, the MCU really kind of pissed me off, to tell you the truth. I think, there is some cool stuff in it. It's fun. Iron Man's pretty neat. There's just like a lot of nonsense in those movies. I haven't seen the first Wonder Woman, but yeah, I know that's DC, but just saying. Most people say it was okay. The second one, I did see 84. I was like, holy crap, what is this? If you haven't seen it, don't, because holy shit, is that a mess. And it's not even like about continuity. I mean, it's just a god awful stupid film. My lord, what were they thinking there? She's lassoing lightning bolts like she's Spider-Man. 1 minute she's literally flying like Superman. Like, I don't know where that came from. So all of a sudden, Wonder Woman is flying just like Superman. And when I say just like Superman, not just the fact that without a ship or anything, she's just flying, but to the point of she's doing, you know, like the Christopher Reeve pose, like literally, like girl power. We're taking everything the men did before. So now Wonder Woman is Superman. She out of nowhere is flying and can learn to fly and doing all this shit. And then 5 minutes later, she's got to get the gold wingsuit to be able to fly. Well, wait a minute. 5 minutes ago, you were flying, posing like Superman. Now all of a sudden, you need a suit. I mean, the movie is just so... You know, when a movie breaks its own logic, never mind previous, like Last Jedi, you know, like it totally shits all over Star Wars and The Force Awakens, but forget any other movie exists. It's just The Last Jedi. When you're breaking your own logic, you know you got problems. And Wonder Woman is like Last Jedi. It's like breaking its own freaking logic. And it's like, oh my God, how bad, how clueless are you? What kind of filmmaker are you? This was a true B-Day treat. I think we share a birthday. Hope you went well. To take care. Have a nice day. Hope everyone stays safe. Catch you. Is today your birthday, dead girls? Don't tell me that. That would be really cool. My birthday's January 29th. Is it your birthday? Hopefully you're still around. That would be pretty spooky. Awesome, but spooky. You and Dana I have been my two new buddies. Well, you know, there's a few of you, but well, three actually, because Dana is two of you over there. But since you're the 2-for-1 special. Wow, that'd be pretty cool if you have the same birthday. That would be pretty neat. I've had some people now that have been with me for a while, but you two really stand out to me. Not my Spider-Man. Hold on, I'll come right back to that. With the Spider-Man thing, it's the 30th day off. Or 30th day of, is that what you're saying? Close, but thanks a lot for the stream. Okay, so what I think you were saying is you're January 30th. Okay, well, close enough. No wonder why I like you so much. You're an Aquarian. Very cool. Very cool indeed. And my pleasure as always. I'm very happy to see you. I think that you and I would get very much along in person. And I don't mean that like a dating thing. I get a real good feeling from you, and I think we would be good buddies in person. Anyways, I hope you have a wonderful birthday. And for what it's worth, I'm going to do the second half of Clones either tonight or tomorrow. So there you go. You can hang out for your birthday if you would like to. Not my Spider-Man. Yeah. Again, it's been a while. Well, from what I remember in that movie, the whole time he's like this little girl. Nothing against little girls, just saying. He's like this little girl. And the whole I think he like doesn't he at one point jump up in like Iron Man's arms, like Shaggy would jump into Scooby's arms, or Scooby would jump into Shaggy's arms, right? Like I seem to remember like Spider-Man does this with Iron Man, or at least one of them. But I seem to have a vision of Spider-Man like, help me, don't let me die, and he like jumps in his arms. I'm like, that's who you guys think Spider-Man is? Get the fuck out of here. I don't understand these people that think they have the liberties to just play with shit. And their argument is always the same. Well, but it's new. You don't want to accept new stuff, and it's time to change. And if you're so fucking clever, dude, create a new character. If you think you're so goddamn clever and you know so well, and it's news times on, then create a new character and prove it to us. But you don't go and shit on old characters. And of course, they don't get it. But in 30 years, when their favorite little thing, whatever it was, somebody comes along and shits on it, then they're going to care. But because it's not theirs and they just want to come in and make their own little name and put their own little stamp. But it always goes back to the same thing. If you're so fucking clever, create something new. Nobody's stopping you from making a black, trans, female, whatever. But create something interesting with that. Don't just, make Princess Leia that because we've got to update her for the times. Princess Leia is Princess Leia. She's always going to be who she is. You can't change her. They just don't get it. Yeah, not my Spider-Man. Maybe that's what I should change my channel to. Not my Spider-Man. Yeah, that's not my Spidey. I love my Spidey. He's my favorite superhero of all time. Boba Fett's my favorite badass of all time. And, yeah. And I don't claim to be the Spider-Man expert or remember all the comics or all the stories, but I remember enough and smart enough to know my Spidey. That ain't my Spidey. Spidey's a badass. When he's Peter, okay, he crumbles under Mary Jane. Totally understandable. But he puts on that mask, he's whooping that ass. Fighting Venom or Goblin or Doc Ock or whatever the case. Video Man. But he doesn't play around. What can you do? Spider Boy, man. I think that's so cool that we have basically the same birthday. It's so awesome. And you're welcome, and thank you to you. I'm glad I can entertain you guys. I hope I bring a little sunshine and knowledge, or at least a different way of seeing things. Sometimes, we all see things differently sometimes, and sometimes just getting someone else's perspective on things opens your eyes and world to things. Well, I'm famous over there. We have you on office, TV, computer, kitchen, TV, bedroom, TV, and iPad. Well, wow, I'm flattered. Truly, I am, because that means you enjoy spending time with me. So, same. I get you like nerdy friends. Yeah, I think, you never know how people relate in person, but I always had a good feeling. Like certain people I get a really good vibe from, and I think you and I would be very good buddies. I call MCU Spidey Peter Starker, or Little Tony Jr. The point of Spider-Man was that he's a teen young adult that wasn't a sidekick. Yes. Which is another good point. Spidey isn't anybody's sidekick, assistant. Spider-Man and his amazing friends. Spidey would work with people, but Spidey was always the main dude. He wouldn't have been, Camp Tony Stark. Like, that was a weird thing too. We went from Xavier, Professor X, all of a sudden Tony Stark is like the leader of the MCU, and they're all reporting to him, and Spidey's like working for Tony Stark, and I think you're confused. Spider-Man's a legit superhero. Tony Stark's, cool, is smart and powerful and makes a suit, but he's not a mutant. He's not a real superhero. Tony Stark will be reporting to Spider-Man. I'm sorry, you're a little bit confused. Oh. What can you do? In the new Spider-Man, he was fumbling around trying to get his tech suit to work. He does not even have a spider powers, but heading off now by. Yeah, I remember that there was the whole thing about him learning the suit and picking different webs and all that mess. Yeah. Anyways, you have a great night. Have a great birthday or morning. Have a great day. Have a great birthday. And either tonight or tomorrow, but probably tonight, just so I get it out of the way. And now you give him more incentives as it's your birthday. I'll do the other half of clones. So I will see you later, I'm sure. Have a great day. Yeah, I'm here. We can chat. At this point, I'm kind of tired and I'm running out of time, so I'll do a second half of clones either tonight or tomorrow. Probably tonight. So, wow, I'm really blown away by this. Man, you guys are awesome. I guess you like my streams. Well, I'm glad to hear that. No matter what you do in life, you can't make everybody happy. I'm sure there's people that hate my streams and my videos and, complain or whatever. But whatever, I don't give a shit. Yeah, there's a I don't know. I can't really say it's a saying, but like, kind of like a mentality that It's kind of a two-part thing. Some people might say, like, how can you talk for 10 hours? Well, when you truly love something, then you truly know it. So therefore, it's very easy for me to talk about Star Wars. I could do this for days on end. The only reason I can is because eventually I'm going to fall asleep. But the point is that when you genuinely love something, you know it. So then it's easy. It's like your girlfriend or your husband or what have you, your pet, whatever it may be. If you genuinely love that person or that thing, then it's very easy to talk to someone else about that person or thing. It's not a challenge at all, because you're going to know all the nuances of it and you care about it. You know, so it's not that difficult. Yes, it takes some, you know, thinking, keeping it all somewhat in order and remembering a lot of stuff. But for the most part, you know, if you really enjoy something, if you really care about it. And then the second part is when you're telling the truth, you don't have anything to worry about. Some people will get it. Some people will believe it. Some people, whatever. But when you are speaking facts and you know they're facts and that's all you're doing, well, then it's not very hard to do, or you don't have any fear of what you're saying because you're just speaking the truth. So anyways, on a scale of 1 to 10, what do you think the overall state of Star Wars is currently? Well, here's what I think. It's a mess, it's a dumpster fire, and there's only one solution.
Wipe them out. All of them.
Does that answer your question? I don't know what else to say. I mean, it is what it is. That's what it is. It's just a freaking mess. This week went by fast. All week we were looking forward to your birthday, OTC deep dive, and here we are. Oh, well, thank you so much. Truly, it means a lot to me. You know, and I hope you guys know that it genuinely, I do appreciate it and love that you guys like to spend the time and and I'm laughing because of yes. Sometimes actions just speak better than words. Listen, if none of you were here, I would be doing the same thing because I care and love Star Wars that much. That's how I started, right? My streams were like nobody. Well, I've been fortunate. There's always been like 1 or 2 people popping in and out. I see some people that just do streams. There's 1 person or nobody in the stream. It's like, yeesh, man, that's tough. But I have a bit of an advantage. I've been on YouTube since 2012. NotMySTARWARS is about a year old, but I have other channels. I've been a digital marketer for over 10 years, so I understand how to get attention online. So I have the great advantage of knowing, understanding, sharing, and getting using social networks and how to write things and post them and get attention. So my channel, while it, like any channel, took a little while to get to 100 subs, and I remember at one point it was like at around 820 subs, and it was just stuck there for a while. Like it wasn't moving, and I was like really sad because it was stuck. But I have a great advantage because I have experience not only for myself but clients on how to do this. So with when Not My Star Wars came along, I never had to like really struggle with months of no views or nobody in my streams. I always had a couple little people here and there, and my videos would get a lot of people. Like you can look around YouTube, you'll see videos that are 5 years old that have 5 views on them. I never had to go through that. I have from the beginning, all my videos would get at least 50, 100 views, something. But that's also understanding how to share it and get attention and be in groups and do all this stuff. So I didn't have to like struggle as much with this channel, but regardless, if there was nobody here, I would do this because this is what I care about. I certainly don't do it for the money because I don't make any money off of this. On the same token, I'm building the foundation that one day when it does grow big enough, well then each of my videos is getting like 30,000 views. Okay, yeah, you can make some money at this. So it's not to say that I don't at all think about that or not said. I am definitely building that foundation for that. But if it never made any money, then it's not really the point here. So I do this for the fun and because I love this stuff. But with all that said, of course, it makes it a lot more when there's at least a few of you that really enjoy this and like to interact and have questions and all that good stuff, And some of my videos get pretty decent views, not all of them. But with time, it all grows and builds, and it is what it is. But anyways, I really appreciate that, and I was looking forward to it all week, and it's nice to hear that there's some of you out here that are looking forward to it also. And YouTube's funny. As a matter of fact, I wanted to check because let me see. Where are we at? Okay, so I picked up like 20 subscribers in the stream. 18 more, and I'm at 9,000. Which is awesome. I was really hoping to be at 10,000 by my birthday, but oh well, it is what it is. I'm not complaining. I'm just looking at some stuff here. Okay. There's videos, they're getting more and more views here and there. I think at 10,000, it's going to have quite an impact on the channel as well. So what was I saying? Yeah, I have like almost 9,000 subscribers, but yet there's not 9,000 people in the stream, right? So YouTube is funny because you'll get a bunch of subscribers, but not all my videos have 9,000 plus views. Hell, some of my videos have under 500 or 300 views. But I have 9,000 subscribers, so it's like, But hey, that's how it works. But yeah, I think that's awesome, and I appreciate that you guys were excited to be here because I am. So that's awesome. Includes Solo and Rogue One, and if so, where will they fit in? Well, well, first and foremost, 1 through 6 is what's canon, and that's real Star Wars, and that's what I'm focused on, and that will be first. I will consider doing the sequel trilogy. It really kind of depends on you guys, because I don't want to waste time watching films that I don't like, so just do it. But if enough of you really want to, just know it's going to be a completely different, like I'm going to be in full, my Wolverine claws are going to be out, and I'm going to be shredding the shit out of those movies. So it's going to be a very different thing, This is, these these Lucas ones are, you know, very much about the love because I love these films. The sure Disney ones are going to be totally different. And it's not to say I'm a different person or going to be completely different, but you're going to be very different. The claws will be out. So that's one question. Is that what you guys want? And, you know, do you guys want me to actually do those films? I don't know. I will consider it. As far as Solo and Rogue One, well, Rogue One's the one tolerable one. I do like Rogue One. I'm not against it. It would almost make sense to do Rogue One before A New Hope. But I figure, you know, do the true Lucas canon, then any extra stuff. Solo is just god-awful. If you guys want me to do it, if enough of you want me to do Solo, which I'll put up a poll eventually and we'll see. Like, if truly you guys want me to do it, just one, could remember that it's going to be a shred fest. And two, I will do it for you guys. As far as me personally, like, nah, I don't really want to do. Listen, I have no fear and no qualms about shredding Disney. But I also try not to go out of my way. They just constantly are throwing shit on silver platter for me, so I have no choice to. But in reality, I try to focus on celebrating George as opposed to chewing up the mouse. And I have no problems with chewing up the mouse. Don't get me wrong. Just saying. So, you know, doing these is more so a pleasure because I love the prequels and the Star Wars films. So anyways, I hope I'm not dragging the answer out here, but it really kind of depends on you guys. If enough of you really want me to do Solo, well, I'll do it, and I'll screw it. But do I particularly want to? No, not really. I do like Rogue One. I really, as a man to a woman, oh boy, do I like me some Jyn Erso. So I got no problem with that. I like me some Jyn Erso. And it's a cool movie. It's fun. It's just, you know, at the end of the day, it's Disney and it starts to frustrate me because there's, you know, there's things in it, but at least that one's decent. So I don't know. We'll tackle that when I get through the 6 canon films. That was perfect. Wiped them out. Yes. That's what would happen if I took control of Disney. So happy birthday. Oh, not at all. No worries. And thank you. I appreciate it. No problem at all. I'm just happy you're here and that you're, you guys enjoy this stuff. I don't know what's going on here, but Attack of the Clones is my favorite movie. Okay, I guess you just came in, so welcome. It's not my favorite movie, but it's my favorite prequel movie. I love Attack of the Clones. What is going on is basically me watching the film and commenting on it, but in a very detailed and deep dive type of way. But I've been streaming now for 11 hours, and I'm getting tired, and I'm halfway through the film. So if you are still around, Ricardo Munoz, I will be doing the second half of this either most likely tonight, maybe Sunday night. And obviously you can watch the replay of this if you are inclined to do so. But basically, every week I'm doing all the episodes 1 through 6 in order. Last week I did Phantom Menace, and next week I will do ROTS, as I call it, Revenge of the Sith. So that's basically it. Me breaking down the films. So, but I do love Clones very much. That's my favorite prequel movie. Very, very much love this movie for so many reasons. And I hadn't watched it in a while, but watching it today, like, man, it's maybe my favorite viewing of it. And part of that is you guys and hanging out. But really, I'm watching it, like, again, guys, like, there's two things that, like, people forget with these Star Wars movies. One, you got to watch them all, like, back to back. When you watch one and then like 6 months you watch another, and like, no, you gotta watch them all like within a short period of time. That's where you really see like, holy shit, these are really well made. This is really a good thing. But also like when you do it like I'm doing it, where you really analyze the dialogue and you look line for line, you know, and it is a lot to cover it and do it that way. But when you really look at these closely, the more you look at them under a microscope, you're like, wow, holy shit, George knew what he was doing. It's when you watch them at just a glance quickly, then you're like, oh, that's cheesy, or that didn't, and you're not appreciating it. But, you know, imagine ice cream or a piece of candy. If you just throw it in your mouth and take 2 bites and swallow it, then you're like, well, that didn't satisfy me. But if you sit there and write a Jolly Rancher and you suck on it for half an hour, you're like, wow, this is really good. You know, it's the same thing. If you really take the time to digest it and look at it, you start to realize these films are really well done. They're not perfect. I'm not saying they're the greatest films of all time. They have their problems. There's, you know, I'm not trying to convince anybody or, you know, make, you know, anybody think, oh, these are Academy Award winning amazing films. But that's not what's important. It's like I've said many times. What is important is the Skywalker saga, how they fit together. And if as one whole, as the 6 film saga, they are fan-fucking-tastic. And that, at the end of the day, is what matters. Is the culmination of Star Wars, not each and every individual film. Now, granted, would we have all liked them all to be amazing, like they're all Empire, or in my personal favorite, Jedi? Well, sure. But if at the end of the day, they all maintain continuity, a beautiful story, it all fits, they all respect each other, they all tell one big wonderful story, well then who cares if this chapter is mushy and this one's this and the other? You know, this chapter is all about, you know, Padme and Anakin, their love and their little mushy stuff, but it's important to the story. And I think it's great. So anyways, I love Attack of the Clones, and that's what I'm doing. I think I'm going to leave now. This is the first live stream of yours I've attended, and it was really fun. I really appreciate how you answer every question. I could go on, but I don't have enough letters left. That was clever, very cool. My pleasure. I'm glad you had a good time. I try to do a stream every Friday, sometimes in between if something's going on. Again, tonight or tomorrow will be an exception because I want to finish off Clones so that next Friday we can be fresh and do Revenge of the Sith. So I'll make an effort to do the other half of Clones tonight, most likely, or tomorrow. But this is how my streams are, is I try to, you know, go in depth about a subject and, you know, try to have interaction with you guys as best as I can. It does drag out the streams. I've been here for 11 hours, but you know, if you guys want to talk, well, then I'm happy to talk. Happy B-Day and keep up the good work. Thank you. I appreciate it. And if you are new, well, I have a lot of really cool videos, but check out the Skywalker Legacy. It's a almost 3-hour documentary about George Lucas Star Wars. You will love it, I promise you. I have a lot of really cool videos, but just saying, that one is very proud of that video. One last question, yes. Nonsense. It's bullshit. It's Disney fan fiction. If you could force heal, Obi-Wan would have saved Qui-Gon. He would have maybe saved Anakin. Jedi would have been saving each other in Order 66. I mean, it's plain dumb. Some of the most magical aspects of Star Wars is the tension and the stakes. Okay, and listen, we all have our favorites. To me, Jedi is the best Star Wars film. I love that movie. Fucking love that movie. For me, Star Wars in order is 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's literally the order of that I think objectively the best films that they were made, their importance, how they rank is that. But there is one fact. If you could only pick one Star Wars movie that would on its own be the best and stand alone, well then it's not even a conversation. A New Hope. All the other ones by themselves are great, but they don't totally make sense. A New Hope by itself is a beginning and an end. It tells a whole story, and you could have never seen another Star Wars movie, and you could be totally in love and satisfied. You would want more, but on its own, it's absolutely gorgeous. One of the most important films ever made in history, if not the most important film ever made in history. So, there's tons of aspects throughout the 6 films, but just taking the most important one, the most perfect technically of them all, A New Hope, part of the extreme magic, and this is throughout all of them, this is George Lucas, but part of what really made Star Wars to begin with, and especially it's throughout the film, but really the last few minutes, the Death Star attack, where this little band of rebels comes and they're getting picked off one by one. So George Lucas is tightening the screws, and you start to worry, because now Luke's come so far and all this, but yet they're getting swatted off. Then you hear, you know, that lady's voice, the Death Star will be in range in 3 minutes, you know, and you see the cone on the screen that's moving, you know, pointing at the Alderaan or Yavin. So George Lucas is tightening the screws. And then they're fighting some more, and more X-Wings get taken out, and the tension builds. Then they do the first, there was technically 3 runs in the original cut, but they do just 2 runs in that final cut, right? So then Garvin Drace does the first run with the Y-Wings. They get close, shoot the missiles, they miss. Again, the tension, tightening the screws. So you're just getting worked up, like, oh, while this is happening, you're like. So Lucas is not only like putting pressure and you know, as I say, tightening the screws, elevating the tension, but on the same token, the stakes. And the stakes, you have the main stakes of the Death Star is about to take out the Rebel base, and that's the end. I mean, they have taken out Alderaan. They've proven that they can take out planets. Now the only last thing that kind of really stands in their way is the rebellion. Once they take out the Rebel base and most of the rebels, well, then this game over. They just can freely float around and blow up planets, and we're all fucked. Okay, so you have that main stake. But Lucas, just being so brilliant, continues to increase the tension minute per minute, second by second, and the stakes get bigger by the moment, because now you're running out of ships, you're running out of time, the cone is moving, the alarm is going off, the music's intensifying. They do the first run, they miss, now the stakes have gone up more, and the screws are tightened some more. Then you got Vader comes out, he's swatting people. Luke's on his own. Takes out R2. I've lost R2. Now, again, tightening the screws, and you're like, oh, shit. Like, now you're really freaking out. So the stake, this is a film that the tension grows and the stakes get worse by the moment. Not just like, here's the stakes. Like, it just keeps getting worse. Like, you're like, fuck. And you're all get wound up and freaking out and worried. And you know, like in the back of your mind, even the first time you see it, well, the good guy's going to win, right? At least you figure, right? But you're still like, oh shit, you know. And the music and the X-Wings flying to the trench, and like the zoom shots, and like Luke on the radio and like, Luke, are you okay? You've shut off your computer, and you know all this, the dialogue and the sound and the music and the angles and Vader breathing, and he's behind him like, oh, the Force is strong in this one. I have you now. And at the last moment, Han comes and knocks Vader loose, and Luke makes the shot. And just when Luke makes the shot, the freaking cone aligns. We're in range. We may fire. And like they're about to hit the freaking switch, and sure enough, the torpedoes go down the trench, and Luke flies off, and they think they're about to blow up Yavin, and all of a sudden, psh. So what I'm getting at is Star Wars was always about the stakes, the tension, the reality, as Obi-Wan says in Qui-Gon says in episode 1. Anakin says, you know, you're a Jedi, you know, I heard that Jedi can't die or can't be killed or whatever. And Qui-Gon says, I wish that was true. This is the magic and the beauty and the importance of Star Wars, is that you can lose Master Yoda, that we did lose Qui-Gon, that at any moment your favorite character can die. Now, Disney does it in a completely wrong way. They think they understand that, and that's why they just killed off Han like a dumbass. But they did it totally wrong. So therefore, there was no stakes or tension there. It was just plain stupid. But when you do it correctly, like Lucas did, well, now you've got stakes. Now it does matter that if Palpatine goes down the shaft, that's it, game over. There's not, he can come back. He's dead. So now it matters. So the long part of, or the short part of what I've been saying all here is that the point is that Star Wars builds tension and there are stakes. And the reason that you have stakes is that people can die, that you can't just fix things with force lightning or force heal or just, you know, explain things away. That if you fuck up, we lose a major character, and that's a big deal. And force heal literally is one of the biggest wrenches in the whole thing, because now the stakes have gone away. Now it doesn't matter, because we can just bring Palpatine back and clone him, and Kylo's dead, but not really, because Rey just heals him, and then Rey like literally dies, and for like out of nowhere just falls over and collapses in Tross and dies. But then Kylo brings her back. So now it's like, how do you take any of these characters serious? This whole time they've been Mary Sue, ridiculous and stupid, but now they aren't even at risk of dying. Like, what's even the point? Somebody said it like a year ago so well, and I don't remember who, but it's you know, the Disney Star Wars movies are like someone has a bunch of action figures and is just moving them around the board. Like, it's not a real movie. They're not real movies. It's just like somebody playing around with action figures and not understanding how story works. They just figure like, well, I'll put this character here and this one there, and I need to advance here, so I'll just move this character here. So, yeah, I know it's kind of a long answer, but that's really the point here of all of what Star Wars is the stakes, the tension. Attack of the Clones is the love story. It's the forbidden love between Anakin and Padme. But why does that work? Because of the stakes and the tension. Not only on the micro level, the sexual tension between them and everything, but the bigger level of what's going on and the Clone Wars about to break out, but also, like I said in the beginning of the stream, all of this massive universe that is Star Wars, in reality, is a little peanut that revolves around Anakin Skywalker and Padme Amidala. That's what this whole thing is about. It all revolves around those two. So the stakes, their relationship, the fact of them, what happens between them is what truly matters in Star Wars. That's the whole point, is the stakes and the emotional tension of the whole thing. That's what made Star Wars magic. Not the lightsabers, not the sound effects, whatever. Okay, so I know that was a long answer, but that's really the definitive answer of why Force Heal is a problem. On the easy, simple thing, well, why didn't Obi-Wan heal Qui-Gon? Because Obi-Wan, of all the Jedi, would have been more than capable. Why didn't Qui-Gon heal himself? Why didn't other Jedi heal each other? You know? you've now removed all the stakes because I can just force heal you. So there you go. $9K growing fast. Yes, it is growing very fast. You know, middle of November, I hit 1,000 subscribers. Here we are, end of January, and I'm very close to 10K. And not that 10K is going to change everything, but it's exponential. It's very hard to get to your first 100, and then once you get your first 100, you get to 500 and 1,000 faster. Well, that's arguable, but you understand what I'm saying. And then from 1,000 to 5,000, 10,000 goes a little bit faster, and then 10,000 now it starts to move more faster. And a lot of that is because your perception. You from the outsider saying, well, this channel has 13,000 subscribers, so it must be good. Which is silly. You should just judge a channel by what its content is. But it's just a reality of life. If you see a channel with 10 subscribers, you're not going to tend to watch the videos or subscribe. Whereas if you see a channel with 30,000 subscribers, you're like, oh. It's just a psychology thing. And me personally, I thought I was going to get to 1,000 and then to 5,000 was going to be a bit faster for sure. Definitely wasn't going to take me a year like it did to get to 1,000, but it would still take some time. But no, me, it was like from 1,000 to 8,000, like real quick. It really jumped, which is a blessing. I'm not, obviously not complaining, just saying. Good point about the stakes. Disney doesn't have any. Chewie was in another transport, by the way. Worst twist ever, yes. And 3PO just gets his memory back. There you go. So you see, there's a perfect example. This whole thing, I'm taking one last look at my friends. No, you're not friends, first of all. You guys aren't friends. You all hate freaking 3PO. But they make this whole drama about we have to deactivate him and erase his memory to be able to get this. I mean, it's just so stupid logic to do it in the first place. But then 5 minutes later, R2 just re-uploads his memory anyway. So what was the point? Why did you spend the time and the energy and all that breaking canon and the stupidity of a story to just 5 minutes later put his memory right back? Chewie, they make it like he dies. Rey's like, no, Force lightning, I blew up Chewie. 3 minutes later, Chewie's over there. Let's go get him. Like, yeah. How can they just not understand movies? It's like beyond Star Wars. It's like they just don't get basic film storytelling. It's just there are no stakes in Disney, so it's just pointless. It's just stupid. There's no reason or point to care because they're just gonna come back or survive or whatever. It's just dumb. Else who favorite is Jedi's my favorite one, absolutely. And I love Empire and I love A New Hope. And like I said, really objectively, fairly, if you had to pick one definitive Star Wars movie, well, it's A New Hope. I mean, you can't even argue that. It's one complete film. And that's also what started all of this. Because of that film, we're all here. Whether you grew up with that particular film, maybe you didn't start into Star Wars 20 years later. You love Star Wars 20 years later because of A New Hope, which was originally not A New Hope. It was just Star Wars. But my favorite is Jedi. No, not even close. Well, I shouldn't say that because Empire is amazing too. And I love A New Hope. But, yeah, Jedi. Good night. Good night to you. Description with the action figures was Robot Head. Pretty sure it was his Tross video. It might have been Robot Head. This is possible because I love his videos. Dude night. I think you meant good night. But dude night too. Yes, good night. So yeah, I mean that's the thing. Star Wars, it's all there's so many ways to describe it. Like I said, well, it's technically a love story. But the lightsabers, the redemption of Anakin, the love story, the clones, the betrayal of the government and the Senate, and the fall of democracy, and all these things at the end of the day They, first of all, they all revolve around Anakin and Padme. They're the keys. But how does it all work? Tension and stakes. And that's not the only part, but one of the key components of that Star Wars magic, that it feels like Star Wars. Well, that's a big majority of what it is. And Disney does not understand it. Disney does not have not figured out how to do that, which is like simple, basic storytelling. I'm not a director. I don't work in Hollywood. I could do it very easily. It's pretty obvious to me. But J.J. Abrams, it's worked on all these films and has millions of dollars of budget, doesn't understand tension and stakes. Pretty pitiful. But that's, to put it tangible to what is that Star Wars magic? Well, that's a big part, a big chunk of it is stakes and tension. Lucas is perhaps the best that has ever done that. And think about it, any great movie, Terminator, Predator, whatever your favorite movie is, think of Terminator. Like, there's the stakes and the tension, right? At the end, they're in that like factory or whatever on the conveyor belt, and he's under the machine, and she's like, what did you say? You're dead, fucker, or whatever it is she says, and she squishes him, and it's like the stakes are, right? Her son and the world, the nuclear holocaust and all this. And then you've got the tension, like every second the Terminator just keeps coming. She keeps fucking the thing up, but it just keeps coming in the eye, and and the tension just keeps going and going and going, and you're like, wrecking your seat, like, holy shit. And well, all great films have that. That's what separates like a Friday the 13th from like a Terminator, because Friday the 13th has like that kind of weak tension. It's like, you're expecting like the thing to jump out and to get you, and it's just like not the same type of, and the stakes don't matter because this is a bunch of dumbass teenagers that are partying at the lake, and they deserve to die anyways. You know what I mean. It's just being funny, but it's not the same thing. There's not the same type of stakes or tension because But if you really think of like most of the greatest films, well, they have the stakes and tension, and that doesn't have to be an action film. A romance film, like, I don't know, Casablanca or Gone with the Wind. Like right now, it's been so long since I've seen them, so I can't even tell you the story of them. But I'm sure they have the same, at the core, they have stakes and they have tension. Whether it be sexual tension or racial tension, war, whatever's going on, that's what you're seeing. You're seeing stakes and tension. Wizard of Oz, Some things are more dramatic, some things are a bigger scale, but at the end of the day, so Force Heal is like one of the worst things in all of Hollywood and all of film, because it just totally removes the stakes and the tension, because in the back of your mind, well, if Maul gets cut in half, well, it doesn't matter because Rey will just come along, heal him, he's put back together, and he's back to Maul, so what does it matter? Ahsoka is also the same. She removes all the stakes and tension, because by her being alive, well, then if Luke fucks up, it doesn't matter because Ahsoka's around. You see? Now you've totally taken all the stakes and tension out of the Star Wars trilogy because Ahsoka's there. So if Luke screws up, well, it really doesn't technically matter because Ahsoka would have just done it. And was the point of Star Wars. If Luke fails, we're all fucked. That's it. Game over. That's why Star Wars was great. That's why Luke was special and great. Because if you don't make it, we're all done. Force heals Rey. Force heals Kylo. Qui-Gon. Yeah. How many Jedi would have saved their apprentices, or vice versa? Important leaders, there's so many scenarios where Force heal just totally removes. It's like the real world. If I can just take you to the hospital, or I can bring you to my house and like put some ointment on you, and your bullet wound goes away, well then
now all crime, gangsterism, bank robberies, everything changes because now there's no stakes. I can go in and try to do whatever, rob a bank, because even if I get shot, well, I just go and heal. I'll go to the heal station and it'll be okay. So now there's no stakes or tension because I can just walk in and do whatever I want. And if there's no stakes, if there's no fear of losing that character, then you're not going to care about that character. It's literally the whole point of Star Wars. That the reason Anakin is so crazy and falls is because he's worried about losing Padme. It's literally the whole point of it. If you never have the fear of losing your husband or your wife or your child or your dog, whatever, then you're never going to love and appreciate that being or person or whatever. Sometimes we too late realize this, but at one point or another, whether it's early or later or after, you're going to feel the weight of those stakes. Because, right, your dog dies and that's that. And, I mean, unless you want to go to the pet cemetery, and we know how that works out. Which is another dynamic. Like, you know, force heal by no means is good in any sense, but they could have at least gotten interesting with it. Like, okay, we can force heal, but then it brings them back as some fucked up zombie. Now we're getting at least interesting with it. It would still be dumb and be a problem, but well, if you're going to break things, you might as well have some fun with it. But when it's just straight up, oh, well, I killed you. Nah, I'll just bring you right back. Then what's the point of all of this? Why are we even fighting? What is the point of doing all of this? You outlasted us. I usually do. Good night, and looking forward to seeing you later tonight. Yeah, most likely like 90+% I'll do it tonight. If not, I'll do it tomorrow night. But most likely I'll knock it out tonight. Hang out with you guys some more. We'll finish up Attack of the Clones, and you guys can ask me all your questions. Thanks for another great stream. Thank you guys. Appreciate it, and it's nice to know that there's two of you there. I'm glad that I'm entertaining you, and I'm on all your screens. I'm so flattered. That's very cool. So you have a great night, and thanks again. I will see you guys later. So anyways, I'm rambling about Force Sale, but you guys understand my point here is that, you know, with Force Sale, you've eliminated all the stakes and the tensions of Star Wars, and then there's no point in Star Wars. All of it is just right. Ryan Johnson, Yoda, whatever. Because if you can't die, or you can die and I can just bring you back, well, what the shit am I going to care about your character then? You have no value because you're just there. You're just a placeholder that's just going to keep coming back. So what's the point of me having an emotion about it? Because I know you're just going to come back. Whereas if there's the fear, the dread of I could lose you, now the whole game changes. The whole story changes. So, you know, Force Heal is probably the most dangerous of everything in all of Star Wars, with Ahsoka being a very close second. We sleep with your videos on. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much. That's cool. I hope you guys watch the Skywalker Legacy. That one you'll love. I got to make my top 10 list for you, for all of you to, because I've got over 100 videos now, which just in ways is a lot, and in other ways it's not that much. This channel is like 2,000 videos. But, you know, also a lot of videos that people make short ones, or they're just not very edited, whereas all of my videos are very thought out and edited and researched. So they count towards a little bit more than 100 videos. But either way, there's quite a few videos. So sometimes you're like, what should I watch? And I don't know. And so I've been meaning to make a top 10 list for you guys to, you know, like, you should really watch these videos.
which I'll do soon enough. I have so many things I'm juggling right now. But you know, it's part of the game. It's part of the fun. I love it. I enjoy it. And like I said, I would be doing it anyways. I love this stuff, and I do it for the love of it. But it definitely makes it a lot more interesting and worthwhile, I guess. Knowing that there's those of you out there that really enjoy this and like to, you know. Sometimes I'm kind of amazed because I like this stuff. I can talk forever. And some of you hang out with me for like 5-10 hours. It's pretty awesome. I think that's really amazing. How old should I tell you? 47. I should have told you to guess first. Oh well. Dana, if you're still around, you should listen to the What Star Wars Means to Us series. If you guys haven't already, I'm sure you really like those. And I really want to do more of those, but it's hard to get a hold of people. Some people don't answer my emails. Some people just aren't interested. But there's a bunch of people that I would like to have on. I just can't seem to get them, so it is what it is. But I would love to do a lot more of those. But yeah, you guys would probably really enjoy those if you like my streams. They're a little more, I don't know, maybe you would prefer this stuff, but they're a little more structured, and I'm talking with someone. You know. So yeah. How are we looking on subscribers? 89, 83, man, close 17 more. It's kind of surreal. You know, like I said, right around, when was it? November 12th-ish, which was like a week before this channel was a year old officially. I hit 1,000. So you figure middle December, middle January, 2 months. So give and take loose days. So 2 months and a half. Gained 7, almost 8,000 subscribers. That's pretty good. Now there's bigger channels that get like 1,000 subscribers a day, you know, or stuff like that. But you know, that's when you get bigger, things get a little more exponential. For being a little channel and for in 2 months going from under 1,900 to now about to hit 9,000, that's, what is that, 1,000% increase, right? Pretty freaking amazing. Oh well, I guess I'm doing something right. Man, some of the comments I get, it's amazing. mixed bag. Some people really thankful and like stuff. Other people are, George Lucas is an idiot. Which is such a paradox. You know, you're on a Star Wars channel because you claim you love Star Wars, and yet you're saying how terrible George Lucas is. It's insanity. What can you do? Yep, sure was a clusterfuck. Some of these comments. Yeah. Madness, I tell you, madness. I saw the vid. Star Wars used to be, it's crazy how united people were and collectively love something. Yeah, you know, back in those days, I don't know how old you are, what your experience was, because we all have different experiences, of course, but first of all, you didn't really have Star Wars fans arguing with each other. There's always been, like, you know, people that love the Star Wars movies and some people that don't give a damn. Well, and sometimes there would be, like, little debates like, well, Luke kissed his sister, or, you know, this, that, and the other. I mean, be real. They didn't know they were brother and fucking sister. Get over it. And it wasn't like some tonguey porn kiss. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's not totally insane that a sister would kiss her brother in a, you know, very triumphant, like, we just saved the galaxy. Okay, I get it. It's awkward. I'm not saying I would want to. I don't have a sister, but I'm not saying that you should be kissing your sister. I'm just saying, is it so out of this world that you would kiss your sister? You know, when you guys like saved the galaxy or did something major? No. And more so if you didn't know. It's really like not that big a thing. Anyways, the point here is that no, the fans didn't really argue a whole lot. Things weren't really much of an issue. We would have questions and we would, you know, talk about the canon. And obviously, as time went on, there was books coming out and more movies, and so that it would start to compound, right? Like the questions and the arguments and stuff. But it was never really like it is today. No, not really. Now it's just all over the damn place. And that's Disney's fault. It's not us. You know, they try to paint it like, well, you guys don't understand it, or you just don't love it, you just don't care, you're just toxic, you just want to hate. No. On the contrary, we really want to love Star Wars. Disney does this bullshit. And then they fuel the fire. And then we stand with Christina Ariel. I mean, really? You don't say happy birthday to James Earl Jones. You don't stand up for Gina Carano. And here you are standing up for an open racist. For someone who's just shredding people and cussing them out on Twitter. Man, this one, you got your shit all mixed up right now. There's always toxic people, fandoms, and communities. Yeah, there's, of course, just, you know, some nutballs in there that say dumb shit and make threats and say, you know, that's not everybody. You know, it's a fact that I always try to remind people, because sometimes I get a comment on a video
We're like, but you're like, especially the George Lucas videos, you know, you claim George is so great, but he fucked up Star Wars because he made the prequels. He's the one that ruined it. And it's like, first of all, the prequels are great. You're just a dumbass. Second, I get it. Some people don't like them, and that's perfectly fine. If you don't like certain prequel movies or all the prequels, that's okay. It's fine. Nobody's obliging you to do so. But most of the hate came from the media, not from fans. And because the fans see the media, and then they see that other fans are jumping on because of the media, now you got fans that are scared to say, you know what, shut the fuck up. I like Jar Jar Binks. Because they're worried what the other fans are going to think about him. Instead of just being honest and being like, you know what, okay, Phantom Menace or Clones or whatever has its problems, but I like that damn film, and it has a lot of great things, you know, this, and this. Oh, and the dialogue's stupid. Instead of saying, you know, realistically, you didn't know what the hell you would have said to Padme Amidala at 20 years old. Never mind living in that universe. It's a love story. Get over it. But a lot of that is, you know, the media and people worried about other people's opinions. Instead of just being honest and saying, like, hey, you know what, I kind of like Phantom Menace or whatever. You know, and you can't, for anyone that's younger, you can't go through life worrying about what other people say, because then you're going to miss out on dating the girl that you really liked, or eating the ice cream that you really wanted to try, or, you know, there's always people like, that pizza shop sucks. Well, you know, if 30 people tell you the pizza sucks there, well, maybe you should consider not eating it. But if you drive by it every day and it looks interesting and the smell's always good, then, you know, try a piece. Worst case, well, it sucked. Are you less of a human being because you tried something? No. But you trying that pizza might end up being your favorite pizza. And who cares if everyone else hates it? At the end of the day, if you love it, well, then eat that damn pizza. Just don't be a dick and go around and be like, oh, but you all are wrong. I'm the one person that likes this pizza, and you all are wrong. It's the best pizza ever. That's where things get stupid. Instead of you just saying, you know what, maybe everybody hates it, but I like this pizza, so I'm going to eat it. And that's perfectly acceptable. Nobody will be upset with you for that. You might get some Snickers. You might be like, well, but dude, we all know that this pizza's better. Maybe you should try something better. But for the most part, most people aren't going to have a problem with that. Where the problem occurs is when you try to convince people that trash is something good. And we all can look at it, including you, and we know that it's trash. You're only lying to yourself. That's when it gets stupid. Oh, look who's popped back up. So would you say Disney has chosen a side? When you say that, like, what side? To me, from day one, October 31st, Disney's on the same agenda. Like, here's the thing. Disney was less vocal about it, but let's review. Force Awakens was just a New Hope all over again. You don't even see Luke, never mind Han, Luke, and Leia. So we know they already were, like, not giving a damn. TLJ, well, throw the lightsaber away. We already knew in the first 30 seconds of the film. Oh, well, this is fucked. Jake Skywalker. Rise of Skywalker, well, it's a whole other freaking mess. Then we get Solo. That totally shits on Solo and that lore and is just fucking dumb. Rogue One was okay. It has its things, but whatever. It was okay. That's the one we'll kind of give it a pass. Clone Wars. Oh, the retcons in that show. Holy shit. Rebels. Retcons itself. Retcons the novel. Retcons Clone Wars. Retcons the movies. Mandalorian. A whole other level of retconning each other. So here's what I'm getting at. Like, when was Disney ever on our side or any other side? High Republic, Alkalite, all these things. It's not that Disney's choosing a side or changing, or it's that now you all are starting to see it. It's always been the same. It's always going to be the same. Disney doesn't give a damn. They were just less vocal about it. Now they're being more vocal about it because they've come to a point where, like, we don't give a damn.
So chosen a side, they were always on the side of we don't give a fuck. So I don't know if that answered your question, because I'm not sure what you mean by choose a side. What side? What sides are you saying? Like real Star Wars or Disney Star Wars? Well, they've always been about this nonsense. So they're not choosing a side. They've always been on that side. It's just now you're seeing it because now there's examples of it. Now you can look back and see it. But if you look from day one, it's very clear what side they're on, what they're up to. Not giving a goddamn. Hopefully that makes sense, because what side are they going to pick? Lore source material side and PC culture side. Well, it kind of goes back to what I just said from day one, right? Granted, they didn't announce the EU Legend thing till 2014, but from day one, they rejected Lucas's scripts, right? And he wasn't helping them anymore. So it goes to show you, since very early, really probably since 2012, but at least 2013, early 2014, they've been on the we're a bunch of dumbasses side, PC culture side, right? Because they obviously aren't about the lore of the source material. Again, we've seen that in every example that they've given us. And that was even before they gave us an example, and they said, well, can't EU, that's just going to be Legends. It was never canon, so that wasn't an issue. But they took the extra step to saying, well, we're going to totally demote it and make it like that's not even the expanded universe. There's no way at all that it can be real. We're just going to make it like some Legends thing. Okay, so from the beginning, they've shown us what side they're on. I don't think it's a matter of them picking or choosing, or they made that decision from the get-go. None of this is going to change as long as Kathleen Kennedy's there. I mean, that's just facts. And even if Kathleen gets replaced, you got to worry about Alan Horn and Bob Iger. Who's really pulling the strings? It's hard to really know. I know that Kathleen, I have proof, the KK reports to Alan Horn, not Bob Iger. Really, ironically, Bob Iger may have had very little to do with all of this. The more that I just dig up and discover. Because Kathleen, or Alan Horn, is responsible for Kathleen, not Bob Iger. He just was the dumbass that put his face out there. But maybe, that was part of his job, or what he chose to do is to deflect, to make the smokescreen. That's probably why he doesn't get so upset or care so much, because at the end of the day, he's not the one. It's Alan Horn that she reports to. So, even if KK goes, what is Bob Iger or Bob Chapek, Alan Horn, what are these guys going to do? That becomes the next level of the issue, right? Because they could hire maybe me, and then I go in there with all the best intentions, and they're immediately, no, but you got to do this, and you got to do that. And so it's a problem on all fronts. You would think that just replacing KK would be the solution, but maybe not so much. I don't know. I can't even believe I'm saying that, because anything would be better than what Kathleen has done. But just saying, ultimately, she's the boss of Lucasfilm, but remember that she is owned by Disney, right? So she can do whatever she wants, but then again, the mouse can come behind her and be like, nope. So there's that problem. I don't think Disney's choosing a side. They established and chose that from the beginning, from way back. It's just now they're being more vocal and open about it. It's not that they just recently like, well, we're going to choose this side. No, they've always been, and I don't give a fuck mode. They've always been fuck the fans mode. So I hope that answers your question. I'm not trying to be like aloof about it or avoid it. I'm just, being honest. Like, when did they really have a side or pick a side? Or You know, the whole Lucasfilm Civil War and all that, it's just ridiculous to me. Kathleen Kennedy is the president of Lucasfilm and the executive producer of The Mandalorian, and you're going to tell me that she has no say or connection or interest with The Mandalorian. Yeah, all right. Come on. Is she there on the set every day making all the decisions? I'm not saying that, but to think that Kathleen Kennedy does not have access to her own fucking show, that she's the one that set up Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni together, that was tasked to make a show and find a director for it. I mean, you really think Kathleen Kennedy has nothing to do with The Mandalorian? Then you believe Luke Skywalker was made for you. You are that naive. Luke Skywalker was not put there for you. Not in the least. So what other side are they going to pick other than the side they've always been on, and that's the mouse? This like so-called line in the sand, you know, this division, that was a long time ago. Disney made the decision what they're going to do. It's not like they're coming to a revelation or they're thinking like, what are we going to do? Are we going to support High Republic? Are we going to do this? Or no, they're pushing all their initiative. They're looking for any casting lines all over the place to see what grabs and do what they can wherever they can. But at the end of the day, they all connect. Everything's going to the sequel trilogy. Okay, there's 7 minutes left. I'm going to show you something and then we'll finish up because it's not going to curate and it's pointless then for me to keep going. But I'll show you something and we can get, I wanted to hopefully finish Clones earlier and then we could get into articles and stuff, which D, I think you just came back, you weren't around. I got like halfway through Clones and was talking. So what I'm going to do tonight or tomorrow, most likely tonight, like high probability tonight, I'll do the second half of Attack of the Clones. Because I'm out of time and I'm tired and all that. But I will show you something very quickly here, which I was kind of keeping under wraps, but that's okay. They're going to see it anyways. And remember, you saw it here first because ain't nobody else talking about this. Okay. This is the full board, or at least maybe not the full board, but what we originally saw was like just a little section, 30%. I've got about 80% of the whole board now. All right, now it is hard to see. I have to enhance it and look at it in a different way and do other stuff, but